Landing in this new place felt like anchoring myself to everything around 10 spiritual realms where time moved differently, the system said. 10 spiritual fields with time acceleration? I muttered. Farming's out. Dead end. Literally no point. And it was true, my pockets were empty, not a single seed to be found. What good were these time-warped patches of land without anything to plant? Curses spiraled in my head. 100 spiritual stones were needed to unlock the store, and I was flat broke. System, you've gotta know I'm practically living on scraps. Where am I supposed to conjure up 100 of these? Still, a sliver of hope flickered. Activate the darn store anyway. The thought of it, a cosmic marketplace at my fingertips, sent a thrill through me. Imagine accessing their special abilities through this place. No more limitations. Buy whatever I need, acquire everything necessary, this changes everything. A wicked grin spread across my face. This omnipotent store meant power and opportunity. The celestial realm, with all its so-called immortal elitists and their opulent lifestyles, better watch out. In Xiantian mainland, a world obsessed with cultivation and immortality, they wouldn't know what hit them. I, the once penniless wanderer, was about to ascend. Waking from my coma, I felt this crushing weight of new information flooding my head. Dongjiangyu of Qingzhou, a place called Wannan City, people striving for immortality through Xiaoxian to escape their mundane lives. It was overwhelming, blurring the line between reality and the fantastical world laid out before me. Wait, I'm actually here? In the world from that novel? My mind reeled. Flashes of the original Chenzai's memories swirled, memories not all so bright. A disorientation settled in as I looked at this strange, captivating world around me. What even does this place mean for me? The implanted knowledge felt alien. All I could clearly grasp was a sliver. I was Chenzai, and somehow, some place called Wannan City existed. Apparently, 500 miles north of here loomed a mythical Xianshan, a fairy mountain home to Qingyanzong, a sect of cultivators. Being the closest city, Wannan had naturally become a hub for those seeking immortal life, a jumping-off point to join Qingyanzong and its legendary disciple selections held every decade. Even just an outer or inner sect disciple was a golden ticket in their eyes, a chance at destiny's grand rewrite. They clamored for even menial positions like miscellaneous disciples, anything to step foot within Xianmen's hallowed halls. And me? The original Chenzai, stuck as a Qingyanzong miscellaneous disciple. Same name, same age, 32. His dream was Xiaoxian, escape from hardship, but his earth spiritual route meant he was destined for the sidelines. 15 years of menial labor, planting spirit fields, sowing, fertilizing, weeding, planted deep in my newly inherited consciousness. He'd only reached the second level of chi refining out of 15 years. A far cry from a true cultivator. Worse, his natural talent made him stuck on the literal fringes of cultivation. He should have at least built a spiritual foundation by now, the true starting line of immortality, granting a lifespan of 200 years and a shot at intersect life. But no, he was trapped in Qingyanzong's fields, toiling away. The original Chenzai longed to break free, to fight for those foundational stages, but that's where the fragmented memory ends. Now, it felt like my burden to carry on his yearning and somehow navigate this world of spiritual cultivation. Chenzai should have been reveling in his hard work, 10 years of toiling in Qingyanzong's spirit fields while other disciples slacked off. He outproduced them all, earning praise for his dedication and abundance of celestial grains. But a cruel twist of fate awaited. Just when he thought his efforts were being acknowledged, he was callously cast out of the sect. The unthinkable happened, accused of lagging behind in cultivation, deemed an unproductive burden. It hit him like a lightning bolt. He'd surpassed the second chi refining level years ago, far exceeding his peers who treated spirit farming as a mere chore. Their celestial practice had advanced due to free time stolen from their menial tasks, a luxury he hadn't afforded himself. But none of it mattered. No acknowledgement, no reprimands for the other's indolence, just blind dismissal. The insidious sect manager had eaten his good deeds and spat him out like a withered seed. He learned of this betrayal too late, now an outcast, barred from Qingyanzong's sanctity. Rage curdled into despair as he stormed the mountain gate, consumed by the injustice. This wasn't supposed to be his end, his cultivation journey, sacrificed on the altar of someone else's deceit. Desperation clawed at him, he craved revenge against the manager and the chance to rebuild his path. But without Qingyanzong's spiritual energy-rich formations and the annual chi-gathering pill that had fueled his practice, what hope did he have? He was a castaway with a shattered dream and dwindling resources, left to drift in an unforgiving world. Wannan City offered a fragile lifeline, a melting pot of wandering cultivators who bartered and survived on their own terms. But Chen Zhe found himself outmatched, his celestial cultivation stunted by years of servitude and lacking the worldly skills needed to earn spirit stones. The only thing he knew was farming, but where could he find spirit fields outside King Yunzong's hallowed grounds? He was trapped in a desolate loop, no cultivation resources, no way to acquire them, and the gnawing fear that his immortal aspirations would crumble into dust. He was lost, a forgotten seed yearning for fertile ground and sunlight, but with none in sight. Outside Qingyun sect, only those big forces had spirit fields. Even if he went there, he could only continue to be a laborer for the rest of his life. He knew that his life was over and he would never be able to cultivate immortality again. He began to drink and drown his sorrows. He drank for 2 years, doing nothing, not practicing, just drinking, and drinking away all his savings. Until last night, after the last drink, the restaurant asked him to pay the bill. He had no money and wanted to make trouble while drunk, so he was beaten and thrown out of the restaurant. Late at night, he got up and staggered back to the house he rented. After entering the door, he fell to the ground. There are always people who think that things like chance and opportunity will suddenly appear, and then soar into the sky and change their fate against the will of heaven. This is simply wishful thinking. How can there be so many ways to change one's fate? These are just the fantasies of mortals. How far a person can go on the road of cultivating immortality is determined from the day he is born. People with low-grade spiritual roots or no spiritual roots have no hope in this life. This life is already hard enough, so it's better to pray for a good rebirth in the next life. Recalling all the memories of the original owner, Chen Zhe couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Too miserable. I'm so miserable, how could I cross over into this useless person? Others who cross over are all sect geniuses, sons of heaven, sweeping away all disobedience, killing gods and Buddhas. Chen Zhe's eyes were full of disappointment, looking at the bare house. Even this house was rented, and the original owner left him nothing. Chen Zhe wanted to be like the original owner, drink himself to death, and then have a good rebirth in the next life. Suddenly, Chen Zhe seemed to think of something. Where is the golden finger that all crossers have? What will my golden finger be? Is it a ring with an old man living in it, or a woman in white living in a sword, or something else? Chen Zhe searched all over his body, alone. There is none of these, could it be the system? Chen Zhe asked tentatively to the void, System, are you there? After Chen Zhe asked, he waited for a long time. There was no response in his mind, and no interface appeared in front of him. It seems that it is really over, even the system is gone. Goodbye, this broken world of cultivation, this start is too difficult, I don't want to play anymore. As he said, Chen Zhe began to look for tools to commit suicide in the house. There was no need to rummage through the boxes and cabinets, the whole house was clear at a glance, there was not even a hemp rope, and it was impossible to hang oneself. Hit the wall? Chen Zhe looked at the walls around the room, shook his head, and gave up the idea. The wall was covered with spider web-like cracks, and he was afraid that if he hit it all at once, the wall would fall down before he died. How about getting a basin of water and drowning yourself? A set of broken pots and pans was the only equipment Chen Zhe saw in the room. Chen Zhe picked up a basin and took a look. Damn, it's leaking. Is it so hard to die? Hey! How did I die in my last life? Chen Zhe began to sink into the memories of his last life. After a moment. Damn, I still can't remember anything. Forget it, it's not important. Let's think about how to get out of this sea of suffering. Chen Zhe walked to the broken bed. How about suffocating yourself with this broken quilt? Chen Zhe hesitated and reached out to take the broken quilt. As soon as he leaned over, a smell hit his face, making him step back repeatedly. Oh my god, it's stinky. It didn't matter that he stepped back. Chen Zhe only felt that he was tripped by something and fell straight back. He only heard a bang, and the back of his head hit the ground. Chen Zhe felt a sharp pain, as if something was flowing out. Then, his eyes went dark. Just die like this? Chen Zhe had never thought that it would be so easy to die. However, he was relieved. After an unknown amount of time, a voice sounded in Chen Zhe's mind, and a white light flashed in front of his eyes. Ding, the host is not destined to die, this world is still waiting for you to save it, the space system of all things has been successfully bound. Hearing this voice, Chen Zhe immediately opened his eyes and touched the back of his head that was aching. This world is still waiting for me to save it? I think I should save myself first. Space system of all things? I haven't heard of it. Then, an interface appeared in front of Chen Zhe. Name, Chen Zhe Cultivation, 2nd level of Qi Refining 50/100 Talent, lower grade Earth Spirit Root Skill, Zhuantianlu, Beginner, 1 out of 100 spell, ignition, beginner, 1 out of 100 space of all things, level 1 there is always a way out. System, you are here after all. After looking at the system interface, it was still a familiar routine and a familiar formula. System, are you there? No response. Chenzei shook his head for a while. It seems that this is a system that cannot communicate. I can only rely on myself to explore. He already knew about cultivation and talent from the memories left by the original owner, so he didn't need to look at this. What do these numbers mean? Try it? Chenzei looked at the system interface, thinking. Then, Chenzei began to recall the memories of the original owner. The ignition technique seems to be used like this. This ignition technique is the only spell that the original owner learned in Qingyun sect. He was taught this spell to make it easier for him to make fire and cook. Chenzei used the ignition technique according to his memory, and then a small flame appeared on the index finger of his right hand. Oh my god, isn't this just a lighter? That's it? It can also be considered a spell. Forget it, it doesn't matter. Anyway, there is a system, so I am not afraid that there will be no advanced spells in the future. Then, Chenzei opened the system interface again. Name, Chenzei Cultivation, Chi Refining Level 250/100 Talent, Earth Element Lower Grade Spiritual Root Skill, Zhuantianlu, Entry Level, 1/100 Spell, Ignition, Entry Level, 2 out of 100 Space of All Things, Level 1 Sure enough, as long as it is used once, the number will increase by 1 point. It seems that this entry level means proficiency, and the number behind it is the number of times it is used. As long as it is used 100 times, this ignition should also be able to upgrade. After thinking about this clearly, Chenzei did not rush to continue using the ignition. Because at the bottom of the system interface, there is also a space of all things level 1 word. Chenzei still remembers that when the system was bound, it was said that it was the space of all things system. So, this space of all things is the most important. But, how do I use this? Chenzei was confused and tried to imagine it with his mind. At this time, a paragraph of text appeared in front of Chenzei. Reminder, the all things space can accommodate all things. The host can choose to enter the all things space with consciousness, or choose to enter the all things space with the body or a living object. Host, please note that if the body or a living object enters the all things space, 1 low-grade spirit stone will be consumed every 10 minutes. The all things space can also be upgraded, and the next upgrade will consume 1,000 spirit stones. Looking at the prompts on the system interface, Chenzei thought in his mind. Can the main body also enter the space of all things? This is a good place, an excellent place to save life. But, is it so expensive? It takes 10 minutes to consume 1 low-grade spirit stone, which is too dark. Chenzei remembered that when the original owner came out of Qingyun sect, he only had 10 low-grade spiritual stones on his body. These 10 low-grade spiritual stones were saved by the original owner through frugality during his 15 years in Qingyun sect. It's a pity that even these 10 spiritual stones were used by the original owner to buy wine and create light. Chenzei shook his head inside, choosing to use his consciousness to examine the space of all things. Chenzei's consciousness entered the space of all things, and a new world seemed to appear in his mind, and he seemed to be in this world. Looking up as the blue sky and white clouds, flowers, plants and trees nearby, and mountains and rivers in the distance. However, the mountains and rivers in the distance were shrouded in a layer of mist, making it difficult to see clearly. The area that can be clearly seen is only about 500 square meters. Among the 500 square meters, a 2-story antique pavilion alone occupies nearly 300 square meters. Chenzei wandered around in the space of all things. Apart from the pavilion, there was only a field. Chenzei wanted to see other places, but was blocked by a layer of fog. The mist was like a natural barrier, blocking him out and preventing him from peeking at all. The field was divided into 10 square pieces, each piece was 1 meter long and wide. Moreover, they are all in a well-cultivated state, but there is nothing planted in the fields. Seeing this field, Chenzei felt that it was too familiar. When the original owner was farming in Qingyun sect, the high-end medicine fields he saw were divided in this way. Only 1 elixir plant is planted in each field, so that the elixir can fully absorb nutrients. The original owner also dreamed of growing elixirs in high-end medicinal fields, which was completely different from farming. Are we going to start farming again? The original owner has been farming all his life. Farming has no future. Chenzei withdrew his gaze and looked at the only pavilion. The outside of the pavilion was very majestic with its carved beams and painted buildings. Looking closer, the door of the small building is closed. Between the first and second floors, there is a plaque hanging high with 4 characters, "Everything Store." On both sides of the gate, there are 2 couplets hanging. You can choose from a wide range of trading options. Recycling of all things will not refuse anyone who comes. Is it the store of all things? It seems that this is the system store, but it is embodied here. These 2 sentences in the couplet have made it very clear. The store sells everything and recycles everything. With a thought in his mind, Chen Zhe was about to open the door of Wanwu store and go in to take a look. At this time, another prompt appeared in front of Chen Zhe. Activating the All Things store requires 100 low-grade spiritual stones. Seeing this prompt, Chen Zhe's face darkened instantly. Forget it, destroy it. This All Things space system is completely a spiritual stone monster. Everything requires spiritual stones. Where did I get the spiritual stones? I want 100 yuan even if I ask for it. Why don't you go and grab it? Give me an invincible system in my next life. Although Chen Zhe had to consume spiritual stones in this everything in Tutsao, he still did not choose to give up directly. Forget it, at least there is a cultivation interface that can be upgraded with spells. This space of all things is temporarily used as a storage ring. Chen Zhe's consciousness withdrew from the space of all things. Now that there is no spiritual stone, you can't activate all the shops. Opening his eyes, Chen Zhe walked around in the room. Although the outside is now at night, he didn't have to go to the breakup to sleep. While walking around, playing ignites while playing. After walking around, nothing useful was found. Chen Zhe sighed, "Hey, there is no place to sit. I saw the broken bed again." Helpless, Chen Zhe still walked over and threw the broken quilt on the bed to the ground. Sitting on the bed with one buttocks, I was in a depressed mood. What can I do? Where can I go to the spirit stone? I thought that when I came to a world of cultivation, and there was a systematic binding, I could write like the novel. However, in terms of current situation, it is still more difficult to rely on this automatic cultivation. Mainly there is no skill, and there is no way to earn spiritual stones. After Chen Zizi took a moment, he still had no clue at all. He wanted to lie down and rest. But when I saw a broken pillow on the bed, I didn't fight it. Reached out and grabbed the pillow, ready to leave the bed. Well, is there something? Chen Zhe felt that this pillow was not a cotton pillow, which seemed to be granular. Chen Zhe felt a bit again, and couldn't touch something. As soon as he used it, the pillow was torn away. Well, the body of the second layer of gas refining is okay, which is much stronger than the weak chicken body in the previous life. The moment the pillow was torn, a grain of valley was scattered. Chen Zhe's heart puzzled, this is to stuff the valley into the pillow, use the inner core? Chen Zhe recalled the memory of the original owner. After a moment, he couldn't help but happy. These valves are not ordinary valves, and these valves are all used to grow spiritual rice. This was left by the original owner when he was in Qingyan Zone. The original owner thought that even if he left Qingyan Zone, he could continue to be an old industry and continue to plant lingmi. It would not be starved to death. However, after going down the mountain, it was found that these lingmi had no array blessing in the vulgar land, and it was not living. He couldn't do anything, and he could only put these spiritual rice seeds as a memorial. And this is also the last straw that overwhelms the original owner. Xiao Xian has no hope, and life has no motivation, so that he drank all day, and finally drank himself to death. After a while, Chen Zhe looked at the seeds of lingmi in his hand. This ling rice seed has been for so long, and I do not know if I can do it? After hesitating, Chen Zhe picked all the seeds of lingmi spilled on the ground and put it in the pillow. There is a Lingtian field in the space of all things. I just don't know. Now the body cannot enter the space of all things. Can these spiritual rice seeds be sowed into Lingtian? Then, Chen Zhe put all the seeds of lingmi into the space of all things. According to Chen Ziji, this bag of pillows containing lingmi seeds just appeared next to the Lingurta in the space of all things. Sure enough, even if the body does not enter, everything in all things can still be controlled. Chen Zhe was happy in his heart, and then sprinkled the seeds of lingmi on each small piece of lingfield. Simnami is not like a kind of elixir. There is only one plant in a small piece of magic field. In each small piece of magic field, some spirit rice seeds are evenly sprinkled. I don't know if I can work, I can only wait for the results now. After looking at the aura, Chen Zhe took back his consciousness. Lying on the bed, Chen Zhe released the ignition of the ignition, watching the weak flames on his fingers dazed. After using 19 times of fire, Chen Zhe suddenly felt the stagnation of the spirit, and a sense of weakness swept the whole body. The repair of the second floor of this gas is too weak. Just such a small flame, only 20 times, the spiritual power consumes light. Chen Zhe shook his head helplessly, sat up from the bed, sitting on his leg. In the way of memory, running Xian Tianlu will restore spiritual power. After half an hour, Chen Zhe opened his eyes, his spiritual power returned to success, and his whole body was full of vitality. Chen Zhe, who had just crossed to this world, had no intention of sleeping, and continued to play ignition. He wants to take a look at what changes will be changed after the ignition is used 100 times. Now the system interface is displayed. Spell, ignition, entry, 21/100. After 20 again, Chen Zhe's spiritual power was exhausted again. Chen Zhe stopped ignition and continued to cultivate Xin Tianlu to restore the aura. In this way, repeatedly, the ignition was finally used 100 times. Chen Zhe opened the system interface again. Name, Chen Zhe Cultivation, 2-layer of gas refining 51/100 talent, local gen root under the soil system Gongfa, Xin Tianlu, introduction, 6 out of 100 spell, ignition, proficient, 1/200 everything space, first level. When the proficiency of the ignition technique reaches mastery, the upgrade requirement becomes 200 times. I didn't expect that after running the Xin Tian record 5 times, my cultivation level actually increased by 1 point. If I continue like this, and practice the Xin Tian record 5 times a day, in less than 2 months, my cultivation level will break through the 3rd level of qi refining. It took the original owner 15 years to practice to the 2nd level of qi refining. I can break through 1 level in 2 months. It seems that with the system, I, the most useless spiritual root, can also practice quickly. Thinking of this, Chen Zhe was overjoyed. I can still stay in this world of cultivation. There is hope for immortality, flying into the sky, and moving mountains and filling the sea. In his joy, Chen Zhe used the ignition technique again. He wanted to try it out. What is the difference between the ignition technique with proficiency reaching mastery? With a bang, the sound of flames burning the air was heard. An egg-sized fireball appeared in Chen Zhe's palm. The sound and fire suddenly appeared, which scared Chen Zhe and almost threw the fireball out. However, he was lucky to control himself in time. He thought that when he performed the ignition technique this time, the flame would still appear on his fingers. Recovering his mentality, Chen Zhe looked at the egg-sized fireball in his hand. When the proficiency reaches mastery, such a weak flame has become more than 10 times larger. I wonder what it will be like after practicing it to the end. The fireball in Chen Zhe's hand went out, and he glanced at the sky outside the window. The sky was gradually getting brighter. However, Chen Zhe didn't care. No matter whether it was bright or not, practicing now was the most important thing. Chen Zhe wanted to perform the ignition technique again, and suddenly, he felt a black screen in front of his eyes. No, I can't keep working like this. I can't bear it. Chen Zhe shook his head and stroked his forehead. It's better to proceed step by step, otherwise if you keep going like this, you will die sooner or later. Thinking of this, Chen Zhe decided to take a good rest first. His current cultivation level was too low, and he couldn't do it without sleeping every day. Chen Zhe lay directly on the broken bed, and his tired spirit made him fall asleep instantly. In his dream, Chen Zhe imagined himself flying through the sky and the earth, sweeping across the entire world of immortal cultivation, and looking down on the crowd. Bang, bang, bang. The sound rang out. Chen Zhe, who was just flying on the flying sword, was frightened and fell off the flying sword, almost frightening him to death. Chen Zhe suddenly woke up and opened his eyes abruptly. What caught his eye was still the broken room, and he was sure in his heart, fortunately it was just a dream. The frightened soul also flew back. But at this time, another rapid sound rang out, bang, 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 followed by a shout. Mr. Chen, pay back the money? Don't think that I don't know you are at home because you don't say anything. Chen Zhe then realized that it was someone knocking on the door outside the house. Pay back the money? Chen Zhe was puzzled. When did he owe money? Why didn't he have any impression at all? At this time, there was another knock on the door. Chen, if you don't open the door again, I will tear down your broken door. Hearing what the other party said, Chen Zhe quickly got up from the bed, quickly ran to the door of the room and opened it. The moment the door opened, Chen Zhe saw a big hand, which almost hit his face. Fortunately, Chen Zhe reacted in time and took a step back, so the slap did not hit his face. The man who knocked on the door suddenly missed the shot and staggered. Fortunately, this man was also a cultivator and he reacted quickly and stopped immediately. Chen Zhe looked at the big man in front of him with confusion and felt the fluctuations of spiritual energy. He was undoubtedly an immortal cultivator, but his cultivation level could not be seen. He should be at least 3 levels higher than him. However, he had no impression of the big man in front of him at all, and he could not find any information about this big man in his memory. Chenzei asked weakly, "Who are you?" The big man glanced at Chenzei, ignored him, and stepped aside to make way for the door. The big man retreated behind a middle-aged man in Chinese clothes. Only then did Chenzei see clearly that the man outside the door was not just a big man, but there were 2 other people. They were both immortal cultivators, and their cultivation levels were also invisible. Chenzei took a look and found that the middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes should be in charge, and the 2 people behind him should be his subordinates. Chenzei did have some impression of the middle-aged man, but he couldn't remember where he had seen him at the moment. This is all the fault of the original owner. He drank too much in the past. He was drunk every day and his brain was dizzy. His brain was so drunk that he could not remember anything. Chenzei knew that these 3 people would not come to his door for no reason. They were all immortal cultivators, and they were all higher in cultivation than him. There was no need to cause trouble for a poor guy like him. It seems that what the other party said about paying back the money is also true. It's just that I don't know how much money the original owner owes others. If he can't repay the loan at a high interest rate, he can only plan how to run away. If you fight, you will definitely not be able to defeat him. If a good guy doesn't want to suffer the immediate loss, it's better to ask clearly first. Chenzei was troubled in his heart. Why should he be asked to pay back the money owed by the original owner? Chenzei asked tentatively, "Sorry, I just sobered up and I can't remember many things at once. Please ask, how much do I owe you?" The middle-aged man glanced at Chenzei and said, "Pretend to be stupid and want to default on your debt?" Chenzei saw that after the middle-aged man finished speaking, the 2 big men behind him were about to step forward and teach him a lesson, letting him know the consequences of not paying back the debt. Chenzei quickly apologized and said with a smile, "No, absolutely not. I just sobered up and my head was a little confused. I couldn't think of it for a moment. I definitely didn't mean to default on the debt." Hearing what Chenzei said, the middle-aged man looked at Chenzei again. He felt that Chenzei seemed to be different somewhere. The middle-aged man saw that Chenzei's face looked sincere and did not look like he was lying, so he waved his hand to stop the 2 big men. The middle-aged man was puzzled. This kid seems to be a little different. The middle-aged man still said, "When will you pay back the wine money you owe at our Tongfu restaurant?" Chenzei felt a little relieved when he heard that he owed money for drinks. Fortunately, it was not a loan shark. How much money could he owe for drinking? Chenzei asked, "How much I owe, tell me the number." The middle-aged man smiled and said, "It's not much, just 10 spiritual stones." "What? 10 spiritual stones? This is immortal brew." Chenzei was shocked. Chenzei looked at the middle-aged man and his men again. He couldn't talk nonsense now, or he would be beaten if he was not careful. 10 spiritual stones are a lot. Can you give me a few days' grace? As you can see, I don't have anything valuable at home, so I can't afford so many at once. After Chenzei finished speaking, he moved his body away to let the middle-aged man see the scene in the room clearly. The middle-aged man glanced inside the room and said, "Ha, that's not what you said when you asked for a drink." The middle-aged man pretended to be kind and said, "It just so happens that I know there is a mine that needs a few miners. If you go, I will give you 10 spiritual stones and 3 spiritual stones as salary every month. Do you want me to recommend you to go there? Mining?" Chenzei knew clearly that this middle-aged man seemed to have known that he could not pay back the money, so he was waiting to send him to mine. Chenzei knew in his memory that mortals who were like ores couldn't dig it out, and only spiritual cultivators like him could dig it out. However, those cultivators who choose to mine will only do it when they are desperate. Moreover, once you enter the mine, you really can't help yourself. What I do every day is endless mining, and there is no time for practice at all. Once you enter a mine, you can only stay there for the rest of your life, where you can only be squeezed endlessly until you die. The mines are outside the city, which is no safer than inside the city. The city is protected by the city lord's palace, which is relatively safe. He also thought about seeking immortality through systematic cultivation. Mining and other things were simply impossible, not even in this life. "Shopkeeper, can you please give me a few more days? I will definitely collect the spirit stones and return them to you. If I can't collect them all, I will go mining and pay you back." Chenzei begged. The middle-aged man thought for a while and said with a smile, "Okay, I'll give you another 5 days. If you still can't pay back the money, then don't blame us." The middle-aged man could afford to wait for 5 days. He didn't want to take action casually in Wannan City. If the patrol team was alerted, the gain would outweigh the loss. That mine was actually a black mine he opened with others. If it was exposed, he would inevitably be blackmailed by people from the city lord's mansion. Moreover, if this mine is discovered by more people, he will suffer the biggest loss. The reason why he chose a target like Chenzhe is that he knows that such a person has no strength and no backing, and this kind of person is the easiest to control. 5 days? Chenzhe gritted his teeth and said, okay, 5 days. Chenzhe has made plans. If he can't pay the money back, he will run away. Don't think about running away. I will send someone to watch you. The middle-aged man seemed to see through Chenzhe. He left a word before leaving, turned around and left with 2 big men. It seemed that Chenzhe would definitely not escape from his palm, and he didn't take Chenzhe to heart at all. After the middle-aged man left, Chenzhe quickly closed the door and thought about how to escape. 10 spirit stones, he couldn't take them out in 5 days, and he didn't even have a hair now. While thinking, Chenzhe didn't forget to use the ignition technique. Even if he wanted to run away, he needed to be strong. After thinking about it, Chenzhe still couldn't think of a perfect way to break the situation. Although Wannan City is just a small city near Qingyun sect, it is also full of immortal cultivation families and has a city lord's mansion. The strength of the city lord of Wannan City is the strongest among these families. It is said that he is already a great power in the foundation building realm. It is only a matter of time before he breaks through the golden elixir realm. Those who can thrive in Wannan City must have 1,000 connections with the city lord's mansion and the immortal cultivation family. And the middle-aged man can be related to a mine. Chenzhe does not believe that he has no connection with these big men. It is also extremely difficult for him to escape from Wannan City. After thinking for a long time, Chenzhe used the ignition technique 20 times again. He was ready to sit cross-legged to recover his spiritual energy. Suddenly, he felt that there was still spiritual energy in his dantian. It seems that the upgrade of proficiency not only makes the power of the ignition technique stronger, but also seems to reduce the consumption of spiritual energy. Chenzhe continued to use the ignition technique until the spiritual energy in his body was completely consumed. When your proficiency reaches mastery, you can use the ignition technique 5 more times. If you practice to the end, you can perform the ignition technique hundreds of times in a row. Thinking of that scene, Chenzhe felt yearning. Hundreds of fireballs flying out, that scene would be absolutely spectacular. Chenzhe's inner spiritual power was exhausted again, and he was preparing to meditate and cultivate Xian Tianlu to restore spiritual power. At this time, the grunt sound came from the belly. Chenzhe then remembered that he seemed to have never eaten anything from crossing. Although he is now immortal, a fighter on the 2nd floor of Qi refining gas is still the same as mortal. When he is hungry, he will still be hungry. The hunger came from the stomach, and the concerns of worrying about returning. Chenzhe couldn't sit down and practice quietly. Looking around the room on the wall of the family, Chenzhe shook his head inside again. At this time, Chenzhe suddenly remembered the bag of spirit rice seeds left by the original owner. The seeds were also rice. Try it, maybe you can eat it. Thinking of this, Chenzhe's consciousness immediately entered the space of all things. As soon as he entered the space of all things, Chenzhe was attracted by the golden rice field and couldn't help sighing. These lingmi have matured. Isn't this the seed just sprinkled last night? Chenzhe watched the ears of rice more than 1 meter in Lingtian. Each rice ears were covered with ling rice. At first, Chenzhe thought that these spiritual rice seeds had been put in so long, and it should have been done. Moreover, he did not do a series of essential processes such as pouring, fertilization, weeding, insecticidal, etc. Unexpectedly, these lingni seeds were not only living, but one night had matured. Chenzhe was surprised to watch this Lingtian's heart. He remembered that Lingmi's growth cycle was about 100 days, and he could collect Lingmi for 3 seasons after a year of hard work. But in less than a day now, it has harvested Lingmi for a season. This Lingtian must have time to accelerate, otherwise these Lingmi will not grow so fast, and this Linada is not very smart. I can do nothing, and it can grow independently. Thinking of this, Chenzhe suddenly had a new idea. If all the pills are planted in this psychic field, wouldn't it be hundreds of years of elixir? I don't know, how many times the time for this Lingtian? When he was happy, Chenzisi asked how to collect these Lingmi, and he didn't even have the sickle now. When I was sown before, I was controlled by my mind. I don't know if I can harvest it now. Without too much hesitation, Chenzhe directly controlled, imagining to pull all the rice ears. Sure enough, feasibility. Chenzhe watched all the ears of the rice automatically pull out from the Lingtian, and a pile of piles were placed on the edge of Lingtian. The dirt in Lingshan was not brought up at all. Ling Tian has restored a good reclamation state and waited for new crops to plant. Chen Zhe was too late to be surprised, and sprinkled the bag of Ling rice seeds again on Ling Tian again. This time, Chen Zhe calculated the time, and he wanted to confirm how many times the acceleration time of this Ling Tian was. Chen Zhe wanted to stay in the space of all things to observe, but the hunger in the abdomen was stimulating his brain. Chen Zhe thought about it. It's okay, you don't have to keep staring here. From time to time, come to pay attention to it from time to time. Anyway, it is not troublesome, and your eyes are closed. To make a decision, Chen Zhe's consciousness withdrew from the space of all things. Then, Chen Zhe took the piles of rice ears from the space of all things. Chen Zian looked at the rice ears on the ground. I haven't tasted Lingni yet. He was not as good as acting. Chen Zhe began to handle the ears of the rice, and directly gave Lingni down with his bare hands. Half an hour later, Lingmi has completed all the furnishings with the rice ears. Now you only need to remove Lingmi to cook it directly. This pile of Lingmi is estimated to look like about 50 pounds. It seems that in the Fansher, 100 caddies of Lingmi can sell one piece of spirit stone. Now I do and know how many times the time of Lingshan. If it can plant 1,000 pounds of Lingmi in 5 days, then there is no need to run. It can be repaid, and it has always been like this, and it is very simple to activate the 100 pieces of spiritual stones of all shops. In my heart, Chen Zhe's consciousness paid attention to the space of all things. Chen Zhe found that half an hour passed, and these Lingmi had germinated. Continue to calculate time and return to the body consciousness. Chen Zhe stayed a little about Lingmi and waited for them to eat, and all the others were collected into all spaces. Lingmi left the shell left by the left. Fortunately, the pots and pans in the house. In the well outside the small yard outside the house, I took some water, and took Lingmi a little water and washed it. In fact, it is not necessary to wash it. Lingmi planted in the space of all things, he has not even applied fertilizers, and has not been removed. It grows naturally and naturally. However, the process of cooking rice is too popular in the past life, and it is a bit unaccustomed not to wash it. After that, Chen Zhe brushed out the pan and brushed it again. He had to meet the standards, otherwise he had a bad stomach, and he didn't even have money to buy medicine. He didn't want to see the hope of Xiao Xian, but because he had a meal of inconsistent meals, he died again. After washing the pan, put Lingmi, add an appropriate amount of water, and cover the pot. Those rice ears can be used to burn fire. Chen Zhe thought for a moment, and torn the broken quilt left by the original owner again, and stuffed it into the stove. He was upset when he saw the broken quilt, and he didn't know how the original owner covered the quilt with this bed, and he could sleep. Subsequently, Chen Zhe directly released the ignition technique, and a fire group was thrown into the stove. The ears and broken quilts in the stove were ignited in an instant, and the fire was quite strong. The ignition of the proficiency upgrade is better than before. Looking at the burning flames in the stove, the hot air in the pot slowly rose up, and the fragrance of Lingmi slowly floated out. Chen Zhe unconsciously licked his mouth. He was really hungry, and the rice cooked by Ling rice was really fragrant. He never smelled such fragrant rice in his life. It didn't take long for the hot Lingmi to cook. Chen Zhe unveiled the lid, and Lingmi's aroma was full of the entire room, and he also exuded a stranded aura. Chen Zhe couldn't wait to taste it, and shoved a shovel with a spatula. At the entrance of rice, Chen Zhe immediately felt aura, flowing into Dantian along the meridians. The rice cooking rice is not only delicious, but also can add spiritual power. Chen Zhe couldn't help but say that he had done 3 bowls in a row, his stomach was full, and the aura in his body also recovered. After eating, Chen Zhe calculated the time, and after another hour, he glanced at all the space. Ling Tian is already a green oil. The previous seedlings had grown into an ears of rice faster 1 meter, but there was no result. According to the 15 years of farming experience in Chen Zijian, these spiritual rice should have grown for about a month. That's it, 1 hour is equivalent to about 20 days. If this goes down, it keeps planting, 5 days, you can plant 1,000 pounds of spirit rice. However, it is necessary to harden the iron. It is the most important thing to take time to cultivate. In this way, Chen Zhe started the use of ignition again. Without the aura, he operated Xian Tianlu to recover, and he didn't feel boring at all. 3 hours later, Chen Zhe's ignition was used 70 times, and Xian Tianlu also run 3 times. After running Xian Tianlu and restoring the aura, Chen Zhe felt that the time seemed to be almost, and then looked at the situation in the space of all things. Sure enough, less than 5 hours, Lingmi matured for another season. In this way, the day's time is equivalent to 500 times the acceleration. 10 pieces of spiritual stone, simple. Chen Zhe was happy to collect all Lingni again. This time, it was almost 50 pounds. Sewing again. Chen Zhe started the use of ignition again. There is no way. Now he will only have this spell. 3 days later. In addition to ensuring 4 hours of sleep and rest every day, Chen Zhe kept practicing in planting spiritual rice. The spiritual rice has accumulated to nearly 700 kilograms, and the use of spells has also achieved remarkable results. Name, Chen Zhe Cultivation, Qi Refining Realm Level 263 out of 100 Talent, Earth Element Lower Grade Spiritual Root Skill, Xiantian Record, Entry Level, 69 out of 100 Spell, Ignition, Perfect, 520/1600 Space of All Things, Level 1 in 3 days, Chen Zhe has practiced the ignition from Entry Level, Mastery, Minor Success, and Major Success to the current Perfect Proficiency. Every time a spell is upgraded, the number of times it is used will double. Chen Zhe's 3 days of hard work have not been in vain. The ignition that has been upgraded to perfect proficiency is completely different from the ignition when he was first introduced. The previous ignition was just a small flame, but now it is as big as a basketball. The current ignition technique can no longer be called ignition technique, it can be renamed as fireball technique, and it is even better than that. Even if the real fireball technique is released, it is not as powerful as the current perfect ignition technique. The fireball released by the current ignition technique is full of explosive energy. Chen Zhe tried to throw a fireball, and a big pit was directly blown out on the ground, and the edge of the big pit had traces of burning. After trying the power of the current ignition technique, Chen Zhe never dared to try to throw a fireball easily again. He was afraid of blowing up this broken house. Wannan City, the backyard of Tongfu Restaurant. Manager Tong, the kid surnamed Chen, still didn't go out today, and stayed in that broken house. I don't know what he is doing in it. The man called Manager Tong was the middle-aged man in fancy clothes who came to Chen Zhe's house to collect debts 3 days ago. And the one who spoke was the subordinate arranged by Manager Tong to monitor Chen Zhe. After listening to his subordinate's report, shopkeeper Tong pondered for a moment and said, he hasn't left the house for 3 days, and he hasn't tried to get the spirit stones. Is he planning to escape? Forget it, keep monitoring him. If you find any signs of him escaping, catch him immediately. Yes. After his subordinates left, shopkeeper Tong continued to look at the account book in his hand. He didn't need to keep a weakling in the second level of Qi refining realm in mind. Chen Zhe was destined to be unable to escape from his palm. The mine has made good profits recently, so we still need to find more people to mine. After reading the account book, shopkeeper Tong was thoughtful, but his face was full of joy. Another day has passed. Chen Zhe has accumulated 1,000 kilograms of spirit rice. There is still 1 day before the agreed time. Chen Zhe decided to sell the 1,000 kilograms of spirit rice first and get the 10 spirit stones first. This is the first time Chen Zhe has walked out of this broken house since he came to this world. When he goes out, he doesn't even need to lock the door. Anyway, the house is empty and even thieves don't bother to think about it. Following the route in his memory, Chen Zhe turned through several alleys and came to the market in Wannan City. In the market, there are all kinds of shops selling cultivation resources. And there are also many cultivators setting up stalls on the road, selling all kinds of cultivation items. Pills, magic tools, talismans, exercises, array plates, and other goods are all available. The most prosperous scene of the entire Wannan City came into Chen Zhe's eyes. However, he didn't even take a look. He still had the All Things store waiting for him, and he was not in a hurry to see these things. As long as the All Things space is activated, these things will be available as much as you want. Chen Zhe now has 1,000 kilograms of spiritual rice, but it would be too eye-catching to carry all of this 1,000 kilograms of spiritual rice on his shoulders. Although 1,000 kilograms of spiritual rice can be stored in the All Things space, how can such a big secret as the All Things space be exposed? It's a pity that he doesn't even have a storage bag now. Otherwise he could just find a store to sell the 1,000 kilograms of spiritual rice without worrying about suspicion. Fortunately, there were a few broken sacks in the original owner's broken house. Chen Zhe patched them up and made them usable. After entering the market, Chen Zhe carried 2 bags of spiritual rice on his shoulders and found a store that bought spiritual rice. He sold the 2 bags of spiritual rice very smoothly. The price was the same as expected. The purchase price of 100 kilograms of spiritual rice was 1 low-grade spiritual stone, and 2 bags of spiritual rice were exactly 100 kilograms. The store accepted the 2 bags of spiritual rice, and Shenzei finally got his first spiritual stone in this world. The size of the spiritual stone is about the same as that of a goose egg, with a smooth surface. You can feel the rich spiritual energy in the spiritual stone when you hold it in your hand. The spiritual stone is an important cultivation resource for cultivators, and you can directly absorb the spiritual energy in the spiritual stone for cultivation. Spirit stones are also the common currency in the world of immortal cultivation. All immortal cultivators use spirit stones to trade. Shenzei pretended to put the spirit stone in his arms, but in fact, the spirit stone had been quietly collected into the space of all things. Shopkeeper, I will help you pour out these 2 bags of spiritual rice. I will take these 2 rag bags away by the way, so as not to dirty your shop here. Shenzei had to say this now. A penny can make a hero fall. Without these 2 rag bags, there would be no place to put the remaining spiritual rice. The shopkeeper looked at Shenzei for the first time. Although he looked poor, he was very comfortable to hear what he said. The shopkeeper waved his hand casually and asked Shenzei to pour the spiritual rice into the rice bin. After Shenzei poured the spiritual rice into the rice bin, he was ready to leave with the rag bag. At this time, the shopkeeper suddenly stopped Shenzei. Take those bags with you too. Shenzei looked at the bags beside the rice bin in surprise. They were all used and thrown on the ground casually. Thank you, shopkeeper. Shenzei can really use these bags now. They can just hold all the remaining spiritual rice, so he doesn't have to go back and forth. The shopkeeper nodded slightly. If there is spiritual rice in the future, you can still send it to me. Hey, thank you, shopkeeper. Shenzei thanked him again, put away all the bags, and left the rice store. After leaving the rice store, Shenzei immediately left the market and turned into an empty alley. After turning 7 or 8 times, he confirmed that no one was thinking about him, and immediately put all the bags into the space of all things. Then Shenzei entered the space of all things, and after a while of operation, he finally packed all the remaining 900 kilograms of spiritual rice. When Shenzei appeared in the market again, he had 4 more bags of spiritual rice on his shoulders. The previous 2 bags of spiritual rice were just a test, and fortunately his current body was good, and he didn't feel very tired carrying 4 bags of spiritual rice, weighing 200 kilograms. However, this time he didn't plan to sell the spiritual rice to the previous rice shop again. Going back and forth was too suspicious. He couldn't take care of the shopkeeper's business anymore, and he could only thank the shopkeeper in his heart for giving him the rice bag. Shenzei didn't look for a store to sell spiritual rice this time, but looked for targets on the stalls in the market. Spiritual rice is cheap, can fill the stomach, and replenish spiritual energy, but it is much easier to sell than those monster meat. Shenzei quickly found a stall, negotiated the price, and sold the 4 bags of spiritual rice. He harvested 2 spiritual stones again, and a few more taels of silver. The stalls in the market usually charge a little more than the purchase price of the shops. Otherwise, their business is not easy to do, and they have no competitiveness with those shops. After collecting the spirit stones, Shenzei turned into an alley again. When he appeared in the market again, he had already left the place where he sold spirit rice before, and he was carrying 4 bags of spirit rice on his shoulders. After a lot of back and forth, hiding and busying around, Shenzei finally sold all 1,000 kilograms of spiritual rice. Everything went smoothly and there were no setbacks. There are too many shops that need to buy spiritual rice, a common item in the world of immortal cultivation. Moreover, he only sold 1,000 kilograms, and sold them separately, which would not attract anyone's attention at all. Shenzei put away the spiritual stones and felt relieved instantly. Finally, he didn't have to worry about being sent to mine, nor did he have to worry about running away, and he could continue to live here. Shenzei put away the spiritual stones and left the market quickly, but along the way, he always felt that someone was watching him in secret. Finally I'm home, and it's still safe at home. Although that home was just a dilapidated house, at least it could shelter from the wind and rain, and it still gave Shenzei a certain sense of security. Shenzei quickly turned a few alleys and came to the door of his house. He looked around and quickly went into the house and closed the door. Fortunately nothing happened. After returning home and closing the door, Shenzei's heart instantly settled down. The feeling of being watched just now also disappeared. Shenzei glanced at the space of all things, and the new crop of spiritual rice was not yet mature. Shenzei continued to practice. It is better to improve my cultivation as soon as possible. Now my cultivation is too low and I don't feel safe at all. Near Shenzei's house, in the darkness, a figure looked at Shenzei's house for a long time. Seeing that Shenzei had no intention of going out again, he quickly disappeared into the darkness and left here. He now needs to go back and report to Tong the shopkeeper what Chen Zhe did today. The backyard of Tongfu restaurant. What? He went out today? It seems that he also sold something? Tong the shopkeeper asked in confusion. I didn't see what he sold specifically. I didn't dare to get too close, for fear of being discovered by him, but I saw that he carried a lot of large and small bags. The subordinate said a little hesitantly. He was delayed today because of something. When he went to Chen Zhe's house to monitor him, he found that Chen Zhe was no longer at home. He panicked at that time. Fortunately, he finally found Chen Zhe in the market. At that time, Chen Zhe just walked into a shop with the last few bags of spiritual rice on his back. Is there anything else on him that we don't know? Everything he can sell in the past 2 years should have been sold out. Shopkeeper Tong said to himself. After a while, Shopkeeper Tong said again, you continue to monitor him, I will go to the shop where he sells things to ask. Yes. Shopkeeper Tong came to the shop where Chen Zhe sold spiritual rice last, but did not get the information he wanted. Although the shop and Shopkeeper Tong's restaurant often have business dealings, the owner of the shop really has no impression of Chen Zhe. There are too many people coming in and out of his shop every day, and Chen Zhe's current image is too inconspicuous, so the owner doesn't take it to heart at all. However, Shopkeeper Tong still has his own guess. He had investigated Chen Zhe's background very clearly. He was a chores disciple who farmed in Qingyun sect, but he was driven down the mountain. This shop was engaged in the business of collecting spiritual plants. The purpose of Chen Zhe coming here was probably to sell spiritual rice. Could he have hidden private goods? I was careless. Shopkeeper Tong felt that he seemed to have lost another tool to help him make money, and he felt a little regretful. At night, Chen Zhe finished his practice and prepared a pot of spiritual rice for himself. Although there was no food, he could be full just by eating spiritual rice, and his spiritual power was also restored. He felt that eating spiritual rice seemed to be helpful to his practice. After practicing Zhuantianlu again, he lay on the bed and slept with his clothes on. Persist a little longer, and everything will be there. In his sleep, Chen Zhe suddenly realized that something seemed to be different and woke up instantly. However, Chen Zhe did not act rashly, and still lay on the bed without opening his eyes. He had already felt that there was one more person in the room. Thief? Did you get targeted when you went out today? Chen Zhe felt someone approaching him step by step, and the ignition technique was already running quietly, ready to be released at any time. Now! Chen Zhe felt that the person had walked to the bedside, and suddenly opened his eyes. The four eyes met, and it was someone he didn't know. The fireball in Chen Zhe's hand had already hit the man. With a deliberate plan, the fireball hit the man's abdomen firmly. With a bang, the man flew out directly and hit the wall, and the fire of the fireball illuminated his figure. Seeing that the first attack was successful, Chen Zhe took advantage of the victory and jumped up from the bed and rushed towards the man. The second fireball in his hand was also ready. No matter what the man's current situation was, when he approached the man, Chen Zhe had already hit the man with 3 consecutive fireballs. After 3 fireballs, the other party seemed to be motionless. Chen Zhe took another fireball in his hand and was ready at any time. The fireball illuminated the man, who was dead beyond death. There was a big black hole in his abdomen, and his body was also burned black. After confirming that the other party was dead, Chen Zhe held the fireball close to the man's face. It was indeed someone he had never seen before, but his cultivation should be higher than Chen Zhe's. Could it be the man from the daytime? After Chen Zhe sold the spiritual rice during the day, he felt someone was watching him. Chen Zhe searched the man again. He had no storage bag and only 5 low-grade spirit stones. He was even poorer than him. In addition, the man had a short knife in his hand, which should be used to attack Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe accepted the 5 spirit stones and picked up the man's short knife. He looked at it and found it was a low-grade yellow-grade magic weapon. The magic weapon is divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Each level is divided into 4 levels: top, upper, middle, and lower. Not bad, at least it's a magic weapon. After putting away the short knife, Chen Zhe looked at the man again. What a pity, I hope you will be reborn in a good life in the next life, and don't practice immortality. As he said, Chen Zhe threw the fireball in his hand at the man, destroying his body and leaving no trace, without any mercy. Not to mention the novels he had read before, even in the memories left by the original owner, the world of immortal cultivation has never been a peaceful world. The law of the jungle is the only rule in this world. Immortal cultivation is very dangerous. Maybe you will die if you walk a path. Chen Zhe is not exaggerating, but the fact is like this. Chen Zhe looked at the corpse that gradually turned into ashes, thinking in his heart. It is estimated that this person saw that he had sold things in the store and had spiritual stones on him, so he wanted to come and steal. It is still not safe here, and I still need to make money and move as soon as possible. The corpse has been dealt with. Chen Zhe took a look and saw that the man broke into the house through the door, so he quickly locked the door again. After what happened just now, Chen Zhe couldn't sleep. He felt that time was running out and he had to improve his cultivation as soon as possible. If it weren't for the upgraded ignition technique today, maybe he would have been lying on the ground. Chen Zhe started practicing again without the intention of sleeping. Outside Chen Zhe's house, in the dark of a rental house, Tong, the shopkeeper, arranged to monitor Chen Zhe's men. He just came here at this time. He was delayed by something else and came a little late. He didn't notice what happened in Chen Zhe's house. Chen Zhe is a person who is insignificant to him. Even if it was shopkeeper Tong's task, he could come and check in the middle of the night, which was considered a job well done. And there was still one last day, so his surveillance mission was considered completed. He didn't understand why shopkeeper Tong had to go through so much trouble. A second-level chi refining realm scumbag could be knocked out and taken away. Why give him a deadline and waste his time and Wen Ruxiang? Shopkeeper Tong's men yawned involuntarily at this time, and seemed a little weak today. The day's practice time passed quickly. Today is the deadline agreed with shopkeeper Tong. Chen Zhe got up in the morning and practiced Qian Tian Lu once to ensure that there was enough spiritual energy in his dantian. When everything was ready, Chen Zhe left the room and locked the door. He didn't plan to wait for shopkeeper Tong to come to him. He decided to return the spirit stone in advance, which was a worry. Moreover, he planned to stop by and see if he could find sheep or elixir seeds. After killing the thief yesterday, he also harvested 5 spiritual stones. He now has 15 low-grade spiritual stones on his body. Coupled with the 200 kilograms of spiritual rice stored yesterday, it shouldn't be a problem to buy some cheap elixirs. Not long after, Chen Zhe came to Tongfu restaurant. Well, this place is very familiar. It seems that I have been here many times before. After glancing at the sign of Tongfu restaurant, Chen Zhe walked in directly. It's still early, it's not time to eat yet, and there aren't many customers in the store. When the waiter saw a customer coming in, he immediately came up to greet the customer. But after seeing the person clearly, the waiter who had greeted him with a smile immediately changed his expression. You still dare to come, do you have money to drink? Chen Zhe glanced at the waiter and wondered, when did immortal dare to talk to an immortal cultivator like this? The original owner was in such a miserable state. Chen Zhe didn't care about the waiter's sarcasm. He was just trying to take advantage of others. He asked directly, is shopkeeper Tong here? I'm here to pay back the money. Ah? The waiter looked at Chen Zhe in disbelief. I'm looking for shopkeeper Tong. Chen Zhe said impatiently. The waiter confirmed that he heard correctly, but still looked down upon Chen Zhe, an alcoholic, and said unhurriedly, wait. The waiter went to the backyard to call shopkeeper Tong, and Chen Zhe stood there waiting. After a while, shopkeeper Tong and the waiter walked out of the backyard. When the waiter called shopkeeper Tong, he had already told shopkeeper Tong that it was Chen Zhe who came to return the spirit stone. Although shopkeeper Tong had already made plans in his mind, when he saw Chen Zhe, he still returned to his usual appearance and looked at Chen Zhe with a smile. Here we are, I didn't expect you to keep your word. You said 5 days, 5 days. It's not that I owe you the spiritual stone. I feel bad about it. What's more, you gave me time to collect the spiritual stone. Naturally, I can't break my promise. Chen Zhe also responded to shopkeeper Tong with a smile. Then, Chen Zhe took out 10 spiritual stones from his arms and handed them to shopkeeper Tong. Here are 10 spiritual stones, thank you. Shopkeeper Tong took the spirit stone with a smile. Okay, I'll keep the spirit stone. It's still early. Do you want 2 drinks? No more drinking, quit. Chen Zhe said with a smile. Quit? Shopkeeper Tong didn't believe that an alcoholic could quit drinking. Chen Zhe nodded and said with a smile, I'm really quitting. Shopkeeper Tong is busy, so I'll leave first. After saying that, Chen Zhe turned around and left Tongfu restaurant. He would never come to this place again. Watching Chen Zhe leave, shopkeeper Tong, who had been smiling just now, had a gloomy look on his face. After a while, Chen Zhe had already walked away, and the subordinate who had been staring at Chen Zhe walked into Tongfu restaurant. Shopkeeper, just let him go like this? Ha, it's broad daylight, and there are patrols from the city lord's mansion outside. What do you want to do? He's just a drunkard. He can't run away. Continue to monitor him, find an opportunity to catch him, and send him directly to the mine. Yes. His subordinate agreed sternly. He had wanted to do this for a long time, and his figure disappeared into the darkness again. You think everything will be fine if you return the spirit stone? The miners I like can't run away. Just work hard for me and mine. Shopkeeper Tong looked at the direction Chen Zhe left and muttered to himself. After returning the spirit stone, Chen Zhe was strolling around the market relaxedly. He can't afford to spend money in those shops, but he can still visit the stalls set up by casual repairmen on the roadside. However, after shopping around, Chen Zhe found that those elixirs were still too expensive. He still couldn't afford them even if they started with 10 spiritual stones. There is no way, no one will pick the elixir that is not old enough, and if picked, it has no medicinal value, so no one will sell it. However, Chen Zhe came to Taba with a purpose. He still found a stall selling cheap elixir seeds. It's just that the seeds of the elixir are sold very cheaply. For the price of 1 spiritual stone, Chen Zhe bought 10 kinds of elixir seeds. The casual cultivator who sells elixir seeds introduced Chen Zhe in detail what elixir each seed is. It's a pity that Chen Zhe has too little experience and can't tell whether what Sancho said is true. However, Chen Zhe could still feel that there was a faint layer of spiritual energy surrounding each elixir seed. Even if it wasn't what the casual cultivator introduced, it would definitely be a magical medicine when it comes out. The spiritual fields in the space of all things have time to accelerate. It doesn't matter what kind of seeds they are, as long as they can grow elixirs. Anyway, he still had enough spiritual rice seeds left, and it only took 50 days to slowly sell the spiritual rice to collect 100 spiritual stones. It just so happens that I don't have to worry about food and drink now, but I still have to focus on improving my strength. There is no problem in breaking through the first level of cultivation in 50 days. Chen Zhe spent 1 piece of spiritual stone to buy 10 kinds of elixir seeds. He was very satisfied with the price, and so was the stall owner. After collecting the money and goods, Chen Zhe took the elixir seeds and walked towards a stall he had seen before. Just now, I saw people selling various spells at this stall, most of which were basic spells, and they were not expensive. Before, I wanted to sell spiritual medicine, so I didn't dare to spend spiritual stones carelessly. Now that the spiritual medicine seeds are in hand, I naturally have to go and spend some. When he came to the stall selling spells, Chen Zhe didn't waste any words and directly picked up the 3 spell books he had liked before. Breath Containment, Earth Shield, and Heart Piercing. These 3 spells are the most basic spells. Breath Containment is used to restrain breath. It is a must-have spell for cultivators to explore the monster forest. Earth Shield is an earth-based defensive spell. Chen Zhe happened to have a low-grade earth-based spiritual root, and he was also lacking a defensive spell. Heart Piercing is an offensive spell. Although the power of the ignition spell doubled after the upgrade, 1 more attack method means 1 more means of fighting. Dao Yu, how much are these 3 spells? Chen Zhe asked casually. He had already taken a fancy to these 3 spells, but he couldn't show it, otherwise he would definitely be ripped off. The stall owner looked at the 3 spellbooks that Chen Zhe had chosen, which were very ordinary, and said directly, 2 spirit stones per book, a total of 6 spirit stones. Can you make it cheaper? You see, I have chosen the most common spells. How about 4 spirit stones? Chen Zhe only had the last 4 spirit stones left in his hand. Okay, take 4 spirit stones. The casual cultivator stall owner said happily. These spells are only useful for beginners like Chen Zhe, and these 3 spells can be copied again. As long as they can be sold, it's fine. It's also profitable to save 2 spirit stones. Chen Zhe paid 4 spirit stones, collected the 3 spellbooks with satisfaction, and left eagerly. He couldn't wait to go back and start practicing. After returning home, Chen Zhe began to look through the 3 spellbooks carefully. Fortunately, the 3 spells are relatively basic and not very difficult to practice. Chen Zhe didn't spend much effort to master them. Chen Zhe spent another 5 hours to directly improve the proficiency of the heart-piercing stab to mastery. Because the heart-piercing stab is a relatively simple finger technique, it is just 1 move, but this move is always stabbed towards the heart. Chen Zhe is very satisfied with this move. This move is about being fast, accurate and ruthless, and killing with 1 move. After the proficiency of the heart-piercing stab was practiced to mastery, Chen Zhe felt that he was faster and more tricky when he stabbed with 1 finger, and there was also a feeling of breaking the wind. The heart-piercing stab was originally a finger attack method, but if there is a magic weapon in hand, it can exert its power to a greater extent. After practicing continuously, Chen Zai also felt a little tired and cooked some spiritual rice. After eating, he meditated and rested for a while. Then he began to practice the earth shield technique and the breath holding technique. It was already late at night when he mastered both spells. The spiritual rice cooked during the day had not been finished yet, so Chen Zai drank 2 more bowls. After his spiritual power was fully restored, Chen Zai took a look at the attribute panel. Name, Chen Zai Cultivation, Qi Refining Realm Level 274/100 Talent, Earth Element Lower Grade Spiritual Root Skill, Xiantian Record, Entry Level, 95 out of 100 Spells, Ignition Technique, Perfect, 840/1600 Breath Holding Technique, Mastery, 1/200 Earth Shield Technique, Mastery, 1/200 Heart Piercing, Mastery, 1/200 Space of All Things, Level 1. There are still 5 more times of Xiantian Record to upgrade the proficiency. Now running Xiantian Record 5 times can increase 1 point of cultivation. After upgrading, the cultivation speed should also be faster. It seems that I will soon be able to break through the 3rd level of Qi Refining Realm. Thinking that my cultivation level will soon break through, Chen Zai suddenly became motivated and decided to continue practicing. Continue to improve the ignition technique. Chen Zai had already felt the power of the perfect proficiency ignition technique last night. The thief who was more skilled than him yesterday could not withstand a single ignition technique. This is his strongest method now, so it naturally makes him practice more vigorously. There is no light in the rental house next to Chen Zai's house. In the darkness, a pair of gloomy eyes stared at Chen Zai's house. Chen Zai is still practicing, and the room is brightly lit. It's the middle of the night. What is this kid doing? He doesn't plan to sleep all night? If the subordinate sent by Tong Zhenggui was not afraid of making too much noise, he would have rushed in and taken Chen Zai down. I don't believe it. Let's see how long you can last. When I catch you, I will definitely give you a good beating first, and then send you to the mine. Tong Zhenggui's subordinate was upset. It was just a small fish, and he wasted a few days of his time. The night passed quickly, and the sky outside was bright. My proficiency in Zhuantianlu has finally been upgraded to mastery. Chen Zai felt it slightly. He didn't rest for a night, and his mental state was fine. Chen Zai didn't choose to rest, and his consciousness entered the space of all things. After returning home, he harvested a wave of spiritual rice, and planted 2 spiritual medicine seeds in the 2 empty spiritual fields. Not bad, the stall owner didn't lie, these are indeed spiritual medicine seeds. Looking at the 2 spiritual medicines in the spiritual field, after a day of acceleration, the spiritual medicine has taken shape. It's just that the age is not enough now, it can't be sold at a high price, and no one buys it. The 2 spiritual medicines in the spiritual field, 1 lingbao grass and 1 tianhan flower. They are the 2 main medicines needed to refine the qi gathering pill and the god rejuvenating pill. These spiritual medicine knowledge were all mentioned by the stall owner when he introduced them to Chen Zai. These 2 kinds of pills are also used in the qi refining realm. The qi gathering pill is used to restore spiritual power during cultivation, and this kind of pill is more common. The soul returning pill is more precious, and is used to improve and repair damaged spiritual consciousness. Lingbao grass can be matured for alchemy in 10 years, and tianhan flower can only be used for medicine in 30 years. And the higher the age of the mature spiritual medicine, the higher its value. Lingbao grass of 10 years can be sold for 30 spiritual stones. Tianhan flower of 30 years can be sold directly for 200 spiritual stones. Chen Zai sighed at the expensiveness of cultivation resources and calculated again. In 10 years, with the 500 times time acceleration of the spiritual field, it only takes less than 8 days to achieve it. And 30 years, it only takes 22 days. This is simply a huge profit. After the spiritual medicine matures, as long as the seeds are left, it can be planted again. It's just a matter of time before the activation of the store of all things. Chen Zai harvested another wave of spiritual rice and planted all the remaining 8 spiritual medicine seeds in the spiritual field. The benefits of spiritual medicine are too great, and Chen Zai can't resist this temptation and directly gave up planting spiritual rice. He didn't want to continue to be a farm slave, he was going to become a big spiritual medicine farmer. Keep practicing, keep working hard. Chen Zai seemed to have seen the hope of cultivating immortals, and saw the day when he could fly into the sky and roam the world of immortals, and his passion for cultivation suddenly came back. After Chen Zai's consciousness exited the space of all things, he did not rest at all, and started practicing again. This time, he didn't practice for 5 hours. After only 3 hours of practice, Chen Zai found that the attribute interface had changed. In 3 hours, he used the ignition technique 120 times and ran the Xiantian record 3 times, but his cultivation level increased by 1 point. If the proficiency is upgraded to the mastery level of Xiantian record, can I increase my cultivation level by running it 3 times? My current cultivation level is 76 out of 100 of the second level of Qi refining realm, and I am 24 points away from breaking through. That is to say, I need to practice Xiantian record 72 times, 20 hours a day, and I can break through in 4 days. After 4 days, I have only been in this world for 10 days, and the original owner took 15 years to practice 2 levels of cultivation. I broke through 1 level in 10 days, which is probably several times faster than the cultivation speed of those direct disciples of Qingyun's sect. After coming to this world and receiving the memories of the original owner, Chen Zhe has never had a good impression of Qingyun's sect. Chen Zhe glanced at the sky outside. It was already bright, so he stood up and stretched. Practicing is a bit addictive, but you still need to take a break. Chen Zhe cooked some spiritual rice and ate it, then fell asleep. He lacked everything except spiritual stones. However, after a few days, when the spiritual medicine matures, he will no longer lack spiritual stones. Chen Zhe believes that his current cultivation is still too low, and it is not the time to wander around. First improve the cultivation, have the ability to protect yourself, and then go out to venture. Although it is not Chen Zhe's style to hide, he still has to hide when he should. Qingyun's sect, he will definitely go back again. I dare not say anything else, but at least I have to help the original owner get justice, which is also worthy of the original owner's body. The next day, Chen Zhe woke up from a nap and felt full of energy. It's time to continue practicing. Chen Zhe started practicing again and continued until late at night. He seemed to have a feeling of being determined to be a hard worker. And Tong's subordinates, who had been waiting for an opportunity in the dark, had long been impatient. For 2 consecutive days, he kept staring at Chen Zhe's house. Chen Zhe did not go out during the day, and the room was brightly lit at night. His patience was being worn out bit by bit. I don't believe you can stay up all day. Although Tong's subordinates did not know what Chen Zhe was doing, his goal was to capture Chen Zhe quietly, and he had to complete this task. In this way, 3 consecutive days passed. Chen Zhe did not leave the door for 3 days. He practiced all day and only slept for a few hours during the day. God will not let down those who work hard. After his unremitting efforts, his cultivation finally broke through to the 3rd level of Qi refining realm. During these 3 days, Chen Zhe has been practicing the ignition technique, upgrading it from the perfect level to the grandmaster level. If the ignition technique wants to be upgraded again, the number of times it needs to be used is no longer doubled. Instead, it needs to be used 5,000 times to reach the grandmaster level. Chen Zhe used the ignition technique continuously for 3 days, but only used it 3,000 times. Name: Chen Zhe Cultivation, Qi Refining Level 38/100 Talent, Earth Element Lower Grade Spiritual Root Skill, Xiantian Record, Mastery, 44/200 Spells, Ignition Technique, Grandmaster, 3200/5000 Breath Containment Technique, Perfect, 600 out of 1600 Earth Shield Technique, Mastery, 1/200 Heart Piercing, Mastery, 1/200 Space of All Things, Level 1. After Chen Zhe looked at the attribute panel, a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. The breath containment technique can really be used all the time. After practicing non-stop, Chen Zhe also made a little discovery. The upgraded breath containment technique can not only restrain his breath, but also perfectly hide his cultivation. But he has not found anyone to try it yet, so he doesn't know how effective it is. Moreover, the breath containment technique can be used all the time, and it consumes very little spiritual energy. The most important thing is that if the breath containment technique is used all the time, the attribute interface will increase by 1 point of proficiency every time a period of time passes. Chen Zhe took another look at the space of all things, and the 10 spiritual medicines planted in the spiritual field have all taken shape. What is missing now is the year. Once the year comes, these spiritual medicines can all be sold for money. After observing the situation in the space of all things, Chen Zhe withdrew his consciousness and looked outside. The sun had already set and the sky gradually darkened. My cultivation has broken through, and I can no longer practice in this way. Realizing that his work and rest schedule was not very good, Chen Zhe decided that he should change it. It feels a bit harmful to keep inverting black and white like this. After Chen Zhe cooked some spiritual rice and ate it, he lay quietly on the bed with his eyes closed, ready to go to sleep. Tong's subordinate, who had been secretly observing Chen Zhe and waiting for an opportunity, couldn't help but curse when he saw the lights in Chen Zhe's room suddenly go out. Fuck! He had been waiting for so many days, waiting for Chenze to turn off the lights and go to bed at night, so that he could quietly capture Chenze. But these days, Chenze just didn't sleep at night, and he hadn't waited for a perfect opportunity, so he didn't take action. He had suspected that Chenze was not at home before, but he had seen Chenze fetching water in the yard several times during the day. He could only continue to wait for an opportunity. Today he finally couldn't bear it anymore, and he decided to take action today no matter what. He also bought drugs on purpose, and planned to knock Chenze out directly even if Chenze didn't sleep tonight. But now the lights in Chenze's room were turned off. He was not only surprised, but also angry, as if he had been fooled. Tom's subordinate looked at his hand, and he spent 1 spirit stone on it to buy drugs that had special effects on cultivators. However, he decided to be more cautious. He had been cautious for such a long time. If something went wrong at this time, all the previous efforts would be wasted. The person who sells this medicine said that this medicine can even make cultivators in the foundation building realm faint. Let's see whether you will die today. Under the mask covering his face, Tom's subordinates showed a cunning expression. Tom's subordinates dodged and nimbly moved towards the house where Chenze lived without making any sound. When Tom's subordinates came to the door of Chenze's house, they quietly stuffed the drug through the crack of the door. Then they squatted outside the door and waited quietly for the drug to take effect. In the room, Chenze decided to change his work and rest habits. Because he had slept during the day, he couldn't fall asleep in bed now. But Chenze had a way. When he couldn't fall asleep, he just needed to close his eyes and relax his whole body and mind. All his attention was focused on the breathing between his mouth and nose. He would slowly fall asleep automatically, and the quality of sleep was super good. This was the method Chenze often used whenever he suffered from insomnia before he traveled through time, and it was very effective. However, Chenze was lying in bed tonight and had been using this method for an hour, but he still didn't feel sleepy at all. Why can't I fall asleep? This method has always worked every time. Is it because cultivators sleep less and don't need to sleep so much every day? Chenze has written about it in novels he has read before. Some of the most powerful cultivators can cultivate without sleep. When they meditate and practice, their bodies are full of spiritual energy and their body functions are being mobilized, so it doesn't matter whether they sleep or not. They are also resting during practice. But I'm not a great master in cultivating immortals yet. I'm just a novice in cultivating immortals. I can't do that. No, you must plan your daily practice time before reaching the foundation establishment realm. I want to sleep, but the feeling of not being able to sleep is too uncomfortable. Chenze couldn't help shouting in his heart. Helpless, Chenze continued to empty his mind and focus on breathing. Must sleep. Just when Chenze was moaning without any illness, he suddenly felt something strange. There seems to be a different smell in the air. A little fragrant. Something's wrong. Chenze did not act rashly and sat up from the bed, holding his breath and concentrating, using the breath-containing technique to control his breath. He noticed a puff of smoke floating in the room, immediately held his breath and quietly got out of bed. Following the smoke drifting over, he slowly walked to the door of the room. Drugs? Chenze saw something on the ground that was emitting smoke, just like the mosquito-repellent tablets he had used in his previous life. Without any time to think, Chenze directly put the drug into the space of all things. Inside the room, the scent of the drug slowly dissipated. Only then did Chenze have time to think, who wants to harm me? My mind was filtering through every person I met like lightning. Who is it? But after thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of anyone suspicious. After the original owner left the Qingyun sect, he was still a drunkard and a poor man. If others wanted to harm him, he would faint without drugging him every day. As for Chenze, he had only been in this world for a few days. He was very cautious and did not interact with others, so he would not offend anyone. Could it be that the thief's accomplice that day came to take revenge? After thinking for a long time, this was the only person Chenze could think of who had a grudge against him. But thinking about it carefully, I felt it was impossible. If it was the accomplice of the thief that day, they should have come in together that day. Chenze thought for a long time and still had no clue. Then we can only resort to tricks. Since you used the drug, you must be planning to come in. I will wait for your good news. Chenze has now reached a level of cultivation, and he also has the master level ignition technique. He feels that he still has some ability to protect himself. Even if he was not strong enough, he decided to give the drugged person a sudden blow, which would seriously injure him even if he didn't die. Chenze made plans and slowly retreated to the bed and lay down. The breath-holding technique restrained his breath, and he was like being really knocked out now. His ignition technique was also ready, and the yellow grade inferior dagger was also put into the space of all things, ready to appear in his hand at any time. Waiting quietly. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Chen Zhe heard the sound of the door slowly opening. Really cautious. Chen Zhe sighed in his heart. According to the effect of the drug, Tong's men could have come in long ago, but he still waited 10 more minutes on purpose. And when he came in, he covered his mouth and nose with a piece of cloth. Tong's men did not turn on the lights after they came in. With the moonlight, he had confirmed that there was a person lying on the bed. For the sake of caution, Tong's men deliberately released their cultivation aura to test Chen Zhe. Seeing that the person lying on the bed still did not move, he knew that the drug must have taken effect, and he relaxed in his heart. He looked at Chen Zhe on the bed with a playful look and slowly walked over. Chen Zhe had already sensed the aura released by Tong's men, who were at the 6th level of the Qi refining realm. Although they were 3 levels higher than him, as long as they were not at the foundation building realm, the gap between the Qi refining realms would not be too big. Chen Zhe estimated that with his current master level ignition technique, he should be able to deal with this man, and he was still calculating without intention, and he would definitely catch the other party off guard. Gradually, Chen Zhe had sensed that the person who came in was almost at his bedside. Chen Zhe did not act rashly, he was waiting for a chance to kill with a single blow. Suddenly, Chen Zhe opened his eyes, confirmed the location of the target, and instantly released the ignition technique that he had prepared. A fireball that was twice as big as a basketball had already flown out. When the thug just walked to Chen Zhe's bedside, he suddenly saw Chen Zhe open his eyes, and he secretly said in his heart, "Oh no, I've been fooled. But things have come to this point, and now is not the time to retreat." He was confident that he could kill Chen Zhe in a second with his 6th level Qi refining realm cultivation, but the noise was a bit loud and it might attract the patrol. But now there was no way to avoid it, and he could only think that as long as he took Chen Zhe away from here quickly, there was still a chance to avoid the patrol. However, when he saw the fireball thrown by Chen Zhe, it had already arrived in front of him, his pupils instantly dilated, and his face was full of horror. What kind of spell is this? Is this a spell that can be released by the 2nd level Qi refining realm? He knew that he could not avoid this attack, so he could only choose to take it hard. He saw that the fireball had already flown in front of him, and instinctively wanted to block it with his hands, but it was useless. While Chen Zhe threw the fireball spell, he threw 7 or 8 fireballs in a row. At this time, the short knife had already appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it forward fiercely. When the fireball hit Tong's men, he blocked it with his hands, and several defensive talismans were instantly activated, but it was still a drop in the bucket. What he didn't notice was Chen Zhe's real killer move. He couldn't stand a bunch of fireballs, and at this moment, he felt a chill in his chest, and then a huge pain swept through his body. He couldn't say anything, and his body had no strength to resist the fireballs, and a bunch of fireballs exploded on him in an instant. Tong's men were dead. Chen Zhe took a look at his masterpiece, and then looked outside the house. The door was still open. I don't know if it will alert the patrol team? Chen Zhe quickly went to close the door and returned to the body of Tong's men. It was too late to destroy the body, and Chen Zhe didn't even check the identity of Tong's men. He directly put the body into the space of all things. He quickly cleaned up the traces of the battle just now. After Chen Zhe finished everything, he looked around and confirmed that there was no omission, and all the traces of the battle were cleaned up. Chen Zhe returned to the bed and continued to lie down and pretend to sleep. He knew that private fighting was prohibited in Wannan City, and he didn't want to be caught by the patrol team. Although the fight just now should not make much noise, he was still a little worried. All he was doing now was just for precaution. Chen Zijing waited for a long time, and there was no movement outside the house. No one should have noticed. At this time, Chen Zhe's heart was settled a little, and then he let his consciousness enter the space of all things. When he saw the corpse of Tong's subordinate, Chen Zhe shook his head and sighed, too hard, the face was blown off, where can I recognize it? It was also the first time that Chen Zhe used the master-level ignition technique to fight the enemy. He didn't expect that the power would be so great that even the 6th-level cultivator of the Qi refining realm could not withstand it. He only realized now that his piercing stab just now was a bit redundant. When was it noticed by a 6th-level cultivator of the Qi refining realm? I don't have anything worth his attention. Chen Zhe was confused, thinking while checking whether there was anything on the body that could identify the identity. Storage bag? At this time, Chen Zhe found a storage bag on the body. He knew that in this world, storage bags were not rare, but not everyone could have one. In Qingyun sect, each inner disciple could get one upon entry. Outer disciples have to exchange for merit points, while menial disciples don't even have merit points, let alone exchange. Outside the sect, an ordinary storage bag also needs 100 low-grade spirit stones to buy, and the capacity of this storage bag is not large. In this world of immortal cultivation, it is still difficult for independent cultivators who do not rely on sects or families to have a storage bag. Spirit stones are not enough for cultivation, so where can they get spirit stones to buy storage bags? Now that this corpse has a storage bag, it is enough to show that this person is not simple. Chen Zhe felt as if he had accidentally provoked an unknown force. Chen Zhe spent some time with a nervous mood to erase the restrictions covering the storage bag. His spiritual consciousness probed into the storage bag. He wanted to see if he could find some clues about the people who wanted to harm him from this storage bag. The space inside the storage bag was not very large, probably less than 10 square meters. This was a very basic storage bag. In the storage bag, there were several bottles of elixirs that Chen Zhe didn't recognize, and a yellow-grade low-grade flying sword. When he saw that the storage bag was still filled with hundreds of low-grade spirit stones, Chen Zhe was delighted. Sure enough, the fastest way to make money is written in the criminal law. However, you brought it to me yourself, so don't blame me. I have to thank you for activating the store of everything in advance. Now, I want to see who is targeting me. Chen Zhe found 150 low-grade spirit stones in the storage bag, which was enough to open the store of everything. Chen Zhe also had the confidence to fight with the person who wanted to get him behind his back. He had already linked the previous thief with the thug this time. This was definitely not a coincidence. Someone was definitely targeting him. After checking the storage bag, Chen Zhe decided to put aside the question of who was targeting him for the time being. What he had to do now was to activate the everything store first. He was really looking forward to what was in the everything store. The two sentences on the couplet of the everything store made him feel infinitely imaginative. Buy and sell all the way to the sky, you can choose. Recycling everything is accepted. Reminder, 100 low-grade spirit stones are required to activate the everything store. Do you confirm the activation? When Chen Zhe was about to push open the door of the everything store again, the system prompt appeared again. Confirm. After Chen Zhe finished speaking, 100 of the 150 low-grade spirit stones stored in the everything space disappeared. The door of the everything store was slowly opened at this time. The everything store was activated successfully. Chen Zhe couldn't wait to enter the everything store. As soon as he entered, he saw a huge hall. There were rows of shelves in the hall, but it was unclear what items were placed on the shelves. There was only one counter in the huge everything store. Chen Zhe walked forward in confusion and went to the counter. How can I buy items like this? Just pick them up directly? At this time, an illusory figure quietly appeared behind the counter. The illusory figure slowly solidified, and a beautiful figure appeared in front of Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe looked at the figure in front of him. She was wearing a green robe, a silver ribbon tied around her waist, and her hair was tied into a high bun. Her face was delicate, and her eyebrows showed a kind of kindness, which made people feel close, but also a cold feeling. Who are you? After waiting for a while, Chen Zhe did not get a reply. It seems that she is just an illusion and cannot communicate. This made Chen Zhe embarrassed. After thinking about it, he tentatively said, I want to buy something. The green-robed woman still did not respond, but at this time, an interface appeared in front of Chen Zhe. Is this all right? Chen Zhe was puzzled. Without thinking too much, Chen Zhe began to check the interface in front of him. There are various categories of items on the interface. There are all kinds of skills, magic tools, elixirs, functions, and skills. Chen Zhe was looking at this interface when a clear voice came into his ears. The space of all things is currently at level 1, and the items you can purchase are only level 1 items. If you need to purchase higher level items, please upgrade the space of all things. You can choose to choose by yourself, or let me find it for you. Chen Zhe's eyes left the interface and looked at the source of the voice. Can you speak? Still no reply. What does this mean? Chen Zhe asked tentatively, how many spirit stones can this flying sword sell for? Recycle the yellow level low-grade flying sword, 20 points. Do you confirm the recycling? 20 points? How can it not be spirit stones? All items recycled by the store of all things are converted into points. Points are of the same value as low-grade spirit stones. Points can be exchanged for any items in the store of all things, and can also be used to upgrade the space of all things. This time the green-robed woman did respond, but it seemed to be still mechanical, not communicating with Chen Zai. I understand. Reclaim this flying sword. Reclaim 1 yellow-grade low-grade flying sword, 20 points. Chen Zai noticed that there was a flash on the shopping interface. The points number was 75 points. It seems that my own spiritual stones were directly counted together. After some operations, Chen Zai also had a certain understanding of this store. The woman in the green robe in front of him would only answer questions related to the store. Chen Zai didn't care, just treat her as a clerk who couldn't communicate. Chen Zai continued to look at the shopping interface. Each category corresponded to the corresponding items, and each item had a picture. Every time Chen Zai's consciousness noticed an item, a paragraph of introduction would appear. Chen Zai roughly browsed it. At present, all the items that can be purchased are those that can be used in the qi refining realm. Chen Zai could understand some of the previous categories, but when he saw a functional category at the back, he was confused. What does this mean? Chen Zai clicked on the functional category with doubts in his heart. When Chen Zai saw the introduction of the first item in the function category, he was amazed, as if he had discovered a new world. This is simply a plug-in. Chen Zai saw that there was only one item in the function category, or to be more precise, a picture, which looked like a house. What surprised Chen Zai was the text description on the picture. The automatic training room can replace the host to practice 24 hours a day. Just this introduction made Chen Zai excited. He can practice 24 hours a day, so he doesn't have to practice so hard anymore. And the second introduction made Chen Zai want to buy it directly. It takes 50 points to buy an automatic training room, and 1 point is consumed for using the training room for 1 hour. What else is there to say? Just buy it. The number on the interface of the store became 25 points. And in the function category, the picture of the automatic training room also disappeared. Hey, why is there no change? The voice of the green-robed woman sounded. The automatic practice room has been built in the space of all things, and you can use it at any time. It turns out to be a building. After listening to the introduction of the green-robed woman, Chen Zai did not look at other things. He left the store with a thought. Next to the store of all things, there was already a building. Chen Zai went directly into the automatic practice room to check. Reminder, the automatic practice room can be practiced automatically for 24 hours. Each time, you can choose to practice a technique and a spell at the same time. Every time you practice automatically for 1 hour, you will consume 1 point of points. Chen Zai saw a phantom that looked like himself sitting cross-legged in the automatic practice room. Next to the phantom, there was a list. Automatic practice cultivation, qi refining realm level 3 8 out of 100 technique, not selected spell, not selected. Seeing the words not selected, Chen Zai directly chose to practice Zuentianlo and ignition technique. Automatic practice began, and 1 point of points was consumed. The phantom, like Chen Zai, kept using ignition technique. Until the spiritual power in the transparent dantian of the phantom was exhausted, the phantom began to practice Zuentianlo to restore spiritual energy. When the phantom consumed spiritual power, Chen Zai did not feel that the spiritual power in his body had decreased. The actions made by the phantom were all simulating the state of Chen Zai's practice, which seemed illusory, but real. Chen Zai observed that the numbers on the list next to the phantom were constantly changing, and the values on his attribute panel were also changing synchronously. There are still 24 points, which can only be practiced for 1 day. It's better not to go to the store of all things to buy things now. It's not too late to buy them when the spiritual medicines in the spiritual field are ripe. Chen Zai exited the automatic practice room and took another look at the spiritual field. There was a thriving scene in the spiritual field. Then, Chen Zai exited the space of all things with satisfaction. He no longer needed to practice, and he now had time to investigate who had been trying to target him. After Chen Zai exited the space of all things, he released the corpse he had collected. A fireball was thrown on the corpse, and he watched the corpse turn into ashes bit by bit quietly. Chen Zai's eyes flickered. Since you want to target me, then prepare to face my revenge. There was nothing to say all night, and Chen Zai also had a good sleep with peace of mind. Early the next morning, after Chen Zai got up, he ate some rice cooked by Lingmi to fill his stomach, and then went out directly. Now that he doesn't need to practice cultivation himself, there is no need for him to stay in this dilapidated house. Since someone was watching him secretly, he decided to walk out into the open. Presumably the other party was also concerned about the rules of the city lord's mansion, so he chose to drug him at night and secretly harm him. After Chen Zai went out, he followed the alley out of the civilian area and walked towards the crowded areas of Fangshi. Although I don't know the details of the other party, the more people there are, the less afraid the other party is to take action. However, Chen Zhe still doesn't understand what there is about him that deserves others to care about him. Thinking about the cause and effect of this matter, Chen Zhe had already walked to Fangshi. After Chen Zhe arrived at Fangshi, he didn't know where to go first, so he just wandered from stall to stall. Whenever there was a stall where a cultivator wanted to buy something, and the stall owner was introducing him, Chen Zhe would stop, watch, and listen carefully to the stall owner's introduction. He knew too little about this world of immortal cultivation, and the original owner didn't leave any valuable information. When Chen Zhe got tired from wandering, he found a place to squat down and rest. After resting, he continued wandering around. Well, it's a good day, you don't have to do anything, just wait for your cultivation to improve. I just don't have spiritual stones, I'm a bit too poor, I can't afford anything, I can only do it. Do you want to set up a stall in the future, just selling things from the Wanwu store? Chen Zhe didn't want this, but after recycling the items in the Wanwu store, the spirit stones were turned into points, which could only be used in the Wanwu store. But he still needs to survive in the world of immortality, and he can't do it without spiritual stones. Hey, I've been watching you for a long time and I haven't seen you buy anything. What are you doing? Chen Zhe looked around and realized that it was where he was squatting and resting. The stall owner of a stall next to him was looking at him. Chen Zhe took a look at the stall owner. Like him, he was also at the 3rd level of Qi refining realm, but he looked much younger than him. Are you talking to me? Chen Zhe asked a little uncertainly. Otherwise, look at who is as idle as you on this street. Ha ha. Chen Ziqian laughed twice. I'm sorry to disturb you from setting up the stall. Chen Zhe was about to get up and leave when he heard the other party say, no need to bother me, I'm just a little curious. What are you curious about? Chen Zhe was confused and became a little interested. It was quite boring to wander around all the time. It would be good to find someone to talk to. I'm curious that you don't buy or sell anything, and judging from your age, you should be much older than me, but your cultivation level is not as high as mine. I just want to ask, how did you get into cultivating immortals? Road. The stall owner said very calmly, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing. Listening to what the stall owner said, Chen Zhe wanted to beat him up right now, but when he saw the stall owner's smile, it didn't seem like he was mocking him. Chen Zhe still said helplessly, I used to be a handyman disciple of Qing Yun sect, but now I am driven down the mountain. I am satisfied. After Chen Zhe finished speaking, he was about to turn around and leave, but suddenly his arm was grabbed. Chen Zhe was stunned by this sudden move, and he was about to release an ignition technique with his backhand. But when Chen Zhe turned around, what he saw was still the face of the stall owner, but now it was no longer just a smile, but also full of sincerity. Fellow Taoist, wait a minute. I just made a mistake in my words. I didn't mean it that way. What do you mean? That's just me. I was always said to be unable to speak before. I'm sorry, fellow Taoist. Let's get to know each other again. My name is Zhou Quan. If you haven't asked yet, what do you call me? Chen Zhe looked at Zhou Quan with confusion. He was showing courtesy for nothing, and he was either a traitor or a thief. But Chen Zhe still said, just call me Chen Zhe. Hello, fellow Taoist Chen, come on, sit here and chat. Zhou Quan pulled Chen Zhe over to his stall and even brought a small bench for Chen Zhe to sit on. Chen Zhe thought about it, he just had nothing to do right now, and the thoughtful person in front of him didn't look like the kind of person with any scheming intentions. I simply sat down and wanted to see what Zhou Quan had to say. Chen Zhe looked at the well-arranged stall again, with some talismans placed on it. Chen Zhe couldn't understand the function of these talismans, but he still knew that the talismans together were very practical. Especially when there is no spiritual power, this talisman is a life-saving artifact. I don't know whether Zhou Quan painted the talismans he sold himself or found someone to collect them and sell them. There was only one small bench, and Chen Zhe took it, so Zhou Quan sat directly on the floor. Originally, when he set up a stall, he just spread a piece of cloth on the ground and laid out the things he wanted to sell. There was nothing special about where he sat. Seeing Zhou Quan sitting on the ground and Chen Zhe sitting on his small bench, he felt a little embarrassed. Zhou Quan seemed to have read Chen Zhe's thoughts. It's okay, just sit down, you often sit on the ground to set up stalls, you've long been used to it. Today is also a coincidence, I just happened to bring a bench, which shows that we are destined. Who said you can't speak? Chen Zhe didn't expect that the person who said those words before was the same person who was speaking now. Fellow Taoist Chen, thank you very much. I do have a problem with not being able to speak. This is undeniable. But in order to set up a stall, you still have to learn to speak some stage words. Otherwise, not only will the goods not be sold, but you may also be beaten up. Zhou Quan said with a smile. Chen Zhe complained in his heart, it seems that you have been beaten up a lot by the society. As expected, the society is the best educational institution. It teaches people to be human beings before teaching anything else. Chen Zhe complained in his heart, but he still said with an expression that did not change, tell me, you deliberately kept me here, there must be something to ask. It's not a big deal. Didn't you come from Qingyun sect? I just want to ask you about some of the situation in Qingyun sect. Chen Zhe understood that Zhou Quan also wanted to join Qingyun sect. I am a chores disciple who was kicked out of Qingyun sect. How can I know anything about Qingyun sect? Zhou Quan asked again, then can you tell me why you left Qingyun sect? Leave? Taoist, there is no need to be so tactful. Being kicked out is being kicked out. There is nothing to be embarrassed about. Anyway, it was the original owner's business, so Chen Zhe didn't feel any psychological burden when he said it, and then he said, she was kicked out because her aptitude was too poor and her cultivation was too low. After Chen Zhe finished speaking, Zhou Quan seemed to be talking to himself, is her aptitude too poor? Do you want to join Qingyun sect? Haven't you already started practicing? Isn't it good to be a casual cultivator? Chen Zhe asked. Zhou Quan sighed and said, alas, the road of casual cultivation is too difficult. There are no resources, no backing, and you have to face various dangers at any time. If you want to cultivate immortals, you still need an orthodox master's inheritance to go far. Chen Zhe asked, what is your aptitude? Middle grade spiritual roots. That's not bad. At least you can be an outer disciple in Qingyun sect. Chen Zhe said thoughtfully. Just an outer disciple? Zhou Quan sighed and stopped talking, not knowing what he was thinking. In fact, Chen Zhe was still a little surprised. Zhou Quan looked like he was only in his 20s, but he had already reached the 3rd level of qi refining realm. Even among cultivators with mid-grade spiritual roots, he was considered pretty good. He didn't understand why Zhou Quan was so young and had such a cultivation. What's wrong with being an outer disciple with mid-grade spiritual roots? When you break through the foundation building stage, you will be an inner disciple. Chen Zhe asked in confusion. I think the original owner's low-grade spiritual roots were just a menial disciple. Outer disciples are many times better than the original owner. At least they don't have to do miscellaneous work and can concentrate on cultivation. Zhou Quan hesitated, forget it, there's no point in talking, but I still want to thank you for chatting with me. I'll take these 2 talismans as a gift. I'm very happy to meet you. Speaking of this, Zhou Quan took out 2 talismans and handed them to Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe waved his hand and said, no merit, no reward. I have nothing to give to you, so forget about this talisman. Zhou Quan had already stuffed the talisman into Chen Zhe's hand. It's okay, these 2 talismans are not worth much, they are all drawn by me. These 2 are defensive talismans, you can take them with confidence, maybe they can be used in an emergency, just consider it as making friends. Helplessly, Chen Zhe still took the 2 talismans. He didn't expect that these talismans were really drawn by Zhou Quan himself. Although these 2 talismans are not of much significance to Chen Zhe, there are many better ones in the store, but it is not easy to reject Zhou Quan's good intentions at this time. Then I wish you a smooth road to immortality and become an immortal as soon as possible. Chen Zhe thanked him. Thank you for your good words, I hope we will have a chance to see each other again in the future. Zhou Quan bowed and said. Chen Zhe left Zhou Quan's stall. When he left, he looked back at Zhou Quan, but he saw that Zhou Quan was still watching him off. In Chen Zhe's opinion, Zhou Quan is still too innocent. This world of cultivating immortals is cruel, and such an innocent Zhou Quan should have suffered a lot. But Chen Zhe couldn't say anything. What was wrong with Chunliang? What's wrong is this world. After leaving Zhou Quan's stall, Chen Zhe had no intention of continuing to wander around. From the chat he had just had with Zhou Quan, Chen Zhe learned that Qingyun sect was about to recruit new people again. Therefore, recently, there are many more people in Wannan City than usual. Zhou Quan came here for this purpose, but it was not yet time to recruit, so he chose to settle in Wannan City temporarily. Chen Zhe walked thoughtfully and didn't notice at all when he just passed by Tongfu Restaurant. Inside Tongfu Restaurant, a surprised and gloomy look was staring at him. Slowly, Chen Zhe's figure left the market completely. That look that she just looked at him, and then she looked away. In Tongfu Restaurant, shopkeeper Tong was still receiving guests just now, when suddenly a familiar figure flashed in front of his eyes. When he looked over intently, he found that it was the prey he had planned for a long time, but now it suddenly appeared, which surprised him. He had not received any reports from his men during this period, and thought that he had succeeded long ago. Because Chenze had to be sent directly to the mine, there was no time to report to him. Now suddenly seeing Chenze, he was wondering where his men had gone. He was sure that his men would not escape. They all had interests and there was no need to escape. Now there is only one possibility, and that is that something happened to his subordinate. However, he couldn't figure out what could happen if he caught Chenze, who was at the 2nd level of the Qi refining realm. His subordinates are at the 6th level of Qi refining realm. Catching Chenze is something that can be easily captured. The cultivation level of the 6th level of Qi refining realm is considered a master in Wannan City. Unless some big family or the city lord's mansion takes action, it is impossible that there will be no movement at all. Shopkeeper Tong couldn't figure it out, so he decided to find out. Shopkeeper Tong told the waiter and he came to the backyard. It seems something happened to Wu Li, and Chenze hasn't been arrested yet. You go and see if you can contact Wu Li. Yes. This was another subordinate that Chenze had seen that day. He came to him with Shopkeeper Tong. His name was Zheng Tai. Wait a minute. Shopkeeper Tong was still worried and called Zheng Tai, who was about to leave. It's very possible that something happened to Wu Li. If you can't contact him or find any clues, don't act rashly and come back immediately. This thing is so weird that Shopkeeper Tong cannot help but be cautious. Don't worry, shopkeeper. Zheng Tai agreed. Go. After Zheng Tai left, Shopkeeper Tong continued to consider various possibilities. It's just that the direction he guessed was wrong from the beginning. After Chenze and Zhou Quan finished chatting, they went straight back. They already knew almost all the information they needed to know. And the purpose of his arrogant activities in Wannan City has been achieved. I believe that the person who wants to target him must have discovered him. What he has to do now is to go back and wait for the other party's arrival. After returning home, Chenze first checked the situation in the all things space. The growth trend of the elixir is extremely good. I think in a few days, the first batch of elixirs should be mature. Just relying on the automatic training room, the training speed is still too slow. After the elixir is sold, I still need to buy some elixirs to see if there is any effect. After checking the space of all things, Chenze ate some spiritual rice, and then began to wait for the arrival of the person who targeted him. Chenze returned to the bed, sat down cross-legged, and looked at the shadow in the automatic training room. The shadow had been practicing continuously for more than 10 hours. The practice is progressing well. I have used the ignition technique 3,950 times. Tomorrow I can reach 5,000 times. I don't know if there will be other levels in the future. Chenze left the automatic practice room consciously and returned to the Wanwu store again. The figure of the green-robed woman slowly appeared, still looking at Chenze with a smile. Without communicating with the green-robed woman, Chenze also knew that the green-robed woman could not communicate, so he directly asked her to open the shopping interface. After seeing the automatic practice room and the functional area yesterday, Chenze happily chose to buy it. After that, he exited the Wanwu store. In fact, there were still many products, but he hadn't even had time to look at them carefully. Browsing in the exercise area for a while, I found that the highest level exercise is now the top grade yellow level exercise. He does not yet have permission to view the more advanced Xian level techniques. Moreover, Chenze couldn't afford Huangjie's best skills now. The exercises are okay. There is an automatic practice room. Advanced exercises are not very important right now. Chenze looked at the spells, elixirs and magic weapon areas again. There is still a gap between the price and what Chenze learned at the market today. The items in the everything store are cheaper and more complete. There was nothing in the functional area except the automatic training room that had been redeemed, so Chenze jumped directly to it. The next category area was one he hadn't had time to look at yesterday. Skills area. This skill area is the same as the function area, which made Chenze confused yesterday. After selecting the skill area, the shopping interface also changed, and the items that appeared were no longer cultivation resources. What are these? Looking at the pictures that appeared on the shopping interface, Chenze was confused. Choosing to view the first picture, there were only a few figures on the picture, and nothing else was seen. It was impossible to understand its meaning just by looking at the picture. But after viewing the picture, the introduction text that appeared immediately made Chenze understand the meaning of the figures in the picture. And he also uttered a sound of exclamation, which was even more than when the automatic training room appeared. Clone skills. Clones can be exchanged infinitely. The first clone is sold for 100 points. Each clone has the same cultivation as the main body, and the clone's cultivation will be improved synchronously with the main body's cultivation. You can create the image of the clone at will, and once confirmed, it cannot be changed. The clone has independent consciousness and can think for itself, but will never betray the main body. After the clone is destroyed, 10 points are consumed and it will automatically recover after 24 hours. So this is a skill? Isn't it a bit too awesome? This is simply a magical skill. After reading the introduction of the clone skill, Chen Zhe sighed and continued to look at the next picture. The second picture. Invisibility. After using the invisibility skill, no one can detect it. The price is 100 points. Each time you use the skill for 1 second, 1 point is consumed. No one can detect it? This is a good skill for assassination and escape, but it has already cost 100 points to exchange it. Why do I have to consume points every time I use it? And it takes 1 second to consume 1 point. Isn't the consumption a bit too much? Chen Zhe was completely defeated by the mechanism of consuming points in the space of all things system. But he could only choose to accept it helplessly. Who doesn't want such a powerful skill? And the effects of this clone skill and invisibility skill are beyond the reach of even the Yuanying boss. Chen Zhe continued to check the third picture. The invincible golden body can resist any attack. It costs 1000 points. Each use consumes 100 points and lasts for 10 minutes each time. This invincible golden body has a stronger effect, but it consumes more points. It seems that I have to earn more spiritual stones in the future, otherwise I can't afford it. Chen Zhe has already looked at all 3 pictures in the skill area, but the consumption of spiritual stones is a bit of a headache for him. The effects of the 3 skills are indeed very powerful, but the consumption of spiritual stones is also terrifying. Fortunately, the skill of clone can be used unlimitedly as long as one is purchased, without any extra consumption. Chen Zhe now has no points to buy skills. Looking at such a powerful skill, he can only sigh in despair. Now I am just waiting for the spiritual medicine in the spiritual field to mature. The speed of earning spiritual stones is still too slow. I still have to find other ways to earn spiritual stones. Then, Chen Zhe's consciousness withdrew from the space of all things. After exiting the space of all things, Chen Zhe took a look at the sky outside. It was already dark. I guess the other party should appear again tonight. Chen Zhe thought for a while, turned off the lights in the room, and lay on the bed to take a nap. And just as Chen Zhe expected, Zhang Tai, a subordinate of Tong Zhengui, had indeed tracked him down. Zhang Tai disappeared after learning that Wu Li bought drugs yesterday and never appeared again. Moreover, Zhang Tai tried various ways to contact Wu Li, but none of them succeeded. Now he can only start from the task that Tong Zhengui arranged for Wu Li to find clues about Wu Li's disappearance. He also knew the house where Wu Li secretly monitored Chen Zhe before, and he was in this house now. There are traces of Wu Li's activities here, but why did Wu Li suddenly disappear? It seems that if you want to find out the reason for Wu Li's disappearance, you still have to start from this Chen Zhe. Wu Li looked through the window at the house where Chen Zhe lived. He was hesitating whether to rush into Chen Zhe's house to check. But he hesitated again. Wu Li had not taken any action for so many days before. There must be some reason. He couldn't make up his mind for a while. Now the lights in Chen Zhe's room have gone out, and Wu Li is still making a decision. He is thinking whether to go back and report to Tong the shopkeeper first, or to find Chen Zhe to verify it himself. The other party is only a cultivator of the 2nd level of Qi refining realm. I am already in the 6th level of Qi refining realm. What is there to be afraid of? After a moment, Wu Li made a decision. Chen Zhe, who is in the 2nd level of Qi refining realm, really doesn't need him to be so cautious. He also firmly believed that there must be other reasons for Wu Li's disappearance, and it should have nothing to do with this Chen Zhe. Now arrest Chen Zhe first and send him to the mine, and then come back to continue to check Wu Li's news. He also has a lot of benefits by arresting a person and sending him to the mine. Zhang Tai did not have as many concerns as Wu Li when doing things. He chose to go directly into Chen Zhe's room and suppress Chen Zhe by force. With a flash of his figure, Zhang Tai had already arrived in the yard of Chen Zhe's house, leaned his ear against the door, and listened to the sound in the room. It was very quiet, and there was even a snoring sound. Now is a good time to launch a sneak attack. Zhang Tai was confident that he could quickly get rid of Chen Zhe. Without much effort, a long knife was inserted into the crack of the door, and after a few fiddles, the locked doorstop was opened. It seems that this door lock still needs to be changed. Chen Zai had already noticed when Zhang Tai's long knife was inserted into the crack of the door. The snoring that Zhang Tai heard was also deliberately made by him. Chen Zai had known that someone would come a long time ago. Since he was ready to lure someone into a trap, he naturally would not let down his guard. Well, no, why change the door lock? If you have spirit stones, just move to another place. Too many people know about this place. Even if you change the door lock, it's still not safe. Chen Zai found that the area where he lived now was all civilian areas, and the patrol team of the city lord's mansion rarely paid special attention to this place. It's better to move closer to the city lord's mansion, where it's really safe. Chen Zai was thinking about it, and the door room had been opened. Chen Zai noticed a figure who had quietly walked in, and then slowly closed the door with his backhand, and put the doorstop back. Zhang Tai was holding a knife with his backhand, with the back of the knife facing outward, and slowly approached Chen Zai. He came to catch Chen Zai, and he was afraid that he would kill Chen Zai with one knife if he used the blade side, which would be a loss. Noticing that Zhang Tai was approaching him, Chen Zai did not prepare to use the heart piercing this time. He just prepared a fire ignition technique, and he did not aim at Zhang Tai's vitals. Since he knew that someone wanted to harm him, and he showed up today to attract the other party. If the other party dared to come again tonight, he must leave a living person, and he must ask clearly who wanted to harm him. Zhang Tai had come to Chen Zai's bedside, and the light outside the window had allowed him to confirm Chen Zai's position. In his eyes, Chen Zai was not aware of it at all. He did not even choose to use the knife, but raised his hand and punched Chen Zai. When Zhang Tai punched Chen Zai opened his eyes instantly and hit Zhang Tai's palm with his palm. But there was a big fireball on Chen Zai's palm. After seeing Chen Zai suddenly wake up, Zhang Tai hit him with his palm, and a fireball flew towards him at the same time. He was terrified. How could this fireball be so big? It was impossible for Zhang Tai to stop now, because his palm had already touched Chen Zai's fireball. Instantly, Zhang Tai felt a sharp pain in his whole arm, and even a burnt smell. He also flew backwards, and the big knife in his other hand fell to the ground. Zhang Tai's face was full of disbelief. Wu Li really fell here. Chen Zai saw Zhang Tai flying backwards, only missing an arm. His life was not in danger, and he was relieved. Fortunately, I have retracted 3 layers of strength. At this time, Chen Zai had already rushed out, picked up Zhang Tai's big knife, rushed in front of Zhang Tai, and the big knife was already on Zhang Tai's neck. Tell me, who are you? Zhang Tai was already seriously injured at this time and lost the ability to resist. When Chen Zai's knife was on his neck, he knew that it was over. The man in front of them was not as simple as they thought. Just because of the fireball that just crippled one of his arms, he believed that he would not be Chen Zai's opponent even in a head-on confrontation. Zhang Tai had lost all hope in his heart. Now he wanted to survive, which was entirely dependent on Chen Zai's will. Wu Li must have died in Chen Zai's hands. Now the knife was on his neck. Chen Zai wanted to kill him, but it was just a matter of moving his hands. Wu Li has been killed by you, right? Wu Li? Who is he? This was the first time Chen Zai heard the name Wu Li. Although he was confused for a moment, he soon understood. The Wu Li mentioned by this person should be in the same group with him. But Chen Zai had killed 2 people who sneaked in at night, and he was not sure which one Zhang Tai was talking about. Although I don't know who Wu Li you are talking about, I have indeed killed several people like you who wanted to sneak attack me at night. Hearing Chen Zai say this, Zhang Tai was even more certain that Wu Li had died in Chen Zai's hands. But he couldn't understand why Chen Zai said he had killed several people. But this is not important. The most important thing now is how to survive. Seeing that Zhang Tai did not speak, Chen Zai's knife moved closer to Zhang Tai's neck. Let's talk about your problem first. What is your purpose against me? I don't seem to know you. I should have no grudges against you. Zhang Tai still did not speak. He was still thinking about how to survive. If you agree to spare my life first, I will tell you everything. I promise to leave Wannan City and never appear in front of you again. Chen Zai smiled contemptuously and said, "Ha, negotiate with me, don't you realize your situation?" For such a person who wanted to harm him and was captured by him, how could Chen Zai let him go? The hand holding the big knife was a backhand knife, and Zhang Tai's other arm flew out. When Zhang Tai was about to open his mouth and scream in pain, Chen Zai took out a piece of rag from nowhere and stuffed it directly into his mouth. Zhang Tai could only make a painful woo-woo sound now, and rolled on the ground in pain. Chen Zai no longer had to hold his knife against Zhang Tai's neck. Without his hands, Zhang Tai had no chance to resist. Chen Zai just watched Zhang Tai struggle on the ground quietly, letting him enjoy the pain to his heart's content. Chen Zhe had no sympathy for the person who wanted to hurt him. Zhang Tai struggled painfully for a long time. What caused him pain was not only the wounds, but also the fear after losing his arms. He didn't expect Chen Zhe to be so decisive. Without his arms, he became a complete invalid. The arm that had been burned had disappeared without a trace, and the arm that had just been chopped off was right in front of him. If he could get it back in time, maybe his hand could be saved. Zhang Tai realized this, endured the pain in his arm, stopped shouting, and looked at Chen Zhe with pleading eyes. Chen Zhe also saw Zhang Tai's eyes. What? Can you talk properly now? Zhang Tai nodded hard. Chen Zhe knelt down, straightened Zhang Tai, pulled out the rag from his mouth, and threw it aside. Say it. Don't wait for me to ask. My patience is limited. You still have 2 legs to chop off. Zhang Tai's heart trembled when he heard what Chen Zhe said. This man is simply a devil. But he only dared to think about it in his heart, and immediately said, I will say anything. He has confirmed that Chen Zhe is not just talking, he can really do it. Then, Zhang Tai directly said a name. It's Shopkeeper Tong. It was Shopkeeper Tong who asked us to arrest you. Shopkeeper Tong? Shopkeeper Tong of Tongfu Restaurant? Chen Zhe was surprised when he heard the name. He never thought that Shopkeeper Tong would target him. At this time, Chen Zhe finally had an impression of the person in front of him. He seemed to be one of the big men who came with Shopkeeper Tong to collect debts that day. In this way, the other big man who came to collect debt that day was one of the people he had killed. Chen Zhe asked doubtfully, didn't I already pay him back all the money I owed him? Why are you still coming to me? He wants to capture you to go mining. When Zhang Tai said this, Chen Zhe immediately understood that everything was traceable. Then, Zhang Tai told Chen Zhe the cause and process of the incident. The thing is also very simple. Shopkeeper Tong accidentally discovered a black iron mine. Black iron ore is an essential material for making magic weapons. If you master a dark iron mine, you can earn a steady stream of spiritual stones. As for the delicious cake of Shintai mine, Shopkeeper Tong originally wanted to eat it by himself. But he found that he was not strong enough, so he found a big family with whom he had good friends to mine secretly. The less people know about this black iron mine, the more they make. As a result, many people are less coveted, especially the city lord's mansion and several other families. But mining requires manpower, and the ore being dug is not ordinary ore. Ordinary mortals cannot dig it, so they can only find immortal cultivators to dig it. But when it comes to looking for immortal cultivators to dig mines, naturally you can't do it blatantly. If you do that, it will be a matter of time before the mine is exposed. So Shopkeeper Tong and the family came up with this idea. As long as they were helpless casual cultivators, they would be their targets. People will have desires, and they will lay all kinds of traps on these casual cultivators. Lie to them that there is a good job to earn spiritual stones, or there are some opportunities. In short, use various methods to get people there first. There are also people like Chen Zhe who first let them owe a debt they can't afford to repay. When the time comes to collect debts, tell them a job where they can earn a lot of spiritual stones. It's the same as deceiving people, and those who have been deceived will never be able to do it again. There are experts guarding there, and it is impossible to escape. If you don't want to die, you can only keep mining, and Chen Zhe happens to be this kind. But they didn't expect that Chen Zhe would return the spirit stone in the end. But they won't let go of their favorite target easily. They have already investigated people like Chen Zhe very clearly. His cultivation level is low, he has no backers, and no acquaintances. Even if people like Chen Zhe disappeared, no one would care. So they prepare to use the last resort to knock him unconscious and take him away. Just find a good opportunity and avoid being discovered. Even if it is discovered, it will not be a big problem. Just release the person you caught first and wait for the opportunity. Zhang Tai and the others did this not once or twice. I just didn't expect that this time I would hit Chen Zhe. You know, I've already said it, can you spare my life? Zhang Tai said begging. Chen Zhe shook his head. In your opinion, human life is not as good as a dog. You have done so many bad things, and you even plotted against me. Do you think I still have a reason to let you live? Be a good person in your next life. After saying that, Chen Zhe raised his hand and struck with a knife. Knowing Zhang Tai, he didn't give Zhang Tai a chance to speak again. Chen Zhe took away all the items on Zhang Tai's body, and then threw another fireball. Chen Zhe narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Zhang Tai's body, burning into ashes bit by bit. Shopkeeper Tong? If it weren't for the system that I created through time travel, the original owner would have been caught in the mine by now and started endless mining, and he would never be able to get ahead again in his life. Chen Zhe's eyes gradually became sharp. You are all capable of doing such a heartless thing. Now that I have encountered it, I will naturally take care of it. Besides, it was you who found me first. Chen Zhe has already made a decision in his heart. Shopkeeper Tong has become the person he must kill. The only blame was that Shopkeeper Tong had plotted against him, and now he and Shopkeeper Tong were at loggerheads. It is necessary to root out the problem, otherwise Shopkeeper Tong will definitely come looking for him. Shopkeeper Tong has already lost 2 of his subordinates at the 6th level of Qi refining realm at the hands of Chen Zhe. The next time he comes looking for him, it will only be those with higher cultivation. Zhang Tai's body has been reduced to ashes, but the property left by Zhang Tai was still collected by Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe erased the restrictions on Zhang Tai's storage bag and then checked the items inside. There are quite a few spirit stones in Zhang Tai's storage bag, a total of 200 spirit stones, and several bottles of elixirs. It is indeed easy to make money from dirty money. After Chen Zhe packed up these things, his consciousness quickly entered the space of all things. After arriving at the all things store, Chen Zhe directly recovered all the elixirs and magic tools left by Zhang Tai and gave them to the green-robed woman. Even the elixirs left by Wu Li last time were recovered. There are better ones waiting for him to exchange in the all things store. Moreover, Chen Zhe could not tell what elixirs Wu Li and Zhang Tai left behind, so he did not dare to eat them carelessly. Chen Zhe did not dare to use the other items they left behind casually, as it was very likely that others would find out. After Chen Zhe handed all the items to the green-robed woman for recycling, he gained a total of 200 points. In addition to the remaining 23 spiritual stones from last time and the spoils of war obtained this time, Chen Zhe now has a total of 200 points, plus 223 low-grade spiritual stones. Chen Zhe looked at the harvest this time and was delighted. I can buy things in the store again. What should I buy now? With money in his pocket, Chen Zhe was also entangled all of a sudden. There are too many good things in the store, and he wants them all. After thinking for a while, Chen Zhe decided to buy a clone first. Opening the skill shopping interface, Chen Zhe directly chose to buy a clone, consuming 100 points. After the purchase, a phantom gradually condensed in front of Chen Zhe's eyes. Then, an interface appeared next to the black shadow. Hint: the clone can automatically generate its appearance according to the host's idea. Seeing this hint, all kinds of characters suddenly appeared in Chen Zhe's mind. These characters were all seen by Chen Zhe in novels or TV in his previous life, and they were all some faces portrayed in his memory. What should this first clone look like? Chen Zhe was entangled for a while and couldn't make up his mind. There were really too many images that could be shaped. After a while, Chen Zhe made up his mind. Slowly, the face and figure of the phantom began to solidify. A figure that looked exactly like Chen Zhe appeared, but the eyes of this clone were slightly dull. Could this clone be without intelligence? Why does it look dull? Chen Zhe looked at the clone that looked very similar to him, and was puzzled. However, Chen Zhe's worries were unnecessary. The next moment, information about the clone appeared in Chen Zhe's mind. At the same time, he also learned how to use the clone. The clone is not stupid now. He has just been created, a little confused and has not yet developed his intelligence. The clone has normal intelligence, basically the same intelligence as Chen Zhe, and the clone's strength is also the same as Chen Zhe. It's just that the clone will also be injured and bleed, but the clone will feel no pain. If the clone is destroyed, 10 points will be consumed and it can be resurrected after 24 hours. The most important thing is that the clone can also share the use of the all things space with Chen Zhe. Moreover, there is no need to consume points when the clone enters the space of all things. Chen Zhe can also share the perspective of the clone. As long as he wants to see it, he can choose to view the clone's perspective and the memories in his mind. Chen Zhe had just learned all the information about the clone and was thinking carefully about how to use the clone in the future. At this time, the clone's eyes returned to clarity. Oh nar. The voice and tone are exactly the same as Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe looked at the clone and thought, from now on, let this body of the clone walk outside on my behalf. From now on, your name will be Chen Fan. Yes, master. Chen Zhe thought for a moment and opened the skill interface again. One clone is still too few. Chen Zhe wanted to buy another clone, but when he entered the skill interface again and saw the introduction of the clone's picture, he was shocked. The price of clones has actually increased, and now the price of a clone has become 200 points. Why did the price suddenly increase? Chen Zhe was asking the woman in green robe. It's a pity that the woman in green robe didn't give him an answer. It seems that the skill of clones is still too outrageous. Although it can be purchased unlimitedly, the price should increase each time it is purchased. Chenzei probably guessed the reason for the price increase and felt a lot relieved. After all, one more clone is equivalent to one more life. Many things can be left to the clone to do without him having to do it himself. The points are not enough anymore. It seems that we still need to continue to accumulate points. Giving up on buying another clone, Chenzei bought 10 more chi gathering pills, spending 50 points. Afterwards, Chenzei and his clone Shenfan exited the space of all things. When exiting the space of all things, Chenzei looked at the green-robed woman and wondered, could she also be a clone? Although Chenzei had such an idea, he didn't think much about it. After Chenzei exited the space of all things, he still felt a little weird when he looked at the clone Shenfan who came out with him. Chenzei asked, can you also know the spells I know? Yes, master. The clone Shenfan nodded. You cast a fire spell and let me see. Yes. The clone Shenfan agreed, and a fireball condensed on his palm. Chenzei looked at the fireball released by the clone. It was the same as when he used the ignition technique. The size and power of the fireball were the same. Chenzei nodded with satisfaction and said, well, not bad, you can use the breath condensation technique again. Yes. Then, the clone Shenfan performed the breath-containing technique. The clone Shenfan's cultivation and aura gradually converged, and even Chenzei couldn't detect it. Chenzei also nodded with satisfaction, but watching the clone cast spells was not his ultimate goal. Chenzei thought, and the system interface appeared in front of him. As expected, it doesn't work. It seems I'm overthinking it. The purpose of Chenzei letting the clone cast spells was actually to see if the clone could be like him and increase his proficiency by using spells. However, after reading it, I found that the clone cannot accumulate proficiency when using spells. But Chenzei didn't pay too much attention to it. If the clone could also increase his proficiency, wouldn't the speed of cultivation be infinitely doubled? If that's the case, what else is there to cultivate? It's enough to buy clones. With the speed of cultivation, becoming an immortal in one day is no longer a dream. Chenzei shook his head and smiled bitterly, dispelling the delusions in his mind. The current speed of cultivation is already incredible. In addition to practicing 24 hours a day in the automatic training room, Chenzei can also practice by himself. If he is willing to continue to be a liver emperor without emotions, his cultivation speed can be doubled. But after having the automatic practice room, Chenzei did not devote all his time to practice. He still has plenty of time to do other more meaningful things. Withdrawing his thoughts, he looked at the clone Shenfan in front of him and said, now go and buy a house near the city lord's palace. Yes. Pay attention to safety, don't bring the tail back, you can die, but try not to expose the space of all things. Yes. The clone Shenfan agreed. Chenzei dressed up Shenfan again, wearing a large black robe and a hood. Coupled with the breath-holding technique, it is not that easy to easily identify the clone Shenfan. After all, the faces of the clones Shenfan and Chenzei are the same, and there is a shopkeeper Tong who is watching eagerly outside. It's better to be careful if you can. The clone Shenfan was asked to buy a house near the city lord's mansion for safety reasons. After Shenfan left, Chenzei had nothing to do now. In order to speed up his practice, he kept using the earth shield technique. After leaving the courtyard, the clone Shenfan turned a few corners along the alley and came to the market. The clone Shenfan had the same intelligence as Chenzei, and he quickly found the shop that sold houses in the market. The clone Shenfan walked into the shop, and a clerk came up to greet him immediately. Hello, are you looking to buy a house or rent one? The shop clerk looked at the clone Shenfan. This clerk was actually also a cultivator, but his cultivation was not very high, only the second level of the chi refining realm. But he could not feel the cultivation of the clone Shenfan, and the clone Shenfan in front of him deliberately hid his face. The clerk was not sure for a moment whether Chenzei was a mortal or a cultivator with a high cultivation. The clone Shenfan said lightly, buy a house. Hearing that it was buying a house, the clerk was happy. If he could sell a house, he would naturally get more commission than renting a house. Excuse me, do you have a house you like? Or any area is also fine. The clone Shenfan said directly, it's best to be close to the city lord's mansion. Close to the city lord's mansion? The clerk looked at the clone Shenfan in confusion. What did this man want to do? It's safer to be close to the city lord's mansion. I'm a timid person. The clone Shenfan found that the clerk seemed to have misunderstood something and hurried to explain. Oh, now that you put it that way, I understand. The public security near the city lord's mansion is indeed the best. After the clerk finished speaking, he took out a map and continued, "Take a look. This is the distribution of houses that our store is selling in Wannan City." As he said that, the clerk spread out the map for the clone Chen Fan to see. "If you have chosen a location, I can take you to see the house." The clone Chen Fan nodded and looked at the distribution of houses on the map, mainly looking at the area of the city lord's mansion. A moment later, the clone Chen Fan took a fancy to two houses, both of which were very close to the city lord's mansion. "What are the prices of these two houses?" The waiter looked at the two properties that Chen Zhe pointed out. "The prices of these two houses are similar, both around 200 low-grade spirit stones. Which one do you want to see first?" The clone Chen Fan estimated in his mind that the price was reasonable, both are fine. After that, the waiter took the clone Chen Fan to see the two properties. The clone Chen Fan compared them and found that there was not much difference. The areas were similar, but one yard was larger and the other was smaller. "These are not important, as long as it is close to the city lord's mansion and safe." Soon, the clone Chen Fan paid 200 spirit stones and chose the one with the larger yard. The waiter also handed a jade card to the clone Chen Fan, which represented the ownership of this property. There are special prohibition marks in the jade card, which ordinary people cannot imitate. These jade cards are all from the city lord's mansion. In Wannan City, only jade cards are recognized, not people, so even if Chen Zhe wants to resell it in the future, it is possible. The clerk quickly completed the real estate formalities, and the clone Chen Fan took the jade token and went back to his mission. The clone and Chen Zhe can share vision. After the clone Chen Fan went out, Chen Zhe has been paying attention to the clone. This time, the clone Chen Fan went out to do things alone, and Chen Zhe was very satisfied with the result. Chen Zhe also made up his mind, in the future, many things can be handed over to the clone. After the avatar Chen Fan returned, Chen Zhe and he swapped the dress. He left the avatar Chen Fan in this broken house, maybe the shopkeeper would send someone to find it again. Chen Zhe himself wore a dwelling of the avatar Chen Fan and came to the mansion bought near the city's house. Chen Zhe pulled out the real estate jade brand, and the awareness urged the ban in the jade brand, and the door of the mansion also opened. Chen Zhe walked into the mansion and looked around. The money is not white. This mansion is not only close to the main house of the city, but also the decoration is not bad. Chen Ziling once again urged the jade card, and the door of the mansion was closed again. Chen Zhe walked around in the mansion and came to his sleeping room with satisfaction. The sound insulation here is also good, don't worry about affecting others during cultivation. These 200 pieces of spirit stone have no white flowers. As soon as they are all daily life, they will save Chen Zhe to buy it. On the way, Chen Zhe had already bought some ingredients. Chen Zhe personally made a rich dinner at his own hand. There is no need to eat white rice anymore, of course, it is very fast. 3 days have passed. In the past 3 days, Chen Zhe did not go out, but he was constantly practicing. What he needs now is time, and it is too low to cultivate, and there are too few means of saving life. He didn't know how many backhands of the shopkeeper, and now it is not a time to act. He believes that Zhang Tai's disappearance will definitely attract the attention of the shopkeeper. But now that the shopkeeper has not been found, it just gives him the time to accumulate strength. In the past 3 days, Chen Zhe has not been idle, and the automatic practice room is practiced in 24 hours. And he also spent 20 hours a day to practice, and the rest time was only 4 hours a day. The ignition is completely complete. After 5,000 times, it has been promoted to the legendary level from the master level. At present, the legendary proficiency of the torment, relying on Chen Zhe's spiritual power, can already be used 100 times, the power is not the same. Name, Chen Zhe Cultivation, 3 floors of Qi Removal 60 out of 100 Talent, Local Gen Root under the Soil System Method, Xian Tianlu, Xiaocheng, 1/400 Spell, Ignition, Legend, Convergence, Master, 4700/5002 Shield, Proficient, 1/200 Putting Heartthorns, Proficient, 1/200 Everything Space. First level. After watching the system interface, the convergence is almost complete, and the proficiency of Xian Tianlu has also improved to Xiaocheng, and everything is steadily carried out. Chen Zhe's cultivation speed was not so fast, or because of the effects of those gathering Qi Dan. Taking a gathering of Qi Dan can reduce Chen Zhe's 3 hours of cultivation time. But no matter how good the aureus medicine, Chen Zhe did not dare to take more. He still knew the principle of 3 poisonous medicine. After taking elixir, if the elimination of elixir in the body cannot be excluded in time, it will be infinite. Chen Zhe went to see the growth of the elixir, and the planting elixir has been 10 years. Some elixir have matured and can be picked at hand. Chen Zhe did not choose to enter the space of all things this time, but instead entered the space of all things. During these days, Chen Zhe was not idle, and when he was free, he studied the planting method of elixir in the space of all things. The 15-year planting experience left by the original owners still gave him a lot of inspiration. He found that these elixir can leave seeds, and some can continue to grow as long as the rhizomes are not destroyed. But it can't be pulled directly like Lingni before. After Chen Zhe entered the space of all things, he was too late to feel the difference between consciousness and the entity into the space of all things, and directly began to pick the elixir. There is no way, every 10 minutes of the body entering the space of all things, it consumes 1 point. Now Chen Zhe's spiritual stone and points are not enough for his body to stay in the space of all things Soon, Chen Zhecai took the elixir, and the new elixir had been planted. Chen Zhe checked the consumption of points. Fortunately, only 3 points were consumed. Chen Zhe had no time to think about it, and the body quickly exited all the space. Subsequently, Chen Zhe entered the space of all things with consciousness. When you come to the Manguki store, all the harvested elixir will be left to the Qingpao woman to recycle. Soon, all the elixir was exchanged for points. There are 5 mature elixir in 10 years, and the value of 5 spiritual medicines is different. Chen Zhe has obtained a total of 200 points of points. There are 200 points, it's time to buy another avatar. I want to exchange a avatar. Exchange a avatar, consume 200 points, whether to confirm. Chen Zhe has seen the shopping interface of the avatar skills, and there is no need to go to tedious operations. He directly requested the Qingpao woman this time. Confirm. The 200 points just obtained were returned to the system instantly. Chen Zhe didn't go to see the avatars that had just been condensed, and went to see the introduction of the avatar in the skill area. Does the next avatar take 300 points? Fortunately, the price has just increased by 100 points, not too much. Chen Zhe confirmed that the price was not doubled in his heart, and his eyes returned to the false shadow of the avatar again. What is the avatar of what is it like? The first clone looked the same as Chen Zhe, but he felt that it was still a bit too strange. It can't look the same as me anymore. After a while, a figure appeared in Chen Zhe's mind. The clone's shadow slowly began to change its appearance, and its figure solidified little by little. A heroic figure appeared, with a tall and straight figure, handsome face, thick eyebrows and big eyes, heroic and energetic, and unusually heroic. Isn't he a little too handsome? He's more handsome than me. Chen Zhe sighed when he saw the figure in front of him. The face condensed by the clone's shadow was Zhao Yun, the famous general who had 7 ins and 7 outs and was known as the ever-victorious general. After a while, the shadow was completely solidified, and the clone Zhao Yun's eyes became clear again. Master. The clone Zhao Yun bowed. Okay, from today on, you will be called Zhao Yun. Yes, master. Follow me out. After speaking, Chen Zhe took the clone Zhao Yun out of the space of all things. You should first get familiar with this world in Wannan City, find out the news, and monitor Tong, the shopkeeper of Tongfu restaurant. Yes, master. Zhao Yun left, and Chen Zhe communicated with Chen Fan in his mind. Chen Fan was still waiting in Chen Zhe's original house, but Tong, the shopkeeper, had not made any movement in the past few days. It was also good that Chen Fan did not need to rest, and he observed the movement outside the house from morning to night every day. You continue to wait there, and it is estimated that Tong, the shopkeeper, will take action in the next 2 days. Yes, master. After Chen Zhe and Chen Fan communicated, they began to practice again. Backyard of Tongfu restaurant. These days, Tong, the shopkeeper, has been feeling uneasy, and always feels that something bad is about to happen. First, Wuli suddenly disappeared, and now there is no news about Zhang Tai for a few days. He has no available people at hand for the time being, and his other men are guarding the mine. Tong, the shopkeeper, has sent a message to the mine, asking them to send a few people back. He did not tell the cooperating family about this matter. Now is not the time to ask for help. His power is weakened now. Maybe the cooperating family may directly destroy him and take the mine alone. The strength of both parties is not equal. The distribution of the mine is also 30% for him and 70% for that family. Although he discovered the mine, he is not strong enough, so he can only compromise. Otherwise, he may not have a hair. Shopkeeper Tong feels that he is exhausted now. Since he came into contact with Chen Zhe, everything has deviated from the original track. Shopkeeper Tong now began to suspect that the disappearance of Wu Li and Zhang Tai was related to Chen Zhe. But it was just a suspicion. After all, Chen Zhe's cultivation was there. He was still sure who was being targeted. Maybe it was the cooperating family that was messing with him. As for the clone Zhao Yun, he has already visited Wannan City and has a certain understanding of Wannan City. Now Zhao Yun is using the breath-retaining technique to restrain his breath and hide in the dark to watch Tongfu restaurant. Chen Zhe received the news from Zhao Yun in the mansion. Shopkeeper Tong has not gone out these days. He has been running the restaurant in Tongfu restaurant and has not behaved abnormally. After receiving the news, Chen Zhe thought for a moment, Zhao Yun, you continue to monitor shopkeeper Tong's every move. Yes, master. After Chen Zhe arranged Zhao Yun, he sent a message to Chen Fan. Chen Fan, you go directly into the space of all things and wait for orders. Tonight, you and Zhao Yun will capture shopkeeper Tong. Yes, master. Chen Fan's mind moved, and he entered the space of all things and waited for orders. The broken house was instantly empty and looked depressed. For a long time in the future, no one will live in this house. After Chen Fan entered the space of all things, Chen Zhe communicated with the two clones with his mind and planned tonight's actions. Now there is the legendary ignition technique, plus the legendary breath-holding technique. Chen Zhe believes that Zhao Yun and Chen Fan should have no problem dealing with Tong the shopkeeper. Although it is not clear what realm Tong the shopkeeper is in, as long as Tong the shopkeeper is not in the foundation building realm, the two clones together are still certain. Even if the two clones fail, it doesn't matter, at least Tong the shopkeeper's background has been tested. The existence of Tong the shopkeeper is destined to be a threat, and Chen Zhe is also worried that Tong the shopkeeper has other backups. Tonight's actions are all considered a test, anyway, there will be no loss. Chen Zhe made a plan and started immersive practice again. The feeling of being able to control everything with improved strength made him feel yearning. The sky gradually darkened. Chen Zhe has practiced for 15 hours today, plus the continuous practice in the automatic training room. Now the proficiency of the breath containment technique has reached the legendary level, and the proficiency of the earth shield technique has also reached the great success. The most important thing is that after the proficiency of the Xiantian record has reached the small success, Chen Zhe will increase his cultivation by 1 point every time he practices the Xiantian record. Chen Zhe's current cultivation level is only 10 points away from breaking through the 4th level of the Qi refining realm. That is, after sleeping for 1 night, it will be after dawn tomorrow. This body is finally not a waste of cultivating immortals. Chen Zhe was surprised at the increasingly fast cultivation speed, and stopped practicing. Now it was dark, and it was time to prepare to attack Tong the shopkeeper at any time. While there was still time, Chen Zhe summoned Chen Fan from the space of all things and asked him to cook a meal. Chen Fan was also very powerful and perfectly inherited Chen Zhe's cooking skills. Chen Zhe enjoyed the food beautifully, and Chen Fan stood quietly beside him, waiting for him to clean up after eating. Since he had a clone, of course he didn't have to do anything, and he was waiting for him to do it. If there was something, he could just let the clone do it, and he just needed to enjoy it quietly. Well, it seems that I still need to get a female clone next time, so that it will be more delicious and tasty. Chen Zhe, who was halfway through eating, suddenly stopped and muttered to himself. Chen Fan, who was standing next to him, changed his expression and a bitter smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He was being despised. Not long after, Chen Zhe finished eating. Chen Fan cleaned up the table and returned to the space of all things to wait again. Now, just wait for Zhao Yun to sneak into the backyard of Tongfu restaurant. Late at night, Tongfu restaurant began to close. Zhao Yun, who was secretly observing, saw Tong the shopkeeper also return to the backyard. He waited for another hour until everything was quiet. Zhao Yun used the legendary level of breath-retaining technique and sneaked into the backyard of Tongfu restaurant silently. The backyard of Tongfu restaurant was quiet, and there were 3 rooms in the backyard. The 2 sides should be where the waiters lived. And the room in the middle should be the room where Tong the shopkeeper lived. After Zhao Yun entered the backyard, he summoned Chen Fan through the shared use of the spatial characteristics of all things. Chen Zhe's consciousness was always paying attention to the actions of the 2 clones. Zhao Yun and Chen Fan looked at each other, and they acted according to the plan they had planned long ago. Chen Fan took the short knife given by Chen Zhe and slowly pried open the middle door. Zhao Yun stood guard on the side. The 2 entered the room quietly. Because they used the breath-retaining technique, they had no breath at the moment and did not alarm the people in the room. After entering the room, they confirmed the location of the people in the room and slowly approached. Both of them had already prepared the ignition technique, and they were waiting to subdue Tong the shopkeeper directly after approaching. The 2 were getting closer and closer to the bed. At this time, they were in sync with each other and threw 2 fireballs at Tong the shopkeeper at the same time. Tong the shopkeeper was unprepared. Bang bang. Two muffled sounds, the two fireballs had hit the target. The firelight emitted by the fireballs had confirmed that the target was Tong the shopkeeper without a doubt. Tong, who was hit by two fireballs in his sleep, woke up instantly and screamed in pain. Tong's right hand and abdomen were hit by a fireball each, and he was half disabled. "Who are you?" Tong shouted in pain. Although Tong was half disabled, he was not at the point of surrendering. Seeing this, Zhao Yun and Chen Fan used the ignition technique again, and threw two fireballs towards Tong. Having experienced the power of the fireball, shopkeeper Tong did not dare to be careless. He released all his cultivation and used all his means to save his life to resist with all his strength. He blocked two fireballs, but at this time, several more fireballs flew towards him in succession. Shopkeeper Tong was surprised and knew that he could not block it, so he turned around and tried to escape. But the flying fireballs still hit his back. Shopkeeper Tong staggered and fell to the ground. Shopkeeper Tong was no longer able to stand up, and shouted hoarsely, "Who sent you?" Shopkeeper Tong did not get a response. Zhao Yun had already rushed forward and knocked him out with a knife. The explosion of the fireball just now and shopkeeper Tong's painful screams had already alarmed the people living in the next two rooms. In an instant, the backyard of Tongfu restaurant was brightly lit. "Let's go," Chen Fan whispered. Zhao Yun nodded, and they were in sync. The two of them took Tong the shopkeeper into the space of all things, and when they reappeared, they had already arrived at Chen Zhe's mansion. This was all planned long ago. As long as they succeeded, they would take Tong the shopkeeper into the space of all things, which would only consume 1 point. The movement in Tongfu restaurant also alarmed the patrol team of the city lord's mansion. When the guys of Tongfu restaurant entered Tong's room, they only saw a burnt mark in Tong's room, and Tong had disappeared. After the patrol team of the city lord's mansion arrived, they also did not find any trace. The patrol team quickly blocked the scene, and someone had already returned to the city lord's mansion to report. If someone dared to act privately in Wannan City, it would have violated the rules of Wannan City. Now, the shopkeeper of Tongfu restaurant has also disappeared. This is a big deal, so the city lord must come to check it out in person. Because Chen Zhe's mansion is now close to the city lord's mansion, he can hear the movements of the troops outside clearly. However, it didn't matter anymore. No one would have thought that shopkeeper Tong was now in Chen Zhe's mansion. Chen Zhe summoned Zhao Yun and Chen Fan from the space of all things, and the two of them were holding shopkeeper Tong who had fainted. "Wake him up." "Yes, master." Zhao Yun went outside to get a basin of cold water and splashed it on shopkeeper Tong's face. The stimulation of the cold water instantly woke up the unconscious shopkeeper Tong. Shopkeeper Tong, who woke up, was not very conscious, but he saw a familiar face appear in front of him. "Why is it you?" When he saw this face, shopkeeper Tong seemed to understand many things instantly. "Haven't you always wanted to catch me? Now that I've caught you, what else do you have to say?" Chen Zhe looked at shopkeeper Tong jokingly. "Are Wu Li and Zhang Tai dead?" Chen Zhe nodded slightly, looking like he didn't expect it. Shopkeeper Tong looked at Chen Zhe in horror. How could he not have thought that Chen Zhe, who was at the 2nd level of Qi refining realm, would actually kill his two subordinates at the 6th level of Qi refining realm? Shopkeeper Tong wanted to resist, but his body was already controlled by two people. Shopkeeper Tong looked at the two people who controlled him. One of them covered his face, and the other looked unusually heroic. And with his cultivation at the 7th level of Qi refining realm, he couldn't even see through the realm of these two people. Shopkeeper Tong was shocked. Could these two people be at the Foundation Establishment realm? But they didn't look like it. He had seen cultivators at the Foundation Establishment realm before, and the two in front of him were too young. However, it didn't matter whether they were at the Foundation Establishment realm or not, and he couldn't resist now. Shopkeeper Tong smiled contemptuously. "I didn't expect you could find such a powerful helper, but I still advise you to let me go as soon as possible. I'm missing. The city lord's mansion and the family behind me will definitely do their best to search for me. You made such a big noise today, you can't escape Wannan City." Chen Zhe smiled and said, "Who told you that I want to run away? Wannan City is very safe now, I wish I could stay here." Shopkeeper Tong looked at Chen Zhe in confusion. "Aren't you afraid of the investigation by the city lord's mansion? What's there to be afraid of? Who knows that I caught you?" Shopkeeper Tong was unconscious when he was caught, and he didn't know how he got here. He thought that Chen Zhe would definitely leave traces when he brought him here. Chen Zhe no longer paid attention to Tong's doubts and continued, "Okay, I won't say any more nonsense. I think you should know why I arrested you. Since you want to harm others, you should have been prepared to be killed by others. Tell me where your mine is and which family you are cooperating with. I'll make it clear and give you a quick death. After Chenze finished speaking, Tong became even more confused. How could he know everything? But now is not the time to be confused. Chenze wants to know the location of the mine and the information of the family he is cooperating with. This is his bargaining chip. Shopkeeper Tong said very firmly, "Impossible, you must promise to let me go first, then I will tell you." Chenze chuckled and said, "Ha, are you thinking too much? It's already this time, how could I let you go? Let you go, and then you will come to retaliate against me?" Shopkeeper Tong also saw that today would not end peacefully. "No, you can't kill me, I have a lot of spirit stones, I can give them to you, just spare my life." Spirit stones? How many? Shopkeeper Tong hesitated. 1,000. Chenze shook his head. Do you think I believe it? Forget it, it's useless to tell you so much. After Chenze finished speaking, he looked at Zhao Yun and Chen Fan again. "You two watch him, I will be back soon." Then Chenze closed his eyes and his consciousness entered the space of all things. He had seen a spell in the store of all things a long time ago, but he didn't use it at that time, so he didn't exchange it for the time being. Now is the time to use this spell. After Chenze entered the store, he did not look at the shopping interface, but directly said to the green-robed woman, "Exchange me a copy of Soul Searching Technique." Exchange a copy of Soul Searching Technique, consuming 30 points, do you confirm the exchange? The green-robed woman said lightly. Confirm. Immediately afterwards, a spellbook appeared in front of Chenze, and 30 points were deducted. Chenze took the Soul Searching Technique and came directly to the automatic training room without stopping. The Soul Searching Technique was directly thrown to the automatically practicing phantom. A moment later, a new spell appeared in the spell column on Chenze's system interface. Soul Searching Technique, Entry Level, 1/100. Chenze changed the Soul Searching Technique that the phantom was practicing automatically back to the Earth Shield Technique. The entry-level Soul Searching Technique should be enough. Chenze exited the space of all things with his consciousness and opened his eyes. Tong, the shopkeeper who had just heard Chenze say that he was leaving, saw that Chenze just closed his eyes and was still wondering in his heart. However, not long after, he saw Chenze opened his eyes again. Moreover, he looked at him a little strangely, and Tong felt a chill all over his body. "I just learned a new spell, and now I'm letting you try it." Tong looked at Chenze in horror, thinking that Chenze had learned some torture spell. "What do you want to do?" "Nothing, just search your soul," Chenze said, and before Tong could react, his palm was already on his head. Tong knew this soul-searching technique. Although it was a simple spell, it was also a forbidden technique. It was already extremely difficult to get this spell. What's more, Chenze said that he had just learned it, which made him feel even more surprised. Moreover, Tong knew that people who were searched by the soul-searching technique might become stupid. Tong tried his best to resist, and his spiritual consciousness was always fighting against Chenze. His face was distorted and he struggled painfully, but everything was in vain. After a moment, Chenze withdrew his hand from Tong's head and shook his head helplessly. "Well, no, this shopkeeper Tong has a high level of cultivation. With my cultivation level of the 3rd level of Qi refining realm and this entry-level soul-searching technique, I still can't search his soul." Shopkeeper Tong, who had recovered from the pain, looked at Chenze in horror again. Just now, his spiritual consciousness was trying hard to fight against Chenze, and the pain was self-evident. Having experienced such pain once, he never wanted to experience it again. "Please don't search my soul again, I'll tell you everything." Shopkeeper Tong had compromised. "No, who knows if what you are saying now is true, even if you were lying to me now, I can't tell if what you are saying is true." Chenze shook his head, and then said to Zhao Yun and Chen Fan, "You two tie him up and take good care of him, I'm going to practice." "Yes, master." Chenze returned to his seat, closed his eyes again, and his consciousness entered the space of all things. He was going to replace the Earth Shield technique in the automatic training room. When Shopkeeper Tong heard that Chenze was going to use soul searching on him, he panicked again. "I have spirit stones, lots of them, I'll give them all to you, please let me go." "You help him, what can he give you? Isn't the most important thing for cultivating immortals the cultivation resources? I'll give you all, as long as you can let me go." Shopkeeper Tong had already begun to beg for mercy from Chen Fan and Zhao Yun who were controlling him. However, Chen Fan and Zhao Yun completely ignored him. Chen Fan had already taken out a rope to tie Shopkeeper Tong. Zhao Yun didn't know where he got a piece of rag from, and stuffed it directly into Shopkeeper Tong's mouth. This made Shopkeeper Tong unable to speak and could only make a woohoo sound. Shopkeeper Tong now felt that he was in despair. He had never been so desperate since he started cultivating immortals. Even if he hadn't been able to join the Qingyun sect back then, he had never been desperate. By chance, he got the cultivation method, but he had no cultivation resources, and he had never been desperate. Even though he was beaten to a pulp, he never despaired. He knew that as long as he was still alive and as long as he hadn't given up, he would succeed in cultivating immortals and make it to the end. Over the years, he had used all means. Just for that little cultivation resource, he had killed his friends who cultivated with him. He also used all means to harm many people. Now he can step by step to where he is now. Now he has reached the 7th level of Qi refining realm, and he still has a lot of spirit stones and a lot of cultivation resources. And it won't be long before he can break through to the foundation establishment realm, and he will be a giant in Wannan City. He no longer has to worry and fear, and no longer has to look at people's faces. But now, everything is going to come to nothing, and he really feels despair now, a despair he has never felt before. He could not understand until his death how Chen Zhe, a drunkard, turned into what he is today. But now, everything is too late, and it is too late to regret. After Chen Zhe entered the automatic training room, he changed the Earth Shield technique to the Soul Search technique, and his consciousness returned to reality again. Chen Zhe saw that Chen Fan and Zhao Yun had tied up Tong the shopkeeper, and also stuffed Tong's mouth. Chen Zhe said with satisfaction, "You continue to watch him, pay attention to the situation outside, and call me in time if there is any situation. I'm going to rest." It was already late at night. According to Chen Zhe's usual habit, he had already fallen asleep at this time. Chen Zhe didn't want to stay up late again. He didn't want to live a life of day and night reversal. In order to change this habit of day and night reversal, Chen Zhe had insomnia for several nights. Now is the time to sleep. After a nap, the soul search technique will also be upgraded to the mastery level. I will try it again at that time. No words all night. But the patrol team of the entire city lord's mansion was busy, looking for the traces of the people who kidnapped Tong the shopkeeper. Even the city lord of the foundation building realm was dispatched, but unfortunately they all found nothing. The city lord's mansion began to interrogate several waiters of Tongfu restaurant, but the final conclusion was also confusing. Shopkeeper Tong seemed to have disappeared suddenly, without any trace. But the traces of fighting in Shopkeeper Tong's room were real. When the city lord investigated, he only saw the traces caused by fire magic, and he couldn't tell what kind of magic it was. Could it be the hand of the Jindan Great? He could take Shopkeeper Tong away so quietly without leaving any traces. Even I can't do it. The city lord's mansion investigated for a night, and the city lord found nothing and expressed doubts. He is now a little hesitant whether to continue investigating the disappearance of Shopkeeper Tong. Wannan City has rules that prohibit private fighting. But that is limited to the foundation building realm, within the range that he can suppress. If it involves a cultivator with a higher cultivation than him, these rules are bullshit. Any Jindan realm boss can destroy his city lord mansion completely. Or, let's report it directly. But if I report it, will I be retaliated by the big boss of the Jindan realm in the future? The city lord had to think so. He was only a foundation building realm, and was arranged by the Dogon dynasty to come to this remote small town. If it weren't for the fact that this place was close to the Qingyun sect, and thus gathered many immortal cultivators, such a remote small town would not need him, a foundation building realm, to come here. Even if he came to Wannan City, he had always lived cautiously. This place is close to the Qingyun sect, and various big bosses may appear at any time. And, maybe one day, a cultivator in Wannan City will be favored by a big boss of the Qingyun sect. He never dared to offend anyone easily in Wannan City. He just wanted to practice peacefully and make Wannan City peaceful. He just wanted to wait for one day when his realm broke through the Jindan realm, so he could leave Wannan City and go to the inland of the dynasty to change his position. Finally, after weighing the pros and cons, the city lord decided not to report it, but just continue the investigation, but it was just a superficial work. For the time being, just keep everyone in the city calm. As long as the situation does not continue to escalate, everything doesn't matter. When Chen Zhe woke up, the soul-searching technique had been successfully upgraded to the mastery level. However, Chen Zhe was not in a hurry to search Tong's soul. Now Tong, the biggest hidden danger, has been controlled by him, and he has plenty of time to play with Tong slowly. Tong, like Chen Fan and Zhao Yun who were guarding him, did not close his eyes all night, and he was still in deep despair. "Chen Fan, you go cook." "Yes, master." Chen Zhe arranged for Chen Fan to cook, and he went to wash up, without even looking at the desperate Tong. Soon, Chen Zhe finished washing up, But Chen Fan's meal was not ready yet. Chen Zai used the soul-searching technique to increase his proficiency while waiting for Chen Fan to cook. Not long after, Chen Fan's meal was ready and served on the table in the lobby, waiting for Chen Zai to eat. Chen Zai was satisfied with the sumptuous meal. Although the dishes were made of ordinary ingredients, they tasted good. And the bowl of rice was cooked with spiritual rice, which not only tasted good, but also a trace of spiritual energy flowed into the dantian. At this moment, Chen Zai felt a shock in his whole body and felt comfortable all over. The cultivation has broken through again. Looking at Chen Fan and Zhao Yun again, their auras also rose, and their cultivation also broke through. However, the sudden rise of aura was instantly restrained by the three people. Tong, the shopkeeper, was still in despair just now, and suddenly felt that there were three auras rising, and looked around. With his cultivation of the 7th level of Qi refining realm, he immediately realized that Chen Zai and the other two had broken through. However, he could not tell what realm the three had broken through to. The aura just now only appeared for a moment and then disappeared. But Tong the shopkeeper still looked at Chen Zai in surprise, with doubts in his heart. Is this still the Chen Zai he knew? How come he broke through just by eating? Isn't he the waste driven down the mountain by Qin Yun's sect? Even if his cultivation level broke through, Chen Zai didn't mean to stop eating, this was all expected. How long would it take him to break through? Now he just needed to calculate carefully, and he could get the answer. Chen Zai didn't care about these and continued to eat. Not long after Chen Zai finished eating, he asked Chen Fan to come and clean up the table. However, Chen Zai was not in a hurry to search Tong's soul. Instead, he sat on a reclining chair in the yard, lying leisurely and basking in the morning sun. Why do this? In Chen Zai's words, what is more comfortable than being in a daze after a full meal? No matter how big the matter is, there is no rush for this moment. After a while, Chen Fan had finished cleaning up and returned to Tong's side again, continuing to watch over Tong. Chen Zai was leisurely for a while, then got up from the reclining chair and came to Tong's front. I have let you live one more night. Now, are you ready? Tong begged for mercy again, but unfortunately his mouth was blocked, and he could only hear the sound of woohoo. Chen Zai ignored him and directly started the soul-searching technique, with his palm pressed on Tong's head. Tong's face showed a painful expression again. And this time, Chen Zai's soul-searching technique finally succeeded. All the memories in Tong's mind were gradually integrated into Chen Zai's mind. Time passed quickly, and Chen Zai had completed the soul search. But Tong seemed to have suffered a huge mental shock, and his eyes were dull. Chen Zai glanced at Tong, who was already stupid, and said lightly, "Kill him. Do it cleanly." "Yes, master." Chen Fan and Zhao Yun responded at the same time. It's not that Chen Zai took life too lightly, but after searching Tong's soul, he found that Tong had done too many bad things. Even if he died 10 times, it would not be too much. Chen Zai didn't want to continue to read all the memories of Tong in his mind. Chen Zai directly discarded all those messy memories, leaving only the information he wanted to know. He already knew the location of the mine, and the family that cooperated with Tong also knew it. The Yi family? Ha, almost there. The distance to this mine is a bit far. Zhao Yun, you go there. Yes, master. Tong, the shopkeeper, had already dealt with it and turned into ashes. Zhao Yun took the order and left quietly. Chen Fan, you go outside and see what the city lord's mansion is doing now, and by the way, ask about the news related to the Yi family. Yes, master. Chen Fan also left the mansion quietly. Chen Zai was the only one left in the huge mansion. At this time, Chen Zai began to check the 2 storage rings that Tong, the shopkeeper, carried with him. The space inside Tong's storage ring is much larger than the storage bag, and only rich people like Tong can afford it. Chen Zai spent some time to wipe off the restrictions left by Tong on the storage ring, and then his spiritual consciousness probed into the storage ring, and the things inside were clear at a glance. Among the 2 storage rings found on shopkeeper Tong, one of them contained all of shopkeeper Tong's spiritual stones. Chen Zai only looked at the items in this storage ring and was deeply moved. He is indeed a rich man, but he is not kind because of his wealth. It is your fault. You don't know until you see it. There are a lot of elixirs in Tong's other storage ring, and even 2 yellow-grade magic tools. It is rare to see yellow-grade magic tools on a cultivator in the Qi refining realm, but Tong has 2 of them. Chen Zai couldn't help but curse inwardly, "You rich dog." Chen Zai took out both magic tools, and then tested their power in his hands. The 2 magic tools are a long sword and a fan. Chen Zai took the long sword in his hand and tried it. It was quite handy, but the fan was a little bit worse. Forget it, I will return them to the store later and exchange them for 2 handy magic tools for Chen Fan and Jia Yun. Chen Zai didn't look at the other things carefully. He planned to return them to the store. However, the pile of spirit stones opened Chen Zai's eyes. It was the first time he saw so many spirit stones. There are 5,000 low-grade spirit stones and 30 medium-grade spirit stones. 1 medium-grade spirit stone can be exchanged for 100 low-grade spirit stones. Middle-grade spirit stones are not rare in a sect like Qingyun sect. But in a small town like Wannan City, it doesn't mean that if you have enough low-grade spirit stones, you can exchange them for medium-grade spirit stones. This shopkeeper Tong is really rich. I don't know how many murders and robberies he has committed. This black iron mine is really profitable. No wonder he dares to take such a big risk and do such a thing. However, if I get hundreds of clones to mine, I don't have to worry about the problem of lack of spirit stones. It's a pity that the price of clones is increasing. It's still a bit difficult to buy 100 clones. However, this thing can still be done. After all, it's a black-hearted mine. They also captured so many coolies. I went to rob this mine, which can be regarded as saving those miners. It's just that this Yi family is a bit troublesome. Let Xiaoyan go to the mine to see the situation first. Now go buy them 2 handy weapons. Chen Zai thought for a while, and then his consciousness had entered the space of all things. In the store of all things, Chen Zai directly handed over all the items in the storage ring of shopkeeper Tong to the woman in green robe for recycling. A total of 4,500 points. If you count the spirit stones, the wealth will exceed 10,000. Chen Zai was pleasantly surprised. He had never thought that he could become financially free just by solving the problem of Tong. However, this was also Tong's own fault. Chen Zai was also acting on behalf of the heaven, and he did not feel guilty at all. After calculating the income this time, Chen Zai directly exited the All Things space and then opened the system panel of the All Things space. Consume 1,000 points to upgrade the All Things space. On the system panel of the All Things space, the position of the words All Things space has been displayed at the 2nd level. At this time, the system prompt also appeared. Prompt: the All Things space has been upgraded successfully. The next upgrade will consume 10,000 points. 10 times? What's 10,000 points? I can be willful if I have money. Chen Zai was full of confidence at this moment, and he had the mentality of a nouveau riche. The All Things space was successfully upgraded, and Chen Zai couldn't wait to enter the All Things space to see the changes after the upgrade. It seems that the area has doubled in size, and the rivers that were not clear before have also appeared. After the upgrade of the All Things space, the fog that had previously shrouded the space has receded a little, and now you can see a scenery of nearly 1,000 square meters. The number of spiritual fields has also doubled, and the previous 10 spiritual fields have become 20. It just so happens that there are still spiritual medicine seeds left after picking spiritual medicine last time. Chen Fan, you go into the All Things space. Chen Zai's mind moved, and he contacted the clone Chen Fan. After a while, the clone Chen Fan entered the All Things space. Master, you are looking for me. Well, you plant these spiritual fields. Yes, Master. Watching Chen Fan plant spiritual medicine, Chen Zai sighed in his heart. What should be saved should still be saved. There is free labor, so why do it yourself? After the spiritual medicine is planted, you continue to inquire about the news of the Yi family. Yes, Master. Chen Zai does not need a supervisor, he only needs to simply explain the precautions to Chen Fan, and he doesn't need to worry about anything else. Chen Zai entered the store of all things with satisfaction. I guess the items in the store of all things should also be upgraded. Entering the store of all things again, the green-robed woman was still there. Even if the system was upgraded, she did not change much, still wearing a green robe and still silent. Ignoring the green-robed woman, Chen Zai directly opened the shopping interface. Sure enough, after the system upgrade, there are more items of a higher level in the shopping interface. The skills do not need to be changed now. Now I rely on improving proficiency to increase my cultivation points. Even if I change to a higher level of skills, the number of proficiency points still has to be calculated from 0. In that case, it is back to the point where I have to practice a few skills to increase my cultivation by 1 point. As for changing skills, I'd better wait until Zhuantianlu is cultivated to the legendary level. These items have been upgraded by 1 level, but the price is much more expensive than those yellow level items. After seeing the updated prices of the items in the store of all things, Chen Zai smiled bitterly. I'm running out of points again. However, Chen Zai didn't worry too much. After all, he was using them on himself and improving his own strength. No matter how many spirit stones he spent, it wouldn't be wasted. Besides, Shen-level items are still rare in Wannan City. This is not something that can be bought with spirit stones, mainly because these items are not circulated in Wannan City. Chen Zai opened the magic weapon purchase interface again and began to search carefully. He wanted to choose a suitable magic weapon for Qin Fan and Zhao Yun. This Shen-level top-grade Yulong spear is good, just right for Zhao Yun's identity. It's just missing a spear technique, but it's not a big problem. The several spells I practiced are almost legendary, so it's just right to pick 2 new ones. This Qin Yun sword is quite interesting. It matches the name of Qin Yun sect very well. Buy it. On the system interface, 4,000 points were directly deducted. Chen Zai put the Yulong spear and Qin Yun sword directly in the space of all things. Whoever wants to use it can just take it directly. After exiting the magic weapon shopping interface, Chen Zai opened the spell shopping interface again. Directly selected 2 Shen-level top-grade spear techniques and sword techniques. If you have money, of course you can buy the best, and you will definitely not buy the worst. Jotian Longyin Gun, a gun technique guided by the sound of dragon roar, can deter the enemy and weaken its combat effectiveness. Jotian Longyin Gun has many powerful moves, each of which contains the power of heaven and earth and the courage to burn the boats. Xingyi 13 Swords is a unique sword technique with 13 moves. Each move represents a star in the galaxy, as fast and accurate as a flying meteor. It seems that there is an invisible force between the sword moves that instantly teleports the user to another location, making it difficult for the enemy to grasp and deal with. The first sword, moving the stars, the sword moves are like the dancing of a smart unicorn, quickly stabbing the enemy, as if it can cross the starry sky and reach the target instantly. The second sword. After reading the introduction of Jotian Longyin Gun and Xingyi 13 Swords, Chen Zai couldn't help but exclaim that it was amazing. It was the first time he saw such a powerful move and such a detailed introduction, which can only be seen in the Wanwu store. I didn't expect that a top-grade Shen-level spell would be so powerful. If I practiced it to the legendary level, it would be amazing, but it's a bit expensive. In addition to his joy, Chen Zai also bought a set of body skills. This body skill is also a top-grade Shen-level one. It is called Faiyanbu, which is a light and swift body skill, full of the grace and agility of a swallow. It is famous for its unpredictable body skills and extremely swift attacks. It can fly like a swallow on the battlefield, avoid the enemy's attacks, and quickly counterattack. It can be used in combat or on the road. The main thing is that this body skill consumes less spiritual power, which is perfect for running away. Chen Zai closed the spell shopping interface with a heartache, and finally bought 2 bottles of chi gathering pills in the pill interface, consuming 100 spirit stones. 2 spells plus body skills cost a total of 6,100 spirit stones. As for the upgrade of the store of all things, there are also pills that can be used in the foundation building realm, but they are not available now. However, this chi gathering pill is what Chen Zai needs most now. Although the pill can speed up the cultivation, Chen Zai still dare not eat too much. He didn't want any accidents to happen in the future after he got the cultivation with great difficulty. Now I'm a pauper again. The black iron ore is waiting for me, here I come. After purchasing the spell, Chen Zai was not in a hurry to leave. After the all things space is upgraded, the functions and skills in the shopping interface will definitely be updated. Chen Zai thought and opened the functional shopping interface again. Clone restroom? Looking at the last picture of a building that appeared on the shopping interface, Chen Zai pondered. Don't the clones need to rest? What is the purpose of this clone rest house? Chen Zai began to look carefully at the introduction of the clone restroom. The clone rest house, which sells for 100 points, allows a seriously injured clone to be repaired. Whether it is a missing arm or leg or a dying one, as long as it is not destroyed, it can be repaired within an hour, and each use will no longer consume points. This is fine. It not only saves time but also saves the consumption of points. It must be purchased. Without any hesitation, Chen Zai directly spent 100 points to win this clone rest house. At this time, in the space of all things, a building appeared out of thin air on one side of the automatic practice room. The building height is about the same as that of the automatic practice room, but the floor area is much larger than that of the automatic practice room. The exterior of the building is decorated with carved beams and painted beams, similar to the style of several other buildings. Chen Zai's thoughts changed and the shopping interface switched to the skills shopping interface. Sure enough, there is only one skill updated in the skill interface. Chen Zai began to check the introduction of this new skill. It is ever-changing and costs 1,000 points. The user can change the appearance and state at will. When using it, 1 point is consumed every 10 minutes. I don't have to show my face when I have my avatar walking outside. And the number of clones will only increase in the future. The images of clones can be ever-changing, but this skill seems a bit useless. But it's better than nothing. Maybe it will be used in the future, and it won't be too late to buy it when you have points. It's better to buy the stealth skill first. The clone will be used right now. I spent 100 spiritual stones to purchase the invisibility skill. Afterwards, Shenzei exited the woo-woo store, went to the automatic practice room, and directly put 3 new spell books into the automatic practice room. Replaced one by one, after 3 hours, all 3 spells reached the entry level and were basically ready for use. After Shenzei left, the shadow in the automatic training room resumed practicing the Earth Shield technique. Shenzei already had 3 sets of new spell casting methods in his mind, and they were all shared with the 2 clones. The clone Zhao Yun, who was on his way, now had some more information in his mind. In an instant, Zhao Yun's figure flashed, his speed exploded, and Faiyanbu exerted his strength. Zhao Yun seemed to be as light as a swallow, and his speed instantly increased a lot. Shenzei exited the space of all things and said, "How about the effect of the new spell?" Immediately afterwards, the Qing Yun sword appeared in Shenzei's hand, and he practiced a set of 13 star-shifting swords. The power of this Xian-level spell is indeed powerful, but I am currently at the 4th level of Qi Refining Realm, and the spiritual power stored in my Dantian is only enough to use 3 moves. Shenzei sat down cross-legged and started to spin Xian Tian Lu. He also threw a qi-gathering pill into his mouth and chewed it like a jelly bean. After a stick of incense, Shenzei opened his eyes, and the spiritual power in his body had recovered. Try the 9 Heavens Dragon Roaring Spear again. The Wandering Dragon Spear has appeared in Shenzei's hand. He dances the Wandering Dragon Spear quickly. The Wandering Dragon Spear is like a flexible dragon, drawing a streak of light flying in the air. The roar of the dragon sounded so majestic that it seemed to penetrate the 9 heavens and frighten all living things. Shenzei held the dragon spear in his hand, and the flying swallow spread out at his feet. He was like a dancing flying swallow, flying quickly. The Wandering Dragon Spear in his hand was like a long dragon flying into the sky, thrusting out at a rapid speed. Every blow carried a biting cold air, the cold light flickered, and it seemed as if there was a dragon's roar. As Shenzei's movement and spear skills cooperated, the power of Fianbu and Zhoutian Lonin spear became more and more terrifying. Suddenly, Shenzei froze, holding his hand on the dragon gun, breathing heavily. The cultivation level is still too low. Before even finishing a set of 9 Heavens Dragon Roaring Spear, Shenzei's spiritual power was exhausted again. Returning the Yulong spear and Qingyun sword to the space of all things, Shenzei crossed his legs and circulated Xiantian Lu again. After a stick of incense, Shenzei's spiritual power recovered again. Feeling the spiritual energy filling his Dantian again, Shenzei showed a satisfied smile on his lips. This feeling made him feel quite at ease. Mysterious level spells are indeed powerful. The 13-star moving swords are all about speed, but the 9 Heavens Dragon Roaring Spear is extremely domineering. I've been practicing for so long, and I'm a little hungry. Shen Zigan was about to make a thought and wanted Shen Fan to cook. Forget it, it's not a problem to always recall clones. Anyway, I still have the spirit stones, so let's buy another clone. The spiritual stone is gone, you can still make more. Shenzei thought to himself, then consciously entered the store of all things and purchased a clone directly. He didn't have too much entanglement this time, because he already had the image of the new clone in his mind. After spending 300 points, a clone appeared. Then, after the clone's shadow solidified, a beautiful figure appeared. She has a pair of bright and clear big eyes, like 2 crystal pearls, revealing a hint of intelligence and kindness. Her pupils were like twinkling stars in the dark night. They were embedded in her fair face, making them look particularly charming. Her hair was as smooth as silk, scattered on her shoulders, black and shiny, gleaming with light. Her smile was warm and sweet, warming people's hearts like the sun. She was wearing a light white robe, the fabric was soft and flowing like clouds and mist, and the fluttering sleeves seemed to bring a gentle and pure breath, making people feel peaceful and at ease. She was slender and graceful, with a slightly curved waistline that looked graceful and soft, and a gentle and elegant temperament in her every move. Like, really too much like. Shenzei looked at the figure in front of him and said to himself unconsciously. The image condensed by this clone was Zhao Linger, who was called the fairy sister. After a moment, the clone Zhao Linger opened her red lips. Master. Zhao Linger's voice was as sweet and gentle as the birdsong in the morning. Hearing this voice, Chenzai's heart seemed to be touched. Instantly there was a very unreal feeling. Chenzai stared at the clone of Zhao Linger in a daze. It was so similar to the one in his memory. Although it is only one of my clones, it is pleasing to have such a clone serving by your side. Chenzai saw Zhao Linger was distracted for a while, but she quickly returned to normal, and her Tao heart was still very firm. Chenzai said softly, "From now on, your name will be Zhao Linger, come out with me." Zhao Linger bowed to Chenzai lightly, "Yes, master." Then, the figures of Chenzai and Zhao Linger disappeared in the Wanwu store one after another. After coming out of the space of all things, Chenzai directly arranged for Zhao Linger to cook. Chenzai was lying on the lounge chair, enjoying this comfortable time quietly. Soon, Zhao Linger made a table of meals. "Master, the meals are ready, you are here to taste." "Okay, you also sit down and eat together." "No need to eat, I don't need to eat." Chenzai shook his head and smiled. He almost forgot that the avatar did not need to eat, and he could keep the state by drawing the aura of heaven and earth. That line. After a while, Chenzai swept all the tables of meals. This meal was the most fragrant meal after he came to this world of cultivation. After Chenzai just finished eating, Zhao Linger was going to clean up the table. Chenzai stopped Zhao Linger's action. "It's okay, it is my honor to do things for the host," Zhao Linger said, and continued to clean up. "Let go." Someone came back soon. Zhao Linger stopped his movement and looked at Chenzai in surprise. At this time, Chenzai thought about it. "Have you found useful news?" "Master, a little harvest." Chen Fanxin replied to Chenzai. "Okay, then come back first." "Yes, master." After a while, Chen Fan entered the space of all things. Chenzai summoned him from the space of all things. Chen Fan was about to talk about the news he found. Chenzai interrupted him directly, and said with a smile, "Don't worry first, pack it here first." At this time, Chen Fan noticed that there was no more avatar in the mansion. There are subtle induction between their avatars, which can be divided into the difference between halal and avatars. Chen Fan glanced at the table without packing and looked at the new avatars. He couldn't help laughing. Why are they all avatars? The difference is so big, because she looks beautiful. But I'm as handsome as the owner. Chen Fan can only talk like this in his heart. Since it is Chenzai's order, he will obey unconditionally. Chen Fan still ran to pack the table obediently. Chen Fan's thoughts, Chenzai also seemed to feel it, and he couldn't help but go straight to the black line. "I am thinking about what mess in my heart. It seems that I still have to learn a small spell in the future, so as not to be so troublesome." But Chenzai feels that he is not wrong. Women cook and men wash dishes. Isn't this a matter of justice? Then Chenzai lay down and continued to rest, waiting for Chen Fan to finish it. At this time, Zhao Linger felt that he should do something now, and slowly walked behind Chenzai. Put his hand gently on Chenzai's shoulders, gently massage Chenzai. Feeling the gentle pressing on the shoulders, Chenzai's heart was suspicious. Are the avatars so understanding? However, Zhao Linger also simply helped him massage his shoulders to relax, and Chenzai didn't care too much. "Not long. Master, it has been packed," Chen Fanbi said respectfully. "Okay, talk about the news you heard." "Yes, owner, when I was investigating outside, I found that the main house of the city seemed to be a little strange today. They simply investigated the disappearance of the shopkeeper, and then there was no following, and they did not do much survey." Chenzai groaned for a moment, and he felt a little puzzled. It shouldn't. How can the shopkeepers say that the shopkeeper is a wealthy household in Wannan City? Besides, this shopkeeper is still an immortal. There is still a fight when disappearing. Isn't it forbidden to fight in Wannan City? Is this the main government of the city? Or is there another conspiracy? Chen Fan said, "Master, I haven't heard this yet, the time is too short, I can't see their true intentions." Chenzai thought about it and said, "Okay, then you continue to pay attention to this line. When necessary, you can also use special skills." "Yes, master." Immediately afterwards, Chen Fan continued to tell some news about the Yi family he heard. "Master, this Yi family has always been relatively low-key, rarely friction with other families in the city. But the pride of the entire Yi family is also obvious. The Yi family's industry is located throughout Wannan City, and it has the status of the first family of Wannan City. Moreover, it is said that the ancestors of the Yi family are still alive, and the Yi family has operated in Wannan City for less than a century. What is the realm of Yi Jia's ancestor now, and there is no way to explore. In addition, there are many outstanding disciples of the Yi family in Qingyanzong. The Yi family sends the people to Qingyanzong every 10 years. After listening to Chen Fan's statement, Chen Zhe sang for a moment. Oh, this is the big tree of Qing Yunzong to develop and strengthen their own family. However, the Yi family has rely on Qing Yunzong, so why not have to cooperate with people like the shopkeeper, which is really strange. According to the power of the Yi family, it is just a mysterious iron mine, which can be tapped formally. There is no need to do this kind of stealing chicken and dogs at all. Is there any other hidden feelings? Chen Zhe's heart was doubtful and said, the strength of this Yi family has made me underestimated. It seems that Xian iron mine still has to be discussed from a long way. You continue to ask the news outside. Since there is not much action on the main house of the city, you don't have to pay too much attention to collect more news related to the Yi family as much as possible. Yes, the master. Chen Fan retreated. After Chen Fan left, Chen Zhe couldn't help but ponder. Suddenly he remembered that there was another Zhao Linger around him, and with the idea of multiple heads and multiple ideas, he asked Zhao Linger. Linger, what do you think the Yi family is planning? Aren't they afraid that what they are doing will be exposed? Mining privately may not be a big deal, but they coerce cultivators to mine. If outsiders know about this, the consequences will be disastrous. Although Zhao Linger is a clone, she also has her own thoughts. She pondered for a moment. Master, is the Yi family planning to sneak into Qinsong? What do you mean? Chen Zhe looked at Zhao Linger with interest. He didn't expect that Zhao Linger actually had different ideas after asking casually. Master, the Yi family is already the #1 family in Wannan City, and there is an ancestor who has lived for more than 100 years and whose cultivation level is unknown. In addition, there are many children of the Yi family in Qingyun sect, and the Yi family has become a giant. If the Yi family wants to go further, they can only start from Qingyun sect. But Qingyun sect is a sect of immortal cultivation, and its foundation is naturally not comparable to that of ordinary families. If the Yi family wants to go further, they must first start with cultivation resources. With more cultivation resources, the strength of the Yi family can be better improved. It can also provide help to the disciples in Qingyun sect, so that the children of the Yi family can improve their cultivation faster. This will also make it easier for the children of the Yi family can occupy a higher position in the Qingyun sect. In the long run, the power of the Yi family will naturally become stronger and stronger. Perhaps one day, the Qingyun sect may be secretly controlled by the Yi family. Chen Zhe thought for a moment and thought about the possibility of Zhao Linger's analysis. If it is as you said, then the Yi family is indeed playing a big game. However, it is not a matter of one day or one night for the Yi family to replace the position of the Qingyun sect. After all, the Qingyun sect is a sect of immortal cultivation with a history of thousands of years. If the Yi family can infiltrate the Qingyun sect so easily, there must be some big secrets behind it that we don't know. After Chen Zhe finished speaking, he pondered again. He partially agreed with Zhao Linger's analysis, and Zhao Linger's analysis was not unreasonable. He just didn't expect that Zhao Linger would have such a forward-looking idea. He couldn't help but wonder if Zhao Linger was still a clone. Aren't the clones exchanged from the system the same as his intelligence? Why is Zhao Linger's thinking reaction a few points faster than his? Master? Seeing Chen Zhe staring at her, Zhao Linger felt a little embarrassed even though he was a clone. Only then did Chen Zhe realize that he had been staring at Zhao Linger, as if he had something wrong with him, and his expression was indeed a bit lewd. Chen Zhe quickly regained his composure. Well, I'm sorry, I was a little lost in my thoughts just now. I don't know what the Yi family's plan is. However, it is not that simple for the Yi family to really control the Qingyun sect. No matter what, the Qingyun sect still has nascent soul realm monks. Unless the Yi family can really cultivate a few Yuanying monks, then it is really possible for the Yi family to cover the sky with one hand. I don't know how many years it will take to wait until the day when the Yi family has a nascent soul cultivator. However, when it comes to cultivating to nascent soul, even if the Yi family has a few more talented people, they will still be inferior to the system. We don't have to worry about these things, but we have to fight over this Shin iron mine. Who asked the Yi family to do such a harmful thing first? Taking down the black iron mine can also rescue the oppressed miners. Master, you are right, I am shallow. It's okay, you said it very well. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to think of so many things. Now, let's think about how we can plan to get this black iron mine first. Yes. Then, Chen Zhe and his clone Zhao Linger discussed in detail how to obtain the black iron mine without any danger. The Yi family is still too strong, Chen Zhe is not completely sure, and now is not the time to compete with the Yi family. Time flies. The clone Chen Fan kept inquiring about information outside, and would bring back different information to Chen Zhe every day. Chen Zhe was discussing the action plan with Zhao Linger. Now in Chen Zhe's eyes, Zhao Linger was no longer a clone who only knew how to obey orders. It's someone who can really communicate with him smoothly. It can even be said that Zhao Linger has become Chen Zhe's advisor. Every time Chen Zhe thought of something, Zhao Linger would help him check for any gaps. The clone Zhaoyun also arrived at the location of the mine extracted from shopkeeper Tong's memory without stopping for 2 consecutive days. In the past 2 days, except for the time to recover his spiritual power, Zhaoyun had been on the road the rest of the time. If it weren't for the blessing of Chen Zixin's fian step, Zhaoyun might not have been able to get there in 2 days. Fortunately, with the blessing of the breath condensation technique, Zhaoyun did not encounter any danger along the way. Master, I have arrived at the outskirts of the Black Iron Mine, and the place is heavily guarded. Moreover, there are several very powerful auras hidden in the dark, which are probably at the state of perfect chi refining. Among these hidden auras, there may be foundation-building realm powers. Master, please instruct me on my next move. Chen Zhe sensed the message from Zhaoyun in his mind and replied directly, you should have a good rest first and be ready for action at any time. There is no need to deliberately hide your breath. Just hide your cultivation to the 3rd level of chi refining. Yes. Although the clone Zhaoyun did not understand Chen Zhe's intentions, he still chose to obey unconditionally. Zhaoyun meditated to restore his spiritual power, cancelled the breath-gathering technique he had been using, and no longer concealed his breath, but his cultivation was only displayed at the 3rd level of the chi refining realm. Zhaoyun's current location is still a little far away from the guards of Xiantai Mine, so it is impossible to say that he will be found immediately. However, it was only a matter of time before he was discovered. When the monks at the Foundation Establishment Realm conduct spiritual inspections, they will immediately discover Zhaoyun's aura. Wananchang, in the lobby of the Yi family's mansion. From high positions to outside the lobby, everyone is a member of the Yi family. Sitting at the head of the lobby was none other than the head of the Yi family, Yi Zhentian. Sitting below are several elders of the Yi family. Under the elders, sitting were the geniuses of the Yi family. Outside the lobby, there are the cultivated members of the Yi family, although they do not have the right to speak in the lobby to discuss matters. But every time there is a discussion, all clan members must return to the Yi family and wait for arrangements at any time. And it is precisely because of such cohesion that the Yi family can become the first family in Wannan City, and even pursue greater ambitions. At this time, Yi Zhentian, who was sitting at the head of the lobby, spoke, everyone sitting here is the mainstay of my Yi family, and today I specially recruited several clan members from the Qingyun sect to participate in the discussion. Today's discussion is also related to the future of my Yi family. First of all, the first thing is to develop the Xiantai Mine together with Tongfu restaurant manager. The recent profits have been very good, which is a happy event. Then there is the matter of shopkeeper Tong being abducted. Until now, there is still no news at all. Half of the reason why I asked you clan members from Qingyun sect to come back is to ask about this matter. Have you found any news? Was it Qingyun sect's hand? Reporting to the head of the family, when we received the news from the family, we had already started to inquire from all sides within the Qingyun sect. There was no news at all, and we did not find any abnormalities in the Qingyun sect. That's a bit strange. Our spies from several other families in the city lord's mansion didn't find any information at all. Is it really just a vendetta? Come to think of it, shopkeeper Tong is not a good person to begin with, otherwise he wouldn't be able to think of arresting people as minors. Forget it, everyone doesn't need to worry about shopkeeper Tong for the time being. He is just a monk in the chi refining realm. Whether he is dead or missing, it doesn't matter. Just treat him as dead. Now that shopkeeper Tong is dead, this Xiantai mine belongs to our Yi family. Over at the Xiantai mine, shopkeeper Tong's people immediately subdued themselves, and those who were willing to surrender were allowed to dig. Those who are not willing to surrender should be dealt with immediately. 3rd elder and 4th elder will lead your people to do this. It's the head of the family. The 3rd elder and the 4th elder stood up to accept the order. Remember to contact the tribesmen over there in advance and be more discreet. Okay, master, please don't worry. Yi Zhentian looked at the disciples in Qingyun sect. What happens next is related to you. Master, please speak. The Dakian dynasty will have a grand competition between the various cultivating sects once every 100 years. There are still 2 years left. I hope you all can improve your cultivation as quickly as possible. First show his prominence in the Qingyun sect, and then compete in the century-old competition to win a name for himself. The family will give you unconditional support, and each of you will have the opportunity to receive an unlimited supply of family resources. You bring this news back to Qingyun sect, pay special attention and be sure to inform Yi Feiyang of this news. The family will always be his backer. When Yi Zhentian finally said this, there was something intriguing in his tone. Yes, please rest assured, head of the family, we will go through fire and water and work hard for the family. I am very satisfied to see that you have this determination. You must remember that everything is for the family. Yes, master. Okay, the training resources for you have been prepared. You can take them now and go back to Qingyun sect. Remember to seize the time to practice, the family needs you. Yes. Yi Zhentian's words made the Yi family members' blood boil with excitement, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Master, everyone in the Qingyun sect has gone back. An elder came back to report. Yi Zhentian just nodded slightly to indicate that he understood. The people sitting in the meeting hall now are all the elders of the Yi family. Fifth brother, this Qilin son of yours really doesn't take me as the head of the family seriously. Even the summons for family meetings failed to call him back. Yi Zhentian's tone of voice was obviously unkind. The third elder also said at this time, the same goes for Feiyang, maybe he is still brooding about what happened back then. Wasn't that matter clearly explained to me a long time ago? Fifth brother, you should take good care of him. The fourth elder also said in a timely manner, fifth brother, you also know that this is the family rule, and family resources are tilted towards clan members with high talents. The child Feiyang's talent back then was indeed a bit lacking, so it was only natural that resources would be skewed. Moreover, over the years, the family's resources have been tilted towards him, which can be regarded as making up for all the resources that were owed over the years. You still have to persuade him more, everything is for the sake of the family. The second elder did not speak, but just looked at the fifth elder. The fifth elder also looked embarrassed now, but he was still a little proud in his heart. He also did not expect that his son would suddenly burst into cultivation talent and become the person with the highest cultivation level in the Yi family. Anyway, he is very proud of his son. His son is now the Qilin son of the Yi family, which is his pride. In his eyes, Yi Feiyang could never do anything too much. Although he thought so in his heart, the fifth elder still said apologetically, it is estimated that the child Feiyang has been at a breakthrough point recently, and he will not be able to come back for a while. I received a message from him a few days ago, saying that he was about to break through again and asked me to send him some resources. When the fifth elder said this, everyone in the hall, including Yi Zhentian, looked surprised. However, Yi Zhentian still heard the meaning of the fifth elder's words, which was to point him to send resources to Yi Feiyang. Is this kid Feiyang about to break through again? Remember that the last time he made a breakthrough was only half a year ago. If he is going to break through again, isn't he already building the fourth level of the foundation? This is already more than us old guys. The tone of voice of several elders is different now. Fifth brother, don't worry, since this kid Feiyang wants to make a breakthrough in cultivation. If you don't come back today, I won't mind. The fifth brother is also relieved about the cultivation resources. I will double them for them and send them to Qingyun sect tomorrow. Yi Zhentian said this suddenly, but it shocked several other elders. This plus doubling the cultivation resources is quite a lot. However, since it was Yi Zhentian's decision, they would not object. Besides, it is also common practice to allocate training resources to highly talented clan members. Why don't they have a Yi Feiyang in their own family? Then I will take Feiyang's place. Thank you very much, master. Fifth brother, you don't have to be polite. This is a matter of course. After the Yi family leader and the fifth elder were polite, he said, fifth brother will leave it to you to take over the property that shopkeeper Tong left in Wannan City. After Yi Zhentian finished speaking, the other elders looked at the fifth elder with envy. This meaning is already obvious. From now on, shopkeeper Tong's property will belong to the fifth elder. Even after paying the family's share, there is still a lot of money left. Several other elders could only feel envious, but they did not dare to have any opinions. Yes, patriarch, I'll do it right away. The fifth elder's face was filled with joy. This was exactly the spirit stone that was delivered to his hand. Okay, that's all said and done, let's get to work. Yes. The elders led the mission and left, leaving only the fourth elder in the hall who had not spoken and had no mission. Second brother, what do you think about shopkeeper Tong? Shopkeeper Tong's affairs are not worth mentioning. Yi Zhentian also nodded slightly, but he didn't take it to heart from the beginning to the end. Shopkeeper Tong will have to solve it sooner or later. It's just a matter of sooner or later. Now that someone has done it for him, it's better. It's just that the matter between Lao Wu and Yi Feiyan should be carefully considered. Yi Feiyan's sudden and rapid improvement in cultivation is worthy of study in itself. In addition, Lao Wu seems to be a little wandering recently and should be hammered down. The second elder said with a bad look. I have told the ancestor about Yi Feiyan's rapid improvement in cultivation. The ancestor wanted to focus on cultivating him. The ancestor has left seclusion? What is the ancestor's cultivation level? The fourth elder asked in surprise. The head of the Yi family did not answer, but nodded calmly. The second elder was convinced that the Yi family was strong again. As for Lao Wu, let him be. No matter what he does, he can't make any waves. Now we still have to rely on him to maintain Yi Feiyan. The ancestor has great plans and needs powerful helpers. As long as the ancestor is here, our Yi family will be brilliant and even stronger. The second elder seemed to understand and nodded gently. Then, a silent bloody storm broke out in Wannan City. There were more than one family that wanted to compete for shopkeeper Tong's property, but after the Yi family took action, the other families all reluctantly stopped. They knew that they could not defeat the Yi family, and if they continued, they would only annoy the Yi family. In Wannan City, several people were having secret discussions in a dark room. Why did the Yi family suddenly take action? I don't know, but judging from the Yi family's attitude, they are determined to win. If they continue to fight, we will be the only ones who will suffer. What does the city lord's mansion think? The city lord's mansion has not taken any action for the time being. Forget it, it seems that the city lord's mansion has also compromised. They don't even investigate Tong's affairs. It seems that they know something hidden. The Li family has withdrawn. My Wang family has withdrawn. My Lu family has also withdrawn. However, the recent movements of the Yi family are a bit intriguing. It's better for everyone to pay attention to them. Yes, our families should stick together for warmth. Well, let's talk about it later. In the past 2 days, Chen Zhe has had an easy time, except for discussing with Zhao Linger. When he is interested, he practices the Star Shift 13 swords and the 9 Heavens Dragon Chant gun. When he is not interested, he lies down to rest. Anyway, the daily practice time will not exceed 2 hours. The 2 bottles of qi gathering pills are also consumed very slowly. Chen Zhe only eats 2 pills a day at most. However, Chen Zhe's cultivation has indeed improved significantly in the past 2 days. Name, Chen Zhe Cultivation, 5th level of Qi Refining 20/100 Talent, Lower Grade Earth Spiritual Root Skill, Zuentianlu, Minor Success, 130 out of 400 Spells, Earth Shield, Grandmaster, 2250/5000 Heart Piercing, Mastery, 1/200 Soul Search, Mastery, 2 out of 213 Swords of Starshift, Beginner, 10 out of 109 Heavens Dragon Chant Spear, Beginner, 10 out of 100 Flying Swallow Step, Beginner, 1 out of 100 Ignition, Legend, Breath Containment, Legend, Space of All Things, Level 2 not bad, the cultivation has been raised to the 5th level of Qi Refining, and building a foundation is not a dream. Chen Zhe sighed after reading the system interface. Linger, it's time to cook. Yes, master. What else can I ask for such a fairy-like life? If it can continue like this, it would be great. As soon as Chen Zhe finished eating the food made by Zhao Linger, he felt Chen Fan calling him. The clone Chen Fan has telepathy? I just finished eating and I have to come back to clean up. Chen Zhe's mind moved, and the clone Chen Fan was released from the space of all things. Master, there is big news. Well, no hurry, clean up these first. Chen Fan looked at the table where Chen Zhe had just finished eating. There were still the leftovers of Chen Zhe's meal on the table. Chen Fan was distressed. Every time Chen Zhe finished eating, he would definitely call him back to wash the dishes. Today he just caught up. Zhao Linger was already used to Chen Zhe's style of doing things, and couldn't help but chuckle. Helplessly, Chen Fan could only go to wash the dishes first, and the big news he just learned could only be temporarily put aside. Soon, Chen Fan finished washing the dishes and came to the recliner where Chen Zhe was lying. Master! What's the big news? The Yi family has taken over all of shopkeeper Tong's businesses. Well, this is also foreseeable. Shopkeeper Tong and the Yi family are in a cooperative relationship. It's normal for shopkeeper Tong to disappear and for the Yi family to come out and take over his businesses. But, what big news is this? Chen Zhe asked in confusion. Master, I haven't finished yet. Hearing what the clone Chen Fan said, Chen Zhe couldn't help but roll his eyes at him. The clone Chen Fan continued, originally, the property of shopkeeper Tong attracted competition from several other families in Wannan City. But when the Yi family appeared, the other families stopped immediately, and even the city lord's mansion tacitly approved of the Yi family's behavior. Hearing this, Chenze felt a little interesting. The Yi family is so powerful that those families can't compare, but the attitude of the city lord's mansion is a little strange. When will the Dogon dynasty allow cultivators to run rampant? It seems that the city lord has some problems too. Okay, I know all the news, you can continue to inquire. Yes. The clone Chen fan left the mansion. Linger, the Yi family has already started to act. It is estimated that they will also take action at the Black Iron Mine. In Tong's memory, there are still his men at the Black Iron Mine. The Yi family should also clean up these people. However, it's okay. It won't delay Zhao Yun from sneaking in, and our plan can start. Master, we are still short of a lot of spiritual stones. If there are not enough clones, the plan will be difficult to implement at once. That's right, it's really not possible without spiritual stones, but the next clone needs 400 spiritual stones, and I don't know how many spiritual stones more clones will need. If there are no more clones, Zhao Yun can only work hard first. Thousands of miles away, Zhao Yun felt a little itchy in his nose and wanted to sneeze. Let's go and see how the spiritual medicine is growing. It is estimated that it will take a few days for the spiritual medicine to mature. As he said, Chenze's consciousness took Zhao Linger into the space of all things. As soon as he entered the space of all things, Chenze was stunned by the scenery of the spiritual field. Won't it take a few days for these spiritual herbs to mature? Chenze clearly felt that the spiritual herbs in the spiritual field were at least 10 years old. He remembered that the latest spiritual herbs had only been planted for 4 days, so how could they suddenly mature? Could it be? Chenze had an idea in his mind at this time. Could it be that the upgrade of the space of all things not only increased the number of spiritual fields, but also increased the time acceleration of the spiritual fields? Linger, go and collect all the mature spiritual herbs. Those 30-year-old spiritual herbs can also be collected. Remember to leave the seeds in Sao directly. Yes, master. Zhao Linger agreed and started picking spiritual herbs. Chenze just watched. According to his calculations, the time acceleration of the spiritual field should be doubled this time. It was 500 times faster before, and now it should be 1,000 times. It's worth spending 1,000 points to upgrade the space of all things. It's really a pillow for a sleepy person. I was short of spiritual stones, and this spiritual herb is mature. Chenze was overjoyed. His plan could be advanced. Soon, Zhao Linger had picked all the mature spiritual herbs and planted new spiritual herb seeds. 15 spiritual herbs of 10 years old and 5 spiritual herbs of 30 years old. Chenze and Zhao Linger brought the spiritual herbs directly to the Wanwu store. Recycle all these spiritual herbs. The spiritual herbs brought by Chenze disappeared. After a while, the green-robed woman spoke. Recycle 15 spiritual herbs of 10 years old, a total of 600 points. 5 spiritual herbs of 30 years old, a total of 1,000 points. Chenze was very satisfied with the price and said, by the way, recycle this short knife as well. A yellow-grade low-grade short knife, 50 points. Well, not bad, I have gained another 1650 points, plus the remaining spiritual stones, there are more than 2,000 points, it is not a problem to buy 3 clones. Now we just have to wait for Zhao Yun. Another day passed, and Zhao Yun, who was thousands of miles away, was finally discovered. Several figures rushed towards Zhao Yun's position at high speed. They were the guards of the Yi family of the Black Iron Mine. Who are you and what are you doing here? I am just a casual cultivator passing by. My spiritual power is exhausted. I will rest here for a while and leave now. Zhao Yun pretended to be helpless and said. Zhao Yun had already seen that the 3 people coming over were all at the 7th level of qi refining. Although Xiu is higher than him, the combat power is not necessarily. However, according to Chenze's instructions, Zhao Yun never thought about it. The 3 guards of the Yi family, and the eyes were exchanged for information. This Xin iron mine is the secret of their Yi family. If it is exposed, it will cause a lot of trouble to the family. Soon, the 3 made a decision. One person shouted, slowly, since you are here, there is no reason to let you go, and strange you just blame you to come wrong. Zhao Yun looked at the 3 guards. I just passed by, I didn't see anything, and I had no intention of disturbing you, but if you rely on repairing it, it is not easy to kill me. Speaking, Zhao Yun opened the posture, and the dragon gun could not be used naturally, otherwise the show would be performed in vain. A guard laughed with a joke, unexpectedly, you still have a bone, but we did not say that you want to kill you, but you can't let you go for the time being, you still have useful. What do you mean? Zhao Yun puzzled. It means literally. Do you think you can have a chance in the hands of the 3 layers of qi in our 3 layers? Zhao Yun shook his head. No chance, I have to fight. Forget it, don't talk nonsense with you, 2 roads, you choose. First, immediately capture it, follow us, mining for us for 10 years, and let you be free. Second, we hit you a meal, throw you to the mine, and dig for a lifetime. Choose it yourself. Forced me. I don't choose any of me. After that, Zhao Yun was about to burst. The 3 guards were also prepared for a long time when Zhao Yun had something to do. He launched the attack directly and fell Zhao Yun to the ground. Zhao Yun received these 3 hits, and he didn't feel anything. He was just an avatar and had no pain. However, according to Chen Zhe's order, he still had to pretend to be fainted. Looking at Zhao Yun, who was stunned directly, the guards joked, just let you choose, you do and choose, then we can only help you choose now. Hee, you can immediately dig the mine in the mine for a lifetime. Linger, Zhao Yun has entered the black iron mine as planned. Then the master's plan can begin. Zhao Yun had already sent back the news when he was captured. Well, let him stay in the mine for a while, just in time for the Yi family to clean up the people left by Tong the shopkeeper. Our plan is not urgent for the time being. Zhao Yun pretended to faint and was taken into the black iron mine, which was exactly in Chen Zhe's plan. In the 2 days waiting for the Yi family to clean up, Chen Zhe lived a comfortable life. With Zhao Linger's company, the days were not boring at all. In the past 2 days, the clone Chen Fan brought back some news every day. The city lord's mansion has completely ended the investigation of Tong the shopkeeper incident, and acquiesced to everything the Yi family did. The other families were also too quiet. At present, Wannan City is stable and harmonious, as if nothing has ever happened, and people seem to deliberately choose to forget certain things. However, Chen Zhe doesn't care about these. It's better if no one investigates, so he will be safer. Zhao Yun also sent back news. Last night, there was a commotion outside the black iron mine, but it soon calmed down. When he got up to mine today, everything was normal inside the black iron mine, except that there seemed to be some new miners. Now there are hundreds of miners in the black iron mine, all digging, and if they are a little lazy, they will be beaten and scolded. It seems that the Yi family is cleaning up very quickly. I didn't expect the Yi family to be so strong that the whole Wannan city seems to be shrouded by this family. Combining the various news received in the past few days, Chen Zhe came to this conclusion. However, Chen Zhe laughed dryly twice, but this big cake of the Yi family is destined to be cut by me. In the black iron mine, Zhao Yun, the clone, was lurking in it according to Chen Zhe's instructions, playing the role of a qualified miner. In the past 2 days, Zhao Yun has also figured out the operation of this mine. All the miners in this black iron mine were either deceived or directly captured. No one came willingly. Every miner here has a pair of shackles on his feet, restricting his movements. Every miner has a mining task every day. The requirements of this task are determined by each person's cultivation. The cultivation level of the first level of qi refining is to hand in 10 kilograms of black iron ore every day. The cultivation level of the second level of qi refining is to hand in 20 kilograms of black iron ore every day, and so on. The amount of black iron ore required every day is just the limit of a person's daily mining. The Yi family has already calculated that, except for the rest time, every miner here can only complete the task by constantly mining. For those who fail to complete the task every day, at the very least, they will not have food to eat. In severe cases, not only will they not have food to eat, but they will also be beaten and hung up for public display. Even so, it is not over yet. All the unfinished tasks will also be accumulated to the next day. This cycle continues until the task can be completed every day. The hundreds of miners here have long lost the desire to resist. Now they are all like zombies, urging their spiritual power, waving their hoes, bending over and digging. They have no room for resistance at all. They can't even want to die. Whether they are mining or resting, there are people watching them. The only thing they can do is to survive until their lives come to an end, or until the entire mine is dug out. Zhao Yun, who was mining, had just quietly put a piece of black iron ore into the space of all things when he suddenly heard a painful wail. A miner just moved a little slower and was greeted by the guard's whip. Then, the guard's voice was heard, "Hurry up." And the clone Zhao Yun is not without gains every day. His current cultivation level is the third level of qi refining, and his daily task is 30 kilograms of black iron ore. In fact, Zhao Yun can dig more than 40 kilograms of black iron ore every day. And because it is a clone, even if he keeps mining, the clone Zhao Yun will not feel tired, but his spiritual power recovers more slowly. In addition, Zhao Yun can use the space of all things, and every time he digs out a part of the ore, he will intercept it. He only needs to complete the task of 30 kilograms every day, and the rest will be collected in the space of all things. Wannan City, Chenzai's mansion. Master, this 10 kilograms of black iron ore, recycled to the store of all things, the income is only 2 points, isn't it too little? With Zhao Yun's strength, now he can only collect 20 kilograms of black iron ore a day. Zhao Linger was a little confused. Although she was smart, and this plan was agreed upon by her and Chen Zai, she was still a little unsure whether this would work. It's okay, my goal is not just this little bit, this is just the beginning. I want the entire black iron ore of the Yi family. Tonight, we can start the action. Yes. At night. Chen Zai suddenly felt a shock and groaned. Well, his cultivation has broken through again, and he has reached the 6th level of qi refining. With his current strength, he should have no rivals in the qi refining realm. Even if he meets someone in the early stage of the foundation establishment realm, he will be able to fight. However, even if he does meet someone, it is not certain who will win if the clones come together. Now is not the time to think about these things. Zhao Yun should have started to act. In the Yi family's black iron mine, Zhao Yun, who had completed a day's task, was taking a nap. At this time, Zhao Yun, who was a clone, felt that the other 3 people who lived in the same mine with him were already asleep. The cultivation of these 3 people was the same as Zhao Yun, the clone, now showing, all of them were at the 3rd level of qi refining. Zhao Yun used the breath-retaining technique, and his whole body aura disappeared. His figure was like a ghost, and he quickly touched the 3 people in the mine. The 3 people disappeared in an instant, but in an instant, the figures of the 3 people reappeared. The 3 people who appeared again smiled at Zhao Yun. Then, the 4 people in the mine closed their eyes at the same time and pretended to sleep. Now the 4 people in the mine are all clones purchased by Chen Zai. On the first day of entering the mine, Zhao Yun had already memorized the appearance and form of these 3 people, and asked for their names, and passed them to Chen Zai. When Chen Zai received this information, he directly bought 3 clones in the store of all things. The method used by Zhao Yun, the clone, to make the 3 people disappear was actually to temporarily store them in the space of all things. At the same time, in a forest thousands of miles away from Wannan City, Chen Fan, the clone, had been waiting there for a long time. While storing the 3 people in the space of all things, he released them again. Chen Zai did this just to prevent the space of all things from being exposed, and consuming 3 points was nothing. Now, the 3 people who entered the space of all things did not feel that they had been to the space of all things. They only felt their bodies lighten and were awakened. When they opened their eyes, they saw only Chen Fan, the clone, wearing a black cloak and covering himself tightly. However, they still felt different. The environment they were in was no longer a dark mine. The 3 people who came out of the mine looked at Chen Fan, the clone, with a puzzled look on their faces. Okay, you don't need to look anymore. Now you are free. Go quickly and don't come back in the future. As he said, Chen Fan, the clone, took out the Qingyun sword and waved it 3 times in a row. The shackles on the 3 people's feet were all cut off. The 3 people looked at each other, and at the same time they also knew that they were rescued and would never have to go back to the dark mine to mine. The 3 people knelt down in an instant. Thank you for saving my life, great kindness, great virtue will never be forgotten, please leave your name, and I will repay you in the future. The clone Chen Fan waved his hand and said, no need to repay, just go in that direction and leave here, don't come back. As he said, Chen Fan, the clone, pointed in a direction, and then disappeared. The 3 people who were rescued didn't see where Chen Fan went at all, their cultivation was still too low. Forget it, we are lucky to be able to get out of that mine. That's right, benefactor, with such a cultivation, he can save us, it's not our turn to repay him. Yeah, I just don't know how we were rescued, and where are we now? No matter, as long as it's not in that mine, anywhere is fine. But we can't just let it go. We must spread the word about this black-hearted mine. I don't believe that no one can deal with them. Yes, we don't have the strength, but we can still spread the news. That's right, such a large black iron mine, there should be many people who are tempted by it, and it is estimated that even those big sects will be tempted. At this time, a person suddenly seemed to think of something and said in surprise, huh? Why are there only 3 of us here? Doesn't the newcomer live with us? Why wasn't he rescued? This sudden doubt made the 3 rescued people look at each other. A guess suddenly appeared in their minds. Could it be that the one who saved us was? At this time, the person who raised the question was suddenly interrupted. Don't say it, we don't know anything. The person who raised the question suddenly realized. He was able to rescue them quietly, and there was another person who had not appeared in the same mine. According to their thinking, this person is very likely to be the clone Zhao Yun, and he is also a powerful master. This matter is no longer something they can participate in. The person who saved them must not just save them. Yes, we don't know anything, and we are not minors. Yes. Yes. The three people who were rescued seemed to have figured it out at this time, and they reached a consensus. They didn't know anything, and they had never appeared here. The three people quickly ran in the direction that Chen Fan had pointed before and left here. In the darkness, the clone Chen Fan did not leave, but temporarily used the breath-holding technique to restrain his breath, and was still observing the three people who were rescued. At the same time, he immediately passed the situation he saw to Chen Zhe. Hearing the conversation between the three rescued people, Chen Zhe smiled bitterly. I didn't expect these three people to be so smart. They guessed it all at once. But it doesn't matter. I guess they won't come back again, and they won't interfere with my plan. At this time, Zhao Linger frowned and said, Master, the points are all used up again. It will take some time to buy a clone. The investment and return don't seem to be proportional. It's okay. If you don't have points and spirit stones, you can earn them again. The clone is different. The clone can exist forever. And with more clones, I am safer and more relaxed. I can leave everything to the clones. Master, you are right. I think too much. Linger, I'm a little hungry. Yes, Master, I'll prepare it now. With that, the clone Zhao Linger went to prepare food. Chen Zhe looked at the back of the clone Zhao Linger. Why do they feel like they are not clones, as if they are real people? Such a thought suddenly flashed in Chen Zhe's mind. However, it was soon dispelled by Chen Zhe, because it was not important. Chen Zhe was not worried about the consumption of spirit stones and points. In the space of all things, there was 1,000 times accelerated spirit field, and those spiritual medicines of 10 years could be harvested in 3 or 4 days. And outside, according to Chen Zhe's estimation, the black iron mine developed by the Yi family was hollowed out and worth at least several million spirit stones. These are now Chen Zhe's income, but there is still a little time. There are guards in the black iron mine, and Zhao Yun and his 4 clones cannot do it so blatantly. But it will be soon, and Chen Zhe's next step is to solve the problem of guards. However, it also takes time, but Chen Zhe is not in a hurry now. What he has is time. Another 4 consecutive days have passed. Chen Zhe's cultivation level broke through again. I have reached the 7th level of qi refining. The speed of cultivation is really fast, as easy as drinking water. Master, the spiritual medicine has matured again, and the 30-year-old spiritual medicine has also matured. Okay, after collecting this batch of spiritual medicine, we can add more clones at the black iron mine. It's time to start the next step. In the past few days, the 10-year-old spiritual medicine matured once, and the income was only enough for Chen Zhe to buy a clone. He was not in a hurry to buy it, but waited until now. The income from the ripening of the spiritual medicine this time is enough to buy 3 more clones. And Zhao Yun and his 3 clones have also brought back some income to Chen Zhe in the past few days. The black iron ore they dug was returned to the store of all things, and they also got 120 points. Although it is not much, it is better than nothing. At least the clones have started to make money for him. In the black iron ore, Zhao Yun and his 4 clones have received Chen Zhe's order to start taking action against the guards today. Zhao Yun and his 4 clones, who had just finished digging the mine, were resting in the mine. At this time, one of the clones suddenly let out a painful cry. The Yi family members who were responsible for guarding them heard the cry and came to check immediately. The guard walked into the mine where Zhao Yun and his friends were, and saw a clone rolling on the ground, making bursts of cries. Zhao Yun and his 3 shrank to one side, looking at the guard who came in horror. The guard frowned at the clone on the ground, and the whip in his hand had already hit him. Why are you screaming? Be quiet. The clone didn't feel anything when the whip hit him, but he continued to pretend to scream in pain. The scream annoyed the guard, and he increased his strength and whipped him several times in a row. The clone stopped screaming at this time, lying on the ground motionless, without any breath. The guard was puzzled. Dead? The guard was about to go up to check the clone's situation. These miners were still very important to the Yi family. Every miner was a tool to earn spirit stones. One less miner, one less person to mine. Moreover, the guards here were all members of the Yi family. He was not on guard at all and walked directly to the clone on the ground. The guard's back was completely exposed to the 3 clones of Zhao Yun. In an instant, the Qingyun sword appeared in Zhao Yun's hand, and he directly cut off the guard's head with one sword. The clones that were lying on the ground just now also opened their eyes at the same time. Together, several clones quickly stripped all the items on the guard and put the body into the space of all things. At the same time, a clone that looked exactly like the guard appeared. The 5 clones in the mine smiled at each other. Their mission was completed, and everything was done quietly. At this time, the clone Chen Fan outside Wannan City released the guarded corpse from the space of all things. He used the ignition technique and threw a fireball onto the corpse, which slowly turned into ashes. After doing everything, the clone Chen Fan entered the space of all things. When he appeared again, he was already in Chen Zai's mansion. Master, everything has been resolved. Well, you did a good job. We don't need you here for the time being. Go to Qingyun sect. It's almost time for Qingyun sect to recruit disciples. Master, should I use your name, or? Just use your own name, and don't hide your cultivation. Although you have low-grade spiritual roots, with the cultivation of the 7th level of qi refining, it shouldn't be a problem for you to be an outer disciple in Qingyun sect. Yes. After entering Qingyun sect, remember to find the manager and see how he is doing. Master, do you have any other instructions for me to go to Qingyun sect? Just be a good disciple in Qingyun sect. Yes, Master. Letting Chen Fan go to Qingyun sect was a plan that Chen Zai had already made. The original owner's long-cherished wish still needs to be fulfilled. Besides, Qingyun sect is also a sect of immortal cultivation, and Chen Zai, who traveled through time, also wants to see it. In addition, there are disciples of the Yi family in Qingyun sect, and he also needs to explore the truth. It is not Chen Zai's character to not take revenge for every little grievance. Although the cause was from shopkeeper Tong, the root was still the entire Yi family. Moreover, the ambition of the Yi family is ultimately a disaster. If Chen Zai wants to stay in Wannan City in peace and stability, he can't get around the Yi family. In the Yi family's black iron mine. As soon as the clone in the form of a guard left the mine where the clone Zhao Yun and others were, several other guards came over. The leader was an old man with a cultivation level of the 8th level of qi refining. He frowned and asked, "What's the situation?" There was a fluctuation of spiritual power just now. It's okay, just one miner wanted to pretend to be sick and lazy, and it has been solved. The clone guard said. While the leading old man was speaking, other members of the Yi family had already entered the mine to check. But in the mine, only Zhao Yun and others were seen shrinking, and they looked like they had been taught a lesson, and nothing unusual was found. The person who came out of the mine after checking gave the old man a look. It's good that you're fine, Zhenping. How's your practice recently? When can you break through? Hearing the old man calling his name, the clone also knew that he was now the guard of the Yi family, and he should be called Yi Zhengping in the Yi family. The clone Yi Zhengping replied, "It should be soon. There are signs of loosening in my practice recently." Okay, the young are formidable. Our Yi family will depend on you young people in the future. Okay, it's okay here, everyone go back to practice. The family is in need of people now. The head of the family has issued an order, and everyone's practice resources have increased. Everyone, don't let the family down. Yes. All the Yi family guards left, and the clone successfully broke into the Yi family. The clone Yi Zhengping returned to his usual position and pretended to practice. This is the information that Zhao Yun and others have noticed during this period. Chen Zai's plan went smoothly. Next, it depends on the clone Yi Zhengping. In the next 2 days, the clone Yi Zhengping pretended to guard the clone Zhao Yun and others while observing the situation in the mine. From time to time, he would chat with other members of the Yi family and inquire about some unknown situations. The more he understood, the more familiar the clone Yi Zhengping became with his new identity. He also had a clearer understanding of the arrangements of the Yi family in this black iron mine. He has now completely integrated into the Yi family, and no one doubts him at all. On this day, the clone Yi Zhengping, who was pretending to practice, heard someone calling him. "Zhengping, take you guys out for patrol. Be careful when patrolling." The person who spoke was the leading old man who came to check the night before. Yes. Yi Zhengping simply replied. The Yi family guards in the mine cave have a rule to patrol outside the mine in turns every day. The patrol personnel of the Yi family guards are always in groups of 3. And the purpose of arranging personnel to patrol outside every time is to prevent this black iron mine from being discovered. The 2 people who patrolled with the clone Yi Zhengping were also the 2 people he was familiar with in the past 2 days. One is called Yi Jiang and the other is called Yi Tong. The 3 people's cultivation levels are similar, all of them are at the 6th level of qi refining. The three of them talked along the way, chatting about the recent situation in the family, and also talked about Yi Feiyang, the most important genius of the Yi family. As they talked, the other two people showed envy from time to time. However, there seemed to be some jealousy in this envy. Yi Feiyang has been a bit too much recently, and he dared not even listen to the orders of the head of the family. Yes, I heard that he didn't want to come back when the family convened a meeting last time. There's no way. Who made him have a good father? Maybe he consumed a lot of resources to cultivate so fast. That's right, his cultivation speed was not so fast before. Listening to what they said, the clone Yi Zhangping also heard it for the first time, and didn't understand it very well, so he could only echo it. These people didn't dare to say these words in the mine. Yi Feiyang is the most valued junior of the Yi family now. If others knew about their discussions, they would inevitably be punished. However, now that they are outside, they are a little more unscrupulous. Moreover, they are getting farther and farther away from the mine, so they are not afraid of being eavesdropped. Zhenping, why are you silent today? You used to scold Yi Feiyang the most fiercely. Yes. We are so far away from the mine, what are you afraid of? The clone Yi Zhangping laughed dryly. Is that so? Yi Jiang and Yi Tong looked at Yi Zhangping in confusion, feeling that he was a little strange today. Zhangping, what's wrong with you? Yi Zhangping didn't say anything, just smiled. What's funny is that these two people are about to die, but they don't know it. It's been a long time since we have been active, let's practice. As he said, Yi Zhangping already had a long spear in his hand, the dragon spear in his hand. Yi Jiang and Yi Tong were confused by the clone Yi Zhangping's move, and they were stunned. When the dragon spear appeared, they already felt the breath of the dragon spear. SSS-level magic weapon? You know what you are talking about. The clone Yi Zhangping didn't waste any more words. He also knew how to use the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar Spear. He pointed the spear and made a move, dragon roaring for the Nine Heavens. The spear tip was like a dragon opening its mouth, making a deafening sound, and the spear body suddenly burst out with a powerful dragon roar. The spear tip rushed towards Yi Jiang and Yi Tong at a very fast speed. The fierce attack was swift and accurate, like a violent dragon biting at the two. Yi Zhangping, are you crazy? When Yi Jiang and Yi Tong saw the spear coming, they knew they couldn't stop it. They frantically used all their life-saving means to resist, and at the same time they were still shouting loudly. They couldn't understand why Yi Zhangping, who was also a member of the family, would suddenly attack. Moreover, he used a Xian-level magic weapon, which they had never seen before. In an instant, the clone Yi Zhangping used the dragon roaring for the Nine Heavens to stab continuously. Yi Jiang and Yi Tong were already full of bullet holes, and their resistance was ineffective at all. Of course it had no effect, not to mention that Yi Zhangping's clone was 2 levels higher than them in terms of cultivation. Even the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar Spear, which was at the master's level, was not something that they, who were at the 5th level of qi refining, could resist. Although Yi Jiang and Yi Tong were now covered with wounds from the Nine Heavens Dragon Singing Spear. But Yi Zhangping did not take their lives directly. Yi Jiang and Yi Tong shouted frantically, Yi Zhangping, are you crazy? You are betraying the family. Who told you that I am Yi Zhangping? The clone Yi Zhangping smiled calmly. Yi Jiang and Yi Tong's faces were full of question marks. Who else could the person standing in front of them be if not Yi Zhangping? Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. After Yi Zhangping finished speaking, 2 more people appeared beside him at the same time. When these 2 people appeared, the pupils of Yi Jiang and Yi Tong, who were covered with scars, instantly dilated. Who are you? The 2 people in front of them looked exactly like them. If they hadn't seen the clothes and appearance of the 2 people in front of them, they would even think they were looking in the mirror. The master said that villains often die because they talk too much. Don't waste time talking to them. Just do it. The one who spoke was the clone who had just appeared. He looked exactly like Yi Jiang. Another clone who looked like Yi Tong nodded. Well, you guys start. I'll help you protect the law. The clone Yi Zhangping said. The clone walked towards Yi Jiang and Yi Tong. What are you going to do? Yi Jiang and Yi Tong looked at themselves in horror. The 2 clones didn't waste time. One by one, they put their hands on their heads and began to perform soul-searching. Yi Jiang and Yi Tong both looked painful. Soon, the 2 clones loosened their palms, and Yi Jiang and Yi Tong fell to the ground. How is it? The clone Yi Zhangping came up and asked. The soul search was successful. The 2 of them are no longer useful. They can be directly wiped out. Kill them. The master said that none of their Yi family members are innocent. The clone Yi Zhangping said. Then Yi Jiang and Yi Tong turned into ashes, and the two clones packed up their things. Next, we have to wait for the master's next plan. Let's go, continue patrolling, the time is not up yet. The three clones smiled at each other and began their interpretation of life. In Chen Zai's mansion. Master, there is not much useful information in the soul search messages sent back by the clones. Their levels are too low. Now, the clones will not send messages directly to Chen Zai unless it is a special matter. They will first send it to Zhao Linger, and let Zhao Linger sort it out and filter it. Then report it to Chen Zai. He only needs to listen to the news he wants to know. Chen Zai doesn't want a voice to suddenly speak in his mind every day. Well, this is also expected. However, this Yi Feiyang is quite interesting. He is less than 30 years old, but he is already a master of the foundation building realm. It seems that this Yi Feiyang also has his secrets. What is the current situation of the clone Chen Fan? Zhao Linger continued to report, the clone Chen Fan is also progressing smoothly. In the Qingyun sect, such a cultivator with cultivation does not pay much attention to the grade of qualifications. But if you want to join the Qingyun sect, you must participate in the sect's assessment. Well, with the strength of the clone Chen Fan, this assessment should not be a problem. Yes, the news sent back by the clone Chen Fan also said so. Yes, everything is progressing steadily, but there is a lack of spirit stones. Master, the 10-year-old spiritual medicine will be mature tomorrow. With the black iron ore harvested by the clone Zhao Yun, it will be enough to buy another clone tomorrow. There is no rush for the next clone. There are several guards of the Yi family in the mine. It is up to them to decide how much Zhao Yun and his friends hand in every day. The income from the black iron ore should be increasing. But, the chance of others discovering it will also increase. It's okay. As long as you have points, you are not afraid of being discovered. At worst, you can replace them all. Master is right. At this time, Chen Zai seemed to remember something. By the way, Linger, you don't seem to have left this yard yet, right? No, wherever the master is, I am there. Zhao Linger said. Do you want to go out for a walk? Zhao Linger hesitated for a moment, but did not answer immediately. Although she was just a clone, she also had her own thoughts. What the outside of this yard looked like, she actually wanted to see it. Let's go. We don't have to cook today. Let's go out to eat. Yes, master. Chen Zai smiled and said, but then again, I haven't really tried the food in this world. I don't know how it tastes. I guess it's not as good as your cooking, Linger. Thank you for the compliment, master. Okay, let's stop talking. Let's go. I haven't been out for a long time. Yes, master. The streets of Wannan City are still as prosperous as ever, and there will be no changes because of who is missing or who is more. When I walked into the market, I looked at the shops on the street and the things that the immortal cultivators set up stalls to sell. This is the first time Zhao Linger has gone out, and she feels curious about everything she sees. But Chen Zai didn't stop, and he didn't run around. Linger, see if there is anything you like, I'll give it to you. Master, no, I'll just take a look, I don't need these things. Although the clone Zhao Linger said that she didn't need it, her eyes were still attracted by jewelry and other things from time to time. Chen Zai saw all of this, and the clones all have independent consciousness. And Zhao Linger is a female clone, so she will naturally take a second look at these beautiful things. Seeing Zhao Linger like this, Chen Zai smiled and shook his head, then walked to a jewelry stall and stopped. This stall does not sell things needed by cultivators, but an ordinary female jewelry stall. The goods sold on the stall are all used by ordinary people, but the jewelry is of various types and the styles are quite novel. Zhao Linger's eyes just stayed here several times. Chen Zai looked around the stall and finally picked up a simple style hairpin, thinking that it was very suitable for Zhao Linger's temperament. Chen Zai called Zhao Linger over and gently pinned the hairpin in her hair. After Chen Zai put the hairpin on Zhao Linger, he looked at it and found it quite suitable. Chen Zai didn't say much, just asked the price directly, and finally paid 1 or 2 silvers. Let's go. Let's continue. Chen Zai said. Thank you, master. Why are you being polite to me? Just say it if you like it. Don't be so reserved. Yes, master. When passing by the restaurant where Tong used to be, Chen Zai saw that the name of the restaurant had not changed. Although the restaurant now belongs to the Yi family, it is still called Tongfu Restaurant. The decoration of the restaurant has not changed much, except that some new tables and chairs have been added and a few waiters have been replaced. This is one of the places the original owner likes to come to the most, and it is also the place where the story of Chen Zai and Tong began. He felt an inexplicable desire to go in. Linger, let's try the food here today. How is it? Listen to the master. Okay, then this restaurant. Hello, how many guest officers? When Chen Zhe and Zhao Linger walked into the Tongfu restaurant, there was a shop from the shop to say hello. After the shop was cheerful, he noticed Zhao Linger around Chen Zhe. When seeing Zhao Linger's face clearly, his eyes were suddenly attracted. Zhao Linger in front of him was that the female disciples of Qin Yunzong were afraid that it would not be comparable. I have never seen such a pure girl, just like a little fairy. He thought, when he could find such a girl, it is estimated that it would be impossible in this life. If you can cultivate immortals. Chen Zhe has noticed the eyes of the shop, and you don't need to guess that he must be attracted by Zhao Linger's face. Cough. Chen Zhe coughed twice, and said faintly, 2 people. The shop Xiaoer noticed that he had just lost his mind at this time, but fortunately, the 2 guest officers didn't mind. Quickly said, do you want to sit upstairs or downstairs? Is there a location upstairs? The last time Chen Zhe came to the restaurant, just to pay back the money, he didn't pay attention to the layout in the restaurant at all. Yes, the guest officer, the upstairs are all private rooms. Oh. Chen Zhe groaned, let's sit downstairs. Okay, please. 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 After speaking, the shop chauffeur took Chen Zhe and Zhao Linger and found a table on the first floor and sat down. Behind the shop Xiaoer, Chen Zhe looked at the current Tongfu restaurant. Unexpectedly, the service of Tongfu restaurant is now a lot stronger than before. In the past, the shop in Tongfu restaurant had a little needing to see the menu. However, Linger's appearance is still a bit exaggerated. In the future, you should pay attention to avoid being remembered. Chen Zhe thought in his heart. 2 guest officers, please sit and see what you want to eat. Is there a menu? Yes, this will be for you. The shop Xiaoer immediately handed over the menu. Chen Zhe handed the menu to Zhao Linger. Look, do you want to eat? Master, just said it. Zhao Linger did not need to eat. What is the taste of food is not important for her. After watching the menu, Chen Zhe didn't know what to order, mainly because the dish written by the menu was too fancy, and he couldn't understand what the dish it was. Simply, Chen Zhe directly returned the menu to the shop. We just have 2 people, just 2 or 3 of your signature dishes. Okay, please wait a little. After speaking, the shop was arranged for the dishes. Chen Zhe looked at the diners in the restaurant. 3 or 2 people ate on the first floor. There are a few tables that are ordinary people, and there are several tables who are immortal, but the cultivation is not high. After a moment, the shop chauffeur returned again. Guest officials, the meals have been arranged, do you need to give you some wine? We are also famous in Wannan City in the same Wannan City. No need. When he heard drinking Chen Zhe, he was upset. When he had nothing to do in the last life, he also drank a little wine. But in this life, the original owner died because of drinking in the same blessing restaurant, and left him a debt. This is a matter of wine, drink it next life. It didn't take long for the shop to start the table on the table. Chen Zhe looked at it, but he was repaid, and let the store Ziofer put a few signature dishes, but he did not have the behavior of slaughtering. Guest officer, the dishes are all on, please use it slowly. Chen Zhe nodded. Master, these dishes seem to have no linger to make delicious. Although Zhao Linger didn't need to eat, she still tasted the taste of the vegetables, otherwise she would cook Chen Zhe. That's natural, these meals are naturally not as good as you made. Chen Zhe's words were exaggerated by Zhao Linger, and he also exaggerated himself. I don't want to think about who Zhao Linger's cooking technology is learned from. Just eat it casually, we are not mainly for eating, or strolling around. We haven't gone out for a long time. Yes, master. Although the taste of food is not as good as Zhao Linger, it can still be eaten, otherwise the same blessing restaurant cannot be opened. Primary 2, check out. Come to the guest officer, a total of 12 silver. Fortunately, it's not expensive. Then, Chen Zhe took out 12 silver and put it on the table. Then he walked out of the restaurant with Zhao Linger. The guest officer goes slowly, welcome to come again next time. After the shop was at the door of the store and sent Chen Zhe, he kept watching the back of Zhao Linger's departure. Really beautiful. At this time, there was a sound of checkout in the restaurant. Hey, thank you officer. The shop Xiaoer quickly put away the silver 2 on the table. In this more money, there was a tip. Master, this Yi family took over this Tongfu restaurant, and it seemed that it was very good. Chen Zhe smiled dismissively, such a good location is to open a shop casually, and the business will not be bad. As long as it is not intentional slaughtering, you can continue to open. The Yi family is also really powerful, and the industries in Wannan City are regular. But secretly, it was a matter of injury. Master, the Yi family did this, really made money, but also fell well. This is the terrible place of the Yi family. It does not show the mountains and water, but it is secretly controlling Wannan City. It's like an invisible big hand that has been manipulating behind. It really stands again. Just then, Zhao Linger suddenly said, Master, like someone is following us? Well, I have noticed it for a long time. It is estimated that we have not revealed the practice and moved their minds. Regardless of them, the 3 gas refining 5 floors, there is no threat, we continue to take us. Yes, Master. Chen Zhe did not take the people who followed him at all. This is the streets of Wannan City. No one dares to do it on the street at will. Chen Zhe is the same, he dare not, but does not mean that he has never dared to. Chen Zhe continued to visit his street, and he ignored a few tales that he knew. It's just that for a day, there is nothing he see. They are all things that can be bought in all things. Originally, Chen Zishi was able to find good things on the stalls of the stalls. Unfortunately, after walking around, I didn't find any good things. Go back. There is nothing to go to. Chen Zhe felt that it was not interesting to visit. Yes, Master. However, Chen Zhe did not take Zhao Linger in the direction of the mansion. Instead, I walked at the previously rented private house. Since someone is incompatible with himself, of course, you need to solve it. There are too many patrols in the house and the main house of the city, not very easy to do. The private house area is different, and the patrol team comes less. No, it should be basically not. As long as he moves fast and the patrol team is coming, it is useless. It seems that I should go out less in the future. If I go out, I will be followed. I should let my clone do the work. There is nothing wrong with staying at home. It's just staying at home for a while. But safety is more important. Life is more important. Chen Zhe felt that as long as he went out, something would happen. This was not in line with his inner thoughts. Master, where are we going? Let's go to the place where I used to live and take care of the tail. After Chen Zhe said this, Zhao Linger understood. Slowly walking to the familiar alley, Chen Zhe and Zhao Linger restrained their breath. Master, they are speeding up. Well, let's wait for them. Chen Zhe simply stopped and waited for the people behind him. The 3 people who had been following out of Tongfu restaurant originally just saw that Zhao Linger was pretty and planned to follow to see which girl she was from. The most important thing was that they did not feel the cultivation of Chen Zhe and Zhao Linger, so they dared to follow them. But the more they followed, the happier they were. They did not expect that Chen Zhe and his friends would actually walk to the civilian area. God really helped them. Their unintentional behavior actually brought them a chance from God. They had already regarded Zhao Linger as their own. In their eyes, mortals were like ants. Whether they killed or robbed them, it was just like a game. But when they saw Chen Zhe and Zhao Linger suddenly stop, they hesitated again. Were they discovered? It shouldn't be. How could 2 mortals discover their tracking? However, although Chen Zhe and Zhao Linger in front didn't know why, they did stop. For a moment, they didn't dare to act rashly. Chen Zhe saw that he had stopped and waited for them, and the few people who followed him didn't dare to come up. It seems that I still underestimated them. There are really not many fools among the immortal cultivators, otherwise they can't cultivate immortals. Master, I'll go. Chen Zhe glanced at Zhao Linger, and he suddenly found that he seemed to have forgotten that Zhao Linger was also a clone. Zhao Linger had the same cultivation strength as him, and Zhao Linger could do what he could do. Chen Zhe smiled helplessly and nodded, go ahead. Master, do you want to capture her alive or kill her directly? Just kill her directly. I'll go to the house I rented before and wait for you. Yes, Master. Chen Zhe started to move forward again, but Zhao Linger's figure had disappeared. Brother, that kid started to walk again. It seems that we are too worried. No, it seems that one person is missing? That woman is gone. Only that kid is walking forward alone. The 3 looked at Chen Zhe in surprise. They could not see Zhao Linger at all. They could only see Chen Zhe's back. At this moment, a clear and beautiful voice came into the ears of the 3 people, are you looking for me? The 3 people were surprised. The voice seemed to come from behind them. Could it be? The 3 people looked back in surprise. The beautiful face that had made them chase her suddenly appeared in front of them. When did you run behind us? The eldest of the 3 people said in horror. Just now. Zhao Linger asked again in confusion, you followed us, is there something wrong? The 3 people hesitated and didn't know how to start. At this point, they already understood that they had made a mistake. They never thought that the two people who had been following for so long actually hid their cultivation. Let me say for you, you were tempted by the beauty, right? The three people already knew the current situation, and hurriedly waved their hands and said, No, we were just passing by. Hee, since you have the wrong idea, you should pay the price for your behavior. The clone Zhaolinger didn't intend to talk nonsense anymore, and there was already a Qingyun sword in her hand. Xuanjie? When they saw the Qingyun sword, the three knew that they were finished. Anyone who could casually take out a Xuanjie magic weapon must be someone they couldn't afford to offend. Fellow Daoist, spare me. You talk too much nonsense. Zhaolinger's Qingyun sword was already swung, and the Starshift 13 swords were activated. Zhaolinger's figure disappeared, and when she reappeared, she was already behind the three people. While the three were still wondering where Zhaolinger's men had gone, they felt a chill on their necks. Then they felt pain in their necks, and the three of them covered their necks with their hands at the same time. They couldn't cover the blood, and it spurted out from their fingers. Bang! 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 The three fell to the ground. In an instant, Zhaolinger had used the star-shifting 13 swords to move the stars and solved the three people. After looking at the three people who fell to the ground, Zhaolinger collected their belongings. 3 fireballs were thrown at the three people, and soon the three people turned into ashes. After cleaning up the traces of the battle just now and confirming that there were no omissions, Zhaolinger began to walk towards Chenzhe. This whole set of procedures was too familiar. Isn't this the way Chenzhe treats his enemies every time? Chenzhe didn't expect that his set of procedures was perfectly inherited by each of his clones. Chenzhe stood in the yard of the house where he used to live. Solved? Zhaolinger, who came to Chenzhe, replied, solved. Well, let's go back. Master, don't you want to go in and take a look? The clone Zhaolinger saw that Chenzhe was just standing in the yard and didn't go into the house. Nothing to see. After saying that, Chenzhe walked out of the yard without looking back. The clone Zhaolinger didn't understand what Chenzhe was thinking, but just followed Chenzhe silently. She was just a clone, so she didn't need to guess Chenzhe's thoughts, as long as she was loyal to Chenzhe. On the way back to the mansion, Chenzhe didn't say anything. When he was near the door of the mansion, he suddenly said, Linger, what do you think about us opening a shop in Wandan City? Linger listens to the master. I still want to hear your opinion, help me analyze it. It seems boring to always stay in the mansion, so I still have to find something to do. Besides, opening a shop can also earn spiritual stones. When I was walking outside today, I found that there seemed to be a price difference between the items in the Wanwu store and the items sold in the shops outside. The items in the Wanwu store, the value is measured by the cost of the item. The prices of items in the shops outside are all based on the scarcity of the items. There is a 30% price difference between the 30-year-old spiritual medicine in the spiritual field and the one sold outside, not to mention other things. And the items in the store are all available, as long as there are spiritual stones, they can be exchanged. You say, is it necessary for us to open a shop? It just so happens that we are short of spiritual stones now. Chenzhe said all his thoughts, and he has done a series of analysis himself. The master's idea is very good, but if we open a shop and sell everything, will it affect the interests of those families? Moreover, we don't need to purchase goods for a long time, which is bound to arouse some people's suspicion. Although she felt that Chenzhe's idea was very good, Zhaolinger still expressed her concerns. The supply of goods is easy to solve. Our shop does not only sell goods. Similarly, we also recycle goods, so we don't have to worry about the supply of goods. The interests of those families are not important. As long as they see our strength, they dare not do anything. This is how the world is, the strong prey on the weak. Besides, we are just opening a shop, and we will not take too much of their interests. Moreover, to open a shop in Wannan City, you still need the consent of the city lord's mansion. After all the procedures are completed, you will also be protected by the city lord's mansion. Seeing that the clone Zhaolinger did not raise any more opinions, Chenzhe smiled again. It's too early to open a shop. Now I still lack a lot of spiritual stones. Let's go in. It's just right for Linger to go and cook some food. The food outside is still not as delicious as yours. Zhaolinger smiled. Okay, master, Linger will prepare it right away. After returning to the mansion, Zhaolinger went to cook without Chenzhe's arrangement. Chenzhe lay on the recliner alone, thinking about the idea of opening a shop. The difference he could make by selling the items in the store to the outside world was too tempting for him. What he lacked now was the spirit stone. If he wanted to completely take the black iron ore for himself, he would need more clones to help. The more clones he had, the more strength he had. It seemed that opening a shop was absolutely necessary. Not long after, Zhao Linger prepared a table of food. Chen Zai enjoyed the food comfortably, and Zhao Linger waited quietly by the side. How is Chen Fan's sect entrance examination going? Master, Chen Fan has sent back a message that everything is going well. He has passed today's selection. He can join Qingyun's sect after the last selection tomorrow. Well, this is all expected. With his 7th level cultivation in the Qi refining realm, it is not difficult for him to pass the examination. It is also easy to become an outer disciple. Let him continue. Yes, Master. How are Zhao Yulin and the others? Have they aroused the suspicion of the Yi family? Master, not yet. After the clones infiltrated the Yi family's guards, they no longer have to worry about mining. Mining has basically never stopped. And the 3 clones who replaced the Yi family's guards also intercepted a part of the black iron ore. But they didn't do too much and still handed over a part to the Yi family. Very good, let them continue. After saying that, Chen Zai drank another bowl of soup and smacked his lips. Comfortable. Zhao Linger looked at Chen Zai's actions. Although she was puzzled, she was still a little happy in her heart. It was her honor that Chen Zai liked her food. Moreover, every time she saw Chen Zai finish the food she cooked, she felt a sense of accomplishment. Chen Zai put down the bowl of soup, and with a thought, the clone number 4, who was working hard to mine, was summoned back to the space of all things. Then, he appeared in front of Chen Zai. At this time, the clone number 4 was holding a pickaxe covered with mud in his hand. Master? Clone number 4 was a little confused. It's hard to mine. Take a break first and clean up here by the way. Yes, Master. Although clone number 4 was a little confused, he still followed Chen Zai's instructions and cleaned the table. There was suddenly one less miner in the mine, and Chen Zai was not afraid of being discovered. Anyway, there was a replacement clone to act as an insider. Moreover, sooner or later, the entire mine would be his people. Chen Zai lay down comfortably again, wandering in the sky. Zhao Linger waited quietly by his side. At the same time, Chen Fan, who was far away in Qingyun's sect, had a strange feeling in his heart. However, before he could catch this feeling, it disappeared without a trace. Could it be that the master missed me? Chen Fan was wondering in his heart, and suddenly heard someone calling him. Brother Chen, please take care of me in the future. My name is Yu Xingxi. Yu Xingxi bowed his hands with a smile on his face. Chen Fan looked at Yu Xingxi. This person also came to participate in the Qingyun sect's entry selection like him. His cultivation was a little worse than his, only the 6th level of Qi refining. He was handsome, but a little worse than him. Chen Fan also bowed and said, Hello, Brother Yu. Brother Yu, why don't you rest, adjust your state, and prepare for tomorrow's selection? I passed the first round of the selection, and I feel a little excited for a while, and my heart can't calm down. I saw that Brother Chen didn't rest either, so I just wanted to chat with Brother Chen and discuss the experience of cultivation. Chen Fan and other immortal cultivators who came to participate in the selection were arranged to rest together after passing today's selection. Only after passing the final selection tomorrow can they officially become outer disciples of Qingyun sect. At that time, everyone can have a room of their own. And now they are arranged in a big room. It's said that everyone is resting and adjusting their state. But at this last moment, who can sleep? Everyone is seizing the last time to sit cross-legged and meditate. Like Chen Fan and Yu Xingxi, there are only 2 who don't cram at the last minute. Chen Fan doesn't need to practice, and it doesn't matter whether he practices or not. And Yu Xingxi really can't calm down. Chen Fan said, Okay, let's go outside and chat, and don't disturb other Taoists from practicing. That's what I meant. I just happen to have 2 bottles of fine wine. Although it's not the wine of the immortal family, it tastes really good. Hearing Yu Xingxi's words, Chen Fan's face was a little embarrassed. It seems that the host doesn't like to drink very much. But at this time, the words have come to this point, and Chen Fan is embarrassed to refuse. Yu Xingxi, who is at the 6th level of Qi refining, will definitely pass the selection tomorrow, and they will all be fellow disciples in the future. His task is to stay in Qingyun sect well, so naturally he has to have a good relationship with these future disciples. Besides, Yu Xingxi also has good intentions, and he is embarrassed to refuse directly. The 2 have come to the pavilion outside the yard, and Yu Xingxi took out 2 pots of wine. 1 pot was handed to Chen Fan, and before he started talking, Yu Xingxi took the initiative to clink the wine pot in Chen Fan's hand. Brother Chen, please. Then, Yu Xingxi picked up the wine pot and drank a big mouthful. Chen Fan held the wine jug and looked at Yu Xingxi hesitantly, feeling a little embarrassed. Should I drink or not? If you drink a little, the host probably won't say anything. This is also to complete the task. Having made up his mind, Chen Fan picked up the wine bottle and took a sip. Yeah, it's a bit spicy, but it tastes pretty good. Although it was his first time drinking, he felt that it was nothing. Why didn't the master like it? After taking a sip of wine, Yu Xingxi felt that his heart, which could not be calmed down, suddenly calmed down. His state was no longer the same as before, and he said cheerfully, Brother Chen, is this your first time drinking? Well, I used to go to practice. It was indeed my first time to drink it. However, this wine tastes pretty good. Chen Fan was telling the truth. Didn't Chen Zhe never drink, he only knew how to practice. Yu Xingxi laughed and said, Brother Chen's life is too boring. Isn't the purpose of cultivating immortality to seek freedom? It is still necessary to relax properly. Brother, you said that. Chen Fan agreed. Come on, have another drink. Yu Xingxi raised the wine bottle and touched it with Chen Fan. It's no wonder that Brother Chen's cultivation level is higher than mine. Normally, besides practicing, he probably just practices. Chen Fan nodded, said nothing, and smiled awkwardly. Brother Chen, why are you cultivating immortality? Yu Xingxi suddenly asked. Isn't the purpose of cultivating immortality to seek immortality? Chen Fan said doubtfully. Brother Chen, with qualifications like you and me, we are lucky enough to be able to cultivate to the Golden Core Realm in our lifetime. If you can't cultivate to the Golden Core Realm, but only cultivate to the Foundation Establishment Realm, you will only live an extra 100 or so years. Destiny is doomed, so you should live a more carefree life, don't you think? After listening to what Yu Xingxi said, Chen Fan just nodded slightly. What Yu Xingxi said is not wrong. If there is no chance and only their qualifications can cultivate to the Golden Elixir Realm, it will be the end. Maybe he won't be able to reach the Golden Core Realm, and will have to be stuck in the Foundation Establishment Realm for the rest of his life. The lifespan of the Foundation Establishment Realm is 200 years, and the lifespan of the Golden Core Realm is only 500 years. If one cannot cultivate to the nascent soul realm in 500 years, the road to immortality will come to an end. However, a lifespan of 500 years in this life is not too short. At this moment, she seemed to feel Yu Xing's mood. Although he is just an avatar, you don't have to think about it at all. As long as Chen Zhe is in, he exists eternal. But his heart was also touched a bit, and Xiao Xian was not only for the sake of longevity. On this road, you can also live wantonly. This time, Chen Fan took the initiative to raise the jug and touched the jug in the hands of Yu Xingxi. At this time, when he saw that the avatar Chen Fan took the initiative to touch his cup, he was originally his initiative. Yu Xingxi suddenly felt happy for a while, and he did not see the wrong person. Brother Chen, do it. Brother Chen looks good. No, drink for the first time. The avatar Chen Fan is also very helpless. He has only one avatar, and he doesn't even need to eat anything. How could he get drunk? Seeing that the wine in the jug was finished, the avatars had finished drinking and said, Brother Yu, the wine is finished, we should go back, there will be the last assessment tomorrow. Yu Xingxi smiled clearly and said, it will be called Brother Chen and Brother Chen. The younger brother wished here in advance, and the brother joined King Yanzong, and then Xingyun went straight. The same brother. Xin Iron Mine. The avatar Zhao Yun kept mining with other avatars. Even if they have no mining day and night, it's okay. The avatars of the 3E family images have always been outside the wind. If someone comes over, they can notify Zhao Yun in the mine in a timely manner. The speed of Zhao Yun and their mining have also greatly improved. After 3 days, the elixir in the spiritual field in the space of all things matured again. After Chen Zhe asked Zhao Linger to pick the elixir, he recruited the avatar Zhao Yun from the Xian Iron Mine. Let the avatar Zhao Yun take these elixir and find a shop in Wannan City, and sell these elixir. After selling, Zhao Yun continued to go back to mining. As long as there is an avatar in one place, the other avatars can appear around him at any time. In this way, Chen Zhe does not have to show up often. Sure enough, these elixirs are sold to outside shops, which are similar to the space for all things, and some are even cheaper. These shops have acquired these elixir, and they will add some prices and sell them. Chen Zhe is also understandable for opening a high buying and selling high. After all, people have to make money. But now that he lacks the stones to open a shop, there are no other good ways. It can only be sold at low prices. This 1,000 pieces of spirit stones want a shop in the opening of Wannan City. Chenzei Cece, how can you earn a little more spiritual stone and open up the spirit stone of a shop? Xian iron mine naturally cannot be sold outside. Then, a large number of Xian iron mine flows into the market, which will definitely cause doubts from others. Linger, do you have any good thoughts? Chen Zisher couldn't think of any way, he could only see the avatar Zhao Linger. Master, Linger can't think of a good way for a while. Oh. Chen Zai sighed, it seems that it can only be accumulated slowly selling elixir like this. The avatar Zhao Linger was also silent. Forget it, take it slowly. Chen Zai could only compromise helplessly. At this time, Chen Zai asked again, what about the situation of the parting Chen Fan? Back to the master, the avatar Chen Fan has successfully joined King Yanzong and officially became an outer disciple. It's not bad, is there any other news? Yes, the owner asked the outer door to find the avatar Chen Fan, and he had found it. He also asked the owner what to deal with this manager. Chen Zai groaned for a moment, let this care of this career be kicked out of King Yanzong, and King Yanzong came out. It is easy to deal with him. Yes, I passed the host's order to him. There is another thing, and the avatar Chen Fan also said that the owner was determined. What's the matter? Chen Zai was also surprised, and Chen Fan had other news. Zhao Linger said, he said that in 2 years, it was once a century of the Dagon dynasty, and the younger generation between the major cultivation of Xianzongmen. He asked, did he also have to participate, and he heard that the disciples who got the ranking could get a very generous reward given by the Dagon dynasty. And I heard that the prize of this first name is likely to be the items of the heavens, but what is it? I don't know it yet. Hearing heavenly items, Chen Zai was shocked. Heaven is already what he knows, the highest grade in this world. And casual one of the heavens will be born, and it will be a storm. It's just a Zongmen competition, or the younger generation, and take out the heavenly items as a reward. Is it a bit too much? Is it heavenly item? Although there will be some stores in the future, it is estimated that you can get a lot of points in all objects. Okay, let him participate. Yes, but the owner, he also said that if he wants to participate, it is necessary to expose his cultivation. He is just the talent of the grade, and now there is a 7-layer cultivation of gas, and many of them have begun to suspicion. If the promotion is too fast in the future, I am afraid that it will attract more suspicion. Hearing what Zhao Linger said, Chen Zai said unhappily, why does he care so much about a clone? What's there to be afraid of when his cultivation level is fast? Let him take more missions from the sect outside, so that when he returns to Qingyun sect, he can say that he encountered an opportunity. Besides, he is a clone, how can he be afraid of death? Zhao Linger chuckled, Chen Zai's words were very reasonable, master is right, I will send him a message right away. Zhao Linger was about to leave, Chen Zai thought about it and stopped her again. Don't worry, tell him by the way, he can stay in Qingyun sect according to his own ideas. No need to ask for instructions for everything. As long as he is not in a situation where he must die, there is nothing to be afraid of. Even if he is in a situation where he must die, it's okay, just go and die. Yes, master, I will go and tell him right away. The clone Zhao Linger saw that Chen Zai was completely giving up power to let the clones do things on their own. After Zhao Linger left, Chen Zai lay on the recliner and said to himself, these clones are the same. Aren't they created just to let them handle these trivial matters for me? Why do you have to ask me about everything in the end? Don't these clones have the same wisdom as me? Can't they be more flexible? If these clones are like Linger, I can rest assured. Oh. Worry. As he said, Chen Zai lay on the recliner and rocked leisurely, humming something softly. At this time, Chen Fan, the clone in Qingyun sect, was stunned when he received the news from Zhao Linger, the clone. Don't I have the awareness of being a clone? What to do, of course, the master has to decide. Chen Fan, who was thinking about it, suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder and looked back. Brother, what are you in a daze? Let's go, we have been practicing for a day, let's have a drink. The person who came was Yu Xingxi, who took Chen Fan, the clone, to drink, a road of no return. What kind of fine wine have you found? You'll know when you go there, senior brother. Yu Xingxi said mysteriously. Okay. Although Chen Fan looked calm at this time, he was still nervous. He had not reported his drinking to Chen Zai yet, mainly because he did not dare to report it. Although Chen Zai seems to be lying idle every day, he is actually not doing nothing. He insists on practicing for 2 hours every day to keep his cultivation level constantly improving. In addition to practicing, he will immerse his consciousness in the space of all things and study the numerous commodities in it. The dazzling array of items in the store of all things is dazzling, and many of them are wonderful things he has never seen before. Chen Zhe's understanding of this world of cultivation is originally very limited. Now facing so many strange items, his curiosity is naturally aroused. Using this free time to understand these items in depth is a kind of expansion of his understanding of the world of cultivation. When he really needs to use them, he can directly find the green-robed woman to exchange them, and there is no need to search for them one by one. Moreover, since the space of all things was upgraded to the second level, there are more items of the foundation building realm in the store of all things, which Chen Zhe has never seen before. When reading the introduction of these items, Chen Zhe did not feel bored at all. These are all his understanding of this world of cultivation. As he got to know more, he found that even the same elixir for restoring spiritual energy had very different effects, speeds, and prices. Only by exploring widely could he know exactly what he really needed. In addition, Chen Zhe had already found several favorite exercises in the store of all things, and was ready to exchange them after the automatic training room completed the current exercise. After a long period of observation and learning, he felt that today's harvest was particularly rich, and then he exited the space of all things. Well, not bad, another day full of harvest. Stretching, Chen Zhe took another look at the attribute panel of the system. Name, Chen Zhe Cultivation, Qi Refining Level 860 out of 100 Talent, Earth Element Lower Grade Spiritual Root Skills, Xian Tianlu, Grade Accomplishment, 20 out of 800 Spells, Heart Piercing, Mastery, 1/200 Soul Search, Mastery, 2 out of 200 Star Shifting 13 Swords, Mastery, 185 out of 209 Heavens Dragon Chanting Spear, Legend, Flying Swallow Step, Beginner, 1 out of 100 Ignition, Legend, Breath Containment, Legend, Earth Shield, Legend, Space of All Things, Level 2. Have you reached the Qi Refining Level 8? Chen Zhe said to himself. After reaching the great success of Xuantianlu, each practice can improve 3 points of cultivation, and the speed of cultivation is getting faster and faster. In another 4 or 5 days, you can break through to the foundation building stage. In addition, the Zhoutian Longyin Spear has also been practiced to the legendary level. Now there should be no problem even against opponents in the early stage of foundation building. Now we just need to wait for enough points to exchange for clones, and then we can take action against the 3 foundation building masters left in the mine. Through the investigation of the clones in the past few days, Chen Zhe learned that there are not only masters of the foundation building stage in this black iron mine, but also 3 of them. If it weren't for the previous cautious actions, the consequences would be disastrous. The Yi family arranged 3 strong men in the early stage of foundation building in this black iron mine, which shows the importance of this place to the Yi family. However, fortunately, the 3 foundation building masters arranged by the Yi family are only in the early stage of foundation building. I just don't know if the Yi family has other illegal industries outside this city. Chen Zhe is going to pull his sheep to the end. If you meet Chen Zhe, you can only mourn for the Yi family for 3 seconds. 1 more second, and the Yi family is not worthy. It can only be said that the Yi family has received retribution. In the next 5 days, Zhao Yun and other clones in the mine cave have completely stopped handing in black iron ore. Moreover, the clones who have transformed into the Yi family guards also joined the excavation of black iron ore from time to time. These are all orders from Chen Zhe. Now as long as there is black iron ore, points can be recovered. After the other spiritual medicines mature, Chen Zhe took them out to sell. Now, the amount of black iron ore that the 4 clones hand in less every day is not large. For a while, the Yi family has not noticed anything unusual. Moreover, the managers of the Yi family also know that less black iron ore is less, and it will be used on the Yi family members. They also turn a blind eye to those who often embezzle a little black iron ore. As long as they don't do it too much, these are all trivial matters. Being a guard in this black iron mine is originally a hard job. It is more conducive to management to let these Yi family members get some benefits appropriately. During these 5 days, as Chen Zhe's cultivation level increased, the amount of black iron ore dug by the clones in the black iron mine increased exponentially, and the benefits brought to Chen Zhe also increased. And Chen Zhe's cultivation level, in these 5 days, finally reached the 10th level of Qi refining. In Chen Zhe's mansion, Zhao Linger reported the dynamics of the clones to Chen Zhe. Master, Chen Fan has completed the task according to your instructions, and the steward was expelled from Qingyun sect. Chen Fan asked if he needed to be brought to see you. No, after being expelled from Qingyun sect, he should have nowhere to go. We will wait for him in Wannan City. Yes, master. After waiting for these few days, the spirit stones and points should be enough. Let Zhao Yun and others prepare to start. Yes, master. It's a pity that the spirit stones accumulated for opening a store have to be accumulated again. Chen Zhe said with regret. Now Chen Zhe has 2,600 low-grade spirit stones and 1,500 points. This little bit of spiritual stone is the result of all the belongings of the several Yi family guards he killed, plus the cultivation resources brought back by his clone Shen Fan from Qingyun sect. Anyway, he couldn't use it, so he just recycled it and exchanged it for this little bit of points. The amount of ore that Zhao Yun's clones can dig every day is only so much, and it is impossible to accumulate it in a short time. However, it will be different after today. Chen Zhe plans to take over the entire black iron mine and make him the actual controller of the mine. Thinking of this, Chen Zhe couldn't help but reveal a smug smile. 7 clones of the 10th level of qi refining are enough to suppress the entire mine. In the black iron mine, the clone Yi Jingping led Yi Jiang, Yi Tong, and Zhao Yun directly to the location of the 3 Yi family foundation building masters. At this time, the other 3 clones were also ready to take action at any time. Their mission was to rush out of the mine at the same time as Zhao Yun and his team started to act, to ensure that no member of the Yi family could leave the mine alive. What are you going to do? The 4 people led by the clone Yi Jingping were stopped by the old man who usually managed them while they were moving forward. The clone Yi Jingping showed a wicked smile and replied, "We have something to do with the elders. Just tell me if you have anything to say, don't go any further. If you disturb the elders' practice, you can't bear the responsibility." After the old man finished speaking, his eyes swept over Zhao Yun who was following behind the clone Yi Jingping. "What is he doing here?" the old man asked. At this time, Zhao Yun spoke, "You are so long-winded." Before he finished speaking, a spear flashing with cold light suddenly appeared in Zhao Yun's hand, and a sharp spiritual power burst out. He was seen stabbing at the old man quickly. In an instant, the spear pierced the old man's throat. "You betrayed." Before the old man finished speaking, he fell to the ground and died. With Zhao Yun, who has the 10th level of qi refining, plus the power of the Xin level top-grade weapon Yulong spear, the old man had no chance to resist at all. As Zhao Yun began to act, the other 3 clones that had been lying in ambush for a long time also attacked and rushed out. Along the way, the clones threw fireballs without hesitation to any Yi family guards who tried to block them, blowing them up and fleeing. At the same time, 3 powerful spiritual power fluctuations came from the depths of the mine. It was obvious that the 3 foundation building masters had sensed the changes in the outside world. "Who dared to trespass into my Yi family mine? Ha! Is it a member of the Yi family? Are you trying to rebel?" 3 majestic old voices shouted almost at the same time, and each voice revealed irrepressible indignation. After noticing the anomaly happening in the mine, 3 powerful auras erupted from the depths of the mine. Whoosh! 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 3 figures carrying a violent aura had already arrived beside Zhao Yun and the others. One of them will continue to move forward to stop the fighting that is taking place in the mine. I saw Zhao Yun holding the wandering dragon spear and moving forward, blocking the way for the Yi family to build the foundation. Let's go through our level first. How could a monk in the qi refining realm get into Zhuji's eyes? The Yi family Zhuji who was stopped waved his hand to push back the dragon spear lying in front of him. It's a pity that he underestimated Zhao Yun, and the dragon spear didn't move at all. Yejiaji Zhuji was surprised and wondered, "What's going on? There's something weird about this person." The high-grade mystical dragon spear did not attract his attention, but Zhao Yun, who was in the qi refining realm, surprised him. When Yi family establishment waved his hand, he held the same Xin-level magic sword in his hand, but it was not a high-grade one, but a low-grade one. But this is already the highest-grade magic weapon that everyone in the Yi family can use in the Black Iron Mine. This low-grade Xin-level mine was placed here because of the importance of the Xin Iron Mine. The Yi family foundation establishment raised his hand and raised his sword, wanting to directly drive away the wandering dragon spear. Zhao Yun changed his tactics. Sitting and waiting was not his style. The dragon roars with the gun for 9 days, and the dragon roars for 9 days. The tip of the dragon's spear was like a dragon's mouth, making a loud noise, and the body of the spear suddenly burst out with a powerful dragon roar. The tip of the spear sprinted towards the Yi family's foundation at a very fast speed. The fierce attack was swift and accurate, like a violent dragon biting into the Yi family's foundation. Retreat! At the right time, another Yi family foundation builder saw how powerful the clone Zhao Yun's move was, and at the same time as he reminded him, a shield opened. Bang! There was a sound of metal colliding, and the dragon gun hit the shield. Immediately, the dragon spear penetrated the shield, and spider-web-like cracks spread rapidly on the penetrated shield. The shields released by the Yi family foundation establishment shattered layer by layer and turned into powder. This kid from the qi refining realm is weird. Let's take action together and capture him quickly. This move of the clone Zhao Yun has already made the three foundation building players of the Yi family feel fearful. If that shot had hit them, they would probably have been seriously injured even if they didn't die. The 3G architects were still confused. At this moment, they could only feel the aura of the person in front of them rising rapidly. What's going on? You were at the 3rd level of Qi refining just now. Why are you suddenly at the 10th level of Qi refining, Zogchen? This kid has indeed been hiding his cultivation. But after all, he is only in the Qi refining realm. No matter how amazing he is still an ant in front of the foundation establishment realm. Come together and let him see what foundation building is. The three foundation builders of the Yi family communicated quickly when the clone Zhao Yun showed his cultivation. The three Yi family members are preparing to swarm in and solve the problem quickly. However, next to the clone Zhao Yun, 3 more auras rose rapidly. Is it the 10th level of Qi refining Zogchen again? Aren't the 3 of you descendants of our Yi family? You are so young and have such talent. The family will definitely train you hard. Why would you betray the family? Seeing that it was a child of their own family, the 3 Yi family foundation builders all looked shocked and heartbroken. However, the 3 clones just smiled and ignored the 3 foundation builders of the Yi family. At the same time, 2 fireballs were condensed on the hands of the 3 clones at the same time, and they were ready to go. What kind of spell is this? How can it have such violent spiritual power? The 3 foundation builders of the Yi family have never seen such a large fireball spell. At this time, the 3 foundation builders of the Yi family realized that something was wrong. The 3 of them cast the same spell, and it looked like they didn't learn it at the Yi family. A Yi family foundation builder asked in confusion, "Who are you, and what is your purpose?" Zhao Yun spoke, "The purpose? The purpose is of course this black iron mine. Just the 4 of you want to get this mine? You're talking nonsense, you don't know how much you weigh." A foundation builder from the Yi family said sarcastically. So far, he still didn't see where Zhao Yun and his team's chances of winning were. With the cultivation and strength of the 3 of them, it is still unclear who will win against Zhao Yun and others. At most, even if both sides suffer losses, in the end the Yi family's reinforcements arrive, the mine still belongs to the Yi family, and the 4 people in front of them are destined to become corpses. No, it's the same with those rebels outside. Zhao Yun said calmly, "Really? We don't feel like it's enough, but we still have people." In an instant, 3 more spiritual energy fluctuations appeared around Zhao Yun. 3 figures appeared, and 3 more 10-level Qi refining perfectionists came. Where did these 3 people come from? After feeling the spiritual power, a Yi family founder had not yet taken a closer look at the appearance of the new 3 people. At this time, they took another closer look and were instantly dumbfounded. Who can tell me what's going on? Why are there 3 people who look exactly like us? At this time, a Yi family foundation builder looked at the other 3 Yi family disciples. Are they also pretending? How about it, is it a surprise? Is it an accident? Do we have enough people now? Zhao Yun raised the corners of his mouth and smiled slightly, looking very handsome. At this moment, the 3 foundation builders of the Yi family could not understand what was going on. The people who looked the same as them in front of them should be disguised, and the same should be true for the 3 Yi family disciples. They already understood the plan of the 7 people in front of them. They wanted to use this method of substituting a dead person for a dead one to secretly control the black iron mine. We must rush out and bring the news back to the clan. The 3 foundation builders of the Yi family have made plans. 7 Qi refining 10th level great perfection, and just like before, each of them has a fireball in each hand, waiting to release. They knew that they could not fight, so they just wanted to spread the news and remind the Yi family to prevent others from falling into the trap. The 3 foundation builders of the Yi family were about to charge, but more than a dozen fireballs had been thrown at the 3 of them. The way back had been blocked, and they could only wade through now. Fireballs kept hitting the 3 foundation builders of the Yi family, and every time they were hit, an explosion sounded. Then, they flew back to the depths of the mine. We had no hatred in the past, and no grudges in the present. Why are you targeting our Yi family? The eyebrows on the face of a foundation builder of the Yi family had been burned off. Everyone is entitled to punish you for what you did, and you still have the nerve to ask? Although Zhao Yun was talking, the fireballs in his hand never stopped, and he kept throwing them at the 3 foundation builders of the Yi family. Don't they need to cast spells when using these fireballs? There is no time at all. Hurry up and find a way to rush out. It's time to fight for our lives. In just a short while, dozens of fireballs have been thrown at the 3 foundation builders of the Yi family. Even if the 3 foundation builders of the Yi family used all their life-saving methods, they were still blown back. Why is this fireball so powerful? We can't resist it. Separate and break through. A foundation builder of the Yi family shouted. In an instant, the 3 foundation builders of the Yi family separated and rushed in 3 directions. Seeing the 3 foundation builders of the Yi family separated, Zhao Yun stopped throwing fireballs, held the dragon gun, and faced the nearest foundation builder of the Yi family. The other 6 clones, in groups of 3, went to intercept the other 2 Yi family foundations. None of these 6 clones had magical weapons, so they could only continue to use fireballs to suppress the foundation building route of the 2 Yi family members. For a moment, the 2 foundation builders of the Yi family were beaten and had no choice but to resist passively. But even so, the 2 foundation builders of the Yi family were still exhausted, and their injuries became more and more serious. The spiritual energy in their bodies was also being consumed continuously, but they still persisted. At this time, Zhao Yun, who was holding the wandering dragon spear, had already stopped a Yi family foundation builder. Where are you running? Zhao Yun has already stepped forward, and the dragon spear in his hand is constantly changing its moves. The 9 Heavens Dragon Roaring Spear has a total of 5 moves, all of which are aimed at the key points of the Yi family's foundation. Although the Yi family's foundation building is in the foundation building realm, it is only the 2nd level of cultivation in the early stage of foundation building. Originally, due to the previous consumption, it was already too difficult to deal with Zhao Yun now. But Zhao Yun has the high-grade Shin level Wandering Dragon Spear, and the magic of the high-grade Shin level 9 Heavens Dragon Roaring Spear. The Yi family's foundation building, which only had yellow-level magic weapons and spells, was completely at a disadvantage. It was already a matter of time before Zhao Yun killed him. Zhao Yun shouted, "Broken starry sky." Coupled with the blessing of Thianbu, the speed was extremely fast, and the figure had already appeared in front of the Yi family's foundation. The dragon spear dances like a dragon dancing in the sky, and the tip of the spear flickers and extinguishes, as if a star is falling. As if breaking the surrounding void, exuding endless impact, the tip of the spear has penetrated the chest of the Yi family's foundation. Bang! Zhao Yun pulled out the dragon wandering spear, and the Yi family's foundation fell to the ground. The Yi family foundation establishment has completely lost the ability to move, but it still has a breath and is not completely dead. I solved one, come quickly. After Zhao Yun shouted, he rushed towards another Yi family foundation builder who was surrounded by 3 clones. Among the 3 clones under siege, there was one that looked exactly like the Yi family foundation establishment that Zhao Yun had just eliminated. He retreated from the siege and ran quickly towards the dying Yi family's foundation. Zhao Yun had already arrived at the scene, and the other 2 clones that were besieging him stopped immediately and ran towards another battlefield. In the current mine, a clone is searching for the soul of the dying Yi family foundation. Zhao Yun once again faced off against a Yi family foundation builder alone. On the last battlefield, 5 clones besieged a Yi family foundation builder at the same time. The battle is coming to an end. At this time, Zhao Yun was heard shouting, "It's solved, come quickly." Zhao Yun looked at the last Yi family foundation builder again, and the figure who was about to rush over stopped. The foundation of the Yi family, which was surrounded by 5 clones, had exhausted its spiritual power and was sitting on the ground, being searched for its soul by clones that looked the same as him. A clone has already come to Zhao Yun's side, searching for the soul of the Yi family foundation. You continue to search for souls, and we will help clean up the remaining guards of the Yi family outside. Yes. After Zhao Yun finished speaking, he took Yi Zhengping, Yi Jiang, and Yi Tong and ran out of the mine. I didn't meet any guards from the Yi family on the way. It seems that all the guards from the Yi family have gathered at the entrance of the mine. Let's speed up. The clones of Zhao Yun who came to the entrance of the mine did not encounter the fierce battle they expected. The guards of the Yi family have been basically subdued, but there are still a few people who are still resisting. However, now that Zhao Yun and others have joined, the battle will soon end. Tie up all these Yi family members, keep them still useful. Yes. After Zhao Yun finished speaking, he organized his clones to tie up the Yi family. The 3 of you will stay here at the entrance of the cave. The matter here has been resolved. I will go and report to the master. Those miners should not move for the time being and guard them alone. After Zhao Yun and Yi Zhengping finished their exchange, he himself came to the mine. Is the soul search completed? The 3 clones nodded. How to solve these 3 Yi family foundation establishments? They are no longer useful. When they wake up and are still conscious, the ones who can mine will be left behind. The stupid ones will be dealt with directly. Good. After Zhao Yun finished speaking, his figure had disappeared. In Chen Zai's mansion. Chen Zai felt Zhao Yun calling him in the space of all things. Will it be solved so soon? Linger, let him come out. Yes, master. In an instant, Zhao Yun had appeared next to Chen Zai. Zhao Yun bowed and saluted. Master, the entire Xian iron mine has been captured. Yeah, well done. Zhao Yun continued. The members of the Yi family have all been captured and can start mining at any time. But what about the previous miners? Chen Zai said calmly, let all those miners go. Keeping them won't be of much use, and they are all forced to mine. At this time, Zhao Linger, who had been standing by, suddenly said, the master is kind-hearted, but if all these miners are released at once, people will inevitably find out. Then our occupation of the Yi Jiaxuan iron mine will be exposed soon, which will be detrimental to us for the time being. After listening to Zhao Linger's words, Chen Zai thought for a while. Zhao Linger's words made sense. Then do you have any good ideas? Master, it's actually very simple. Just send these miners farther away. Send it farther? Chen Zai asked doubtfully. Yes, send them far away so that they can't return to Wannan City and have no contact with the Yi family. No one will find out that we have occupied the Yi family's black iron mine. This is a good idea, but how can we send them away? It's hard not to attract other people's attention with hundreds of people. Chen Zai said helplessly. Master, it's actually very simple to send him away, it just costs some points. Zhao Linger said this. Chen Zai instantly understood what she meant. That's the only way, but now the points are not enough, so we can only let them wait. Master, actually, you can let him continue to mine. What do you mean? Master, let these hundreds of miners mine for another month. Don't squeeze them, just mine normally, and rest when you need to. After a month, the mines they dig will be their travel expenses. During this month, we can let a clone go as far away from here as possible and go to places we have never been to. And this clone has helped us explore many unknown areas along the way, and maybe we can encounter other opportunities on the way. When the clone finds a place that is both far and safe, we can let all the miners leave. Chen Zai carefully thought about what Zhao Linger said. Well, Linger, your idea is good, it is simply killing two birds with one stone. Chen Zai's praise made Zhao Linger smile softly with her hands covering her mouth. She was very happy to be recognized. Zhao Yun, who had been waiting on the side, looked at Zhao Linger, who was speaking clearly and logically, in surprise, and thought in his heart. Have I missed anything during this period? She is also a clone, how can she think so much? Chen Zai immediately continued, Zhao Yun, it happens that you are here too, and you have heard what Linger just said. This travel mission is handed over to you. Yes. Zhao Yun bowed. Okay, let's go now. The black iron mine will be left to the clones of the Yi family image. Zhao Yun left Chen Zai's mansion, bought a map of the Daqian dynasty in Wannan City, and then embarked on a journey. Zhao Yun didn't specify a place, he randomly picked a location on the map and walked in that direction. In the black iron mine. Yi Zhengping has received the latest order. For the Yi family members, mining is mandatory, just like the Yi family used to treat the miners. And those miners let them go after they were allowed to mine for the last month. Most of them expressed disbelief because it was the Yi family who said this to them. They could no longer believe what the Yi family said. Although they had seen the previous fighting, in their eyes, it was just the Yi family fighting among themselves. The clones were also helpless. The image of the Yi family was really bad. In the end, it was useless no matter what the clones said. People who don't want to believe it, still don't want to believe it, they still mine according to the previous rules. Seeing them like this, the clones didn't bother to explain anymore. Just send them away after a month. It would be a waste of time to explain so much. In Chen Zai's mansion. Linger, how about the profits from winning the Xian iron mine this time? Master, according to your request, except for keeping all the elixirs from the 3 foundation establishment realms, all other confiscated items have been cleared. Okay, let's go, take a trip to the space of all things. When Chen Zai said this, he couldn't help but burst into hearty laughter. He had run out of ammunition and food. After finally purchasing 3 clones, his points had been cleared and he only had about 800 spiritual stones left. However, now he is not in a hurry, he will be a rich man soon. Zhao Linger has already calculated it for him, based on the number of people in Xiantai Mine now. 100 miners, plus 30 people from the Yi family, each dig an average of 50 kilograms of black iron ore a day. In one day, 6,500 kilograms of black iron ore can be dug out. According to the value of black iron ore, 1,300 points can be earned in one day. This does not include the clones who can mine non-stop all day long. Now one clone can mine at least 100 kilograms of black iron ore in a day. Just looking at the income from mining, how could Chunzhe be unhappy? Chunzhe couldn't help shouting in his heart, when did I ever fight such a wealthy battle? In the space of all things, Chunzhe didn't even look at the pile of black iron ore. He went directly to the everything store and asked the woman in green robe to recycle them all. Only the elixir was left behind. If the elixir was sold outside, it would not be easily discovered. There is no way. Chunzhe is in urgent need of a batch of spiritual stones, and the plan to open a shop is also on the agenda. Soon, the calm voice of the woman in green robe came. Recycle all items for a total of 10,000 points. Hearing the voice of the woman in green robe, Chunzhe couldn't help but feel dumb for a while. I didn't expect that people like the Yi family have a lot of good things. Just this time, I made more profit than every time before. If this is the case, why do we work so hard to accumulate points? We can just go to Ye's house to grab them. Although this makes sense, Chunzhe was just thinking about it. If we really want to rob the Yi family, now is not the time. Compared with the Yi family, his strength is still far behind. Linger, do you think you should use these 10,000 points to upgrade the space of all things now, or keep them first? Chunzhe knew very well that if the space of all things was upgraded to level 3, the number of spiritual fields would definitely double, and the acceleration of time would increase again. In the everything store, the items that can be exchanged should also be upgraded to the golden elixir level. There will definitely be new skills and functions in the everything store. But, just spend all 10,000 points right now. Chunzhe still felt a little unwilling. After all, it was not that easy to get these 10,000 points. I don't know when I want to get another 10,000 points next time. Master, you haven't reached the foundation building realm yet, and the redeemable items in the everything store are enough for the time being. Moreover, the existing functions and skills are sufficient, and too many functions and skills are temporarily unavailable. Now as long as there are enough clones, the black iron mine will bring a steady stream of income. In fact, Chunzhe already had a plan in mind. With what Zhao Linger said, he was even more sure of his thoughts. Linger, you are right, as long as the clone is here, these 10,000 points are nothing. The clone is also a kind of strength of mine, and now I still focus on improving my strength. After Chunzhe said that, he directly opened the shopping interface of Wanwu store. Without too much entanglement, I directly redeemed 6 clones and consumed 9,300 points in one go. Chunzhe now has 18 clones. Except Qinfan, who is in Qingyun sect. Zhao Yun is traveling abroad. Zhao Linger followed beside him. All the other clones are mining in the black iron mine. As for these latest 6 clones, Chunzhe did not give them a specific image. It is directly portrayed according to the image of the Yi family who were accidentally killed in the Xian iron mine. After sending the 5 clones to Xiantai mine, Chunzhe took Zhao Linger and clone number 18 out of the space of all things. You take all these elixirs to Fengshe and sell them. Be more flexible and don't sell them all to one shop. Yes. Chunzhe handed all the elixirs to clone number 18. Clone number 18 left Chunzhe's mansion with the elixir. Linger, I've been busy all day and I'm a little hungry. Yes, master, Linger will prepare now. Zhao Linger went to prepare the meal, while Chunzhe sat on the recliner, calculating how long it would take for him to break through the foundation building. The 10th level of qi refining is 58 of 100, still 42 points short. According to the current level of proficiency in Xiantian Lu, practicing Xiantian Lu once can increase your cultivation level by 3 points. In another 14 hours, you can break through the qi refining realm and reach the foundation establishment realm. Well, not bad, I broke through after just sleeping. I will soon be a cultivator of the foundation establishment realm. Once I reach the foundation establishment realm, I can fly with a sword. I can finally fly to the sky and escape to the earth like a real immortal cultivator. This is the world of immortality that I dream of. Time flies so fast, it's been almost a month since I came into this world before I knew it. Chunzhe, who was feeling emotional, suddenly heard Zhao Linger's voice. Master, the food is ready. Seeing Zhao Linger serving the dishes, Chunzhe felt, it's all like a dream. Why does it feel a bit unreal? But everything is so real. At this time, Zhao Linger had already put all the food on the table. Linger, sit down and eat together. Zhao Linger chuckled and said, Master, have you forgotten that Linger doesn't need to eat? It's okay, let's eat together. Even if the delicious food comes first, it feels a bit boring to always eat alone. Zhao Linger looked at Chunzhe strangely, seemed to have some feelings in her heart, and sat down silently. Come on, Linger, you can also try your own cooking. The food you cook is much better than those restaurants outside. Chenzei put a chopstick dish into the bowl that Chenzei gave to Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger smiled, picked up the chopsticks, put the dish into her mouth, and chewed it carefully. Well, it's more delicious than the one made in the restaurant last time. Ha ha. Chenzei laughed. You are a bit self-proclaimed. In Chenzei's mansion. Chenzei, who had just woken up, suddenly felt an aura erupting in his body. The spiritual energy that had been gathered in the Dantian was forming a vortex at an extremely fast speed, and the spiritual energy was being continuously compressed. Slowly, a drizzle fell in the Dantian. The spiritual energy that had been gathered before was scattered bit by bit in the Dantian, forming like a small pool. Is this the foundation building realm? During the previous chi refining, all the spiritual energy absorbed in the Dantian was now transformed into liquid. Yu Dao is to gather chi and turn it into liquid, which is to build the foundation for success. After figuring it out, Chenzei let go of his mental power and reached out of the room with his spiritual sense. The spiritual consciousness continued to extend outwards, out of the mansion, and onto the street outside the mansion. After 100 meters, the spiritual consciousness could no longer make any progress. The spiritual consciousness of the foundation establishment realm can only explore this 100-meter distance. However, it is indeed much stronger than in the chi refining realm. It's time to practice sword control. Thinking of this, Chenzei's consciousness entered the space of all things and went directly to the store of all things. In the store of all things, the woman in green robes seemed to have been waiting here for a long time. Chenzei didn't talk nonsense. He was already familiar with the items that could be redeemed in the everything store. Chenzei said directly, I want to redeem a copy of sword controlling technique. Redeem a copy of swordsmanship. It will cost 50 points. Do you want to confirm the redemption? Confirm. On the shopping panel, 700 points directly turned into 650 points. At the same time, a book appeared in front of Chenzei. Chenzei reached for the book and started to read it directly. Here I go, I know every word, but I just can't understand it. My low-grade spiritual root talent is too weak. I can't even comprehend a sword-controlling technique at once. Chenzei sighed, forget it, don't care, just go to the automatic training room. With a thought in his mind, Chenzei appeared in the automatic practice room. Quickly switch to sword control and wait quietly. Sigh, when will I have such understanding? I don't know if there will be such a thing as talent in the store of all things in the future. If there is, I will definitely redeem it for a top talent. Now this is too bad, I can't even understand this technique. If people knew this, it wouldn't be embarrassing. Chenzei, who was thinking wildly, suddenly felt that there seemed to be some more information in his mind. At this time, the panel next to the phantom displayed, Introduction to Sword Control 1/100. Replacement of sword control, Chenzei's consciousness exited the space of all things. Chenzei's figure has arrived in the yard, and there is a Qingyun sword in his hand. According to the luck of sword control, he controlled the Qingyun sword to float in the air. After the Qingyun sword was stable, Chenzei jumped onto the Qingyun sword. The Qingyun sword hung more than a foot in the air. Chenzei stood on it, his figure still a little unstable, constantly swaying left and right, looking for a balance point. Gradually, Chenzei got used to standing on the Qingyun sword and began to control the Qingyun sword to fly forward slowly. The speed was very slow, and Chenzei didn't dare to let Qingyun sword fly too high for the first time. In this way, slowly, Chenzei became completely accustomed to the feeling of flying with a sword. This is much more difficult than flying. It seems that my proficiency is still not enough. I don't know how fast this flying sword is. In Wannan City, Chenzei has never seen anyone flying with a sword. I don't know if flying is prohibited in Wannan City. Chenzei controlled the Qingyun sword to fly back to its original position, and jumped off the Qingyun sword. The Qingyun sword was still floating a foot above the ground. At this time, Zhao Linger also came over and said, Congratulations, Master, for breaking through to the foundation establishment realm. Is Master practicing sword control? Well, the location here is a bit too small, and it's a bit difficult to operate. Chenzei certainly wouldn't say that he was unskilled. Master, you can go outside the city and give it a try. Zhao Linger said considerately. Forget it, I have never been out of the city, and I am not familiar with it. Chenzei waved his hands and said. He has never had any intention of leaving the city. Wannan City is so safe, so why should he go out? However, I can try. There is someone who can. Chenzei muttered to himself and put the Qingyun sword into the space of all things. At the same time, he thought. Zhao Yun, where have you been? Master, I have only been away for a day, and now I am less than 1,000 miles away from Wannan City. Well, I walked pretty fast, but that's not important. I just learned the art of sword control, and you should be able to do it too. The Qingyun sword is in the space of all things, use it to travel. Yes, master. Zhao Yun felt a little confused, but he still followed Chen Zai's instructions and took out the Qingyun sword from the space of all things. Zhao Yuyun didn't even need to think, his sword-wielding skills were as if he had always known them. Directly control the Qingyun sword to float in the air, jump with both feet, and stand on the Qingyun sword. Zhao Yun thought again, instilling spiritual power into the Qingyun sword, and silently said, "Get up." Qingyun sword slowly rose into the air and was already more than 10 meters above the ground. Zhao Yun thought again and muttered silently, "Go." Qingyun sword began to fly forward. However, for a moment, Zhao Yun felt embarrassed. This speed is too slow, it's not as fast as me. Although Qingyun's sword is flying now, its speed is extremely slow. Chen Zai in the mansion, his consciousness descended on Zhao Yun, and he could see Zhao Yun's current situation clearly. He couldn't help but look embarrassed. It seems that I'm not proficient enough. Chen Zai was thinking about the reason why the flying sword was slow. But Zhao Yun was still standing on the Qingyun sword, flying slowly. He thought in his heart that since Chen Zai asked him to do it, he must be right. Chen Zai also noticed Zhao Yun's actions, and with a thought, a slightly embarrassing message was sent to Zhao Yun. "Come down, wait a few days until you are more proficient before flying." Yes. After receiving the message, Zhao Yun jumped up and jumped directly from the Qingyun sword, and the Qingyun sword was also retracted into the space of all things. Master, how was the flying sword attempt? Zhao Linger was just a clone. She couldn't see the actions of other clones like Chen Zai. Very good. Chen Zai's expression was very calm. Master, the amount of black iron ore yesterday has been counted, a total of 7,500 kilograms. It's about the same as expected. Zhao Linger said, however, there are several children of the Yi family in the black iron mine who are not very obedient. If they don't obey the discipline, just kill a few of them. Don't think too much about the clones. It's okay to have fewer people mining. Now they are already in the foundation building stage, and the speed of mining will only get faster and faster. Yes, I'll convey it now. Zhao Linger went to the space of all things to convey the message. Fortunately, I didn't show my weakness just now. I should strengthen my sword control skills. Now it's better not to fly. Now it's the foundation building stage, and the proficiency requirements should also be increased. In the blink of an eye, the attribute interface appeared in front of Chen Zai. Name, Chen Zai Cultivation, first level of foundation building 1 out of 200 talent, earth type lower grade spiritual root skills, Zuantianlu, great success, 115 out of 800 spells, heart piercing stab, mastery, 1/200 soul searching, mastery, 2/200 star shifting 13 swords, grandmaster, 950/5000 flying swallow step, entry. 1 out of 109 Sky Dragon Chanting Spear, Legend, Ignition, Legend, Breath-Holding, Legend, Earth Shield, Legend, Space of All Things, Level 2. Sure enough, the requirements have doubled. After using the Space of All Things for such a long time, Chen Zai has basically figured out the system's routines. At this time, at the gate of Wannan City, a swaying figure was staggering into Wannan City. Linger, have Chen Fan recently sent back? Chen Zai suddenly asked. Back to the owner, not for the time being. Chen Fan has been taking the task outside recently, and has not returned to Qingyan Zone. However, after the mission was completed, he could just find the opportunity to show the foundation for building a foundation, and he could enter the inner door of Qingyun Zone. It's good. Chen Zai said lightly, and then asked again, how about the Xian Iron Mine, is there anyone who is not convinced? Back to the master, everything is normal at Xian Iron Mine, and the killing of the killing is killed. They were all killed in front of the Yi family. The number of Xiantian or dugout every day is relatively stable. However, it is about to come to the day of the Yi family to collect the Xian Iron Mine. If a little bit of Xian Iron Mine is not handed over, the Yi family will inevitably doubt and send someone to check it. For a moment, Chen Zai said, if you check, you will directly grab the mining. As long as Yi Jiajin Dan does not come out, everything is not a problem. Now as long as it is dragged for 10 days and a half months, even if Yi Jiajin comes, it is not a problem. My avatars are not exchanged for nothing. Even if the Yi family really has Jin Dan, it is not necessarily whoever wins. Furthermore, did the Yi family really say that Jin Dan still said too? In the past 10 days, the Xian Iron Mine contributes more than 2,000 points every day, so that Chen Zai can basically redeem an avatar every day. There are 24 avatars in Xian Iron Mine, and they are all available 4-layer avatars. If you just take out one, you can kill the guard in the mine before the Yi family. Even if Yi Jiajin Dan is here, then we must weigh it to see if they can resist the beating of these avatars. Master, Zhao Yun said that he had gone out of the border, can he send those miners over? Is Zhao Yun so fast? Zhao Yun said, thanks to Royal Swordsman, he can have such a fast speed. Chen Zhe pouted without trace, thinking in his heart, of course, don't look at what level of Royal Swordsmanship. In order to learn this Royal Swordsman, Chen Zhe directly switched to the Royal Swordsman after the Xingjie 13 sword is proficient to a complete level. In order to fly, he could fly, but he did not expect that it was directly renovated all the way to the master level. The current Royal Swordsmanship is already in the same day. To put it simply, there are few miles every day. Let those miners go. They are all innocent. However, when they leave, there are fewer people in mining. Remember to double the tasks of the Yi family. This matter, you arrange it. Yes. Zhao Linger agreed and went to arrange. Chen Zhe was lying on the lounge chair alone to see the sky days. 4,000 lingshur should be enough to open a small shop in Wannan City. I haven't gone out for a long time. After a while, it was estimated that Zhao Linger should be arranged almost. Chen Zhe stood up, stretched his waist, and moved. Linger, are you all arranged? Master, it's already arranged. Okay, the rest of the thing is left to the avatars to do it. Good owner. Zhao Linger also looked very happy when he heard that he could go out again. Then go. Chen Zhe had stood up and took the lead to walk outside the mansion, and Zhao Linger followed closely. After leaving the mansion, it didn't take long before the two came to the street. With the experience of the last purchase of the mansion, Chen Zhe knew that the idle houses in Wannan City could be bought at the house sales office. There was nothing to stay along the way, so I walked directly to the house sales office. As soon as I walked into the house sales office, I went to greeted by a light man for a year. Hello, do you want to buy a house? Chen Zhe opened his mouth and cheered. Are there any shops for sale recently? The young people looked at Chen Zhe calmly. After all, there were a few people who came to buy a shop. The young people were hesitant slightly, and said a little bit about, there is, but the area is not large. If you need it, I can take you to see it first. Is there only one shop? Chen Zhe did not expect that in Wannan City, the shop was quite difficult to buy. The young man nodded. The shops in Wannan City have always been tight, and this shop has just come out. Okay, take me to see. Since there is no choice, Chen Zhe can only go to see it first. Okay, then you go with me. The shop is on this street, it's close. Young people are also very happy. This shop has been sale for more than 3 months, and no one has always seen it. It is mainly because the location of this shop is too biased or at the end of the street. In Wannan City, good location shops have long been occupied by various families. The positions are generally left for foreigners. Coupled with the stalls in Wannan City, there is no one who has a worse shop. You only need to collect a stall fee. If you want to leave the stall, you will leave the stall. Now there is someone to see the shop, and the young people at the house sales office are naturally happy. When he looked at Chen Zhe, he found that he was not familiar. At first glance, it is a foreign household. Seeing the shop just wants to settle in Wannan City and do some business. Young people have made up their minds, and today how to sell this shop today. After walking for half a minute, I have already walked out of the street. All the way, Chen Zhe didn't say anything, it was the young man who was talking. Chen Zhe didn't listen carefully. Anyway, what the young man said was just bragging. It didn't matter whether he listened or not. We're here, it's that one. The young man pointed to the closed shop at the end of the street. Chen Zhe looked in the direction of the young man's finger. A closed shop, without even a door. It must have been too long that no one was running the business. The whole shop looked rundown. Chen Zhe looked around again. This location is really remote. There's not even a passerby at the door. Zhao Linger looked at the desolate shop and frowned slightly. Master, is this location too deserted? Chen Zhe smiled indifferently. It's okay, let's take a look first. The young man also saw that Chen Zhe and the others looked a little strange, and he also felt a little embarrassed to bring people to see such a shop. But he still encouraged himself in his heart, I must sell this shop. Sir, don't look at the fact that there are few people in front of the shop now. This is because the shop is not in business, so it seems that there are few people. But when your shop is open, the door will definitely be crowded with people. Chen Zhe complained in his heart, the salesman's eloquence is not bad. If I hadn't been hanging around in Wanwu City, I would really believe your nonsense. However, Chen Zhe smiled and said, let's go in and take a look first. Okay, I'll open the door for you now. As he said that, the young man took the key to open the door. Chen Zhe continued to look around the shop, thinking carefully about the feasibility of opening a shop at this location. Soon, the young man said with a smile on his face, "Sir, the door is open, let's go in and take a look." Chen Zhe nodded slightly and walked towards the store. As soon as he walked into the store, a gust of smoke and dust hit him in the face. Ahem! Chen Zhe coughed twice to disperse the dust in front of him. The young man smiled awkwardly, "Sorry, it hasn't been cleaned here for a long time, just clean it up." Chen Zhe didn't care and looked around the inside of the store. The store is not large, and what you see when you enter the door is a counter facing the door. Behind the counter is a small row of shelves, and there is a small door next to the shelf, which should lead to the backyard. On the left and right sides, there is a row of shelves against the wall, and there are only these things in the whole store. Chen Zhe walked around the store and patted the shelves. These shelves are still strong and can still be used. After that, Chen Zhe walked to the back of the counter again. With a gentle push, the door behind the counter was pushed open. A breeze blew in from the backyard, and the dust in the shop that had just settled down became agitated again. The light came in from the door, and the whole shop seemed much more transparent. Chen Zhe walked out of the shop and went to the backyard. Well, this place is not bad. The area of the backyard is not actually large, but the sunlight can directly shine into the yard. There are 2 tile houses in the backyard, which should be used for living and storing goods. Chen Zhe walked around the yard and opened the doors of the 2 tile houses to take a look. The area is not very large. After all, the area of the front yard is so large, how big can the backyard be? Seeing that Chen Zhe had almost seen it, the young man hurriedly came up and asked, "Sir, what do you think? Are you satisfied with this shop?" Chen Zhe did not answer directly, but asked inexplicably, "Is there only this one shop?" The young man was confused. Didn't he say this before coming? Although he was puzzled, he immediately said, "Sir, this is the only unused shop in the whole Wannan city." Chen Zhe thought for a while, "Is this shop rented or sold now?" When the young man heard this, he was overjoyed, thinking there was a chance. "It depends on you, sir, it can be rented or sold." If you rent it, you have to rent it on an annual basis, and it costs 200 low-grade spirit stones for a year. If you buy it, you need 3,500 low-grade spirit stones. This price is already the cheapest, and it is because this shop has not been sold for too long that the price has been reduced. In the past, it would have cost at least 4,000. Moreover, the shops purchased from us will be protected by the city lord's mansion, so you just need to open the shop and make money. What the young man said was right. The previous buyer of this shop did buy it for 4,000 spirit stones, but the shop closed after less than a year. The business of the shop is too quiet. If it continues, the pants will be lost. And when he wanted to sell the shop, no one was willing to take it over. The original selling price was 4,000 spiritual stones, but after such a long time, there was no news at all, so the original owner could only sell it at a lower price. Now the price of 3,500 spiritual stones has been reduced several times in a row. After buying this shop, can I start business directly? No need to go to the city lord's mansion to handle the formalities? Yes, the formalities of this shop have been completed before. Now I just need to change the name of the owner. Wannan City does not restrict the business of shops. As long as they do not violate the regulations, they can pay the shop management fee on time. Chen Zhe asked in confusion, "What is the shop management fee?" The shop management fee is collected by the city lord's mansion. Every shop in Wannan City is charged in order to maintain the normal operation of the shop. Chen Zhe already understood in his heart that the shop management fee is simply the protection fee paid to the city lord's mansion. Chen Zhe felt that this was understandable. There would always be some troubles when opening a shop in Wannan City, and the patrol team of the city lord's mansion could not protect these shops in vain. The patrol team established by the city lord's mansion also needs money for daily expenses. How is the management fee collected? Not much, just pay 20 spiritual stones every month, and the city lord's mansion will collect it regularly from each shop. Well, it's reasonable. The management fee is not much, but it costs more than 200 spiritual stones a year, which is higher than the price of renting this shop. No wonder the original owner couldn't run the business was not good, and he had to pay more than 200 spiritual stones every year. Then sir, what do you think of this shop? Do you want to rent it, or? The young man asked tactfully. He was also afraid that he would scare away Chen Zhe, a customer, and it would be too difficult to sell this shop. Buy it, but the price is a little expensive. Chen Zhe is not a sucker, and the price of this shop is definitely negotiable. Sir, this shop has been idle for such a long time, it's just sitting there. The young man paused for a moment. If you really want to buy it, I'll give you a little less. How about 3,400 spiritual stones? This is the lowest price we can offer. Chenzei smiled lightly. How about this, 100 spiritual stones cheaper? This place looks like a bad place to do business. I'm new here, I just want to give it a try. It's exactly 200 spiritual stones less, which is the management fee I pay for trying to open a store here. Maybe I can't do business when I get it, and I have to find you to sell shops. Hearing Chenzei said that young people's hearts were settled, and there were 200 pieces of spiritual stones in total. But finally sold the shop, and the price of 3,300 pieces of spirit stones still had to make money. But young people still look slightly embarrassed. This is also depending on your sincere want, and in the future, he will be on the street, and you can look up. Then, according to your meaning, 3,300 liter. Are you going to go through the formalities now, or is it? Go now. Okay, then we will return to the store now, and the procedures are fast. At this moment, the joy of the young man finally sold it. Soon, the young people locked the door of the shop and led Chenzei to go back. At the house sales office, Chenzei delivered 3,300 pieces of spiritual stone, and young people helped all the procedures. Chenzei left the house sales office with the household deeds and shop keys given by the young people. At the door of the house sales office, the young people met with Chenzei diligently. After leaving the house sales office, Zhao Linger, who has always been silent, said, Master, this shop should be expensive, and that place is not good. In the future, the business is definitely not easy to do. Chenzei smiled. Linger, you will do even business. Master, Linger is true. I just came all the way, and I saw those who opened the shop. There were many people passing by at the door. It's okay, doing business, the most important thing is good, you can rest assured. When Chenzei said so, Zhao Linger can only be helpless. Yes, the owner. The store has been bought, and then find someone to decorate the store, and by the way, you have to make a signboard. Linger, what is your name? The name of the shop is to settle it. Well, what we opened the shop is sold, or is it called all the grocery stores? Master, this name is too big. Zhao Linger has seen that Chenzei seems to have never done business. She has begun to worry about the prospects of the shop. It's okay, the name is attractive. Our shop has been biased so much, and no more attractive way. The business is afraid that it really can't be done. Zhao Linger can see that Chenzei now has an inexplicable self-confidence. Chenzei didn't care about Zhao Linger's strangeness and walked back very happily. He was really confident in his grocery store in his heart. At this time, Chenzei, who was walking, seemed to have discovered something, and snorted, well. He came to Wannan City so soon. On the way back, Chenzei suddenly caught a glimpse of a figure. This figure impressed him so much that it seemed to be engraved in his soul. The person Chenzei saw was the steward of the Qingyun sect's miscellaneous disciple department. I thought he would live in desolation after being kicked out of the Qingyun sect, but now it seems that he is living a pretty good life. Chenzei saw the steward of the handyman disciple department eating meat and drinking wine in a restaurant, and laughing loudly with the people around him from time to time. Linger, I'm hungry, let's go get something to eat. Chenzei suddenly said to Zhao Linger, who was standing beside him. Zhao Linger looked at Chenzei doubtfully. Master, didn't you say that the food outside is not delicious? Chenzei hesitated for a moment, but he seemed to have indeed said that. Well, it's dinner time now, and there happens to be a restaurant here, so there might be a surprise. Besides, only by trying the food outside from time to time can you compare it with the food you cook, so that you can better reflect the deliciousness of the food you cook. Do you think so? Yes, it all depends on the master. Zhao Linger said with a chuckle. She was naturally happy to be praised by Chenzei. Ha ha. Chenzei also laughed twice and led Zhao Linger into the restaurant where the steward of the handyman department was eating. As soon as Chenzei and Zhao Linger entered the restaurant, a waiter came up to greet them. Guests, are you too? My guests, please come this way. The waiter led Chenzei and the two of them to an empty dining table. After seeing Chenzei and Zhao Linger sit down, the waiter poured 2 cups of tea for them. What do you two guests want to eat? Chenzei didn't waste any time and said directly, just serve a few of your store's signature dishes. The waiter knew immediately. Okay, gentlemen, please wait a moment. Chenzei picked up the tea on the table and took a few sips. He felt that the tea tasted ordinary, so he put it on the table. Chenzei began to chat with Zhao Linger, mostly talking about opening a store. Although the clone Zhao Linger was still a little worried, seeing Chenzei's confident look, she just let him go and spoke in agreement with him. While the two were talking, Chenzei would tease Zhao Linger from time to time. Zhao Linger also knows how to laugh. Every time at this time, she would giggle non-stop. After spending a long time with Chenzei, Zhao Linger, who usually has a calm personality, has also relaxed a lot, but this is limited to Chenzei. Although the two were chatting, Chenzei's attention was always on the steward. He is now at the 4th level of foundation establishment, and it is easy to hear what the steward is saying. It seems that the steward is not doing well in Qingyun sect. After so many years, he is still at the 6th level of qi refining, so he can only stay in the handyman's office. After listening for a while, Chenzei felt that it was boring and they were talking about irrelevant things. Brother, it's rare for you to come out from Qingyun sect. We brothers haven't gotten together for a long time. We just have the opportunity this time. We must not get drunk today. That's right, the eldest brother is doing the best now, and he is now a steward in Qingyun sect. This position is not something that anyone can take, that is, our eldest brother, don't you think so? Yes, it is our eldest brother who is so powerful. I heard that there are thousands of handyman disciples in Qingyun sect, all of whom are under the control of our eldest brother. He is so powerful. Several people at the same table praised the steward and said that everything else was fine. When he mentioned being a steward in Qingyun sect, the steward's expression changed slightly. The steward's face was slightly embarrassed, but he still pretended to be generous. Of course. Who among the thousands of people would dare not to listen to my arrangements? If you want to go too, I will arrange it for you. When Chenzei heard this, he couldn't help but cursed in his heart. I dare say that the steward was kicked out of the Qingyun sect and he has never been mentioned to anyone. This is just to show off and deceive here. At this time, the waiter had already served the food and said, "You two gentlemen, please take your time. If you need anything, please call me at any time." Chenzei nodded, picked up the chopsticks at hand, and tasted the restaurant's signature dish. It still doesn't taste as good as the food you cook, Linger, but it's still much better than the food at Tongfu restaurant. Master, let's not eat outside next time. Let's go back and Linger will cook it for you. Okay. Chenzei, who is already in the foundation establishment realm, actually doesn't need to eat such ordinary food anymore, but he still can't stop craving for food and is used to it. Chenzei simply took a few bites and stopped moving his chopsticks. Master, have you eaten? Chenzei shook his head. It's better to go back and eat what you made. Waiter, check out. The waiter came over and saw that the food on the table had not been touched at all. Are you two guests not satisfied with the food? Chenzei just smiled. How much? Seeing this, the waiter understood in his heart, 20 taels of silver. Chenzei took out 20 taels of silver and put it on the table, then stood up and prepared to leave. When leaving, he looked towards the steward. Unexpectedly, the steward did not notice him for such a long time. It seems that the steward never paid attention to the original owner at all, and maybe he even remembered that there was such a person as the original owner. However, seeing how comfortable you are now, there is always a little bit of discomfort in your heart. Chenzei walked out of the restaurant. When he just walked out of the door, he thought about it, and a spiritual power quietly came out. Hearing a plop from behind, the steward lost his seat and fell to the ground. Chenzei smiled and continued to move forward. Zhao Linger noticed Chenzei's bad taste and looked back at the steward who fell to the ground. Master, what is this? Chenzei smiled and said, It's okay, let's go. The steward fell to the ground, his butt hurt, and he cried out ouch. Several people at the same table quickly came over to help the steward. Brother, what's going on? Are you okay? Even the waiter came over to help me. Sir, are you okay? Who would have thought that the steward who was helped up would kick the waiter and knock him to the ground? What kind of broken stool is this in your store? It made me fall. The waiter was sitting on the ground aggrieved and at a loss. He cursed in his heart. What does this matter have to do with me? It's obviously because you drank too much and couldn't sit still, so you fell. At this time, the restaurant owner also rushed over to apologize. I'm sorry, sir. It's all our restaurant's fault. I'll give you a discount on this meal. Please forgive me. The restaurant owner didn't know the details of these people, but he still heard some of the content of their chats. At this time, he thought it would be better to do less than to do more. However, the manager still seemed a bit recalcitrant, and would scold me if he wanted to show off. However, several people sitting with him grabbed him and whispered in his ear, Brother, this store is owned by the Yi family. It's better not to make too much noise. The steward was a little annoyed and angry, and he didn't know if he was drunk. I am the steward of Qingyun sect, I am afraid. Before he finished speaking, the steward seemed to think of something again, and swallowed the words that came to his lips. Only then did he remember that he was no longer from the Qingyun sect, and he really couldn't afford to offend the Yi family. The steward sat down again angrily. Forget it. There are a lot of guests, please use them slowly. After the restaurant manager finished speaking, he walked to the waiter and shouted in a low voice, get up and work. I am the shopkeeper. The waiter was still a little aggrieved. What am I going to do? The restaurant owner said angrily. When he sat down again, several people at the same table were still trying to persuade him, thinking he was sulking. The steward didn't think about this, he was just a little confused. He was also a cultivator in the qi refining realm, so why did he fall down for no reason? Even if the chair is not stable, my perception should detect it in advance. Thinking back carefully, a picture suddenly flashed back in the steward's mind. A familiar face appeared, but for a while I couldn't remember where I had seen it. Is it because of him that I just fell? The steward looked outside the restaurant at this time, and a familiar face met his eyes. The other person had a sarcastic look on his face, as if he was laughing at him. The more the steward thought about it, the more he felt that the face just now was a bit familiar, but he couldn't recall it, but he felt in his heart that this person was very important. The doubts in his heart grew bigger and bigger, and he had no intention of continuing to eat. When he was just eating, he had already noticed that the man's cultivation level should be at the 3rd level of qi refining. It wasn't that he wanted to look, it was just that the appearance of Zhao Linger who was accompanying Chen Zhe was so eye-catching that he unconsciously took a few more glances. After thinking about it just now, he was sure that this person was responsible for what happened when he fell down just now. But he couldn't figure out how a person at the 3rd level of qi refining dared to challenge a person at the 6th level of qi refining. Is he trying to attract me on purpose? The steward now has too many uncertainties in his heart. He is just a person who was kicked out of the mountain by Qingyun sect. And since he no longer had a backer, he felt a trace of fear in his heart. You guys can just drink here today. I have some urgent matters to deal with. After saying that, the steward ignored the strange looks from the people at the table, stood up, left the table and walked outside. The people at the table all looked at each other. This? The steward had already left the restaurant quickly. Staying here, he always felt a little uneasy. During his many years in Qingyun sect, he has offended many people. Now that he was kicked out of Qingyun sect and came to Wannan City, what he was most afraid of was meeting old acquaintances from the past. Although the people he offended before were just handyman disciples. But who knows whether any of them will encounter an opportunity and soar into the sky. It's better to leave here quickly. The steward felt uneasy. After the steward left the restaurant, he walked into an alley and turned several alleys in succession. His steps were getting faster and faster, and he always felt as if a pair of eyes behind him were staring at him. At this moment, a figure appeared in front of him. Long time no see, Manager Lin. The figure that appeared in front of Manager Lin was clearly Chen Zhe. Is that you? Manager Lin began to look at Chen Zhe. As expected, he was only a 3rd level qi refiner. But he didn't dare to be careless at this time. It was really abnormal for a 3rd level qi refiner to dare to stop him for no reason. At this time, Manager Lin looked back behind him. He was ready to run away if he felt something was wrong at any time. But when Manager Lin turned around, he saw someone standing behind him. This person was Zhao Linger. Seeing Zhao Linger eating with Chen Zhe, he didn't feel too strange. But he couldn't tell Zhao Linger's cultivation level. Zhao Linger completely restrained her aura at this time, just like immortal, without revealing any of her cultivation. Manager Lin was surprised and confused. Just because he couldn't see his cultivation level didn't mean he didn't have any cultivation level. At this time, Chen Zhe said jokingly, Manager Lin, you are such a noble person who forgets things. However, it's normal for Manager Lin not to remember me. After all, it's been 2 years. Although you don't remember me, there is always an obsession in my mind. Now, seeing you living so comfortably, this obsession is getting deeper and deeper. If I don't solve it, I will never be able to get over this hurdle in my heart. Manager Lin was a little crazy now. He really couldn't remember. Who are you? Ha, Manager Lin, how does it feel to be kicked out of Qingyun sect? Is it you? Manager Lin's mind felt like there was an electric shock, and he still hasn't figured it out yet. You did a good job. Why were you kicked out? Haha, it's me. You caused me to be kicked out of the Qingyun sect back then, and now you have the same taste. Originally, this matter passed like this, but today I suddenly saw that you were living so comfortably, which made me feel a little uncomfortable. Who are you anyway? Why do you do this? Think carefully about that person who knew how to cultivate spiritual fields through hard work. I planted so much spiritual rice, I thought I would be appreciated, but in the end, unexpectedly, you enriched my own pockets, and I was driven down the mountain. I was the same at the time. I couldn't figure out why I was kicked out of the mountain, even though I worked so hard. At this moment, a figure seemed to appear in Manager Lin's mind, and the person in front of him was slowly overlapping with that figure. Chenzei? Manager Lin said in horror. Chenzei laughed loudly. I finally remembered. No, you can't be Chenzei. He is just a useless waste. He would never dare to be like you today. Manager Lin still felt a little unbelievable. Forget it, now that you have remembered who I am, I won't talk nonsense to you. What do you want? As he said this, Manager Lin released his aura and was ready to go. Do you think I am still the same person as before? After Chenzei finished speaking, he also released his spiritual power, no longer hiding his cultivation level, and revealed his cultivation level at the foundation building level. Manager Lin felt Chenzei's aura and was shocked. Foundation establishment realm? How is it possible? Everything is possible. Chenzei said calmly. Then, a ray of spiritual power shot out from Chenzei's fingers and hit Guancher Lin's dantian directly. Bang! A muffled sound sounded from Guancher Lin's dantian. Manager Lin collapsed to the ground, his dantian was destroyed, and his cultivation at the 6th level of qi refining instantly turned into nothingness. Manager Lin felt the pain coming from his dantian, with a look of disbelief on his face. He was completely destroyed just like that? This cultivation was originally his only reliance after he was driven to Qingyun sect. Before, he thought that with the cultivation of the 6th level of qi refining, he could still live well even if he was not in Qingyun sect. Now his cultivation was destroyed, and it was destroyed by someone he used to look down on. He was completely crazy, shouting, "Kill me, kill me." Chenzei frowned, noisy. Another spiritual power shot out. Manager Lin only felt a chill at the root of his tongue, and his mouth opened, something fell to the ground, and he whimpered and couldn't speak. Manager Lin collapsed, and hurriedly knelt on the ground, picked up the tongue on the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. Let's go, it's boring. Chenzei felt a little bored when he saw Manager Lin like this. He is no longer the waste of the original owner. It seems a bit of a waste of his time to deal with Manager Lin who will never make any waves. Zhao Linger quickly ran to Chenzei and looked at him puzzledly. She felt that Chenzei had never been so bloody. In the past, he had just killed someone and left, but he had never tortured someone like this. Let's go back. I'll tell you about this later. Chenzei was about to turn around and leave with Zhao Linger, leaving Manager Lin alone, kneeling on the ground and trying to put his tongue back. But at this moment, Manager Lin rushed towards Chenzei desperately. I'm going to kill you. He had lost the will to live and was used to a life of luxury. He couldn't accept any other life, and he was begging for death. Manager Lin had already rushed behind Chenzei, although he knew that he could not cause any harm to Chenzei no matter what. But he still punched Chenzei with all his strength. Looking for death, I originally wanted to spare your life and let you live on, but now it seems there is no need for that. Chenzei's eyes suddenly became sharp, and a ball of fire flew out of his hand. Manager Lin closed his eyes as if resigned to his fate. At this moment, all the bad things he had done before flashed before his eyes. If given another chance, maybe he would do it again. However, he will do it more thoroughly and will not be overturned again. Manager Lin's figure was annihilated in the fire and slowly turned into ashes. There was no expression on Chenzei's face, but something seemed to be loosened deep in his soul. It was like a voice was shouting, as if he was relieved. Zhao Linger followed Chenzei and looked at him from time to time. She felt as if she had never seen Chenzei like this before. In her impression, it seemed that Chenzei didn't care about anything and was always so carefree. He lived so leisurely every day, and nothing seemed to affect him. She knew now was not the time to ask, she was just a clone and she just had to obey orders. Moreover, she also believed that Chenzei had his reasons for everything he did, so she didn't need to ask too many questions. After Chenzei and his clone Zhao Linger left, not long after, the patrol team from the city lord's mansion arrived. When the patrol arrived, there was nothing at the scene, only the remnants of the battle they had just fought. When the patrol captain saw this scene, he immediately ordered everyone to disperse and look around for traces of the battle just now. If you dare to fight in Wannan City, you will definitely kill someone. This is completely ignoring them. The captain of the patrol looked around, but found nothing. The auras of people who have fought here before cannot be traced. Captain, he found nothing and left no trace. He is a master. The aura just now was a bit like a master of the Foundation establishment realm. Captain, What should we do now? The patrol captain sighed helplessly. They were just a few chi refining realm people. If they were to hunt down a Foundation establishment realm person, wouldn't they be looking for death? I will go back and report to the city lord first, and let him make a decision. The few of you will continue to investigate nearby to see if you can find any useful clues. Pay attention again to see if there are any missing persons recently. Yes. Chen Zhe's mansion. Chen Zhe and Zhao Linger have returned. Owner? Zhao Linger saw that Chen Zhe hadn't said a word since he came back, and his face was still a little gloomy. Chen Zhe shook his head and smiled, I'm fine. He knew that Zhao Linger was worried about him. After returning to the mansion, Chen Zhe lay down on his recliner again. Are you wondering why I did what I did today? Zhao Linger nodded silently. Perhaps this is cause and effect, or it may be a kind of vent from the bottom of my heart. Then, Chen Zhe told Zhao Linger the experience of the original owner. After hearing this, Zhao Linger also felt angry and made the sound of gnashing her teeth from time to time. Master, I feel that you are still too kind to him, and you shouldn't treat him so easily. People like this should be sent to the mines and allowed to mine for the rest of their lives. Don't you think I'm cruel now? After telling the matter, Chen Zhe relaxed. Master did everything right. Okay, this matter is over. Go and see how the transfer of Zhao Yun's people is going. Yes, Master. Zhao Linger entered the space of all things. Chen Zhe lay on the recliner and hummed a tune. The peach leaves are sharp, and the willow leaves are covering the sky. The name of the person in the position, sir, listen carefully to what I say, why is there no place to listen to music in Wannan City? Alas, what a pity. This world of cultivating immortals should be almost the same as in ancient times. How could it not exist? No, it's boring to sing by yourself. If you have time, give these little songs to Linger. Let her sing them, they will definitely sound good. Not long after receiving Zhao Linger's call, Chen Zhe released her from the space of all things. Master, all the original miners in the Black Iron Mine have been knocked unconscious and moved away from the space of all things. Now there are only 30 Yi family members left in Xiantai Mine, and there are 24 clones inside. The speed of mining will not be that fast in the future. It doesn't matter, the 24 clones now are all at the 4th level of foundation building, and the mining speed can't be much slower. There is no mine that can allow so many foundation building levels to mine. Besides, the number of clones is increasing every day, so there is no need to worry about mining. Yes, and then Zhao Yun asked, what is his next mission? Has he reached the border of the Dacian dynasty? Yes, Master. Chen Zhe thought for a moment and said, then let him travel as he pleases, just to see the world of immortal cultivation for me. It would be better if he can find an opportunity. Letting Zhao Yun travel around can be regarded as traveling the entire world of immortality on behalf of Chen Zhe. The Xiantian continent is too big. Even if Chen Zhe wants to visit it, the outside world is too dangerous and his current strength is not enough. Now that Zhao Yun was traveling on his behalf, it was considered that he had gone out on his own. Besides, Zhao Yun is a clone, so there is no need to worry about any danger. In addition to his strength, he also has the immortality of the clone. One day, Zhao Yun really died outside and was resurrected in the space of all things, and he would be back. At this time, Chen Zhe suddenly said, Linger, can you sing a ditty? Ditty? Zhao Linger looked at Chen Zhe in confusion. It's okay, singing ditty is actually very simple, I'll teach you. Chen Zhe could see that Zhao Linger was still unfamiliar with many things. But it doesn't matter, Chen Zhe can do it, and there is plenty of time to teach. Moreover, Zhao Linger's voice is beautiful, if she learns to sing, she will definitely be gentle and moving. Then, Chen Zhe began to teach Zhao Linger music without waiting for me. He couldn't wait to hear Zhao Linger sing. At the border of the Dagon dynasty. Zhao Yun was confused after receiving the latest task from Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe asked him to travel by himself, but he didn't know where he should go. Zhao Yun opened the map he had bought before, helplessly. On the road from Wannan City to here, it seems that I have passed several immortal sects and several forests with the breath of monsters. The master asked me to travel by myself and find opportunities by myself, so can I go to these places to have a look? In order to find a safe place as soon as possible, Zhao Yun drove the Qin Yun sword all the way to fly quickly. He flew all the way to the border, and then he felt that he should be far enough away from Wannan City, so he stopped. And if there was anything along the way, he only glanced at it lightly, and immediately took a detour when he felt a strong breath. Now thinking back, maybe the opportunities that Chen Zhe said might be in those places. After making up his mind, Zhao Yun put away the map, flew the sword again, and flew towards a place. This time he must explore every place carefully and must find the opportunity that Chunzhe said. If Chunzhe, who was far away in Wannan City, knew that Zhao Yun had such an obsession, he might have hesitated and wondered whether it was the right choice to let Zhao Yun travel alone. The entire Dogon dynasty was full of immortal cultivation families and sections. Isn't Zhao Yun's behavior just looking for trouble? Or to put it more extreme, this is looking for death. Those immortal cultivation families and sects all have powerful immortal cultivators. What kind of waves can he make with his small foundation? Qing Yunzong, the task collection place. Chen Fan, who has just completed the task from the outside, is delivering the task. Congratulations to the younger brother to complete another task. For your performance points for your task this time, you have already recorded it for you. Talking, the duty disciple of the task collection office handed Chen Fan to his martial arts token. This martial arts token is not only a symbol of the disciple of King Yunzong. Similarly, it also records the performance of the holder in King Yunzong. These merit points can be exchanged for equivalent cultivation resources, exercises, elixir, spells, arrays, runes and so on in King Yunzong. Chen Fan couldn't use such things. Every time he had a merit point, he redeemed some elixir and gave it to Chunzhe. Thank you, brother. Chen Fan said with his hands. Brother, it's okay, I'll go first, and I will go to the Deacon Hall. After Chen Fan finished speaking, he left himself. Dedicated hall? Disciples of Qing Yunzong at the mission collection looked at Chen Fan's backed out. It doesn't matter, he almost exclaimed, building the foundation? Didn't you still refine the qi last time? During this time, Chen Fan often took the task, and the disciples at the task collection were already familiar with him. I confirmed that I had read it wrong. The disciples of Qing Yunzong at the task receiving office could not help feeling, should he enter Zongmen for less than a month? This cultivation speed is too fast. He seems to be just a talent. What opportunities do you have to encounter tasks outside? It seems that it is not a thing to keep this place every day. Should I pick up a task and go outside? After leaving, Chen Fan did not know what the disciples were thinking about the task collection. But he had come to the Deacon Hall, and his purpose was indeed because of the foundation. He is still an outer disciple now, and now he is revealed to be a foundation, and he naturally wants to have a Deacon Hall. Only when you come here for testing can you formally become the inner disciple of Qing Yunzong. When Chen Fan came to the Deacon Hall, someone stopped him. This master, what are you doing? While speaking, he also looked at Chen Fan. This person has never seen it before. Chen Fan glanced at the clothing of the inner disciple wearing this person, and Shiwei was also building a foundation, but it was just the third floor of the foundation. Now that Chen Fan is still the identity of the disciples outside the door, he said with a ritual, "This brother, I'm here to find the dealer." Oh, find the dealer? Is there anything wrong? Chen Fan said directly, "Brother Chili, I have built the foundation now, and I want to find the dealer veteran to receive the inner disciple's martial arts token." Oh? This man paid attention to observing Chen Fan's cultivation, and it was the first floor of the foundation. Then wait a minute, I'll ask the dealer to come over. Brother Labor. After a while, the inner disciple came with an old man in elderly costumes. Chen Fan knows that the old man who comes should be a Jin Dan. The disciples who are repaired in the Qing Yunzong Jin Dan can be promoted to Elder Zongman. After the dealer came, he glanced at Chen Fan. It is the token you want to apply for inner disciples. The dealer has seen that Chen Fan's cultivation is a foundation, and he is indeed qualified to apply for token with inner disciples. Normally, the disciples of Zizijing to apply for inner disciples to the door disciples are normal. However, his dealer is doing this, and it is not too surprised. Yes. Chen Fan arched his hand to the dealer. Well, it is really the foundation of the foundation. Take out your martial arts token. Chen Fan respectfully handed over his martial arts tokens. The executive veterans looked at Chen Fan's martial arts token, as if seeing things that surprised him. He looked up at Chen Fan again, and then looked at Chen Fan then to send token again. Only 1 month after getting started? Just getting the 7 floors when I first got started? Chen Fan's martial arts token records all his information clearly. The dealer looked at the avatar Chen Fan in doubt, and thought about it. She was fast. It seems that you have encountered some opportunities, right? I was suspicious, but the explanation Chen Fan had been ready for a long time. He explained without changing his face, after the disciples are getting started, they have always completed the Zongmen mission outside. Oh? The dealer looked at Chen Fan puzzledly. Although a bit doubtful, there are not a few disciples in Zongmen who encounters adventure. This is how Xiao Xian is. It takes a long time to live, and it will not feel strange when you encounter anything. In less than a month, let a 7-layer gas refining to break through the foundation of the foundation quickly, or let the dealer's elderly puzzled, and the spiritual consciousness scan Chen Fan's body. But now it is not a careful question. This is your inner disciple token. You can choose an elder as your master in King Zone. As for whether the elder is willing to accept you as a disciple, he still depends on the willingness of the elder. Even if you don't find any elder, you can also choose a caveman in the inner disciple as your cultivation residence. The inner contribution exchanges can also be exchanged for a proper item such as cultivation exercises. But without the teachings of the elders, maybe the cultivation will be slightly slower. The deacon elder handed a new sect token to Chen Fan, and at the same time, all the information in the previous outer sect token was transferred to it. This inner sect disciple token is more exquisite than the outer sect disciple token. After Chen Fan put away the token, he said, "Thank you for the reminder, elder. Well, Xiaolin, take him to get the inner sect disciple's clothes later, and then take him to choose a cave." "Yes, elder." "Well, you go." After the deacon elder finished speaking, he left quickly. There is a new disciple in the sect with such a fast cultivation speed, so he naturally has to report to the sect master. The day of the 100 sects competition is getting closer and closer. If there are more good seedlings in the sect, the hope of getting a good ranking in the 100 sects competition will be greater. Brother Chen, let me introduce myself. My name is Lin Yongfeng. Please take care of me in the future. Lin Yongfeng remembered what the deacon elder in Chen Fan just said. A disciple who cultivates so fast and encounters such an adventure, who knows what kind of achievements he will make in the future. It is worth getting to know him earlier. Hello, senior brother Lin. I will need your care in the future. Chen Fan saw Lin Yongfeng's thoughts and didn't care much. Don't be so polite, we are all brothers from the same sect, and we should take care of each other. Lin Yongfeng said politely. Wait a moment, junior brother. I will get you the inner disciple clothes. You will definitely look more energetic when you put them on. Lin Yongfeng said and walked inside. Chen Fan was left with an embarrassed look on his face. He was still a little unaccustomed to such greetings. Is this senior brother Lin a little too enthusiastic? It didn't take long for Lin Yongfeng to walk over with a bunch of clothes. Brother, look, this is what I just helped you choose, it should be very fit with you. Thank you, brother. Chen Fan took a look at his clothes and put it in the storage bag directly. Where is the teacher who said something? Go, brother will take you to choose a good dongfu. Lin Yongfeng said, and pulled Chen Fan out. Chen Fan felt that he couldn't stand Lin Yongfeng's enthusiasm, and could only follow him passively. Soon, the two came to the dongfu house where the disciples of the inner door were. Master, as long as there is no living here, you can choose at will. Chen Fan looked in the direction of Lin Yongfeng's fingers, and the whole 5 mountains were standing. As soon as he entered the place where the inner disciples lived, Chen Fan felt the aura here, which was stronger than those places outside the door. Brother, you see, every dongfu here has a set of formation protection. As long as you choose your dongfu and identify it with your martial arts token, then this caveman belongs to you alone. In the future, only your martial arts tokens can open the formation of dongfu. Thank you, brother, for solving the confusion. If this is myself, it will inevitably need to explore for a while. The younger brother said such polite words. If you say this, you just look down on my brother. Lin Yongfeng said, and he looked a little angry. Okay, the younger brother has said something wrong. Chen Fan now feels that the more Lin Yongfeng's behavior is a bit strange, but he still said. He wanted to see what the medicine was sold in Lin Yongfeng's gourd. Lin Yongfeng began to take Chen Fan forward. Whenever he walked to the entrance of an empty dongfu, he always asked, how about the divine master? Chen Fan has no idea about which dongfu living in. He has been choosing, just to observe more Lin Yongfeng. Master, I think the dongfu is good, and the aura is more rich than other places. The practice must be more effective. Chen Fan looked at Lin Yongfeng's dianfu, which was indeed stronger than the ordinary dongfu. But he still didn't make a decision immediately, but asked, brother, do you live here too? Of course, where can I live? Lin Yongfeng accompanied Chen Fan for so long. He didn't choose a place, and he was a little impatient, but he still said. Then, please tell your brother to tell your brother, the location of your dongfu, you helped me so much today. Chen Fan always feels that this Lin Yongfeng is too enthusiastic and abnormal, and there must be a demon. Is this Lin Yongfeng thought about the adventure I said? Ah. Lin Yongfeng felt a little puzzled for a while. Did he discover my intention? Although he was puzzled, Lin Yongfeng still said, "My dongfu is in Lingxiyufeng, number 55 dongfu." The location of this dongfu was just nonsense. Anyway, he was not afraid of Chen Fan to go to him. Even if he went, he pretended to be absent, or he said that he changed to a dongfu. Okay, the younger brother wrote down, and you must visit the brother when you have time. Chen Fan has seen Lin Yongfeng's unnaturalness, and it is estimated that the location he just said is not true. Brother, I have worked hard to accompany me for so long today. I also feel embarrassed. If I do and choose, I will choose this cave. Speaking, Chen Fan walked towards the Dongfu palace that Lin Yongfeng had just referred to. Lin Yongfeng, who was standing in place, felt a little surprised. Why was he just picking up and... Now he suddenly decided. But it doesn't matter, just choose it. Lin Yongfeng looked at Chen Fan, showing a gloomy gaze. At this time, Chen Fan suddenly turned back. Brother is coming to help me see. Chen Fan turned around, scaring Lin Yongfeng to change his face. Will he not find it? Lin Yongfeng laughed again. Here is a teacher. Lin Yongfeng's face just looked at, Chen Fan looked at it, and smiled contempt. Oh, pretending to be installed for a day, can't pretend? However, Chen Fan didn't take it too much, and began to look at the dongfu he chose. There are a few lines of small characters on the door of dongfu. Ling Yunfeng, number 23 dongfu. At this time, Lin Yongfeng had come over. Master, take out your martial arts tokens, and post it on that line of small characters. Chen Fan heard the words that he took the martial arts token and passed on the words of dongfu number 23. In an instant, Huaguang flashed in front of the door of dongfu on the 23rd. Then in front of dongfu, there seems to be a transparent film, which should be the protection formation. Holding the martial arts token, Chen Fan walked forward, penetrated the film, and the protective formation did not stop him. Chen Fan stood at the gate of dongfu. Do you want to come in and sit and visit my dongfu? What made Chen Fan didn't expect was that Lin Yongfeng waved his hand. No, the younger brother's dongfu has been selected, and my task is also completed. You will take a good rest today. I will visit again next time. After speaking, Lin Yongfeng turned and left. However, the expression on Lin Yongfeng's face after turning was intriguing. Seeing Lin Yongfeng rejected his invitation, Chen Fan frowned. Is it because I misunderstood him? Forget it, it doesn't matter. If I really misunderstood, I didn't show any anyway. Chen Fan turned around, opened the cave door, and walked in. As expected, it is good for inner disciples to live in caves. There is a different world inside the caves. The so-called caves are not just caves. The protective formation outside the caves should also have the function of illusion formations. The caves look completely different from the outside. The inside of the cave seems to be a paradise. At the entrance is a pool of water that is neither big nor small. There are flowers in the pool and fish in the water. There are flowers, plants, trees and forests inside the caves, as well as stone benches, stone chairs and pavilions. There is also a row of houses in front, with bedrooms, training rooms, and kitchens. The place where the inner disciples live is indeed better than those in the outer sect. Unlike the outer sect, there is only a thatched hut. I don't know if the inner disciples can bring outsiders to the place where they live. No, I still have to ask someone tomorrow. Besides, living in such a good place, how could I not let junior brother you come and envy him? The more Chen Fan thought about it, the happier he felt. Yu Xingxi was the only good friend he made in Qing Yun sect. As the saying goes, when will the bright moon appear? When we drink and sing, we become two people. When Chen Fan thought about drinking with Yu Xingxi, he felt a little empty again. Should I report my recent situation in Qing Yun sect to the master now? It seems that the master has not arranged any work for me recently. Does the master already know about my drinking? Master, Chen Fan came back to report last night. He has revealed the cultivation of the foundation of the foundation. Now he is the inner disciple of King Yanzong. However, the adventure he said in order to cover up the table seemed to cause others. However, everything is still under his control. Well, you know. Chen Zhe didn't care about Chen Fan's affairs. Arrangement of him to Qing Yun Zone just arranged casually, it doesn't matter what he can do. Linger, how did Xiao Chur learn yesterday? When I heard Chen Zhe asking like this, Zhao Linger was a little embarrassed. His face was a little red, and his words were a bit spit. Should you learn it? Really? Then sing and listen to it. Chen Zhe, who was still lying in the lounge chair leisurely, suddenly came to interest. This, Zhao Linger still couldn't let go. After all, girls are a bit shy, and they have to perform in front of people, and Zhao Linger is even more restrained. It's okay, there are two of us here. If you don't sing well, I will teach you again. Yes. Then Zhao Linger began to sing, but the voice was a bit small. On the tip of the peach leaves, the willow leaf is covered with the sky. It's okay, a loud voice, you sing well. Chen Zhe was not comforting Zhao Linger, but Zhao Linger really sang very well. Zhao Linger nodded and started singing again. The peach leaves tip the tip, and the willow leaves are covered with the sky. The name of this name and his position. Listen to me. This incident was in the Jingxi Lanji factory, the Lanbao factory fire camp. There was a song Lao San. While Zhao Linger was singing, Chen Zhe's fingers kept knocking on the lounge chair armrests, and nodded from time to time, as if helping Zhao Linger fighting the rhythm. Zhao Linger sang, and looked up at Chen Zhe shyly. Okay. Chen Zhe patted Zhao Linger. You see, you sing really, sing like this in the future. Come here, I will teach you 2 new little songs. How well Chen Zhe was at this moment, he taught Zhao Linger to sing Zayakar. Even in the Wannan city, there are no places where there is no hook rant. Lying at home in the future, you can also hear Zhao Linger's melodious singing voice. Zhao Linger was suspicious. Do the masters still have to learn today? Isn't it going to the new shop today? The signboards and decorations you said have not been done yet. At this time, Chen Zhe seemed to think of something at this time. I patted my thighs. You don't remind me, I almost forgot. That's okay, go to the new store first to arrange things, and then come back to continue. Originally yesterday, I should find someone to decorate the store. But yesterday, I suddenly encountered Lin Guanshi. In order to deal with Lin Guan, I forgot the decoration shop at once. At this time, Chen Zhe had stood up and walked outside the mansion. He couldn't wait to arrange the shop decoration, and come back to teach Zhao Linger's new little song as soon as possible. Master, wait for me. Zhao Linger didn't understand why Chen Zhe suddenly came with such great motivation. Hurry up, there are a lot of things. Master, slow down. Zhao Yun, who was far away from the border of the Degang dynasty, was looking at the hundreds of people who had been behind him. Didn't you say it clearly with you? You are free, you can go wherever you want, don't follow me like this. Zhao Yun looked at the hundreds of people helplessly. At this time, one of the hundreds of these people stood up and said, Ahong, our life is saved by you, we must repay you, let us follow you. You are around Hungong, you let us get out of the sea of suffering, you can't throw us here, let us die. Zhao Yun's endless distress at this time, Chen Zhe's task was to let him travel. He had already planned to go to those Shou Xianzongmen to see it, and then go to the beast forest by the way. First traveled through the entire Degan dynasty and recorded all the vision all the way. He knew that Chen Zhe liked to listen to these. However, what he didn't expect was that the hundreds of miners rescued from the Xian iron mine were unwilling to leave, as if he was on him. Zhao Yun was a little overwhelmed at this time, and didn't know what to do with these people. At this moment, one of the people who just spoke suddenly kneeling down. Hundreds of people saw that someone kneeled down, and they seemed to understand what he meant, and they followed suit. Suddenly, the hundreds of people knelt in front of Zhao Yun together. Ungong, you accept us. We must follow Ngong's body in the future, and the head of Wei Yin is from Ungong. If you don't agree, we can't afford to kneel like this. Zhao Yun was even more embarrassed. If Chen Zhe is here, he will definitely scold. Bastard, you are naked moral abductions, but I have no morality, so I am not afraid of your kidnapping. After Chen Zhe finished speaking, he would definitely turn around. But now it is Zhao Yun who is facing these miners, not Chen Zhe. Although he has the same wisdom as Chen Zhe, he does not have Chen Zhe's experience in the previous life. You stand up first and let me think about it. No, if you don't agree, we will kneel for a long time. Yes, kneel for a long time. The voices of hundreds of people came one after another, making Zhao Yun more embarrassed. Helplessly, Zhao Yun said seriously at this time, okay, since you have decided to follow me, then I have 3 conditions for you. If you can agree to these 3 conditions, I will let you follow me in the future. Seeing that Zhao Yun showed signs of loosening up, the hundreds of people listened attentively. Benefactor, you say, let alone 3 conditions, even if it is 100 conditions, we will agree to them. Zhao Yun originally wanted to raise 3 conditions to make them retreat, but he didn't expect these people to be unmoved. Zhao Yun thought in his heart, it seems that I have to make these 3 conditions more difficult. You stand up first, and I will talk about these 3 conditions. The hundreds of people looked at each other, but no one stood up. Seeing this, Zhao Yun was a little angry. If you continue like this, I won't mention my 3 conditions. Hearing what Zhao Yun said, the man who took the lead in kneeling now also took the lead and stood up. For fear that Zhao Yun would be unhappy and leave them and leave by himself. When Zhao Yun saw that everyone stood up, He spoke at this time. My first condition is that I agree to let you follow me. But you have to solve your daily food, drink, housing and transportation by yourself, and I won't care about you. The hundreds of people looked at each other again, and felt a little puzzled by the first condition raised by Zhao Yun. Everyone said in unison, no problem. They never planned to rely on Zhao Yun to solve their food, drink, housing and transportation. They all have hands and feet, and they have cultivation. They had survived the hard times in the mines before, so now they could easily find food, shelter and transportation. Their thoughts were actually very simple, they just wanted to find a chance to repay Zhao Yun for saving them. After hearing this 100 people answered in unison, Zhao Yun had a doubt for a moment. Is this condition I mentioned too simple? It's not that this condition that Zhao Yunli is too simple, but that Zhao Yun thought too much before. What he thought was the hundreds of people. If he followed him, he would definitely be responsible for their daily food, and housing. Even, it is possible to solve the problem of their cultivation resources. But in fact, the hundreds of people have never thought about it. At this moment, Zhao Yun was even a little stuffed. Helpless, after thinking about it, Zhao Yun said, my second condition is to ask everyone to obey my order unconditionally. Because the way I want to go next may be very dangerous, and my life may be lost at any time. If you can't do it, leave it yourself now. Woongong is relieved, since we chose to follow you, of course, we are fate for your order. Yes, Woongong, you were saved by our lives, how can we be afraid of losing their lives? Being able to leave the darkest mine is already a chance to give us a rebirth. Then, the 100 people started to say me, but they all said that there was no opinion on this second condition. Zhao Yun saw it, they all agreed to the second condition. Zhao Yun thought in his heart, it seems that the third condition is not difficult to get them. Zhao Yun was hesitating, should you change the third condition? The person who was talking at the beginning said, Ahon, the second condition you said, we also promised, you can say the third condition. When this man said this, he even felt a little excited. This third condition is that since you chose to follow me, in the future, if someone has a rebellion, I will not hesitate and kill him by myself. After listening to the three conditions that Zhao Yun said, there was no opposition of these hundreds of people, and only one idea in the hearts of everyone. What are the conditions for Zhao Yun's three conditions? It is simply to make them follow him and make an advance. At this time, the person who started to kneel before began to kneel again. Woongong, the three conditions you said, I fully agreed, Xiaangong took me, etc. After speaking, he worshipped. Hundreds of other 100 people also followed suit. Woongong is on, our life will be yours in the future. After speaking, the hundreds of people tipped Zhao Yun together. Looking at the hundreds of people in this black, Zhao Yun was big, which was not the result he wanted. But this is the end, and he can only accept it passively now. In the future, this 100 people will live with themselves like their younger brother. Everyone gets up. Don't kneel at random in the future. If you violate it, please leave yourself. Seeing that the hundreds of people kneeling, he knew that the hundreds of people had been used to being bullied before. Perhaps it is normal to repair the world, but he doesn't need it. Because of his master, Chen Zhe has never asked him like this. At this point, Zhao Yun no longer twisted, but shouted loudly, my name is Zhao Yun. Since you all choose to follow me, then I still have to be responsible for you. From now on, no one dares to insult you again. Similarly, the Yi family will definitely get the punishment he should have. When Zhao Yun mentioned the Yi family again, the faces of the hundreds of people have changed differently. Some people are afraid, but some are angry. Everyone knows that since Zhao Yun has the ability to rescue them from the mine, he said that it is not empty to deal with the Yi family. And, when the war in the mine, they were all there, they knew that Zhao Yun was not alone. What Zhao Yun is going to deal with is the Yi family of their enemies, so they choose to follow Zhao Yun without hesitation. After Zhao Yun finished speaking, he looked at the expressions of the hundreds of people. Perhaps because Zhao Yun had worked in the Xian iron mine before, he could understand the current emotions of the hundreds of people. After a while, Zhao Yun's mood calmed down. All right. Zhao Yunshu pressed his palms twice, and everyone was quiet. Now, let's find a place to settle first. Yes. Hundreds of people answered at the same time, and their voice sounded. Zhao Yun looked at the momentum of the crowd, and felt in my heart, I just came out to travel, so I pulled up a team? Do I need to report to the owner? Wannan City. Chen Zhe has found workers who decorate the shop, and the new signboard is also being formulated. After discussing the requirements of the decoration with the person in charge of the decoration, and after discussing the price, the person in charge of the decoration promised to complete all the renovation within 3 days. Chen Zhe, the decoration of all the groceries, did not spend much attention. It was directly decorated according to the appearance of all things in the space of all things. After all, he did not understand this ancient building. The person in charge of the decoration asked him what he had, and he directly described the look of all the shops. Everything was appropriate. Chen Zhe took Zhao Linger quickly to the mansion. Linger, come, let's continue. Master, are you so fast? You don't need to eat something? No, I am now a monk who built the foundation, and it was okay not to eat for a few days. Hurry up! I can't wait. Zhao Linger was helpless and could only obey Chen Zhe's arrangements. The new Zayakar teaching starts again. King Yunzong, Inner Disciple Residential Area. After some inquiry, Chen Fan knew that as long as he agreed, he could allow anyone to enter his own palace. Next, the first thing Chen Fan did was to invite Yu Xingxi. Brother, what's going on with your cultivation speed? Just after getting started for a month, I broke through the foundation. When Yu Xingxi received the invitation of Chen Fan, he was still unbelievable, thinking that Chen Fan was joking with him. Until Chen Fan took him to the Inner Disciples Residential Area, he just doubted the letter. After all, he could come here and prove that he could not. However, when Chen Fan opened the protection formation of his palace, the two are now standing in Chen Fan's Dongfu, and Yu Xingxi was completely shocked. It's all luck. When I went out to do the task, I encountered a little chance. Chen Fan said that it was light and light. This, Yu Xingxi looked incredible. Where did you encounter the opportunity? Tell me, I'm going, you are so lucky. Ha, the chance is left for those who are prepared. Chen Fan knew that Yu Xingxi was joking, and he joked. Not to mention this, I went out this time, just bought 2 pots of wines, younger brothers, come and taste the taste. Chen Fan said 2 pots of wine. You have your conscience. Yu Xingxi's mouth was skimped, and his movements were fast. In the gazebo, Yu Xingxi took the jug that Chen Fan took out and poured it directly. After drinking, Yu Xingxi touched his mouth. The wine is good, but this pot of wine is not enough to break through the foundation of the foundation. Ah, you know you will say that. Chen Zhe laughed, his mind moved, and the whole 3 altar wines appeared. On the stone table of the gazebo, a table was full of food. Ha, brother is enough. When Yu Xingxi saw the wine altar, he immediately ran over to check that the wine altar was full of dwellings, at least 10 pounds in an altar. Yu Xingxi was really happy for Chen Fan. They also knew that the two of them were sure, but sooner or later. Now that Chen Fan can break through in advance, he is also sincere to be happy for Chen Fan, and he has no other thoughts. Don't get drunk today. No drunk. After a day of teaching, Zhao Linger has memorized the lyrics and tunes of all the ditties that Chen Zhe taught her. Memorizing these lyrics and tunes is not difficult for Zhao Linger, who is in the foundation building stage. It took a day just because Chen Zhe taught Zhao Linger all the ditties he remembered in one breath. Now Zhao Linger is singing for Chen Zhe to check Zhao Linger's learning results. Zhao Linger finished singing. Chen Zhe applauded excitedly. Linger, you are so great. Zhao Linger couldn't help but lower her head shyly after being praised by Chen Zhe. It's all because of the master's good teaching. No, it's because your understanding is too high. If Zhao Linger's singing was put in Chen Zhe's era, it could be comparable to first-line singers. Linger, wait a moment. Zhao Linger looked at Chen Zhe in confusion, not understanding what he was going to do. Chen Zhe suddenly became busy. A moment later, a small table appeared next to Chen Zhe's recliner, which he moved out of the hall. On the small table, there was a pot of freshly brewed tea, a plate of simple pastries, and a plate of melon seeds. After doing all this, Chen Zhe lay down comfortably. Okay, Linger, continue. Ah? Zhao Linger hesitated for a moment. Chen Zhe's operation really made her confused. After all, Zhao Linger was just an avatar that had not been created for too long, and it was normal for her not to understand Chen Zhe's behavior. It's okay, you continue to sing. As he said that, Chen Zhe poured himself a cup of tea, grabbed a handful of melon seeds, and waited for Zhao Linger's performance with interest. Chun Chun had an expression of eating melons at the front desk. Zhao Linger also understood that Chen Zhe did all this just for him to watch his performance more comfortably. Helplessly, Zhao Linger smiled lightly and started singing again. Chen Zhe smiled and ate melon seeds, enjoying Zhao Linger's moving singing. Comfortable, this scene should only be seen in heaven. However, when Zhao Linger was halfway through singing, Chen Zhe frowned slightly. It seems that something is missing. Zhao Linger, who was singing emotionally, seemed to notice Chen Zhe's frown, but there was a little mistake in the little song she was singing. Zhao Linger also found her own mistake and stopped. Master, is Linger not doing well enough? Shenzai also found that his expression just now was wrong, and hurriedly smiled and said, No, you sang very well, but I always feel that something is missing. What's missing? Zhao Linger was also confused. She did it completely according to all the requirements of Chenzai. How could there be something missing? At this time, Chenzai suddenly slapped his thigh, as if he had figured out something. I know what's missing. When Zhao Linger heard what Chenzai said, her eyes lit up. Master, tell me, I'll change it right away. But Chenzai shook his head and smiled and said, It has nothing to do with you. You sang very well, but it just lacked a little accompaniment. Accompaniment? Zhao Linger didn't understand what accompaniment Chenzai was talking about. It's the music played by musical instruments, but there's not even a brothel in Wannan City, so it's probably difficult to find a musician. Chenzai shook his head and smiled. Forget it, just sing like this for now, and find a musician for accompaniment later. Without the accompaniment, Chenzai had no way to help, but he could still teach Zhao Linger to sing a little song. But for musical instruments, he had no way. He had never been exposed to any music theory knowledge, and even if there were musical instruments, he wouldn't know. Perhaps, you can look for spells and instruments related to musical instruments in the space of all things. Chenzai thought in his heart. In this way, Zhao Linger continued to sing, and Chenzai listened to the music comfortably. A day passed quickly. Okay, Linger, let's stop here today. Chenzai stopped Zhao Linger singing. The characteristic of Zhao Linger's clone is that she will not feel tired even if she keeps singing. Yes. With the income from the black iron ore today, it should be enough to exchange for another clone. Although Chenzai seems to have nothing to do every day and only knows how to have fun, he still keeps the business in mind. Master, I'll go check it out now. Chenzai stopped Zhao Linger and said with a smile, No, I'll go by myself. You go prepare some food. I'm really hungry after listening to you singing all day. Yes. Even if Zhao Linger went to the space of all things to check the amount of black iron ore, Chenzai still had to go and collect it with the green-robed woman. Besides, Chenzai still had to go in person to exchange the clone, so there was no need for Zhao Linger to make an extra trip. Chenzai's mind moved, and his consciousness had entered the space of all things. The black iron ore dug by the clones today has all been piled up in the space of all things. Chenzai took a quick look and was still very confident that the clones were doing their job. The amount of black iron ore every day would only be more than the day before. With today's amount, it should be enough to exchange for a clone. Chenzai was also helpless. Now there are 27 clones, and exchanging a clone now requires 2,800 points. As for the black iron ore, although the clones are all at the foundation building level, the mining speed has doubled. But without hundreds of miners mining, the amount of ore mined every day is not as much as before. The ore mined by the clones now, plus the ore mined by the Yi family, totals only 7,500 kilograms a day, and the points for recycling are only 1,500 points. It seems that the clones need to speed up. Thinking in his heart, Chenzai's consciousness has entered the store of all things. Seeing the green-robed woman, Chenzai didn't waste words. Recycle all the black iron ore. The green-robed woman's face did not change, and she didn't say anything. Chenzai had long been accustomed to it, and didn't care, just waiting quietly. After a while, the green-robed woman spoke. Recycle 7,500 kilograms of black iron ore, a total of 1,500 points. Hearing the voice of the green-robed woman, Chenzai just nodded slightly, the same as his estimate in his mind. The position where the number of points is displayed also directly changed to 3,360, and the points for recycling black iron ore have been received. Chenzai glanced at the points value. Exchange for a clone. Exchange for a clone, consume 2,800 points, do you confirm? Confirm. The points were deducted by 2,800, and the balance was 560. Seeing the remaining points, Chenzai felt distressed. 2 days of savings were gone in an instant. After the clone exchange was completed, a shadow appeared in front of Chenzai. He didn't want to portray this new clone. He just thought of an impression and waited for the shadow to solidify. Soon, the new clone solidified and its intelligence was restored. Chenzai said lightly, From now on, you will be number 28, go mining. The name doesn't matter to the clone, it's just a code name, so Chenzai didn't worry too much. Yes. Number 28 responded devoutly. Chenzai had a thought and informed Ji Zhengping at the Black Iron Mine to take the number 28 clone to the Black Iron Mine. The black iron ore was recovered and the clones were exchanged, but Chenzai did not leave directly. Instead, he opened the shopping interface to see if there were any items that could speed up the speed of the clones' mining. Black iron ore is now his biggest source of income. Even if he opens a grocery store in the future, he still has to use points to exchange items. Now the clones in the black iron mine are all using low-quality pickaxes made by the Yi family's refiners, which are just enough to dig black iron ore. If you want the clones to increase the speed of mining, you still have to start with tools. As the saying goes, if you want to do your job well, you must first sharpen your tools. There are really no such tool-like items in the store, but there are some magic tools like pickaxes. When Shenzai browsed the shopping interface in his spare time before, he seemed to have seen similar magic tools, but he didn't pay attention to them at the time. Now that he thought of it, he naturally wanted to equip all the clones with one. Soon, Shenzai found a magical tool similar to a pickaxe. Shenzai looked directly at the page of Xian-level magical tools, and didn't even look at the Huang-level ones. This Tianling pickaxe is pretty good. Shenzai's eyes stayed on the shopping page. There are not many magical tools similar to pickaxes, but the best one is the Tianling pickaxe he had seen before. When Shenzai saw this magical tool before, he was still wondering who would refine a magical tool of this style, but after seeing the description, everything became clear. The refiner who refined it originally wanted to use it to dig for natural treasures, and it can also be used as a magical tool, so he tailored this Tianling pickaxe for himself. The Tianling pickaxe is a pickaxe made of a special ore as the main material, supplemented by various gold and stone. In order to highlight the difference of the Tianling pickaxe, the refiner also specially drew a dragon head on the pickaxe head, and even the pickaxe handle was made of special gold and stone. If only according to the materials used in this pickaxe should be a Xian-level top grade, but in fact it is only a Xian-level middle grade. It is just limited by the shape of the pickaxe, which makes it unable to fully exert its due effect, and its main function is not combat. But even if it is not a top-grade Xian-level pickaxe, this Tianling pickaxe cannot be underestimated when used in combat. The original intention of creating the Tianling pickaxe is to use the Tianling pickaxe to break through the secret realm of heaven and earth and discover the treasures of heaven and earth. Correspondingly, the power and destructive power of the Tianling pickaxe have a natural restraining effect on formations and all defensive magic weapons. For general formations and defensive magic weapons, the Tianling pickaxe is not afraid at all. This Tianling pickaxe is really good for mining, but the price of 1,000 points is really a bit expensive. Shenzai hesitated again and again. I can earn more money after I spend all my money. I must buy this Tianling pickaxe and try the effect. Gritting his teeth, Shenzai spent 500 spirit stones plus 500 points to exchange for a Tianling pickaxe. He glanced at the few remaining points in spirit stones. I'm a pauper again, but it's okay, the spiritual medicine I planted will soon mature again. After exchanging the Tianling pickaxe, Shenzai's consciousness directly exited the space of all things. With a thought, his consciousness descended on Yi Zhengping in the black iron ore. In the black iron ore, Yi Zhengping, who was digging hard, was shocked, and Shenzai's consciousness officially took over his body. This function of consciousness descending on the body of the clone can always be used. It's just that Shenzai always felt that there was no need for him to intervene in things that the clone could do well, and this was also to ensure the independence of the clone. However, this time, in order to try the function of the Tianling pickaxe, he still chose to descend on the body of the clone. There was no way to test it in his own mansion. In order to avoid causing too much noise when using the Tianling pickaxe, he chose to test it in the black iron ore. This was the first time Shenzai came to the Xiantian mine. He had only heard the clone's stories before, but now he was there in person, and it really felt different. The black iron mine was not completely dark. It should be that the Yi family had set up a lighting formation in the black iron mine, making it as bright as day. Shenzai's consciousness descended on Yi Zhengping, and the other clones in the black iron mine seemed to sense it. They immediately put down their work and walked out of the mine to greet Shenzai. Even the two clones who were on duty at the entrance of the black iron mine ran over. Seeing the clones coming to greet him, Shenzai just waved his hand and let them disperse on their own and continue mining. He was just coming to take a look. Shenzai glanced at the Yi family members who were mining. One of the clones was watching them. After such a long period of training, the Yi family was still honest and was mining obediently. Even the arrival of Shenzai, the mastermind behind the scenes, did not stop them from mining. It's not that they don't want to stop and rest, but if they move a little slowly, they will be beaten. This was not Shenzai's intention to treat them like this, but they had treated the miners they had abducted in this way before. Shenzai was just giving them a taste of their own medicine. After a round of inspection, there was nothing too new in the black iron ore that could attract Shenzai's attention. In these mines, there was nothing but black iron ore. Chen Zhe returned to the mine where Yi Zhengping was digging before, and with a thought, the Tianling pickaxe appeared in his hand. After aiming at the target, he used his spiritual power to swing the Tianling pickaxe, and the pickaxe head of the Tianling pickaxe made a sound of metal and stone colliding with the black iron ore. Bang! A loud noise echoed in the black iron ore. Chen Zhe's clones knew that he made the noise, so they didn't pay too much attention. But the Yi family members were startled by the loud noise, and they all looked sideways at the location where the sound came from. They thought that the Yi family members were coming, and they couldn't help but show a trace of joy on their faces, thinking that the Yi family members finally came to rescue them. However, they were immediately greeted by a whip. What are you looking at? Hurry up and work. What does it have to do with you? Clone number 15 continued to swing the whip in his hand, and the whip fell on these Yi family members. Waves of wailing came from the group of Yi family members. The Yi family members who had just been happy were once again discouraged and lamented in their hearts. Has the Yi family really forgotten them? They thought about it, but the whip on them drove them to forget their thoughts and continue swinging the pickaxe to dig. This Tianling pickaxe makes so much noise? But it seems that the mining effect is really good. Chen Zhe looked at the pickaxe he just swung casually, and a large piece of black iron ore fell off. This time, there should be about 10 kilograms of black iron ore. Well, not bad, enough to experience life. It's time to go back. Linger's meal should be ready. With a thought, Chen Zhe's consciousness withdrew from Yi Zhengping's body, but the Tianling pickaxe remained. Although Yi Zhengping could not control his body just now, he saw everything Chen Zhe had just done clearly. He knew that Chen Zhe had left him the Tianling pickaxe for mining, so he did not hesitate. He also used the spiritual power in his body to continue swinging the Tianling pickaxe, and the sound of the Tianling pickaxe colliding with the black iron ore continued to echo in the black iron ore. He swung it about 50 times in a row until all the spiritual power in his body was exhausted. Yi Zhengping stopped and looked at his results. In less than an hour, he had already done the amount of work he had done in the previous day, and the amount had exceeded 200 kilograms. This is simply a mining tool. Yi Zhengping couldn't help but sigh. After Yi Zhengping put all the black iron ore he had dug into the space of all things, he immediately handed the Tianling pickaxe to another clone. People rest, and tools cannot rest either. Only people who are exhausted will have broken pickaxes. And he entered the space of all things, and by the way, he also told Zhao Linger about the results of the battle. Then he walked into the clone's rest house to recover his spiritual power. The clones cannot practice. When they need to restore their spiritual power, they either wait for the spiritual power of heaven and earth to be infused slowly, or return to the clone rest house. In the clone rest house, the clone's body can not only be healed, but also the spiritual power can be quickly restored. After trying the power of the Tianling pickaxe, Chen Zhe had a rough calculation in his mind and returned to his original body. At this time, Zhao Linger's meal was ready. Master, the meal is ready, you can come and eat. Yes. Chen Zhe nodded and walked over. It was still a rich table of food. After going to the restaurant outside twice, Zhao Linger's cooking styles have become more and more. Although she didn't know how the dishes in those restaurants outside were made, after tasting the signature dishes of those restaurants outside, she could roughly know how to cook those dishes just by imagination. Zhao Linger also has a very high talent in cooking. Linger, your cooking skills have improved recently. Even Chen Zhe, who often eats the meals made by Zhao Linger, couldn't help but praise. Zhao Linger listened to Chen Zhe's praise, and a smile appeared unconsciously on the corner of her mouth. Linger, come and eat together. No need, master, just eat slowly, I'll serve you by the side. Seeing Zhao Linger's insistence, Chen Zhe stopped forcing her, knowing that she didn't need to eat, and asking her to eat with him was actually a torment. It was not right to sit there and eat, and it was not right not to eat, and it seemed awkward. Okay, I don't need you to serve me here either. You let one of your clones collect all the spiritual medicines, and don't plant those 10-year-old spiritual medicines anymore. The value of 10-year-old ones is still too low. Plant all 30-year-old ones, and now 30-year-old ones will mature in a few days. Yes. Zhao Linger entered the space of all things. Chen Zhe was thinking while eating, it feels good to have consciousness descend on the body of the clone, which is no different from being there in person. Should I find a time to descend on Chen Fan and Zhao Yun to see? Zhao Yun is now at the border of the Dogon dynasty tens of thousands of miles away. I have never been to such a far place. It should be very interesting. What is the outside world like? I have to see it, otherwise it would be a waste of time to come to this world of immortal cultivation. However, Zhao Yun should still be in the stage of pioneering, which should be a bit hard. After a while, he will settle down. It's not too late to go again. It's true that Chen Fan can go and have a look. After all, it's a sect of immortal cultivation, and the original owner's memory is there. The original owner used to be a menial disciple and never set foot in Qingyun sect. He just farmed outside. Now Chen Fan has become an inner disciple, and he should be able to go to most places in Qingyun sect. Although Chen Fan may have a little trouble now. But it doesn't prevent me from visiting Qingyun sect. It's not bad to see a real sect of immortal cultivation. Chen Zhe was thinking about Chen Fan in Qingyun sect. Qingyun sect, inner disciple residential area, Lingyun Peak number 23 cave, Chen Fan's cave. Chen Fan, who was drunk with Yu Xingxi last night, suddenly felt a palpitation, as if something bad was about to happen. He was half sober from the hangover instantly. Chen Fan, who suddenly woke up, supported his forehead. This immortal wine is full of fruit power, and I, with my 4th level foundation building, can't even withstand it. He looked at Yu Xingxi, who was lying on the side like mud, and the 3 empty wine jars thrown aside. Yu Xingxi, who was only in the qi refining realm, had no intention of sobering up until now. Chen Fan's spiritual sense explored it. Fortunately, Yu Xingxi was just sleeping and hadn't drunk yet. Chen Fan patted his forehead again. What happened just now? After thinking about it, he still didn't understand the reason for the palpitations just now, but Chen Fan still made a decision. Next time, I still can't drink like this. If I continue like this, something will definitely happen. Chen Fan climbed up and drank 2 sips of cold water to sober himself up a little. Who said that the clone wouldn't get drunk after drinking? If he didn't get drunk, it was because he didn't drink enough. Chen Fan took another look at Yu Xingxi lying on the ground, shook his head and smiled. Let's take him to the room to sleep. At this time, the border was under attack. Zhao Yun came into contact with hundreds of people throughout the day. It turns out that these hundreds of people are not useless. They have strong living ability and Zhao Yun doesn't need to worry about anything. Even his own food, clothing, housing and transportation are taken care of by these hundreds of people. He now feels a little confused. How did these people get tricked by the Yi family to go mining? They are obviously very capable. It is incomprehensible that they were tricked by the Yi family's little tricks. If they were forcibly kidnapped, that would be another matter. Were they all kidnapped? At this time, Zhao Yun led hundreds of miners to a cave in a forest of monsters. This cave was also found by these miners. The cave is very large and can accommodate hundreds of people without any problem. In the cave, several miners are skinning the 3-second level monsters they hunted yesterday and roasting them on the fire. The smell is fragrant, and from time to time, miners sprinkle unknown powder on the monster meat. At this time, Zhao Yun was holding a piece of freshly roasted meat from the best monster. Holding this piece of meat, Zhao Yun looked at the busy miners, and there was a trace of confusion in his eyes. None of these things were done by him, all were done by the miners, and he didn't even need to do anything to hunt the monster. Hundreds of people surrounded a monster, so why did he need to take action? He was wondering, these people didn't seem to have any need to follow him, they could live well on their own. At this time, a miner handed another piece of roasted meat to Zhao Yun. Boss, why don't you eat? Is it not to your taste? The title of boss was a title they spontaneously gave Zhao Yun after Zhao Yun strongly asked them not to call him benefactor anymore. No, it's roasted well. Zhao Yun was a little embarrassed, but he still put the meat into his mouth. He didn't need to eat, it didn't matter whether he ate or not. Seeing Zhao Yun eating, the visitor was in a good mood. Boss, eat quickly, these are the most essential parts of the monster, eating them can increase your cultivation. As he said, he also took a piece of meat and started to chew it. At this time, hundreds of people in the whole cave were enjoying the satisfaction brought by the monster meat. Everyone was in a good mood. They couldn't remember how long it had been since they had such a good time. Zhao Yun looked at these people and felt a little dazed. What am I doing? Zhao Linger entered the space of all things and came out not long after. When she came out, she also told Chen Zhe about the results of Yi Jinping's mining with the Tianling pickaxe. Chen Zhe actually had an idea of this result in his mind, and his face did not show too much surprise. This is just the beginning. Master, the spiritual medicine has been collected. Should we sell it or keep it for the opening of the new store? Sell it. We are short of spiritual stones now, and the new store can't use it for the time being. When the new store opens and needs these spiritual medicines, you can exchange them from the store. It seems that the food in stock is almost finished. You can buy some more by the way. If you have time, go to the new store to see how the decoration is. Ah. Zhao Linger hesitated for a moment, but still asked, Master, do you want me to go out alone? Chunzhe looked at Zhao Linger with a smile. What's wrong? Are you scared? Being provoked by Chunzhe, Zhao Linger blushed. No, Zhao Linger seemed to be cheering herself up. Master, don't worry, I will complete the task. This was the first time Chunzhe let her go out alone. Although she was a little nervous, she was more excited. The decision to let Zhao Linger go out alone was not a sudden impulse. Chunzhe actually had this idea in his mind. Although Zhao Linger, Chen Fan, and Zhao Yun are all clones, these 3 clones were exchanged by him at the beginning. Moreover, they all appeared according to his will. He decided to focus on cultivating these 3 clones. Now Chen Fan and Zhao Yun have their own paths to go, and Zhao Linger naturally cannot fall behind. Let her go out more and she will have her own understanding of this world. All clones have their own consciousness, and Chunzhe has never regarded them simply as clones, but as independent individuals. After seeing Chunzhe's affirmative eyes, Zhao Linger has left the mansion. Chunzhe continued to eat the food made by Zhao Linger. Although it looked like a large table, for him who had built his foundation, it was just enough to fill his stomach. Eating was just to satisfy his appetite. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth absorbed every day could already make him achieve the effect of fasting. These meals would only be enough for 1 meal a day. Not long after, Chunzhe finished all the food on the table. Yi Zhengping's spiritual power should be almost recovered by now, so let him come and wash all the dishes. With a thought, Yi Zhengping, who had just recovered his spiritual power, appeared in front of Chen Fan. Master, you are looking for me? Yi Zhengping was puzzled. Yes, I went to wash the dishes. Ah! Yi Zhengping didn't think that Chunzhe suddenly summoned him, but just to let him come and wash the dishes. Seeing Chunzhe's sharp eyes, Yi Zhengping immediately understood that his reaction just now was wrong. How could he doubt the master? I immediately changed his words and said, yes, master, I'll go now. After that, Yi Zhengping immediately got busy. Chunzhe no longer went to see Yi Zhengping. After eating, he lay on the recliner for a nap. I didn't sleep all night yesterday. I was teaching Zhao Linger to sing a little song. I felt a little tired at this time. At this time, Zhao Linger left the mansion and went straight to the market. She knew the location and price of the spiritual medicines, and there was no delay along the way. She soon arrived at the shop that sold spiritual medicines. The shopkeeper saw Zhao Linger coming in and greeted her with a smile on his face. Hello, what do you need? After seeing Zhao Linger's face, the shopkeeper's attitude was obviously different from before. In addition, he saw Zhao Linger's current cultivation level, the 8th level of qi refining. Matching her age, the shopkeeper guessed in his heart which sect this fairy came from, and he didn't dare to neglect her. Sell some spiritual medicine. Zhao Linger didn't waste words and took out all the spiritual medicines directly. Seeing Zhao Linger's cold look, the shopkeeper didn't dare to say much, and immediately took out Zhao Linger's spiritual medicines to count. Soon, the shopkeeper finished the inventory. There are 10 10-year-old spiritual medicines in total. Can I give you 260 spiritual stones? Yes. Zhao Linger nodded slightly. This price was beyond her expectation. She remembered that when Chunzhe asked another clone to sell medicine last time, this 10-year-old spiritual medicine was sold for 200 low-grade spiritual stones. She didn't understand why the shopkeeper charged a higher price this time. Could it be that the price of spiritual medicine has increased recently? However, she was too lazy to ask if she could sell more spiritual stones. When the shopkeeper saw that Zhao Linger agreed to the price, he immediately took out 260 spiritual stones and handed them to Zhao Linger. This is 260 low-grade spiritual stones. Please keep it. Yes. Zhao Linger took the spiritual stones and turned away. Welcome to visit next time. The shopkeeper looked at Zhao Linger's back as she left, as if his eyes were hooked away. He didn't look away until he saw Zhao Linger's figure completely disappear at the door of the medicine shop. After a moment of distraction, the owner of the medicine shop seemed to suddenly realize his own misconduct and quickly said in his heart, "Don't look at anything indecent, don't listen to anything indecent, or you may lose your life." The owner of the medicine shop now felt a little scared. He was just a cultivator of the 4th level of qi refining. How dare he spy on a cultivator of the late stage of qi refining? The other party must have discovered the spying just now, but just didn't want to bother with him. Zhao Linger, who left the medicine shop, didn't notice the look of the owner at all. She left quickly just because she was afraid that the owner would regret charging the price of the spiritual medicine. If Chunzhe knew that letting Zhao Linger sell spiritual medicine would have such an effect, then he would definitely regret it. Zhao Linger should have been allowed to sell spiritual medicine in the past. He would even sigh, beauty is popular. After Zhao Linger completed a task of selling spiritual medicine, she bought the ingredients that Chen Zhe wanted to eat with ease. Zhao Linger is still very experienced in buying ingredients. Although she didn't need to buy them before, these ingredients still ended up in her hands. After her cooking, they appeared on Chen Zhe's dining table. She already knew what kind of food Chen Zhe liked. Buying vegetables was not a difficult task for her. But her way of buying vegetables was a novelty for the vegetable vendors. Such a beautiful fairy would bargain when she went out to buy vegetables. After collecting the ingredients she needed to buy, Zhao Linger walked along the street and headed for the Wanwu grocery store at the end of the street, which was being renovated. Zhao Linger was proud that she had completed 2 tasks independently, and her pace was much lighter. Now she only needed to take a look at the Wanwu grocery store, and then all her tasks for today's outing would be completed, and she could go back to report to Chen Zhe. But at this moment, a drunkard suddenly jumped in front of her on the side of the road. "Little sister, uncle will take you to a fun place." Zhao Linger looked at the drunkard in confusion. He was just a 3rd level qi refining. How dare he appear in front of her so blatantly? Don't you know that the master hates drunkards the most? Zhao Linger's face was full of disgust. Seeing that Zhao Linger was unmoved and not knowing whether he was really drunk or pretending to be drunk, the drunkard rushed to pull Zhao Linger away. Zhao Linger frowned and looked at the drunkard's stretched out hand, feeling very unhappy in her heart. No wonder the master doesn't like drinking. This drunkard really hates it. Zhao Linger was about to release her spiritual power and sway away the drunkard who was rushing towards her. However, at this moment, a white figure suddenly appeared from nowhere and blocked Zhao Linger's eyes. "How dare you, a drunkard, dare to molest a decent woman in public?" The white figure shouted and kicked the drunkard away. "Let's see if you still dare to know what's good and bad." Then the white figure turned back gracefully, and an exquisite face appeared in front of Zhao Linger's eyes. It looked like she had been carefully dressed. The white figure spoke softly. "Girl, are you okay? I'm with Yi Bai of the Yi family." Zhao Linger looked at the man who called himself Yi Bai inexplicably and thought, is this man a fool? Is he pretending to be cool? Zhao Linger was completely unmoved and ignored Yi Bai's carefully planned movements. Moreover, Zhao Linger could clearly see that this Yi Bai's cultivation level was at the 7th level of qi refining, while the drunkard just now was at the 3rd level of qi refining level. It was impossible for this Yi Bai not to be able to recognize the drunkard's cultivation level. As for her own cultivation, she could beat several drunkards. Yi Bai could see it. Comparing the two, it was impossible for a drunkard to hurt Zhao Linger. Therefore, Yi Bai's behavior at this time was very strange. "Girl, is this your first time in Wannan City? Why haven't I seen you before? My Yi family still has some status in Wannan City. Do you mind if I can be your guide?" Seeing that Zhao Linger was silent, Yi Bai thought that Zhao Linger was impressed by his charm and spoke with confidence. Zhao Linger continued to look at Yi Bai, who was talking to himself, and the drunkard who had just been kicked away in the distance had long disappeared. "Girl, do you not believe what I, Yi Bai, said?" Seeing that Zhao Linger ignored him completely, Yi Bai continued, but his body got closer and closer to Zhao Linger. At this time, there were already people secretly discussing in the distance. Yi Bai from the Yi family has come out again. Why does such a big family like the Yi family have such a playboy? Yes, if I could be like him and have that kind of status in the Yi family, I would definitely not have the level of cultivation he has now. Don't you know? The eldest son of the Yi family is only a middle-grade spiritual person. He is able to reach the 7th level of qi refining at such a young age because his father, the head of the family, fed him. It's a pity that such a beautiful girl has to suffer from his cruel hands again. Just like him, he still has the nerve to call Yi Bai, which completely tarnishes Bai's image in my heart. Everyone, please be silent. Every time Yi Bai goes out, at least 2 or 3 foundation establishment realms are secretly protecting him. Don't be recorded on the list by those foundation establishment realms. Be careful of being liquidated afterwards. As soon as this person said this, the crowd who had been discussing just now fell silent. Even if they were discussing, they did not dare to speak loudly. Girl, are you frightened? Do you want me to take you back and ask a doctor from my Yi family to help you? The doctors from my Yi family are famous in Wannan City for their medical skills. As he spoke, Yi Bai put his hand on Zhao Linger's shoulder. Zhao Linger glanced at Yi Bai's stretched out hand in disgust. Get out! Zhao Linger's whole body's spiritual power surged, and she immediately flicked away Yi Bai's stretched out hand. How could Yi Bai, whose entire body was cultivated through elixirs, be Zhao Linger's opponent? What's more, Zhao Linger's real strength is much higher than Yi Bai. Asked how high it was at least as high as a mountain. Zhao Linger only had a shock of spiritual power and had already ejected Yi Bai. Ah! With a scream, Yi Bai flew 10 meters away. However, Yi Bai did not fall to the ground. At this time, a big hand firmly held Yi Bai's back. The master who held Yi Bai's big hand on his backside secretly and shook his head helplessly. What happened to the master of the house? Although he was unhappy, his mission was to protect Yi Bai. Young master, are you okay? Yi Bai was a little angry because he had noticed Zhao Linger for a long time. In order to attract Zhao Linger's attention, a drunkard was specially arranged to come out and stir up trouble. Then he showed up in a dashing way, helping Zhao Linger out of the siege, and appeared with a perfect image. Unexpectedly, Zhao Linger was completely ungrateful and actually beat him away, destroying his chic and perfect image. Yi Bai felt resentful in his heart. The prey he was interested in had never been able to escape from his hands. Didn't you see her take action? Why are you still standing there? Take her back to me and punish her properly. Let her know that I, Yi Bai, am not someone to be trifled with. Yes. Yi Family Foundation establishment could only shake his head and sigh in his heart, but he still wanted to obey Yi Bai's orders. This is not the first time he has done something like this. The Yi family's foundation building spiritual power is released, and their foundation building cultivation is clearly revealed. The Yi family has started to build the foundation. I'm afraid this girl will be in bad luck. The crowd of people watching were sighing and regretting in their hearts. When Zhao Linger saw the Yi family's foundation building spiritual power being unleashed, she remained unmoved. It was just the second level of foundation building, and it wasn't enough to scare her. Is this what the master always says, that if you beat the younger one, the older one will come? Knowing that this is the way in the world of immortal cultivation, the master is rarely willing to go out? It seems that I have caused trouble for the master today. The master will definitely criticize me when he goes back. Zhao Linger was secretly blaming herself. At this time, the Yi family foundation building had already come close. Girl, you'd better surrender, so as not to hurt you. As long as you apologize to my young master and go back with us, this matter will be forgotten. Yi family foundation building felt a little embarrassed when he said this. Why should I go back with you? Zhao Linger was puzzled. It was obviously Yi Bai who had a problem with his brain. Then the girl is offended. Yi family foundation building was about to capture Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger was distressed, thinking about how to minimize the impact of the situation and not cause trouble for Chenzhe. In an instant, Zhao Linger's momentum gradually rose. Do you really think you can beat me? 9th level of Qi refining. Great perfection of Qi refining. 1st level of foundation building. Until the 4th level of foundation building, Zhao Linger's momentum stabilized. 4th level of foundation building. The Yi family foundation building who was about to rush up stopped in an instant. At the same time, there were bursts of exclamations from the crowd. Is that the foundation building realm? Such a young foundation building realm? Where did this genius come from? The Yi family seems to have hit a wall. Why don't you fight? Zhao Linger said lightly. Chenzhe had taught her a long time ago not to cause trouble outside casually, and not to be afraid if you cause trouble. If you can beat it, fight it, but then run away. This is exactly the situation now. It's not her who caused the trouble, but the trouble found her. What's more, she can beat it now. What is there to be afraid of? At this time, Yi Bai in the distance was anxious and ran over and shouted, What are you doing, Yi Lao? Fight. Young master, don't panic. The Yi family foundation building is now a headache. The 4th level of foundation building is directly higher than him by a small realm. How can he beat him? Besides, it is not a question of whether or not she can win the fight. For such a young person in the middle stage of foundation building, one can imagine what kind of backer she has behind her. This backer is someone that the Yi family cannot afford to offend. Yi family foundation building weighed the pros and cons for a while. Miss, I have offended you just now, please forgive me. Please tell your master, and my Yi family will definitely come to apologize. After saying this, Yi family foundation building bowed to Zhao Linger. Zhao Linger looked at this Yi family foundation building strangely. She didn't expect that there were still reasonable people in the Yi family, but she didn't have any master. Forget it. Zhao Linger said, and she was about to bypass the Yi family and leave. It would be best if the matter could be resolved in this way. At this time, Yi Bai, who didn't understand the situation, became even more anxious. How could he let the beauty fly away? Where are you going? Yi Bai shouted and was about to attack Zhao Linger directly. Zhao Linger was really angry. This guy's brain seemed to be completely broken. What is the situation now? Doesn't he understand it at all? Yes, foundation building master was unwilling to take action. It was obvious that he saw Zhao Linger's cultivation and was afraid of offending someone he couldn't afford to offend. Unexpectedly, Yi Bai continued to commit suicide. Seeing Yi Bai's palm strike, Zhao Linger slapped him back and directly knocked Yi Bai out. But at this time, Zhao Linger had a puzzled expression on her face. She seemed to see blood hanging from the corner of Yi Bai's mouth, but a smile appeared on his face. Seeing his young master being knocked out, Yi's foundation building master could only shake his head helplessly. What a sin! Yi Bai, who was knocked out, still did not fall to the ground this time. At the same time, two big hands appeared, holding him steadily, and two more Yi's foundation building masters appeared. Yi Bai, who was caught, shouted, "I've been beaten like this, why don't you take action? Are you trying to kill me on purpose? Is my position as the young master of the Yi family blocking your way? Okay, I'll tell my grandfather the truth about your good deeds when I go back." The three Yi family foundation builders wanted to bite their back teeth to pieces at this time. The three looked at each other and took out their own magic weapons. It seems that there will be no end if we don't fight today. It would be great if this girl could kill this beast all of a sudden. The palm just now was too light. Zhao Linger realized at this time that Yi Bai was deliberately provoking her just now. Yi Bai always knew that there were two foundation builders protecting him in secret. As long as he was injured, there was no reason for the remaining two foundation builders not to take action. Yi Bai's calculations were too good. He also saw that when Zhao Linger showed her true cultivation, the first Yi family foundation builders knew that they were no match. His provocation at this time would surely force the other two Yi family foundation builders to take action. Now that the three foundation builders were attacking together, they might not have a chance of winning. However, Yi Bai's little calculation was wrong this time. Zhao Linger finally understood that if he didn't fight today, he would not be able to get through. They must be defeated, especially Yi Bai. Swish! The Qingyun sword appeared in Zhao Linger's hand. Xian grade? Or top grade? The Yi family foundation builders were really shocked. Did their Yi family have a magic weapon of Xian grade top grade? Anyway, they had never seen it. Come on. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Zhao Linger's Qingyun sword in hand, the whole person's momentum was raised several levels again. This time, it was not up to the Yi family foundation builders to fight or not. Zhao Linger had already rushed up with the Qingyun sword. The three Yi family foundation builders knew they were no match for them, so they had to bite the bullet. They had only one idea in their minds, to defeat them all quickly, and then kill Yi Bai who had provoked her. To remove this cancer for the Yi family only needs Yi Fei Yang. Move the stars. Zhao Linger growled, the first of the 13 swords of star shift. This is the legendary 13 swords of star shift. How can the Yi family foundation building cultivator, who is already a low-level cultivator, withstand it? The Qingyun sword instantly penetrated the shoulder of a Yi family foundation building cultivator. The Yi family foundation building cultivator had not made a single move and had already lost his combat effectiveness. Even if he could fight again, he didn't want to fight, and he couldn't win at all. When Zhao Linger took out the Qingyun sword, his psychological defense line had been broken, and he didn't want to fight. Attract the starlight. The second of the 13 swords of star shift. The sword light was like the dawn, emitting a dazzling light, illuminating everything around, causing all those who looked at Zhao Linger to lose their vision for a moment in the sword light. In an instant, another Yi family foundation building cultivator was stabbed to the ground. He didn't want to get up again, so let it be. The third sword, Star Descends, Zhao Linger had not used it yet, but she had already seen the flaw that the last Yi family foundation building master had deliberately revealed. Ha! Zhao Linger was slightly puzzled, and with a sword, she picked up the magic weapon in the hand of the last Yi family foundation building master who was still standing. A deep sword mark was left on the arm of the Yi family foundation building master. The three Yi family foundation building masters were defeated in less than a single encounter and were unable to fight again. Thank you, young lady, for sparing my life. A very slight voice came into Zhao Linger's ears. Zhao Linger did not even look back at the three defeated Yi family foundation building masters. She walked straight towards Yi Bai, who had a terrified expression on his face. Yi Bai now really knew what fear was. What do you want to do? My father is the head of the Yi family, and my grandfather is the ancestor of the Yi family. If you dare to touch me, my Yi family will definitely make you die a miserable death. Ha, at this time, only a fool like you dares to shout. Zhao Linger looked at Yi Bai coldly. Zhao Linger approached Yi Bai step by step. Lady, I was wrong, please forgive me, I will never dare to do it again, I was blind and angered you, please forgive me. Yi Bai's expression changed quickly, he could see that Zhao Linger in front of him didn't seem to be afraid of the threat from his Yi family. The 3 foundation builders of the Yi family had already fallen, and he could only beg for mercy to delay time. Such a big scene had already happened, whether it was the city lord's mansion or their Yi family, they would soon receive the news. As long as he didn't die now, everything would still have a chance. Zhao Linger turned a deaf ear to Yi Bai's pleas for mercy and continued to approach Yi Bai step by step. Yi Bai just wanted to get as far away from Zhao Linger as possible at this time, and he used his hands and feet to crawl backwards. The 3 Yi family foundation builders who were knocked down had only one voice in their hearts at this time: kill him quickly, if it's too late, there will be no chance. Seeing that Zhao Linger was hesitant to take action directly, they wanted to shout out their thoughts directly. But no, they still had to live in the Yi family. The crowd watching around were stunned at this time. The situation in front of them was a scene that they had never thought would happen anyway. But they also had a voice in their hearts at this time: Yi Bai deserves to die, kill him. How many years has the Yi family been operating in Wannan City, and how many years has Yi Bai been rampant in Wannan City? The bad things he has done, his hands and feet can't count them all. What do you want to do? You can't kill me. Yi Bai had completely collapsed, and his voice was filled with tears. He had never felt such fear in his life. He had always been the center of attention in the Yi family. His father loved him, and his grandfather protected him. It didn't matter whether he practiced or not. No matter what he did, someone would support him behind the scenes. Now he began to regret it. He regretted that if he hadn't been horny, he would never have offended Zhao Linger. He regretted that the matter had already passed, so why did he want to anger Zhao Linger again? He thought he was very smart and everything was within his calculations. But he didn't expect that in the face of real strength, everything was just a passing cloud. He made up his mind that as long as he could survive this time, he would practice well. He wanted to take all those things that belonged to him and those that didn't belong to him with his own strength. Even Zhao Linger, who made him feel terrified, was no exception. Yi Bai was still retreating, and Zhao Linger was still approaching. Bang! Yi Bai felt something pressing against his back, preventing him from taking another step back. Looking back, he found that he had been forced into a corner without knowing when. How is it? Are you scared? Are you terrified? Do you feel helpless? These emotions should be something you have never felt before, right? Today, I will let you feel the feelings of those who have been bullied by you. Zhao Linger said coldly. She knew that the Yi Bai in front of her was the kind of person Chen Zhe had told him about. Relying on the power and influence of his family, he bullied the market and always said that he was the best in the world. What he wanted should belong to him. Yi Bai looked at Zhao Linger in front of him with fear, thinking in his heart, why haven't you come yet? Shwa! Zhao Linger stabbed with a sword. The 3 foundation builders of the Yi family in the distance closed their eyes and were relieved. A new Yi family arrived. The crowd of onlookers finally ended, and the sky seemed to become clear. Yi Bai, it's over, I'm going to die. A moment later. What everyone expected to happen did not happen. Zhao Linger's sword did not kill Yi Bai. Instead, the sword stabbed Yi Bai between his legs. Yi Bai thought he was dead just now, and his eyes, which were tightly closed, suddenly opened. Seeing the sword between his legs, he seemed to think of something, but he didn't dare to look. He was afraid that his life would be over. Without that thing, what was the point of living? But he couldn't help looking at his crotch. Cold sweat flowed down his hair, and an unknown liquid flowed down his crotch. Fortunately, it's still there. Zhao Linger pulled out the Qingyun sword stuck in the ground. I don't need me to kill you, Yi family, just wish you good luck. The Qingyun sword in Zhao Linger's hand disappeared, and her figure also walked into the alley. In a place where no one could see her, her figure had disappeared. In the crowd, the 3 foundation building people of the Yi family seemed to sigh. What a pity. God doesn't bless our Yi family. Is it over? Ha ha ha. A burst of wild laughter sounded, and everyone's eyes turned to the source of the sound. Yi Bai. He stood up from the yellow liquid on the ground. He was laughing, almost crazy. No one dared to step forward. The 3 foundation builders of the Yi family were hesitant at this time, just looking at the crazy Yi Bai. In an instant, several figures wrapped in violent spiritual power appeared on the street in an instant. The patrol team of the city lord's mansion and the Yi family arrived at the same time. Before the patrol team had time to check what happened, they felt the violent momentum of the Yi family. The Yi family was the head of the Yi family, Yi Zhentian, who rushed over as soon as he received the news. When Yi Zhentian arrived, the first thing he saw was the blood on the corner of Yi Baiyi's mouth. Then he saw the 3 seriously injured Yi family foundation builders. "Who is it? Who dares to hurt my son?" A violent roar came from Yi Zhentian's mouth. His cultivation at the peak of foundation building was also revealed, and this breath made everyone present breathless. Yi Zhentian looked around at everyone present, and no one dared to look him in the eye, not even the 3 foundation building people of the Yi family. "Dad, I'm getting stronger, I want to take back everything I lost." Yi Baiyi hugged Yi Zhentian and cried, as if he had found a backer. Everything that Yi Baiyi said he had lost included, but was not limited to, his dignity. "Okay, good son, Dad will give you the best cultivation resources and will definitely make you stronger." Yi Zhentian looked at Yi Baiyi's face full of pampering. He never thought that his son would say such words. At this time, he didn't know whether he should feel angry or relieved. "Let's go back." Yi Zhentian looked at the 3 foundation building people of the Yi family with a dignified look. The 3 foundation building people of the Yi family lowered their heads silently. They knew that this time they were finished, and they would be punished if they returned to the Yi family. Yi Zhentian was about to leave with Yi Baiyi. At this time, the captain of the City Lord's Mansion patrol team suddenly stood up and said stiffly, "Master Yi, please let the young master go with us to the City Lord's Mansion. After all, a fight just happened here, and our City Lord's Mansion has the obligation to investigate the matter clearly." "No need." Yi Zhentian said these 2 simple words, and did not even think about paying attention to the captain of the patrol team. He took Yi Baiyi and the 3 foundation builders of the Yi family and left directly. On the street, only the embarrassed City Lord's Mansion patrol team was left. At this time, the people of the City Lord's Mansion patrol team looked at the crowd that had just watched. The crowd watched, and at this time, it seemed as if nothing had happened just now. Some walked away, some dispersed, some went shopping, and some set up stalls. No one went to make eye contact with the patrol team. They had all seen the attitude of Yi Zhentian, the head of the Yi family, just now. No matter what happened, the Yi family was unwilling to let the City Lord's Mansion come in and interfere. The Yi family's affairs should be resolved by the Yi family themselves. The onlookers were clear in their minds. "I won't offend anyone, and no one should come to me. Just pretend that they didn't see anything." However, the story of Yi Baiyi being scared to pee by a young foundation building woman soon spread throughout Wannan City. They dared not say it openly, but there were many people who talked about it behind their backs. There is no impenetrable wall in this world. Yi Baiyi also gained a reputation that he never thought of, but it was a pity that this reputation was a joke. Helplessly, the captain of the patrol team understood that they were the most embarrassed now. "Captain, what should we do now?" asked a patrol member. "What else can we do? Go back and report to the city lord." The patrol captain knew that if they continued to stay here, it would only become more and more embarrassing, and the prestige of the city lord's mansion would only become lower and lower. The city lord is in a difficult situation. This was the only thought in the patrol captain's mind. There were no patrol team members or Yi family members on the whole street. All people were doing their daily work as usual, as if nothing had happened just now. The street gradually became noisy, with honking and the sound of pedestrians chatting on the road coming one after another. At this time, Chen Zhe, who was taking a nap on the recliner, suddenly felt someone calling him. Chen Zhe opened his eyes and looked. Yi Zhengping had finished washing the dishes and had left long ago. He should be mining in the black iron ore at this time. Ha! Chen Zhe was confused. Who was it? Linger? Linger should be back soon. While thinking, Chen Zhe felt someone calling him again. This time Chen Zhe heard it clearly. It was Zhao Linger calling him, and the call came from the space of all things. Chen Zhe was very confused. Didn't Zhao Linger go out? How could she run to the space of all things? He couldn't help but think more. With a thought, Zhao Linger appeared in front of him. Looking at Zhao Linger coming out of the space of all things, Chen Zhe's face was full of confusion. Zhao Linger saw Chen Zhe and sobbed all of a sudden, "Master, I have caused trouble for you." "Ha! Come, and tell me what's going on." Chen Zhe called Zhao Linger, who was in tears, to come to him. Zhao Linger approached obediently, but she felt a sense of fear. Seeing Zhao Linger like this, Chen Zhe seemed to be furious. "Who bullied you? Tell me, I'll kill him." Chen Zhe couldn't figure it out. Zhao Linger just went out for a while, and why did she become like this when she came back? If someone didn't bully Zhao Linger, Chen Zhe would never believe it. "Master, I'm in trouble." Zhao Linger still said this, her voice was still sobbing, and she lowered her head lower and lower, almost buried in it. It's okay, what's there to be afraid of if you're in trouble? You came back from the space of all things, who can find you? You won't cause trouble for me. Even if you are in trouble, I'm not afraid. I'll just kill him. Chen Zhe saw Zhao Linger like this, and knew that he would definitely not be able to ask anything at once. What he had to do now was to appease Zhao Linger's emotions first. Really? Zhao Linger's head, which was about to be buried, finally lifted up and looked at Chen Zhe with round eyes. Really? Let's sit down and talk. Let's see what kind of trouble you have caused me. Chen Zhe laughed angrily when he saw Zhao Linger like this. Then, Zhao Linger told Chen Zhe everything that happened since she left the mansion. While listening to Zhao Linger's story, Chen Zhe's spiritual power surged several times and he was about to draw his sword and rush out, but was pulled back by Zhao Linger. Until Zhao Linger finished telling everything. Chen Zhe stood up angrily and smashed the small table where cakes were usually placed with a slap. The innocent small table was directly turned into powder by this sudden disaster. You dare to touch my people. It seems that the Yi family is tired of living. The Yi family really deserves to die. Master, the Yi family has a golden elixir. Zhao Linger said weakly. I have a system. The Yi family has too many people. I have a clone, the kind that can't die. He. Zhao Linger had been crying, and finally Chen Zhe made her laugh. Yes. What are you afraid of? She is also a clone, the kind that can't die. When the time comes to fight the Yi family, she will be the first to go. Don't cry? Yeah. Zhao Linger nodded heavily. Master, now is not the time to fight the Yi family. The smart Zhao Linger of the past is back again. Besides, they don't even know who I am. Hearing what Zhao Linger said, Chen Zhe shook his head. It's only a matter of time before the Yi family finds us. With the strength of the Yi family in Wannan City, it won't be difficult to find someone. Although you don't go out very often, you have followed me out and appeared a few times, so there will always be people who remember you. In addition, we have industries in Wannan City. As long as we follow the clues, it will be a matter of time before the mansion where we live is found. What should we do then? Zhao Linger was a little anxious. Her brain, which was usually useful, was not useful now. Why panic? There is Chen Fan from Qingyun sect nearby and Zhao Yun from the border in the distance. If you want to leave, you can leave Wannan City at any time. Don't panic. After a while, when you reach the Jindan realm, we will kill the Yi family to the ground. Chen Zhe never cared about the Yi family. Zhao Yun and Chen Fan were just a backup plan he arranged casually, and it was not certain whether they would be used. Ha, master, you are really the master of the situation. Zhao Linger laughed happily again. However, the Yi family offended me this time. It was not you who caused trouble for me, but Yi Bai from the Yi family who caused trouble for the Yi family. If you offend Zhao Linger, you offend Chen Zhe, and he will not let the Yi family have a good time. Why didn't you just kill Yi Bai with a sword at that time? Why did you just scare him? Chen Zhe suddenly asked. Zhao Linger blushed instantly. Zhao Linger didn't know how to speak for a while. She was a clone, but she was also an innocent little girl. How could she say such words? Seeing Zhao Linger like this, Chen Zhe couldn't help laughing. Okay, I won't tease you anymore. But next time if you meet such a person, don't hold back, just, Chen Zhe made a click gesture. Zhao Linger stared at Chen Zhe with wide eyes. Really? Really? Such people should not have such things. Keeping them is also a disaster. You are cutting off the root of evil for thousands of girls in the world. Zhao Linger nodded doubtfully, with a sharp look in her eyes. Okay, I will definitely kill him next time. Although Chen Zhe was teaching Zhao Linger to do this, when Zhao Linger really said this, he also felt a part of his body suddenly tightened and trembled all over. Okay, let's not talk about this. During this period of time, you will temporarily stay in the mansion. Maybe the Yi family can't find it for a while. Even if they really find it, they will still make an estimate. The age and cultivation you showed, as well as the Qingyun sword you took out, are all things that can shock them. They can't be sure what kind of backers you have behind you for a while, and whether they can afford to offend you. Yeah. Zhao Linger nodded obediently, and she would never go out alone in the future. However, I'm afraid the grocery store won't be open for a while. The store is about to be renovated, but it can't be opened. Chen Zhe still feels a little disappointed. At this time, Zhao Linger's brain works again. Master, you can arrange a clone to go there. After Zhao Linger's reminder, Chen Zhe slapped his thigh. Yes, why didn't I think of it? Whether it is the clone opening the store or me, it doesn't make any difference. As long as all the procedures are handed over to the clone, who can deny that the store belongs to the clone? At that time, my consciousness will descend on the clone, whether it is the clone or me, it doesn't make any difference. And it's safer for the clone to walk outside, anyway, he is not afraid of death. Ha, Master is really smart. Seeing Zhao Linger laughing happily and no longer worried about Ji Bai's affairs, Chen Zai touched Zhao Linger's head lovingly. However, there must be a clone that looks a little unfamiliar. Most of the clones in the Black Iron Mine are in the image of the Yi family. Speaking of this, Chen Zai suddenly paused, as if he had thought of something, and muttered to himself, the Yi family. The Yi family, suddenly Chen Zai excitedly shouted, Linger, I suddenly thought of a great plan to kill the Yi family. What plan? Zhao Linger immediately became interested when she heard about killing the Yi family, and instantly came to Chen Zai's side. My plan is not very mature yet, but I have an idea. I will tell you, and you can help me with some advice. Chen Zai still believes in Zhao Linger's brain, although sometimes it will suddenly slow down. Okay, Master, please tell me quickly. This is this. Chen Zai and Zhao Linger began to conspire in detail. The two of them discussed with each other. From time to time, bursts of laughter came from the place where the two gathered. Yi family, meeting hall. Yi Zhentian, the head of the Yi family, sat on the main seat with a majestic look. All the elders of the Yi family have taken their seats. After the three foundation building cultivators who secretly protected Yi Bai came back, they received simple treatment and are now sitting in the back seat. Yi Bai is not here at this time. He has not shown up since he came back. Elders, you should all know what happened, right? Yi Zhentian looked at everyone in the meeting hall. Then he said, Three elders, you have fought with that woman. Have you seen her background? The three foundation building cultivators stood out, but they were silent at this time. Although they had fought with Zhao Linger, they were defeated in one move. They only knew that Zhao Linger's cultivation was foundation building and that she had a Shen-level top-grade sword. As for the moves used by Zhao Linger, they had never seen them before. They only knew that this set of sword moves was very powerful. After the three foundation building elders were silent for a moment, the one who was defeated by Zhao Linger first stood up, with a slightly hesitant look on his face. Master, this matter is originally the fault of our Yi family. Moreover, just looking at the woman's cultivation and the magic weapon she used, we should not underestimate her. Please be cautious, Master. After the foundation building elder finished speaking, he bowed and bowed. His meaning was very clear. The strength shown by Zhao Linger must have a backer behind her. He hoped that Yi Zhentian could now judge the situation and not look for that woman again, otherwise it might bring disaster to the family. At this time, the other two foundation building elders who were protecting Yi Bai also stood up. They had the same idea and bowed. Master, please be cautious. They understood Yi Zhentian's temper and would definitely investigate this matter to the end. They did not have any say in the Yi family. They only became the last elder because they had cultivated to the foundation building stage. After becoming the foundation building stage, their mission was just to protect Yi Bai secretly. Yi Zhentian, who had been holding back, suddenly slammed the table. Humph, when has my Yi family ever been afraid of anyone? The woman's strength is only at the foundation building stage. Even if she has a force behind her, I will not give up if she insults my Yi family like this. There is no need to discuss this matter. The three elders were seriously injured. You can go down and rest first. I will arrange someone to protect Bai Yi. Family head, the three foundation building elders wanted to persuade him again, but they were stopped by Yi Zhentian's sharp eyes. Ah! The three foundation building elders sighed and retreated silently. They all knew in their hearts that from today on, they would be marginalized by the family. After the three foundation building elders left, Yi Zhentian said lightly, after Yi Yongchang and the other three have recovered from their injuries, let them guard the Black Iron Mine. It just so happens that the people at the Black Iron Mine should be rotated. After Yi Zhentian finished speaking, the meeting hall was indifferent. All the elders understood that Yi Zhentian was dissatisfied with what the three foundation builders had just said. Yi Zhentian looked around and saw that no one opposed his words, so he continued, Elders, what do you want to say about what Bai Yi encountered today? Master, is Bai Yi okay? The third elder asked. It's okay, just a minor injury, it's not a big deal. Master, since Bai Yi didn't suffer any injuries, and it's obvious that the woman held back and didn't kill him. Just looking at the woman's behavior, it can be seen that she is still afraid of our Yi family. We should first investigate the details of this woman before making plans. The Yi family is now in the stage of development, and it is not appropriate to provoke too many foreign enemies. Most of the other elders agreed with what the third elder said. The Yi family can only be the first in Wannan City now, and outside Wannan City, the Yi family still lacks something. Moreover, there are already several elders in the meeting hall who have complaints about Yi Bai. At this time, most of the elders were sitting there, watching the nose and the heart. Anyway, it was none of their business, so they just kept it aloof. What was even worse was the fifth elder, who didn't care what happened at all, and seemed to be about to fall asleep while sitting there. Yi Zhentian had been paying attention to the reactions of all the elders, and when he saw the fifth elder's look, he could only hate him in his heart. He could see that a cultivator in the foundation building realm with a Shin-grade magic weapon had already made them feel worried. The realm was not important, but the Shin-grade upper-grade magic weapon moved them. The Yi family currently only had 3 Shin-grade magic weapons, 1 mid-grade and 2 low-grade. A person who could carry a Shin-grade upper-grade magic weapon with him did make them wary. Put yourself in her shoes. Even if they met Zhao Linger alone, they might not be able to win. The realm was only a little higher than Zhao Linger, but it was not that high, only the second or third level, but the gap in magic weapons was still too big. Just follow what the third elder said, and investigate the details of this woman first. This matter will be handed over to you, the third elder. You can mobilize the resources of the Yi family at will, and the other elders will cooperate. Yes. The third elder accepted the order and agreed. After Yi Zhentian finished speaking, the elders also stood up and agreed. These elders have already learned very clear information from Yi Zhentian's words just now. Yi Zhentian compromised on this matter. But he allowed the third elder to mobilize all the resources of the Yi family, which is worth pondering. Yi Zhentian, the head of the Yi family, must still seek redemption for his son. At the same time, he was also telling everyone who was the head of the Yi family and whose orders they should obey. Okay, let's go. After Yi Zhentian finished speaking, he glanced at the second elder. The second elder understood, and the other elders had left, but he was still sitting there. Head of the family. Seeing that everyone had left, the second elder stood up and said, Second elder, Bai seems to have been a little stimulated today. He has not been seen since he came back. I'm worried that he will do something stupid, so please take care of him. In the entire Yi family, except for the ancestor and Yi Zhentian, the second elder has the highest cultivation. Now his cultivation is the same as his, also the 9th level of the foundation building realm. And he himself cannot pay attention to Yi Bai all the time, and there are too many affairs in the entire Yi family that need him to deal with. The task of protecting Yi Bai can only be handed over to the second elder. Don't worry, patriarch. The second elder never talked much. The second elder said goodbye and left, secretly protecting Yi Bai. Everyone left, and Yi Zhentian sat alone in the meeting hall. It seems that some people are a little restless. What the Yi family needs is a united Yi family. Yi Zhentian's eyes were gloomy, and a fierce momentum burst out from him. At this time, Yi Bai had locked himself up since returning to the Yi family. He just asked the servants to prepare bath water and another set of white clothes. After taking a bath and changing clothes, Yi Bai looked at the urine-soaked clothes on the ground with gloomy eyes, and the figure appeared in front of him again. A fireball was thrown on the clothes on the ground, watching the white clothes turn into ashes. I must get you and then ravage you severely. Yi Bai muttered to himself, as if he wanted to bite all his back teeth to pieces. He had never been humiliated like this in his life, and such humiliation made him even more uncomfortable than killing him. Yi Bai walked out of his room angrily. Young master. As soon as he walked out of the door, a servant called him. Get lost. Yi Bai kicked the servant away. He walked straight into the depths of the Yi family. At this time, a figure was silently following behind Yi Bai. It was the second elder who came to secretly protect Yi Bai. Are you going to? The second elder said with a slight doubt. Yi Bai's determination to improve his cultivation has not changed. Yi Zhentian can still only help him to a limited extent, and now he can only find the last person. A secret room deep in the Yi family is a forbidden place for the Yi family members. Only a few people in the Yi family can enter here. Yi Bai happens to be one of them. Yi Bai has already walked into the secret room. After entering the secret room, a figure was sitting cross-legged in meditation. The surging spiritual power around the figure was surging, and the breath exuded was so terrifying. His strength was unfathomable. After Yi Bai came in, he did not think about whether the other party was practicing or whether he would disturb him. After entering the door, he slid to his knees in front of the other party, changing his previous chic and elegant appearance, and then cried out loudly. Grandpa, you must help me this time. My grandson was bullied outside. The second elder, who was secretly protecting Yibai outside, even though he was usually taciturn and cold, was helpless and supported his forehead. The owner of the terrifying aura had already discovered Yibai when he came in. Otherwise, with Yibai's sudden rush, he would have been knocked away by the aura emanating from his body. The person Yibai called Grandpa was the ancestor of the Yi family, the only Jindan cultivator, Yi Kai. Yi Kai slowly opened his eyes and looked at Yibai with a doting expression. Tell me, who dares to bully you? Is it your useless father? I'm going to beat him up now. Yi Kai, the only Jindan of the Yi family, dotes on Yibai. Even the name Yibai was given by him, Yi Kai, and the name Yibai was the only name he gave to his descendants in the Yi family. Even the name Yizhentian was not given by him, but by his father. The main reason for choosing the name Yibai was that he always felt that his name Yi Kai was too ordinary. He had always longed to walk the entire world of cultivation with a sword and white clothes, but he was tripped by the ties of the family. Therefore, in his attitude towards Yibai, he just let it go, as long as Yibai lived freely. Yibai knew that as long as he opened his mouth, everything was possible with Yi Kai. Yibai kept silent about his experience today, but said, Grandpa, I want to build a foundation. What? Yi Kai was puzzled. Yibai, who never wanted to practice on weekdays, actually said that he wanted to build a foundation at this time. He felt like he had heard it wrong. Grandpa, others are in the foundation building stage, but I am still in the chi refining stage. I also want to build a foundation. Yibai had only one idea in his mind: as long as he was also in the foundation building stage, as long as his cultivation was higher than Zhaolinger, it would not take a minute to control Zhaolinger. Now Yi Kai understood that Yibai thought that his cultivation in the chi refining stage was too low. But the foundation building stage, how can you just say it? Although he still has the foundation building pill, Yibai is only at the 7th level of chi refining, and is still 3 small realms away from the perfection of the 10th level of chi refining. Grandpa, please help me, you must have a way, right? Yibai continued to beg. Yi Kai also had no way to deal with his precious grandson, and said helplessly, okay, isn't it just building the foundation? Call your father over, I'll let him do it for you. Thank you, Grandpa, I knew that Grandpa must have a way. Grandpa, are your shoulders sore? Let me massage your shoulders for you. Okay, you don't think it's really tiring to practice during this period? Come, massage Grandpa, let Grandpa try your technique. Then, in the secret room, there was a scene of a loving grandfather and a filial grandson. Yi Kai thought it was very simple. Isn't it just building the foundation? The Yi family can supply this pill indefinitely, it's not like there is none. When Yibai's cultivation reaches the great perfection of chi refining, and then uses a foundation building pill, plus his own guardian, building the foundation is not a difficult task. But his real strength is not as good as other foundation building realms, but he doesn't care. The foundation building pill was originally prepared for this grandson. With his golden pill, he doesn't need his grandson to fight. In Chen Zai's mansion. After a day of discussion, the two finally came up with a plan. Master, is your plan feasible? Zhaolinger hesitated. What's wrong with it? Doesn't the Yi family want to grow and develop? We give him this opportunity and send a bunch of Yi family children with fast cultivation speed over there, and they don't even try their best to support them with resources. Zhaolinger is still a little worried about Chen Zai's plan. It's just that the black iron ore is about to be out of control. The day when the Yi family sends people to collect the black iron ore is coming soon, which will only take 4 or 5 days. It's okay, it's just a little black iron ore, just give it to them. In the past, those miners could only dig a little black iron ore every day. Now that the clones have the Tianling pickaxe, the amount of mining per person in a day is more than those miners combined. Besides, aren't we sending some promising materials to the Yi family? The black iron ore sent to them will soon become resources and return to my hands again. Moreover, these clones went to the Yi family, and the Yi family's every move in the future will be under our eyes. After Chen Zai's detailed explanation, Zhaolinger completely understood Chen Zai's idea, and now she also felt that Chen Zai's idea was feasible. Master is wise. Linger, go to calculate, is the Xian iron mine that you dig now? It's the master. Zhaolinger agreed, and entered all space. Without a moment of effort, Zhaolinger came out of all space again. Zhaolinger was surprised to say, Master, you go and see. The mysterious iron ore in the space of all things is almost piled into a hill. Yesterday, tens of thousands of kilograms of mysterious iron ore was dug. Let me say, the ore of the Yi family is nothing at all. I guess it would not be much time, and this mysterious iron mine is estimated to be hollowed out by the avatars. Chen Zhe was in a good mood. He knew that Tian Linghao was easy to use, and he should have been redeemed. Chen Zhe and Zhao Linger once again entered the space of all things. The hills piled up by the mysterious iron mine also surprised him a little. In the past, there were so many black iron ore. He recovered it once a day, and he didn't seem to be more than Xian iron mine. Now, the Xian iron mine is doubled, and it is really spectacular. Chen Zhe smiled happily. There will only be more and more in the future. Zhao Linger is equally happy. Chen Zhe entered all the shops. I want to recover all the mysterious iron ore. Xian iron mine is no longer necessary, as long as the green robe woman can be taken away in the space of all things. Soon, the voice of the green robe woman came. Recycling 10,700 kilograms of Xian iron mine, a total of 2,140 points. Exchange to Tian Linghao. Exchange to Tian Linghao, consume 2,000 points. Do you confirm the exchange? Confirm. 2 brand new Tian Linghao appeared in front of Chen Zhe's eyes. On the shopping interface, because the recycling of the Xian iron mine has become a number of 2,200, it has now become 200. However, Chen Zhe didn't care that this number will only become more and more. As soon as my mind moved, the 2 Tian Linghao in front of me had disappeared. It has now appeared in the hands of Xian iron mine, the 8th and 9th avatars. After giving the 2 heavenly spirit pickaxes to the 2 clones, Chen Zhe and Zhao Linger also exited the all things space. Chen Zhe had nothing to do, so he took a look at the attribute panel. The cultivation column showed, cultivation, foundation building level 5120/200, unconsciously, I have increased my cultivation level by 1 level. Cultivation is as easy as drinking water. Chen Zhe took another look at the spell column. Flying Swallow Step, small success, 490/800, at present, the Flying Swallow Step has not reached the legendary level, so there is no need to change it in the automatic training room for the time being. The spells I have learned will soon reach the legendary level, and now only the heart-piercing and soul-searching are left. It seems that I have to choose carefully what spells to learn next. Chen Zhe had no choice before, but now it is different, there are too many options. This is also the reason why Chen Zhe goes to the All Things store to look at items when he has nothing to do. You don't have to learn too much, but it must be practical. Linger, I haven't sung a song for a day. Sing a song for me. Zhao Linger agreed happily. Okay, master. Although he couldn't listen to music in the brothel, it was the same at home. How could a prostitute compare to Zhao Linger's agility? Even if Chen Zhe went to the brothel, it was not for those romantic things. He went to appreciate the beautiful voice and beautiful music. Linger, you sing really well. Sing another song. Qingyun sect. Chen Fan, who got drunk a few days ago, seemed to feel the crisis. Chen Fan himself felt puzzled. How could a clone of himself get drunk? He didn't drink with Yu Xingxi these 2 days. In addition, Yu Xingxi also had to practice. He couldn't always delay others. Besides, he still had a lot of things to do after entering the inner sect of Qingyun sect. For example, he hadn't received the reward for being promoted to an inner disciple. He didn't find the elder to become his disciple, but it didn't matter whether he had a master or not. Walking on the way to receive the reward for being promoted to an inner disciple in Qingyun sect. A noisy sound caught Chen Fan's attention, and he turned to look. Several disciples dressed in outer disciples' uniforms were pushing another outer disciple, and there were also several shouts and curses. Zhou Quan, you can't covet senior sister Mo Yao. Don't you see what your identity is, just because you dare to tease senior sister Mo Yao? Yes, you are a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Several outer disciples were talking while pushing and shoving the outer disciple named Zhou Quan. I didn't, it was all a misunderstanding. The outer disciple named Zhou Quan wanted to protest. But unfortunately, the outer disciples who pushed him had higher cultivation than him, and his resistance was ineffective. Mo Yao? I don't know her. Chen Fan saw this scene, shook his head and smiled, and was about to turn around and leave. Such things are too common in Qingyun sect. Disciples with higher cultivation bully disciples with lower cultivation. As long as there is no fight and no casualties, the law enforcement hall generally doesn't care. Chen Fan was used to such things, and he was not the kind of person who liked to meddle in other people's business. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly stopped him. Dao Yu Chen Zhe? Chen Fan was puzzled. What is the master's name? Is there someone with the same name as the master? Chen Fan looked back and saw that the outer disciples who were just pushing and shoving were all looking at him. Seeing Chen Fan looking back, The outer disciples who were pushing and shoving all looked at Zhou Quan, and some even deliberately moved away from him a few steps. They thought Zhou Quan really knew Chen Fan, an inner disciple, and they began to feel a little uneasy. They knew very well what inner disciples represented in Qingyun sect. If they messed with inner disciples, they might be expelled from Qingyun sect. Are you calling me? Chen Fan looked puzzled, and he also saw Zhou Quan, who was isolated. Could it be someone the master really knew? Chen Fan knew that he looked the same as Chen Zai. If he really knew Chen Zai, he would not dare to neglect him. But he couldn't admit it directly at this time. After all, his current identity was Chen Fan, an inner disciple of Qingyun sect. Zhou Quan saw that several outer disciples who were entangled with him had given way, and immediately ran to Chen Fan. Fellow Daoist Chen Zai, have you forgotten that we met before in Wannan City? Chen Fan was a little anxious now. He really didn't know what happened between Chen Zai and Zhou Quan, and he didn't dare to answer casually. After thinking for a moment, Chen Fan said to the outer disciples with a serious expression, "You." Chen Fan only said this, and let the outer disciples figure out the rest. Several outer disciples were sweating now. It seemed that Zhou Quan really knew this inner disciple. "Senior brother, it's all misunderstanding, we'll leave now," an outer disciple said timidly. Chen Fan didn't want to have too much interaction with them, so he waved his hand and let them leave. Several outer disciples left this place quickly as if they were relieved. Chen Fan saw that several outer disciples had gone far away, so he turned around and looked at Zhou Quan, not knowing how to start. But Zhou Quan was very excited, and he forgot about the previous embarrassment. "I didn't expect to meet you again in Qingyun sect. Thank you for helping me out." After Zhou Quan finished speaking, he seemed to feel something was wrong, and immediately changed his words and said, "Oh, no, I can't call you Daoist now. Hello, senior brother." After speaking, Zhou Quan bowed to Chen Fan. "It's just a little effort. How did you provoke those people just now?" In the current situation, Chen Fan could only pretend to be fully understanding. "When things happen here, I still have to go back and ask Chen Zai to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings." Zhou Quan sighed and said, "Hey, it's a long story. Even if you don't tell it, it's all nonsense. Okay, if these people cause trouble for you again in the future, you can come to cave number 23 at Lingyun Peak to find me. I have some urgent matters to attend to right now, so we'll talk later." Chen Fan just wants to get out as soon as possible and figure out the situation first. "Thank you, senior brother. Please be busy first, senior brother." "Hey." Chen Fan agreed and left directly. Looking at Chen Fan's leaving figure, Zhou Quan felt a little strange. It seemed that this Chen Zai was no longer the Chen Zai that he could chat with while squatting on the roadside. "Hey, I didn't expect that fellow Taoist Chen has returned to Qingyun sect and is now an inner disciple. I don't know when I will be able to establish my foundation and become an inner disciple." Zhou Quan shook his head and sighed, looking for a place to practice. He had to work harder. Chen Fan left as if running away and quickly came to the merit exchange office. "Senior brother, I want to receive the reward for being promoted to an inner disciple. This is my sect token." Chen Fan has never met the disciple on duty at the merit exchange office today and is not very familiar with him. After receiving the sect token handed over by Chen Fan, the other party simply verified it and confirmed Chen Fan's identity. "Wait a moment." After saying that, the other party took out a storage bag. "There are a total of 20 chi gathering pills in here, and you can come and collect them once a month in the future. You can go to the Tibetan scripture pavilion to choose a set of exercises and spells. You only have one chance to do so. Once you have chosen, you cannot change it. This storage bag is also a reward for being promoted to an inner disciple, so you should keep it safe." Chen Fan took the storage bag and said, "Thank you, senior brother, for reminding me." Chen Fan bowed his hands. The clone Chen Fan put all the pills in the storage bag into the space of all things. He couldn't use the pills, so he put them in the space of all things, and Zhao Linger would naturally deal with them. However, Chen Fan still had to carry this storage bag with him for show. After all, this storage bag was also a symbol of the inner sect disciple. Moreover, this storage bag looked more exquisite than the storage bag of the outer sect disciples, and even the space inside was twice as large. Chen Fan packed up the storage bag and walked towards the sutra library again. After a while, Chen Fan arrived at the sutra library. There were no complicated procedures. The elder of the sutra library just gave a simple reminder and let Chen Fan enter to choose. In the sutra library, Chen Fan quickly selected a technique and a spell. For a technique and a spell, Chen Fan chose the highest level that could be selected now. Anyway, it would be handed over to Chen Zai to recycle in the end, and he didn't care about what effect it had. After receiving the promotion reward for the inner sect disciples, Chen Fan went to the sect task collection point again. He wanted to show off his cultivation quickly, so now he had no choice but to accept the sect missions. Chen Fan came to the mission collection place with ease. Chen Fan only took a quick look. There were still many disciples who came to accept the missions at this time. Many people gathered together to see which mission was good. If you want to get more cultivation resources in Qingyun sect, completing the sect missions is the most direct way. There is a display board formed by the formation at the mission collection place, just like a large electronic screen. All the missions that can be received are displayed on it. Chen Fan's arrival did not attract anyone's attention. There are still many disciples in the foundation building realm in Qingyun sect. But those outer disciples will consciously make way for him when they see Chen Fan's inner disciple clothes. This is also the difference between inner disciples and outer disciples in Qingyun sect. The levels are clear, and outer disciples must respect inner disciples. Chen Fan didn't care too much. His purpose of coming here was just to receive the mission. After Chen Fan found a good position, he also began to look at the display board. He only looked at those tasks that could be done outside, and all other tasks were automatically filtered out by him. These tasks on the display board can be posted by inner disciples, elders of the sect, and also by mountain gate tasks posted by the sect. There are various types of tasks, some are simple, some are difficult, and the main thing is to see how many contribution points are rewarded. These tasks will be reviewed by the task office first, and then the contribution points will be determined. Most of the tasks posted by inner disciples are simple tasks such as taking care of spiritual fields, or offering rewards for some low-level monster materials, common spiritual medicines, etc. Most of these tasks are accepted by outer disciples. The tasks are simple, there are contribution points to be earned, and it will not delay too much cultivation time. The tasks posted by the elders of the sect are much more difficult. The level of the monsters hunted is higher, and the grade of the spiritual medicine picked is also much higher. But the most important thing is to offer rewards for killing extremely evil people. Most of these people are immortal cultivators who have done all kinds of bad things. This type of bounty task is basically issued by the Dogon dynasty to each sect. You don't need to accept this kind of task first. As long as you can kill the person who has a bounty, you can still claim the reward when you come back. There are also some team tasks, but Chen Fan is not interested in this. How can you get opportunities if you do tasks with others? Chen Fan mainly looks at hunting monsters and picking spiritual medicines, and occasionally looks at the bounty wanted. The main thing is to remember the appearance of these bounty targets. If you meet them, you can beat them. If you can't beat them, you can avoid them in advance. Soon, Chen Fan selected 2 tasks that need to go out. Report to the duty elder at the task collection point, and the 2 tasks will be collected together. These 2 tasks, one is to hunt monsters to obtain monster materials, and the other is to pick 100-year-old spiritual medicine. Chen Fan chose these 2 tasks because they are in the same monster forest, and they can be completed along the way. The place where Chen Fan is going to this mission is called Hugwan Mountain Range. Starting from Qingyun sect, you can go to Wannan City without much detour. He had been to this Hugwan mountain range many times, and he was familiar with the route and terrain. It would only take a few days to go back and forth, and it would not take too much time. After accepting the task, Chen Fan did not need to go back to the cave to pack up his things. He walked directly to the mountain gate and left Qingyun sect. The first stop of this trip was Wannan City. He still had to ask Qinzhe about Zhou Quan's matter, which would determine his attitude towards Zhou Quan in the future. In addition, he had not been back for a long time, so he had to show up in front of Qinzhe, lest Qinzhe forget him. After leaving Qingyun sect, Chen Fan began to fly with his sword. The speed was relatively stable, and he did not fly with his sword at full power. It was only a short distance away from Qingyun sect, and he could still see many Qingyun sect disciples moving around. Chen Fan could not expose too much of his cultivation. Now even the flying sword he used for flying with a sword was not a Qingyun sword. What Chen Fan was standing on was just an ordinary yellow grade upper grade flying sword that he exchanged with the sect's merit points. He used swords more often in the past, and he was used to fighting with swords. Now he couldn't adapt to other magic weapons all of a sudden. Moreover, this yellow grade upper quality flying sword was enough for him now. Many inner disciples were at the 3rd or 4th level of the foundation building realm, but they were still using yellow grade middle quality magic weapons. It's not that they don't want to exchange, but they only have so many merit points. In order to improve their cultivation, most of the merit points are used to exchange for elixirs for cultivation. If the remaining merit points can be exchanged for 1 or 2 spells, they will be considered as people who do tasks diligently and have more merit points. This is what the elder told Chen Fan when he was promoted to an inner disciple, that he should worship an elder as his master. With a master, not only will there be someone to teach, but there will also be some gifts of cultivation resources, and merit points will be more. However, Chen Fan does not need the resources exchanged for merit points. The main reason is that Chen Zhe does not look down on them at all, so there is no need for him to save them. As he got farther and farther away from Qingyun's sect, Chen Fan's flying speed became faster and faster. Gradually, no one could be seen around. Chen Fan was secretly excited. "Master, I'm back." Chen Fan gave up flying on the sword directly, and changed his clothes by the way. The attire of the inner disciples of Qingyun's sect was still too eye-catching in Wannan City. Appearing near Chen Zhe's mansion, this is not conducive to Chen Zhe's desire for seclusion. Chen Fan did not choose to enter Wannan City directly, but found a hidden place, confirmed that there was no problem around, and directly entered the space of all things. Chen Zhe, who was listening to Zhao Linger singing a ditty in the mansion, suddenly sensed a voice calling him. Chen Fan entered the space of all things? Chen Zhe pondered for a moment. But he had no intention of paying attention to the thoughts of the clone Chen Fan. Zhao Linger's ditty had not yet finished, and she was listening to it enthusiastically, so why was she panicking? Besides, Chen Fan had already entered the space of all things, so there should be no danger. Chen Zhe was not in a hurry, it was more important to finish listening to the ditty first. Now Zhao Linger was singing to the climax, and Chen Zhe was also listening to it excitedly, and he would hum a few sentences from time to time. At this time, Chen Fanqin was puzzled in the space of all things. "Why did the owner ignore me? Did you really forget me?" Helpless, Chen Fan called Chen Zhe again, but unfortunately he did not respond. Chen Fan can only wait in the space of all things first. The owner must be busy. I still wait for the host to call at ease, but I can't disturb the owner. Chen Fan made his mind in his heart, and sat down directly with his legs, waiting quietly. After a long time, Chen Zhe stood up and applauded. "Linger, you have a good progress again. Now the more you sing, the better." Giggle, "Thank you for praise." Zhao Linger was very happy to hear Chen Zhe's praise. Although Chen Zhe has praised her many times, every time she heard the praise, she was still very happy. "Master, just as if you saw that you look a little wrong. Is it not me to sing well?" Zhao Linger was very focused when she sang shower, but Chen Zhe had a slight expression, and she noticed it. Chen Zhe was puzzled and felt what seemed to have forgotten something. "No, you have just sang very well. What is the master?" Chen Zhe worked hard to recall it, as if he finally thought of something. "I think of it, just as if Chen Fan was calling me." Chen Zhe's moment of Chen Fan had passed for more than half a day. No way, Zhao Linger sang so well, and he was fascinated for a while. "Mind." Chen Fan appeared in front of him. After seeing Chen Zhe, Chen Fan bowed to salute. "Master, have you encountered troubles? Do you need me to do it for you?" Hearing Chen Fan said so, Chen Zhe looked at him wrongly. However, in an instant, Chen Zhe understood that Chen Fan was misunderstood. It seems that Chen Fan, who had been calling himself before, thought he was busy with other things, and did not call him in time. Although Chen Zhe has understood Chen Fan's thoughts, at this time, Chen Fan could not make Chen Fan feel that he was playing with a play. I.e., when he saw Chen Fan's loyal look, Chen Zhe was embarrassed to hurt him again. Chen Zhe couldn't say that he had listened to Zayakar, so he forgot him. After all, Chen Zhe was the master and Chen Fan was the avatar. In front of the avatar, you still have to take some racks, but also care for their young hearts. Chen Zhe said with a positive color, "I'm fine, you can do your disciples of King Yanzong." "Yes, master." Chen Zhe looked at Chen Fan without any trace. Seeing that Chen Fan didn't have too much expression, he was settled in his heart. It seems that it is confused. "Say, why did you come back suddenly?" Chen Zhe sat back on his lounge chair again. Chi, I met a person who met you in Qingyanzone, and then came back to report and go to do a task with the Guanshan range by the way." "People who know me? Do you know his name?" "Well, at that time, he was listening to others and called him all over." "Comprehensive?" Hearing this name, Chen Zhe seemed to think of that afternoon. "At that time, I squatted on the side of the road and chatted with Zhou Quan for a long time. I probably learned that Zhou Quan's purpose was to join Qingyanzone. But Zhou Quan seemed to have something to do, and never said it. Chen Zhe didn't ask at the time. After all, everyone met with Ping Shui, and there was no need to listen too clearly. However, when he was leaving, Zhou Chuanxiang stuffed a few runes he portrayed to Chen Zai. I don't know if the doubts in his heart are resolved. Chen Zai thought in his heart. What do we practice now? Chen Zai asked Chen Fandao. Back to the master, I look at him now as the 5th floor of Qi. Chen Zai groaned slightly. Is it possible to improve 2 layers of cultivation so soon? This Zhou Dao Yu can be considered very hard. Did you tell him what? No, I was afraid of showing my feet. After a few simple words, I found an excuse to leave. However, I also told him that my residence in Qingyun zone. After Chen Fan said, he also looked at Chen Zai's expression, and wanted to see from Chen Zai's expression that he did it right. Chen Zai's expression has not changed. He said faintly, well, this is pretty good, he can also have a relationship with me, and he also sent me a few runes. In Qingyun zone, there are places that can help. Seeing that Chen Zai said so, Chen Fan was happy. It seems that I do right. Yes, the master. Chen Fan Gang agreed, and seemed to be thinking about something, and said, Master, when I met him, he seemed to be embarrassed by a few outside disciples. The woman, the other is still a disciple. Hearing Chen Fan said so, Chen Zai was interested in instantly, well. Have you eaten melon? The owner wants to eat melon? I'll buy it here. Chen Fan didn't understand Chen Zai's strange words, and really thought that Chen Zai wanted to eat melon. Well. Zhao Linger, who had been waiting aside, suddenly laughed. She followed Chen Zai every day, and some strange words often emerged from Chen Zai had already been used to it. Naturally, she understood the meaning of Chen Zai's words. When Chen Fan saw Zhao Linger like this, he looked at Zhao Linger in doubt and looked at Chen Fan again. He was puzzled. Did you say something wrong? Don't understand, don't care. Chen Zai was also laughed. After you go back to complete the task this time, inquire more about Zhou Quan and Mo Yao. Send back a message every day, and try to record it in detail. Chen Zai's current look is definitely an expression of waiting for a melon to eat. Zhao Linger looked at Chen Zai like this and felt a little funny, thinking in her heart, when did the master become so gossipy? Chen Zai actually didn't want to be so gossipy, but he was too idle every day. He didn't need to come in person to practice, and he had a clone to make money, so he could only listen to some songs every day. He originally wanted to open a store, but now he can only let the clone go. Now there is a melon to eat, adding a little spice to his dull life. Of course he wants to eat it to his heart's content. Chen Fan didn't have too many ideas. After coming back today to ask about the relationship between Chen Zai and Zhou Quan, he would know how to contact Zhou Quan in the future. Looking at Chen Zai's appearance now, he should be very concerned about Zhou Quan, so he knew what he should do. Master, don't worry, I will definitely complete the task. After saying that, Chen Fan was ready to leave. At this time, Chen Zai called him again. Zhou Quan knows that I used to be a Chor's disciple of Qingyun sect, and was kicked out. Remember to find a good excuse to cover it up. Chen Fan hesitated. He had already told others that he had encountered a strange encounter and then broke through to the foundation building stage. Now it seems that he has to say that he has encountered other strange encounters. But in this way, aren't there too many strange encounters? What's wrong? Is there anything else? Seeing Chen Fan like this, Chen Zai thought he had something else to say. No, I promise to complete the task. Chen Fan said hesitantly. Master, how can the task assigned to me be difficult? This is the master's trust in me, and I must complete it. Chen Fan encouraged himself in his heart. Okay, go if you have nothing to do. Yes, master. Chen Fan was about to leave Chen Zai's mansion. He only had one goal in mind. That was to complete the Qingyun sect's mission as soon as possible and return to Qingyun sect to help Chen Zai eat melons. Oh, no, it should be to help Chen Zai find out the news. Chen Zai looked at the back of the clone Chen Fan who was gradually leaving. He walked so firmly, as if there was light in his eyes. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The clones are really reliable. I believe Xiaoyun doesn't need me to worry about him outside. Linger, where are you all from? Chen Zai suddenly asked without thinking. Zhao Linger looked at Chen Zai in confusion, and there was also doubt in her big watery eyes. Didn't the master create us? Chen Zai thought about it, it seems so. But Chen Zai still stared at Zhao Linger, thinking in his heart, the clones have such distinct personalities. Is this all given by the system? Chen Zai suddenly thought of the woman in a green robe in the store of all things. Where did the space system of all things come from? Or who created it? After thinking for a long time, Chen Zai still couldn't come up with an answer. Zhao Linger looked at Chen Zai in confusion. She felt a little uncomfortable because Chen Zai had been staring at her just now. Now Chen Zhe suddenly fell into deep thought again, as if he was in a trance. Zhao Linger asked weakly, Master? Chen Zhe came back to his senses and noticed that he had just been in a daze. He smiled awkwardly, it's okay. By the way, Linger, go make something to eat. Okay, Master, I'll prepare it now. Zhao Linger happily showed her cooking skills and happened to study 2 new dishes. Chen Zhe watched Zhao Linger leave happily, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Who cares, let everything go with the flow, and there will always be a day when the truth will come out. With his thoughts clear in his mind, Chen Zhe lay down leisurely again, waiting for the food made by Zhao Linger. How come Linger's cooking is so good? No matter how much I eat, I never get tired of it. It has been a day since Chen Fan left Wannan City. After leaving Chen Zhe's mansion, Chen Fan quietly joined the crowd and then went out of the city directly. After leaving Wannan City, he walked for a distance and saw that there were no people nearby. Chen Fan took out the Qingyun sword and flew on the sword. By the way, he also changed back to the clothes of the inner disciples of the Qingyun sect. Before, Chen Fan secretly entered the space of all things outside Wannan City and appeared in Chen Zhe's mansion. His position had been anchored by the space of all things. Even if he entered the space of all things again, he could only appear in Chen Zhe's mansion when he came out, and he would not appear in the place where he first entered the space of all things. Unless he was summoned by other clones after entering the space of all things, he would appear in other places. After appearing in a new place, the anchor position recorded in the space of all things was updated. It is precisely because of this that Chen Fan needs to come out of Chen Zhe's mansion before leaving the city. After leaving Wannan City, Chen Fan used his greatest spiritual power to drive the Qingyun sword and flew at full speed towards the Hagwan Mountains. He had to complete the task he had received in the Qingyun sect at the fastest speed and in the shortest time. He also had to rush back to the Qingyun sect to help Chen Zhe find out about Zhou Quan and Mo Yao. After a day, Chen Fan finally arrived at the Hagwan Mountains. This was not the first time he had come to the Hagwan Mountains, and he roughly knew the location of the monsters that needed to be hunted. However, collecting spiritual medicines required a bit of luck. After arriving at the Hagwan Mountains, Chen Fan did not choose to enter rashly. After a day of unlimited travel, his spiritual energy consumption was also very large. Chen Fan found a hidden location and entered the space of all things again, and then came to the rest house of the clone. He had to restore his spiritual power to the best state, then find the monster in one breath, and get rid of it, and then slowly look for the spiritual medicine needed for the task. If he really couldn't find it, he could only ask Chen Zhe to help him exchange one in the store of all things. He believed that in order to complete the mission of Qingyun sect as soon as possible, he would go back to help Chen Zhe find out the news, and Chen Zhe would definitely help him. Chen Zhe's residence. After eating the delicacies made by Zhao Linger yesterday, he went to rest. Until now, Zhao Linger reminded him that there was enough black iron ore accumulated in the space of all things, and he slowly got up. Master, the accumulated amount of black iron ore has reached more than 120,000 kilograms. Should we exchange it? Yes, we should exchange it. However, the Yi family will send people to collect the black iron ore for this month at any time, and we still have to give them the full amount this month. We still need some time to dig out all the black iron ore. Linger, have you calculated how much black iron ore the Yi family will collect this month? Master, I have calculated that the Yi family will collect 150,000 kilograms of black iron ore this month. Chen Zhe calculated 150,000 kilograms of black iron ore, according to the current speed of a Tianling pickaxe. As long as the clones each have one day should be enough. 20,000 kilograms of black iron ore, recycling is 4,000 points, and there are 4 Tianling pickaxes, so it won't take 3 or 4 days for everyone to have one. Yes, the master is right. Okay, then I will go to exchange it now. As he said, Chen Zhe entered the store of all things and directly recycled all the black iron ore. A total of 24,250 kilograms were exchanged for 4,850 points. Chen Zhe did not hesitate and directly exchanged 4 more Tianling pickaxes, and directly let the clones take them. Go! Clone! Since then, Chen Zhe's clones have already owned 7 Tianling pickaxes. These 7 Tianling pickaxes are in the mine, circulating endlessly, without stopping for a moment. Another day has passed. Today, the Yi family has not sent anyone to collect the black iron ore. Chen Zhe's cultivation has also officially broken through to the 6th level of the foundation building realm. In one day, with the unremitting efforts of the clones, the amount of black iron ore dug out again reached a new high, 47,520 kilograms, exchanged for points, 9,450 points. Adding the balance of points, Shinzei exchanged 10 more Tianling pickaxes in one breath. Since then, the clones have already owned 17 Tianling pickaxes. In another day, everyone will have one. Ah, go crazy. Clone. Shinzei has completely fallen into the joy of the clones mining and bringing huge profits. I've never fought such a rich battle in my life. After Shinzei came out of the space of all things, he was excited. It's not a dream to dig out the black iron ore. Seeing Shinzei so happy, Zhao was also happy. How could Shinzei not be happy? His cultivation level was improved by 1 level, and he had 10 more Tianling pickaxes. The amount of black iron ore would only increase. At this time, Shinzei seemed to suddenly remember something. Linger, is today the day when the decoration of the Wanwu grocery store is completed? Yes, master, the time agreed with the decoration team is today. Oh, I was so happy just now that I forgot to exchange for a new clone, and I only thought about exchanging for the Tianling pickaxe. Zhao Linger looked at Shinzei with a smile. Master, you are too happy. Forget it, it doesn't matter if it's 1 day later, it's the same if you go tomorrow. In front of the endless points, nothing is a problem. Linger, I'm happy today, sing a little song. Okay, master, wait a moment. Zhao Linger ran away quickly and returned in a moment. He brought a bunch of large and small plates, and also a teapot. Shinzei saw Zhao Linger's preparations and exclaimed, already? In the black iron mine. The remaining 30 people of the Yi family live in endless fear every day. The heart-pounding sound in the black iron mine is getting louder and louder, and it has never stopped. They feel that this group of people are devils. Not only do they force them to mine every day, but they also make such terrible noises to torture them. Just today, a member of the Yi family suddenly went crazy under such a high-pressure environment. Like crazy, he desperately ran out of the black iron mine. While running, he was still shouting, and the sound was like the howling of ghosts and wolves. The clone number 15 on duty today saw him like this, and immediately rushed over and knocked him out directly. Number 15 took him directly outside the mine and handed him over to other clones guarding outside the mine. He had to continue to watch the Yi family mining in the mine, and when the time was up, he had to replace other clones to mine. The remaining Yi family members saw that number 15 came back so quickly, and they were all guessing about the situation of the Yi family members who were taken away. What are you looking at? Dig quickly. Number 15 said, raising the whip in his hand. This whip used to be held in the hands of the Yi family, but now it has become their nightmare. The remaining Yi family members can only take care of themselves now, and they can't care about the lives of others. 1 or 2 sighed secretly and continued to dig with their heads down. Regret it. Outside the black iron ore cave. The clones on duty are number 20, number 21, and number 22. This kid is not pretending. It doesn't look like it. Number 15 just described his condition. I think he should be crazy. What should we do? If he is crazy, there is no point staying here. Why don't we just kill him now? Anyway, he fainted and can't feel the pain, so it's good. Number 20, what you said makes sense. Then do it. I'm quick and solve it in an instant. I'm still the same, let me do it. Number 22 said unconvinced. Number 22's clone, he came a few days late, he always felt like a younger brother, obviously everyone is the same. As he said, number 22 had already performed the ignition technique, a huge fireball appeared in his hand, and a powerful spiritual pressure flowed. Number 22 pretended to throw it to the fainted Yi family. At this time, the fainted Yi family suddenly woke up. Where am I? Who am I? Where am I going? The Yi family was confused and asked the ultimate question of mankind directly. Hey! Wake up? Number 20 said. Yes, but it seems stupid. Number 21 said. It's okay, just knock him out again, there will be no pain. The fireball in number 22's hand was ready to go. Oh, I remember, I seem to be a miner, I like mining the most. Hey, this is a mine cave, I want to go mining. The Yi family seemed to be talking to themselves, and they ran quickly into the black iron mine cave. In the blink of an eye, they ran deep into the mine. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Number 20 and number 21 laughed at the same time. Number 22 held the fireball in his hand, his face full of confusion. Why does he suddenly seem to be not stupid again? Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Number 20 and number 21 looked at number 22 and laughed again, laughing happier than before. Number 22 was confused, and the fireball in his hand went out. What are you laughing at? Number 20 and number 21 were about to cry, but they just didn't say anything. Leaving number 22 alone in confusion. In the black iron ore. Number 15 had noticed that the crazy Yi family member had returned, and said nothing, just staring at him. The returning Yi family member said nothing, came to the group of Yi family members, picked up a pickaxe, and started mining. The other Yi family members looked at him in confusion. Wasn't he crazy just now? Why is he back again? The doubt was in their hearts, but they didn't dare to ask. The whip of number 15 is already eyeing it. And Guanshan mountain range. Finally found you, no need to trouble the master, it's really great. Chen Fan looked at a spiritual medicine in the distance that exuded a trace of spiritual energy. Xiaoyang Taiching Demon Grass, this spiritual medicine is at least 70 or 80 years old, this is the spiritual medicine he needs to pick for this mission. In order to find it, Chen Fan hunted monsters all the way and finally smelled its breath. Just now, he hunted another second-level monster. The corpse of the monster was lying on the side, and Chen Fan had not had time to put it into the storage bag. This monster has been guarding this spiritual medicine and has been fighting with Chen Fan. The strength of this second-level monster is equivalent to the late stage of foundation building. If it goes one step further, this monster can condense a demon pill and become a third-level monster. The monster that condenses the demon pill can open its spiritual wisdom, further refine the demon spirit and become a fourth-level monster, and then it can begin to transform. The level of the monster corresponds to each level of the cultivator. Chen Fan also spent a lot of effort to hunt this monster. And the Xiaoyang Taiching magic grass that Chen Fan wanted should be the opportunity for the monster to advance for itself. Just like the realm-breaking pills used by cultivators, such as the foundation-building pills used to break through the foundation-building realm, eating them can increase the chance of breakthrough. For the sake of its own cultivation path, it is no wonder that this second-level monster wants to fight Chen Fan to the death. If Chen Fan had not taken into account the Xiaoyang Taiching magic grass, fearing that the monster would destroy it, and fearing that the battle would be too intense and affect the Xiaoyang Taiching magic grass, Chen Fan would have killed this second-level monster long ago, so there was no need to lure it to a slightly farther position before taking action. However, Chen Fan was the winner in the end. Chen Fan put the corpse of the second-level monster into the storage bag. The corpse of the monster had not been processed yet, and now was not the time to process it. It could only be put into the storage bag first. The storage bag could not hold living things, but dead monsters could be held. After the corpse of the monster was packed, Chen Fan walked towards the Xiaoyang Taiching magic grass. Just as he approached the Xiaoyang Taiching magic grass, Chen Fan's hand had already touched the Xiaoyang Taiching magic grass and was about to pick it. At this moment, a voice came. "Youngster, how about giving me this spiritual medicine?" Chen Fan looked back and saw an old man standing in the air. You can stand in the air without controlling anything, at least you are in the Jindan realm. Chen Fan could not see his cultivation level. Similarly, Chen Fan is now using the legendary level of breath concealing technique, and the old man in the air can't see his cultivation level. Chen Fan knows that there are many ways for cultivators to make people unable to see their cultivation level, but the one who can stand in the air must be in the Jindan realm. Although Chen Fan turned his head to look at the old man, his hand had already touched the Xiaoyang Taiching magic grass, and he could pick it at any time. It is obvious that the old man in front of him is here to intercept. Moreover, Chen Fan believes that he will definitely not be able to beat the other party. Why? Chen Fan's body moved closer to the Xiaoyang Taiching magic grass. If the other party wants to rob it, he is sure that he can collect the spiritual medicine into the space of all things in an instant, and it doesn't matter if he is beaten to death. If there is really no time to pick it, it can also destroy the Xiaoyang Taiching magic grass. The old man in the air saw Chen Fan's vigilance, but this Xiaoyang Taiching magic grass is very important to him. He was refining a pill and needed Xiaoyang Taiching magic grass as medicine. He had been looking for it for a long time, but he didn't expect to find it in this barren mountain range. He came here to try his luck, but he really encountered it. But the situation is a bit tricky now. The young man opposite is not easy to talk to. Xiaoyang Taiching magic grass is not a very high-end elixir, and there are not many elixir recipes that require it. It's just that Xiaoyang Taiching magic grass is relatively rare, and most high-level elixirs are protected by monsters. The breath of the elixir will also be hidden by monsters, making it even more difficult to find. Finding a Xiaoyang Taiching magic grass depends entirely on luck. Or they are constantly chasing monsters. Some monsters will want to fight again when they are dying. They will run back and eat the elixir they guard, and force their way through the level to be promoted. However, such hope is slim. Who knows which monster is guarding which elixir? It all depends on luck. Precisely because elixirs are hard to come by, there are often missions offering rewards for specific elixirs. And it was only when Chen Fan killed the second-level monster that the old man found a trace of the Shaoyang Taiching magic grass and rushed there quickly. After the old man landed, he said gently, "Senior, this Shaoyang Taiching magic grass is very important to me. Can you give it to me? I can give you some compensation. I have a Shenyang Qingling pill here that I can give to you in exchange. This elixir of mine is much more valuable than the Shaoyang Taiching magic grass. It is very suitable for you now. It can not only help you stabilize your realm, but also help you improve your cultivation. There are even some unexpected effects, which can be said to be of many benefits to you." Everything the old man said was to stabilize Chen Fan first. He was afraid that Chen Fan would get excited and destroy the Shaoyang Taiching magic grass. In that case, even if Chen Fan is killed, he still doesn't know when he will encounter the next Shaoyang Taiching magic grass, and the gain outweighs the loss. Shenyang Qingling pill will definitely be of great benefit to Chen Fan's current state. This elixir is very precious, and he will not take it out easily. However, Shaoyang Taiching magic grass is more important to him now. Hearing that the old man wanted to exchange elixirs, Chen Fan hesitated and said, "I don't know what elixir you are talking about, Shenyang. What if you lied to me? Moreover, it seems that your cultivation level is higher than mine. I will give this elixir to you later. If you regret it, I will lose both my life and my wealth. No, I don't believe you. If you don't change, you should go further away, otherwise, I will destroy it directly. No, please don't." The old man hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop, and took 2 helpless steps back to express his sincerity. The old man's face was now covered with black lines. The man in front of him was just a bastard. He had said so himself, but the other party still didn't believe it. But the old man had no choice. This Shaoyang Taiching magic grass was too important to him. He could only choose to continue fighting with Chen Fan. Just when the old man was about to speak, he seemed to have discovered something. He looked at Chen Fan in surprise and secretly exclaimed, "Care will lead to chaos, care will lead to chaos." The old man calmed down his expression and said calmly, "You should be a disciple of Qing Yun sect, right? Or an inner disciple, right?" Chen Fan looked at the old man in confusion. "Isn't this obvious? Do you need to ask? Since you know about our Qing Yun sect, I advise you to leave now. Our sect master is in the nascent soul realm. By the way, I am the favorite disciple of our sect leader. If something happens to me, our sect master will never let it go." When the old man heard what Chen Fan said before, he seemed to feel the same way. Chen Fan was wearing the Qing Yun sect's clothes. He was not a disciple of the Qing Yun sect, he could have been a fake. But when he heard what Chen Fan said later, the old man had a dark look on his face. "Your sect leader values you the most. How come I didn't know that this kid is just bullshitting me here?" The old man's expression changed slightly, and he said with a little embarrassment, "Look at my clothes." As the old man said this, he lifted up his clothes and showed them to Chen Fan. Chen Fan looked at the old man shaking his clothes in confusion, looking very embarrassed. "The clothes are a bit gorgeous, but is it necessary to be dressy?" Chen Fan said directly, "It doesn't look good." When the old man heard this, he was so angry that his teeth itched. If Chen Fan hadn't held the Shaoyang Taiching magic grass in his hand, he would have really wanted to press Chen Fan to the ground and rub it. Chen Fan also noticed the change in the old man's expression and shouted, "I told you, you want to kill people and seize treasures, you are going to get angry from shame." The old man was really going crazy. He looked at Chen Fan angrily. He had never met such an immortal cultivator before. He was not grand at all and had no trace of the magnanimity of a Qing Yun sect disciple. "Oh, I'm so confused. Why did I forget this? I can't recognize the clothes. You must know the words." Suddenly, a token-like object appeared in the old man's hand. "Ha! Could it be that he is about to take action? It seems that this time is more dangerous than anything else. Should we store this elixir into the space of all things now, or destroy it directly?" Chen Fan thought that what the old man took out was some kind of magic weapon, and he already thought that he couldn't beat him, and he probably couldn't escape even if he wanted to. And with just one Shaoyang Taiching magic grass, there was no need to alarm Chen Zhe. His eyes unconsciously looked at Shaoyang Taiching magic grass. What does he want to do? The old man seemed to have guessed what Chen Fan was going to do, and quickly showed the token in his hand. "Young man, don't worry, first take a look at what this is." The thought in Chen Fan's mind was just a thought, but he was so frightened by the old man's sudden shout that his hand almost slipped. Fortunately, Chen Fan was still calm and did not cause a big disaster. Chen Fan glanced at the old man unhappily, with a bit of resentment in his eyes. "What are you looking at? The old man didn't know what Chen Fan was thinking, so he raised the token in his hand again. Chen Fan raised his eyes and looked at it. He felt a little familiar, but confirmed that he had never seen it before. He shook his head and said, "Can't see clearly." When the old man heard this, his head suddenly grew heavy and he cursed in his heart, "You brat, just wait for me, wait until I get the Shaoyang Taiching magic herb, and see how I deal with you." The old man looked at the token in his hand and said silently in his heart, "I'm offended." He waved his hand and threw the token towards Chen Fan. He didn't dare to send it over. The young man in front of him seemed a little stunned. He was afraid of irritating Chen Fan. That boy really dared to destroy Shaoyang Taiching magic grass. "You brat, wait for me." The old man threw out the token and cursed in his mind. However, Chen Fan's attention was always on the Shaoyang Taiching magic grass. He was still thinking about whether to pick it or destroy it, and he didn't even notice that the old man threw a token. When Chen Fan reacted, he only saw something flying towards him. Hidden weapon? The token flew in front of Chen Fan. He raised his hand and used a fire spell to release a fireball. The fireball collided with the token and the token was knocked to the ground. Fuck, the usually gentle old man was forced to swear. When he saw the token landing, he wanted to fly over and catch it. The fireball hit the token, but he wasn't worried. The token is made of special materials and is blessed with formations, so if it is damaged, it will definitely not be damaged. But when the token fell to the ground, it was a great shame. It was not just a shame for him alone, it was a symbol of the identity of the successive heads of the Qingyun sect. But for the sake of Shaoyang Taiching magic grass, he could only choose to endure it for the time being. Only then did Chen Fan see clearly that the token on the ground was the token, and then looked at the old man's anxious expression. He knew that he had misunderstood, and the old man just wanted to show him the token clearly. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. I thought you threw a hidden weapon. Let me stop this, I have such a bad temper." The old man was about to jump and curse in his heart, but he still endured it and said kindly, "It doesn't matter, just watch it now." The old man said these words with gritted teeth. The token was not very far away, so Chen Fan directly controlled the object and let the token fly into his hand. As soon as he got the token, Chen Fan felt a warm feeling. This token is made of good material and has a good texture. Seeing Chen Fan feeling the material of the token, the old man felt dizzy. "You should read the words on it first." Chen Fan felt it and couldn't tell what material the token was made of, so he looked carefully at the words on the token. "Qingyun sect?" When he saw these three words, Chen Fan secretly exclaimed, "The flood washed away the Dragon King Temple? A fellow sect?" Chen Fan raised his head and looked at the old man, but he had never seen this outfit before. It doesn't look like the clothes of a sect elder. The old man saw that Chen Fan seemed to only see the three words Qingyun sect. He felt dizzy again and cursed in his heart, "Can't you read all the words on the back?" However, the old man now has a proud expression on his face, feeling secretly happy in his heart. "How about you, why don't you pay your respects to me?" Chen Fan turned over the token anxiously and looked at the two words carved on the back. "It's over. Sect Master." The two naked characters reflected in Chen Fan's eyes. Chen Fan looked at the token, and then looked up at the old man. This time it was really over. This old man was the master of Qingyun sect, a great cultivator in the nascent soul realm. If the other party moved a little finger, he would be dead. What to do now? This broken old man, no wonder he just asked me to look at his clothes. This is the robe worn by the master of Qingyun sect. He has only been in Qingyun sect for less than a month, and he has not even seen the master. He has not stayed in Qingyun sect for a long time, so how could he recognize this robe? I think I just said it's not good looking, this time I'm really dead. This old man is the same, he should have said no earlier, but he still had to play this guessing trick. "Master, the task you asked me to lurk in Qingyun sect, I'm afraid it can't be completed. I can't get any news about Zhou Quan and Mo Yao. What to do?" "Sect Master?" Chen Fan finally tangled for a long time, and still shouted weakly. The old man nodded slightly and waved to Chen Fan again. Chen Fan immediately understood and controlled the object, slowly letting the Sect Master token fly back to the old man. The old man saw the Sect Master token flying back to him, gently caught it, and wiped it slowly in his hand. "Don't blame me, my young disciple is ignorant, please forgive me." After wiping the Sect Master token, the old man put it away. The old man smiled at Chen Fan. "You found this Shaoyang Taiching magic grass, a great achievement. I guess you must have accepted the task of the sect to find it. This bottle of Xianyang Qingling pill is still a reward for you. After returning to Qingyun sect, the merit points will be added to you. After that, the old man handed the Xianyang Qingling pill to Chen Fan. Chen Fan took the Xianyang Qingling pill with one hand, but when he got the medicine bottle, he felt that it was a bottle of good medicine, and its value was definitely not lower than Xiaoyang Taiqing magic grass. However, Chen Fan's other hand was still on the Xiaoyang Taiqing magic grass. This kid. The old man saw Chen Fan's movements clearly, and he was still worried about him. Of course Chen Fan was worried, although the old man had already stated his identity, he also recognized it. However, the other party was a Yuanying boss, and killing him seemed like fun. You are not bad for being vigilant, but it's not a good thing to be too vigilant, the old man said lightly. Chen Fan heard the threat in his words, and he should let go. Forget it, I want this Xiaoyang Taiqing magic grass for the mission. Now I have this Xianyang Qingling pill, it's not a loss to die. Chen Fan thought secretly in his heart. Chen Fan's hand slowly left the Xiaoyang Taiqing magic grass. Disciple Chen Fan, I pay my respects to the sect master. Chen Fan bowed his hands. Swish! Chen Fan felt something passing by him, and when he looked up, the old man had disappeared. The Yuanying boss is really so terrifying. A drop of cold sweat flowed down the end of Chen Fan's hair. For a long time, Chen Fan stood still maintaining the posture of worship, waiting for the old man behind him to speak. But there was no sound behind him. It shouldn't be, isn't the Xiaoyang Taiqing magic grass so difficult to pick? Chen Fan was puzzled, slowly turned his head, and glanced behind him. Ha! Chen Fan turned around, where are the people? Where did they go? Behind him, there was no old man or Xiaoyang Taiqing magic grass. Gone? This old man has a weird temper. It seems that this old man has let me go, and I should still be able to go back to Qingyun sect. The task assigned by the master can be completed again. Chen Fan found a hidden place, confirmed that it was safe, and entered the space of all things to restore his spiritual power. He fought a battle with a second-level monster, and his spiritual power was also consumed a lot. After entering the space of all things, he called Zhao Linger by the way and told her all the experiences of meeting the leader of Qingyun sect. He also gave her the Xianyang Qingling pill and asked her to give it to Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe's residence. Master, Chen Fan asked me to pass this bottle of medicine to you. Can't the medicine be placed in the space of all things? Why do you have to send it here specially? Chen Zhe puzzledly played with the bottle of medicine in his hand, took out a pill and smelled it. What kind of medicine is this? Chen Fan said it was Xianyang Qingling pill. Xianyang Qingling pill? I didn't seem to have seen this kind of medicine when I browsed the shopping interface before. It seems that the level of the space of all things is still too low, but it also shows that the grade of this medicine is not low. It's just that I don't know how to make pills, and I can't tell what grade this pill is. But it looks much richer than the pills I've eaten before. Chen Zhe held the Xianyang Qingling pill in his hand and examined it carefully. Linger, did Chen Fan say anything when he sent the pill over? He said that this was the pill given by the leader of Qingyun sect. The leader of Qingyun sect? Chen Zhe puzzled. Chen Fan has just reached the foundation establishment stage in Qingyun sect, so he should not have come into contact with a big man like the sect master who was in the nascent soul stage, right? Tell me in detail. Yes. Then, Zhao Linger told Chen Zhe everything that Chen Fan had told her. What a genius! This Chen Fan is really a genius. He can even encounter such a thing. Isn't this a perfect adventure? If he follows the routine, the next wave should be to get close to the sect master of Qingyun sect and rise to prominence all the way. Ha 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 ha. Chen Zhe sighed and laughed. It seems that arranging Chen Fan to go to Qingyun sect is a correct decision. Linger, go and talk to Chen Fan and let him develop well in Qingyun sect. In the future, we will hold on to him tightly. With the protection of the Yuanying master, there is no place in this area. Why do we have to stay in Wannan City and dare not even go out of the door for fear of losing our lives? Ha ha ha. Seeing Chen Zhe laughing happily, Zhao Linger also covered her mouth and chuckled. Okay, master, I'll go and talk to him now. Letting Chen Fan stay in Qingyun sect was just a casual move. But surprisingly, Chen Fan accidentally had an intersection with the leader of Qingyun sect. As for how far he can go, it depends on how Chen Fan performs. Whether he can hold on to the thigh of Qingyun sect depends on whether Chen Fan can get the favor of the leader of Qingyun sect. Chen Zhe held the Xianyang Qingling pill in his hand, and he didn't know the medicinal properties of this pill at all. Hesitating whether to take it or not. Ever since Chen Zhe discovered that taking pills also had side effects, he never took any pills again. It was only after reading some books that he realized that the lower the level of the pill, the more impurities it would leave in the body after taking it. Moreover, after taking too much of each kind of pill, the body will develop drug resistance. Most importantly, it may also affect the breakthrough in the late stage of cultivation. After knowing this information, Chenzhe immediately stopped exchanging pills and gave up the idea of taking pills to increase the speed of cultivation. Otherwise, Chenzhe might have reached the golden pill realm by now with the help of pills. Chenzhe's idea was also very simple, regardless of whether taking pills would have an impact on the future, and how big the impact would be. His current cultivation speed is already fast enough, and the realm he has cultivated is very solid, so there is really no need to use pills to assist cultivation. Even if others continue to use pills to assist cultivation, they can't catch up with his cultivation speed. Chenzhe held the Shenyang Qingling pill in his hand and studied it for a long time, thinking in his heart, I wonder if the green-robed woman can recognize this pill. This Shenyang Qingling pill always gave Chenzhe a different feeling, making him want to try it. Just take one pill, even if there are side effects, it is estimated that they will not be very big. Chenzhe's mind moved and came to the Wanwu store. The green-robed woman was still so cold. Chenzhe took out the Shenyang Qingling pill. I want to recycle this pill. The green-robed woman didn't even need to look closely at the Shenyang Qingling pill in Chenzhe's hand, and said calmly, recycle one Shenyang Qingling pill and exchange it for 5,000 points. Do you confirm the recycling? 5,000? It was the first time that Chenzhe found that a pill could be so valuable. The Qiju Dan used in the Qi refining realm only costs 5 low-grade spirit stones. Now, one Shenyang Qingling pill can be worth 2,000 Qiju Dan. Although Chenzhe is not short of points now, he is really shocked by the price of this Shenyang Qingling pill. It is conceivable that this Shenyang Qingling pill is at least a pill above the Jin Dan realm. Moreover, the price of these 5,000 points is only due to the recycling characteristics of the All Things store. The value of the items exchanged and recycled in the All Things store is priced according to the cost of the items, and the premium of the items in this world is not considered at all. At the same time, Chenzhe also learned that this pill was not taken out by the leader of Qingyun sect to fool Chen Fan. This pill is indeed the Shenyang Qingling pill. After thinking for a moment, Chenzhe said weakly, cancel the recycling. He said it with a little guilty, as if he had done something wrong. Seeing that the green-robed woman did not have any unusual reaction, Chenzhe said again, is there a Shenyang Qingling pill that can be exchanged? The green-robed woman still said lightly, please upgrade the All Things space and unlock the exchange rights of the All Things store. Hearing the green-robed woman say this, Chenzhe understood in his heart at once, it is indeed a pill above the Jindan realm. Now, the highest level of pills that can be exchanged in the All Things store are the pills used by the Foundation Establishment realm cultivators. The most expensive elixir currently only requires 500 points. Chenzhe has already determined that this Shenyang Qingling pill is definitely not of low level, perhaps even more than a golden pill, and the effect must be very powerful. But he still has a little doubt. Why would the leader of Qingyun sect be willing to take out such a high-level elixir as a condition for exchanging with Chen Fan? The Shaoyang Taiching magic grass that Chen Fan mentioned before, he has also seen in the Wanwu store, and it can also be exchanged. It's just a spiritual medicine of about 100 years old, and the price in the Wanwu store is only thousands of points. Chenzhe imagined in his heart, if I send a few more Shaoyang Taiching magic grass to Chen Fan, will the leader of Qingyun sect give a few more of these pills? If it is feasible, I will have to split myself to dig some mines and send the spiritual medicine directly to Qingyun sect. The spiritual fields can also be arranged, and all of them can be sent to Qingyun sect. I think Qingyun sect is a big family, so this amount is nothing, and they will definitely be able to eat it all. While fantasizing, Chenzhe opened the shopping interface for spiritual medicine. Soon, he found Shaoyang Taiching magic grass, and Chenzhe carefully read the introduction of Shaoyang Taiching magic grass. Shaoyang Taiching magic grass has a unique shape of leaves, like a sword tip, dark green, and the leaf surface is covered with fine lines. After the leaves are picked, they can still maintain a bright green color and emit a fresh fragrance. The most important effect is to improve human immunity and delay aging. When refining pills, the special ingredients in it are important auxiliary materials. That's it? It doesn't show what the old man wants the Shaoyang Taiching magic grass for. However, one of its effects is to delay aging. Since it is used as an auxiliary, other medicinal herbs are estimated to have the same effect. However, this old man is in the nascent soul stage, and his lifespan is at least 1,000 years. He should not have reached his limit now. Even if he wants to prolong his life, he doesn't need to be so anxious. Is there someone else who needs to prolong his life? The refined pills are also prepared for others. Thinking of this, Chunzei couldn't help but chuckle. It seems that there is another melon to eat. Although Chunzei didn't get the answer he wanted, he still gained something. At least he confirmed that the pill was not fake, and confirmed the value of the pill, so he didn't stay in the space of all things any longer. Master, you're out? Yes. I've explained everything to Chen Fan. He said please rest assured, he will return to Qing Yun's sect as soon as possible and will definitely complete the task assigned by the master. I hope he's safe. Although we wanted Chen Fan to be with the leader of Qing Yun's sect, that was just Chen Zai's imagination. How could a cultivator in the nascent soul realm be fooled so easily? Forget it, let him go. Chen Zai said, and took out the Shenyang Qingling pill. Linger, guess how many spiritual stones this pill is worth? This? Zhao Linger knew nothing about pills, she only knew about cooking and singing. Chen Zai didn't keep it a secret, and said directly, just recycling it in the Wanwu store can be exchanged for 5,000 points. It is estimated that pills of this level have never appeared in Wannan City. Even if it is placed in some prosperous cities, it is a scene where there is a price but no market. Zhao Linger was also shocked when she heard Chen Zai's explanation. Is it really that exaggerated? Chen Zai smiled awkwardly. What the prosperous city outside Wannan City is like, that's my guess. However, there will definitely not be a second pill like this in this Wanning city. As soon as Chen Zai finished speaking, he said thoughtfully, Linger, do you think I should take this pill? Zhao Linger said a little worriedly, Master, we don't know much about pills. This pill that suddenly appeared, should we be more cautious? Linger, you worry too much. The leader of Qing Yun sect and Chen Fan just met by chance, and one is in the nascent soul realm and the other is in the foundation establishment realm. It would be a piece of cake for him to deal with Chen Fan. There is no need to beat around the bush. You underestimate the importance of a nascent soul realm. This pill is probably worth a fortune in the eyes of others, but in the hands of a nascent soul old monster, it may be as ordinary as a candy bean. After Chen Zai said this, Zhao Linger also nodded. What Chen Zai said was reasonable. Then the master can't just eat it casually. At least he should know the effect of this pill. Zhao Linger was still worried that Chen Zai was a little reckless. Don't worry, there are also such pills in the Wanwu store, but I don't have the permission to view them now. However, didn't the old man tell Chen Fan when he gave the pill to him? This Shenyang Qingling pill can stabilize the realm and improve the cultivation. Zhao Linger knew that she couldn't stop Chen Zai from taking the Shenyang Qingling pill, but she still reminded him, Master, it's better to be cautious. Chen Zai nodded, indicating that he knew what was going on. Chen Zai made up his mind, opened his mouth slightly, and put the Shenyang Qingling pill into his mouth. As soon as the Shenyang Qingling pill entered his mouth, he felt the surging spiritual power filling every part of his body. He only felt comfortable all over, with a feeling of relaxation and rebirth. He could feel that the Shenyang Qingling pill contained extremely rich energy and spiritual energy, which was constantly stimulating his meridians and acupoints, as if stimulating the potential of his body. After a while, Chen Zai woke up from this wonderful feeling. It's so comfortable. Master, how do you feel? Are you okay? When Chen Zai took the pill, Zhao Linger kept paying attention to him. Chen Zai slowly came back to his senses. This feeling is so wonderful, like someone is giving me a massage, and like someone is giving me acupuncture all over my body. In short, it's very comfortable, don't worry, I'm fine. As soon as Chen Zai finished speaking, he seemed to smell something strange, and frowned. Linger, do you smell anything strange? In fact, Zhao Linger had smelled it a long time ago, but she was just embarrassed to say it. Now that Chen Zai asked, she couldn't say it directly, but just pointed at Chen Zai with her finger, and subconsciously raised her other hand, slowly covering her mouth and nose. Chen Zai looked at Zhao Linger pointing at him, with a puzzled look on his face. I take a shower every day, how could it be me? Chen Zai smelled himself, and the unpleasant smell almost made him vomit. Chen Zai didn't expect that the smell was really coming from him, and he just took a deep breath. Chen Zai also felt a little embarrassed. He looked at Zhao Linger and laughed angrily. You are still here to laugh at me, and you don't know to prepare bath water for me. He. Zhao Linger covered her mouth and ran away. Could it be the Shenyang Qingling pill? Chen Zai opened the attribute panel. If there is any change in the body, the panel is the most intuitive. Name, Chen Zai Cultivation, 6th level of Foundation Building 64/200 Talent, Earth-type middle grade Spiritual Root Skills, Shintian Record, Great Success, 469 of 800 Spells, Piercing Heart Stab, Mastery, 1/200 Soul Search, Mastery, 2/200 Flying Swallow Step, Perfection, 1365/1600 Starshift 13 Swords, legend, 9 heavens dragon song spear, legend, ignition, legend, resisting breath, legend, earth shield, legend, sword control, legend, space of all things, level 2 middle grade spiritual root. Shenzai saw that there was no change in all other items on the attribute panel. Only in the talent column, the previous Earth-type low-grade spiritual root has become the current Earth-type medium-grade spiritual root. Can spiritual roots, something that is born with us, be changed? If I take a few more Shenyang Qingling pills, can't I upgrade my spiritual roots to high-grade talents? Or even top grade? Shenzai thought about it and shook his head again, still feeling that it was a bit too far-fetched. However, Shenzai now understands that the Shenyang Qingling pill is far from what he thought, and it is definitely not just a golden pill. Moreover, Shenzai also discovered that spiritual roots can also be changed. This is good news. After the space of all things is upgraded, he can also find more advanced pills to change the level of spiritual roots. Shenzai was thinking, and at this time, Zhao Linger's voice came. Master, the hot water is ready. Yes, it's coming. Shenzai's thoughts were interrupted, and he smelled the smell on his body again. Let's go wash first. In the inner hall, in the bathtub, Shenzai soaked in it naked. If it is really so easy to improve the quality of spiritual roots, wouldn't the entire world of immortal cultivation be full of Yuanying realm cultivators? It seems that I thought too much. The effect of this Shenyang Qingling pill is probably just this. It is already amazing to be able to raise a low-grade spiritual root to a medium-grade spiritual root. When the space of all things is upgraded, I must study this Shenyang Qingling pill carefully. Also, in the future, even if you don't need to refine these pills, formations, talismans, etc., you still have to understand them. Otherwise, when you encounter new things, you will be in the dark again, and this immortal cultivation is too incompetent. It's just right that I don't need to practice. When I have time in the future, I will read more books of this kind. I still need to learn more. Shenzai knew that his knowledge of this world of immortal cultivation was too scarce. Shenzai was thinking about how to work hard. At this time, Zhao Linger's voice came from outside the house, and there was a little shyness in her voice. Master, do you need Linger to rub your back? Hearing Zhao Linger's soft voice, Shenzai showed a puzzled look on his face. Huh? What is Linger going to do? After hesitating for a moment, Shenzai's expression was stern. No, I've already washed. Although they were clones created by himself, Shenzai always respected them. He never had any unreasonable thoughts about Zhao Linger. The clones also have their own thoughts and ideas, and he respects their independence and freedom. Never put any unnecessary pressure and control on them. Especially for Zhao Linger, Shenzai has a special feeling for her, not just a clone. It is because of Zhao Linger's company that his life is not so boring. In the ordinary life, there are many fireworks and laughter. Shenzai understands that the path of cultivation focuses on pure state of mind and basic moral principles. He understands that selfish and greedy desires will lead practitioners to a path of no return, so he always maintains correct thoughts and behaviors. After Shenzai finished speaking, he stood up from the bathtub and changed into a set of clean clothes prepared by Zhao Linger. Shenzai opened the door and saw a blushing Zhao Linger standing outside the door. Next time, don't have such an idea. Your idea is very dangerous. Zhao Linger will always be pure and flawless in Shenzai's heart, just like the image of the fairy sister, who can only be admired from a distance. Zhao Linger lowered her head like a child who had done something wrong. Master, I was wrong. Okay, I don't blame you, just don't do it next time. You are the clones I created, but you are also independent individuals. You don't have to cater to me in everything. Yes, Master. When Zhao Linger heard Shenzai say this, she didn't blame herself, so she raised her head and looked at Shenzai. It wouldn't matter if she didn't look, but when she looked, Zhao Linger was stunned. Master, what's your face? Zhao Linger kept staring at Shenzai's face. My face? Shenzai couldn't help but reach out and touch his face. So smooth. Shenzai touched his face and said in surprise. Linger, go get a mirror. Ah. Zhao Linger came back to her senses. Okay, Master. Soon, Zhao Linger brought a mirror and held it up so that Shenzai could see it clearly. Shenyang Changling Dan can also restore one's appearance? Shenzai looked at his face in the mirror, which looked several years younger, and couldn't help but touch his face again. Even his skin, which was originally a little vicissitudes of life, became much whiter. If Shenzai walked out like this, he would definitely look like a pretty boy. However, Shenzai didn't care too much about his appearance, and it didn't matter whether he was handsome or not. By the way, Linger, after I just ate Xianyang Qingling, the spirit root has become a Chinese spirit root. Is there any change in your body? After Chen Zai said, he signaled Zhao Linger to put down the mirror. Master, I can't see what spiritual root I am. Zhao Linger put down the mirror and did not dare to look up at Chen Zai. At this time, when Chen Zai took a bath again, her strange thoughts suddenly became a little ashamed. Then Chen Zai realized that he saw the attribute panel before he knew that his spiritual root had changed. Zhao Linger couldn't see the attribute panel, and naturally he couldn't see his own spiritual grade. You wait a minute. Having said that, Chen Zai consciously entered the store. I want to buy a qualified test stone. Chen Zai had previously seen a qualified test stone in the Mandarin store. Exchange qualification test stone, consume 100 points of points. Do you confirm the exchange? Chen Zai did not hesitate, confirm. Instantly, a qualified test stone appeared out of thin air. Thank you. Chen Zai exited everything. Chen Zai held a qualified test stone in his hand and put his palm on the qualification test stone. After a moment, the orange light emitted on the qualification test stone. Linger, come and try. Yes, master. Zhao Linger nodded. Zhao Linger put his hand on the qualification test stone. For a moment, the orange light lit up. Sure enough, the same is true, the spirit root has changed. Chen Zai was pleased and thought, in this way, all the spirit roots of all avatars have become Chinese spirit roots. Master, what does this orange light mean? Chen Zai explained, yellow is the lower spirit root, orange is a Chinese spirit root, purple is the top grade spirit root, and gold is the best spirit root. Is that old man who saw Chen Fan's Lingling Jian? Then he gave him this Xianyang Qingling Dan. If a monk in Yuanying can see a person's spirit root, Chen Zai still believes. After all, Yuan Ying's boss was so horrible. This time, Chen Fan is better mixed in Qingyan Zone. I don't know if Zhongping Lingjian will make my cultivation speed faster. Chen Zai knows that his own cultivation method is different from others. It is likely that even if it becomes a Chinese spirit root, it may not be able to improve the speed of cultivation. The next day. Finally, another day passed. It's time to see what kind of surprises will be brought to me in Xian Iron Mine. At present, it has passed 24 hours away from Chen Zai's last recycling Xian Iron Mine. Chen Zai has always endured the mining effect of 17 Tian Linghao, just to wait for this moment. Chen Zai's consciousness entered the space of all things. What he saw in his eyes was the black iron mine that was stuffed. It is no longer a hill, but a few hills that are higher than before. Is there so much? Chen Zai couldn't help sighing. It's cool, this time the system upgrade points are enough. Chen Zai did not hesitate to enter all the shops, so many Xian Iron Mine could not count at all. I want to recover all the mysterious iron ore. Chen Zai said to the woman of the Qingpao. The woman in Qingpao did not hesitate. For a moment, a total of 122,000 kilograms of Xian Iron Mine, redeeming 24,400 points, whether to confirm the recovery. Confirm. Chen Zai was already a bit anxious to spend the points. I saw the numbers on the integration interface, which directly increased by 4,400 points, and the current points are 25,300 points. I want to exchange 5 Tiaoling Ho. Exchange 5 Tianling Ho, consume 5,000 points. Do you confirm the exchange? Confirm. Points 20,300 points. 5 new Tiaoling Ho appeared. Chen Zai thought about it, and immediately contacted the avatar in the Xian Iron Mine. In an instant, Tian Linghao disappeared and had been taken away by the avatars. I want to exchange a avatar. Exchange a avatar, consume 2,900 points, whether to confirm. Confirm. Points at 17,400 points. Then Chen Zai's eyes appeared, waiting for Chen Zai to create an image for him. Chen Zai did not hesitate. He had already thought about the image of this avatar. At this point, the number 29 clone began to condense the entity. After a while, the entity of the number 29 avatars appeared, but the eyes were a little dull. Chen Zai quietly waited. The portrayal is exactly the same as in the impression. Chen Zai's eyes number 29, with a burly figure, handsome appearance, positive facial features, and a British spirit in the eyebrows. How do you feel that this image is a bit handsome, but as a shopkeeper of the shop, will you be too aggrieved? Looking at this face, Chen Zai felt a little ashamed. Even if he was a few years younger, Chen Zai still felt that there was a gap with the avatar 29. After the 29th, he must be responsible for operating the store, and his image, Chen Zai directly portrayed according to the appearance of Shenhuanan. It didn't take long for the eyes of the 29th to return to Qingming. Master. The voice of the 29th was loud. Well, from now on, you are called Shin Wanqiang. Yes, master. Go outside with me. Yes. Before Chen Zilan left, he said to the woman of the Qingpao, it's hard. However, the green-robed woman did not react at all. Chen Zai did not care, and his consciousness exited the all-things space, and Shin Wansan followed him out. Master, is this a new clone? Zhao Linger saw Chen Zai open his eyes, and there was another person beside him. Well, let's meet each other. His name is Shin Wansan, and he will be responsible for the operation of the all-things grocery store in the future. There is a natural induction between clones, and they can sense that the other party is also a clone created by Chen Zai. Zhao Linger bowed slightly. My name is Zhao Linger. Chen Zai had already introduced Shin Wansan's name, so he did not say more and bowed his hands. Linger, tell him about the situation in Wannan City first, and then talk about the situation in the All Things grocery store. I have something else to do, and I will be back soon. Yes, master. Zhao Linger agreed. Zhao Linger took Shin Wansan aside to avoid disturbing Chen Zai. Chen Zai's eyes lit up, and the system interface appeared. Chen Zai did not hesitate and directly chose to upgrade the All Things space. To upgrade the All Things space, 10,000 points will be consumed. Confirm. After taking a look at the system prompt, Chen Zai directly chose to confirm. The All Things space is being upgraded. Please wait. Score, 7,400 points. The next time the All Things space is upgraded, it should be 100,000 points. Points are earned quickly, but also consumed quickly. I hope this black iron ore can last until I can earn another 100,000 points. The speed of the All Things space upgrade is very fast, and the system prompt appeared after a while. Congratulations, the All Things space has been successfully upgraded. Tip, the next time the All Things space is upgraded, 100,000 points will be consumed. Sure enough. Chen Zai was speechless. Looking at the system attribute interface again, the words of the All Things Space Level 2 have become the All Things Space Level 3. Let's go see what changes have been made to the space of all things after the upgrade. Chen Zai muttered to himself, and his mind moved, and his consciousness entered the space of all things. After entering the space of all things, the first thing Chen Zai felt was that the area of the space had become larger again, and the area had doubled compared to before. Chen Zai's consciousness traveled around the entire space of all things, and the newly expanded area had many more flowers, plants, and trees. Now, we should be able to see at least 2,000 square meters of area. Chen Zai returned to the location of the spiritual field. It was 20 spiritual fields before, and it became 40 after the upgrade. It seems that the points of each upgrade of the space of all things have to be doubled, and the price is not casually offered. The time of these 40 spiritual fields is now accelerated, and it should also be doubled. The 30-year-old spiritual medicine now only needs 6 days to mature. Chen Zai's mind moved, and all the 20 new spiritual fields were sprinkled with seeds of 30-year-old spiritual medicine. There are still many seeds of 30-year-old spiritual medicine, which are specially left every time the spiritual medicine is picked. After planting the spiritual medicine, Chen Zai entered the store of all things, opened the shopping interface, and took a quick look. Now you can exchange for resources at the Jindan level. You can look at them later, and there is no rush for now. Chen Zai now wants to see what updates are there in the exchange interface for skills and functions. Open the skill exchange interface. On the skill exchange interface, a sacred image of an eye appears. The price of the sky eye is 2,000 points. The user can see through all illusions at will, including but not limited to formations, mazes, illusions, concealment, and cultivation. Each time it is used, points are consumed according to the level of the object being visited. This skill is good. It is equivalent to having a perspective eye. If you encounter a cultivator with high cultivation in the future, you can directly see through his cultivation. If you encounter a cultivator boss, you can be prepared. It's just that I don't know how this mechanism of consuming points is defined. Chen Zai pondered for a moment and directly chose to exchange, consuming 2,000 points. Points 5,400 points. Chen Zai sometimes thought that he had exchanged all these skills, but he had never used them. Invincible Golden Body and Thousand Changes are skills that consume points continuously, and the consumption is very large. First, he has no chance to use them, and second, he can't afford it for the time being. If he can afford it, he can directly change his appearance and continue to open the grocery store, and there is no need to make a clone. After closing the skill exchange interface, Chen Zai then opened the function exchange interface. On the function exchange interface, there is also a picture, and the picture is a building style. The formation study room is priced at 1,000 points. It automatically studies and researches formations. All formations seen can be automatically analyzed and studied. The formations learned can be formed in an instant. 100 points are consumed per hour during study. This formation study room is compatible with the Sky Eye. The Sky Eye can see through the formation, and the formation study room can learn the formation. It is similar to the automatic training room. They all consume points and can practice automatically. And the formation is also very practical. In the future, you can build an invincible cave yourself. Chen Zhe did not hesitate. With such a practical function, he chose to redeem it directly. After consuming 1,000 points, the picture of the formation study room on the function redemption interface disappeared. 4,400 points. There are more than 4,000 points left. Forget it, spend them all. If the old ones don't go, the new ones won't come. If the money is gone, you can earn it again. Chen Zhe redeemed another clone, which happened to be the 30th clone, which consumed 3,000 points. Chen Zhe did not deliberately depict the image of the 30th clone, but just thought of it casually. The body of the 30th clone is solidifying. Chen Zhe opened the exchange interface for magic tools again and searched quickly, but he didn't see any magic tools of Earth-level grade similar to the Heavenly Spirit Pickaxe. He could only exchange for another Heavenly Spirit Pickaxe, which consumed 1,000 points. Only 400 points were left. I'm a pauper again. Others are Moonlight tribes, but I'm the Sunlight tribe. The Heavenly Spirit Pickaxe appeared in front of Chen Zhe. At this time, the body of the number 30 clone had also been successfully solidified, and his eyes had also regained clarity. Master. The number 30 clone bowed. Well, take the Heavenly Spirit Pickaxe and go mining. Yes, Master. Chen Zhe's mind moved, and he sent his voice to the clone in the black iron ore. In an instant, the number 30 clone disappeared in the space of all things, and he was summoned to the black iron ore. So far, Chen Zhe already has 30 clones. Of the 30 existing clones, 4 are helping him with things outside. 26 clones are in the black iron mine, 3 clones are responsible for guarding the Yi family every day, and there are also guards outside the black iron mine. The remaining 23 clones are responsible for continuous mining. Chen Zhe found the green-robed woman again and wanted to try to exchange a Shenyang Qingling pill, and the final result was as he expected. Sure enough, it still couldn't be exchanged, and the authority was not enough. In this way, the Shenyang Qingling pill is likely to be a Yuanying realm-level pill. However, the leader of Qingyun's sect took out such a precious pill to exchange with Chen Fan, which still made Chen Zhe feel a little surprised. He could have asked for it directly, but in the end he still paid for a precious pill. It really made Chen Zhe unable to understand. Since he couldn't understand it, Chen Zhe didn't have the mind to think about it. Let it go, and the truth will always come out. Without thinking anymore, Chen Zhe came to the store of all things. Next to the rest house of the clone, there was already a building. There was a plaque on the building, the Formation Study Room. Chen Zhe walked into the Formation Study Room. It was the same as the automatic training room. A shadow was sitting cross-legged quietly. Chen Zhe didn't have any formation for it to study now, so he didn't look at it anymore. Chen Zhe's mind turned, and his consciousness withdrew from the space of all things. Zhao Linger and Shen Wansan were already waiting there. After Zhao Linger introduced Shen Wansan, she stood quietly by the side, waiting for Chen Zhe to return. Linger, I'm going out for a while, you stay at home and take good care of me. Yes, Master. Zhao Linger nodded obediently. Shen Wansan, use your body. It's all up to the Master. Shen Wansan said solemnly. Chen Zhe lay down on the recliner and kept his body in a comfortable position. It may be a bit long to go out today, and many things have not been done yet. After getting ready, Chen Zhe's mind moved, and his consciousness descended on Shen Wansan. Instantly, Chen Zhe took control of Shen Wansan's body. And Shen Wansan's consciousness did not disappear. He could also share his body vision with Chen Zhe, but he could not control this body. Chen Zhe, whose consciousness was in Shen Wansan's body, saw himself lying on the recliner. This feels a bit strange. Chen Zhe shook his head and smiled. Linger, take good care of the house. Yes, Master. Zhao Linger bowed to Shen Wansan's body. Chen Zhe controlled Shen Wanan's body and walked out of the mansion with a happy mood. I come out from time to time, it's pretty cool. After leaving the mansion, Chen Zicheng car came to a commercial street. The commercial street is still so prosperous. There are endless streams of cultivators on the road. From time to time, you can hear someone scolding, but everyone is still more restrained and will not fight with others at will. If you can quarrel with it, you will be caught by the main government of the city. If you are light, you will be punished with the spiritual stone, and the heavy abolition of the repair is to drive out of Wannan city. The main representative of the city's government is not only the main government of the city, it also represents the majesty of the Dogon dynasty. Anyone in a city under the jurisdiction of the Dogon dynasty must weigh whether they can face the anger of the Danian dynasty. However, if the strength is too strong, then it is another matter. For example, Qing Yunzong, the elders of Qing Yunzong came to Wannan city. The city owner must also be a bit of respect. After all, the strength of others is there. Then when you encounter a big family like Yi family, although the main government will not let go of the self-flow, most of the time they also open their eyes and close their eyes. The people on the street were crowded and the color was in a hurry, but Chen Zhe's goal was clear. He went directly to the end of the street, and the goal of all things. After walking for a while, Chen Zhe walked to the end of the street, and he did not use the fastest speed. The cultivation of the foundation is still too eye-catching in Wannan city, so as not to be bottomed out. At present, Chen Zhe only shows the cultivation of the 9 layers of gas on gas. However, this kind of cultivation is also the few realm of Wannan city. The realm of the 9 layers of gas is not high or low. It is neither eye-catching, but also let the people who want to find things will weigh in advance. This shop is a bit too biased. Even if I don't want to go to such a far place to buy things. Chen Zhe came to all the miscellaneous things, and couldn't help but sigh. Looking at the newly decorated shops, the whole shop is decorated with a lot of decoration, and it looks a lot more elegant than before. The plaque of a few words in the new grocery store has been hung up. But now it is covered with red cloth, and most people can't see it. However, Chen Zhe's spiritual knowledge has been explored a bit. There is no problem, and it is carved as required by himself. Chen Zhe looked out outside the shop of all things, and then walked inside with satisfaction. The gate of all the groceries of all things is now open. Chen Zhe's heart estimated that the worker who should be renovated, seeing that he hadn't come to accept it, and did not check the money to check out, now he was waiting for him in the store. Chen Zhe just walked into the grocery store of all things, and before he had time to watch the store's installation, he came to one person on the face. This person was the decoration. Sorry, the store has not opened yet, the boss is not there, and the guests will not receive the guests for the time being. Please come to visit after the opening. Thank you. The contractor said very politely. Chen Zhe thought in his heart, this baggage is good. After a few days, he did not check out for a few days. He didn't say that he would go directly to the door. Chen Zhe smiled and asked, "Are you a king?" "Sir, what's the matter with you?" Seeing that Chen Zhe still didn't leave, he knew his name, and the contractor looked at Chen Zhe in doubt. "I am the shopkeeper after this shop. Our boss arranged me to come over for acceptance," Chen Zhe said lightly. Wang Guan looked at Chen Zhe in doubt. Seeing that Wang was in charge of the matter, Chen Zhe took out the sales certificate of the store. "Look at it." Wang Guancher looked at Chen Zilian's voucher. It was true. It was normal for a shop to find a shopkeeper, and he didn't say anything. Chen Zhe saw that Wang Guancher already believed that he put away the store voucher. Sorry, something was delayed for 2 days, and he also worked hard to stay here. This is 10 pieces of spiritual stone. You can accept it. The shop decoration is good. I will find you next time. Wang Guan took over the spirit stone handed over by Chen Zhe, confirmed, and said with a smile, "Just be satisfied, then you will not bother you, and you will take care of it in the future." Chen Zhe nodded with a smile. Wang Guancher also held Lingshire with interest, and left with joy, just settled the account, and had nothing to wait for 2 days. After Wang Guan's left, Chen Zhe looked at the decorative shop carefully. Just a rough look at it, he felt that the decoration was not bad. Now look at it carefully, Wang Guancher's workmanship does not cut corners, and it can be seen that when the decoration is renovated. Chen Zhe turned around in the front hall and walked into the backyard again. The backyard was renovated again. The rough pattern did not change. Chen Zhe looked around with satisfaction, and felt that the 10 pieces of spirit stones were still worth it. Everything can start business at any time. Chen Zhe confirmed that there was no problem with the decoration, so he stopped staying. The business still has to wait a day. After all, today I just spent almost the points, and I couldn't go to all stores to purchase. Lock the door of the grocery shop of all things. When he left, he looked up at the red cloth on the plaque. A little eye-catching. Chen Zhe shook his head and returned to the commercial street again. He still had some things to buy. I felt too strange to this world of cultivation in the past before, and many common sense of Xiao realm did not know much about it. In the store, although any cultivation resources are exchanged. But there is no book for this book. Although these common sense books are not a precious thing. But for Chen Zhe now, the role is still not small. Just talking about the elixir, Chen Zhe was completely in the dark and couldn't even tell the grade of the elixir. If you hold an elixir, you have to go to the all things space to see if there is any that can be exchanged before you know what elixir you have. For those elixirs of too high a grade, there is no introduction even in the all things store for the time being. Chen Zhe has walked to the most prosperous section of the commercial street and first looked at the stalls set up by those casual cultivators. This kind of common sense books may be sold by someone, but not many. After all, these books can't be sold at a high price. Chen Zhe has seen more than 10 stalls with books, but they all sell some skills, spells and the like, and no common sense books have been found. It shouldn't be, no matter how ordinary these books are, there shouldn't be no one selling them. Chen Zhe found another stall with books, but still found nothing. Chen Zhe went forward to find a few more stalls, but still found nothing. Where did all those book sellers go? It seems that we can only look inside those big stores. Chen Zhe did not hesitate too much, gave up the idea of shopping on the street stalls, and went directly to those big stores. Since the most lacking knowledge now is about elixirs, Chen Zhe found a store selling elixirs, and a clerk came up to him as soon as he walked in. "Senior, hello, what do you need? I can introduce it to you." The clerk's attitude was very good. Chen Zhe saw the clerk calling him senior, and took a look at the clerk. It turned out that this clerk was also a cultivator, so it was no wonder. It's not easy to cultivate immortals. You have to work for others wherever you go. Chen Zhe smiled a little embarrassedly and said, "I'm not here to buy elixirs. I just want to buy some books like elixir manuals. Do you have any?" Hearing Chen Zhe's question, the waiter looked at Chen Zhe in confusion, confirming that he was not mistaken. This person's cultivation must be much higher than his own. He couldn't tell the level of his cultivation at all, but his aura could still be felt. With such a high level of cultivation, what's the point of those low-level books? However, although the waiter was puzzled, facing a person whose cultivation he couldn't tell, the waiter didn't dare to act rashly. The waiter still said patiently, "Senior, you want to buy some common sense books and take them back for your juniors to read." Although Chen Zhe wanted to say that it was not that he wanted to read it himself, he felt that it seemed inappropriate to say so at this time. After all, his cultivation was already so high, and it was indeed a bit cheap to read these common sense books. Yes, there are a few juniors at home who have just started practicing. This time I go out to travel and bring them a few books to read, so that they won't bother me from time to time. Chen Zhe had such an expression. "Ha, I knew that senior thought so. Unfortunately, there are really no such books in our store, but I know a place that must have them." "Oh? Please tell me something." Chen Zhe didn't expect that he really asked the right place, and it was worth his story. "No trouble, senior should be here for the first time. It's normal that you are not familiar with this place. In fact, there is a store called Ming Sinzhai on this street, which specializes in all kinds of books. You can definitely find the books you want there." Ming Sinzhai? Chen Zhe had never noticed this store before. In the past, he only looked at street stalls and didn't pay much attention to the names of these big stores. "Yes, it's on this street, just walk a little further over there." The clerk of the pill store kindly pointed the way to Chen Zhe. "Oh, thank you very much." Chen Zhe bowed, paused for a moment, and asked again, "Do you buy pills here?" The guy was happy. Even if he didn't sell the pills, he would get a certain commission for buying them. "Yes, do you have pills to sell, senior?" Chen Zhe nodded and took out 5 bottles of pills from his storage bag with a smile. These 5 bottles of pills were seized from the Yi family in the Black Iron Mine by his clones. He knew that taking too many pills would have side effects, so he kept these pills after seizing them. Originally, he planned to open the Wanwu grocery store and then sell them. He didn't need them himself, but others would definitely need them. Now he took them out to see the price of these pills, so that he could set the price when he sold them in the future. In addition, he was very grateful to meet a pretty good guy who was willing to talk nonsense with him. At least it's not like other stores that bully customers. If you're not here to buy something, they didn't kick you out, which is good enough. How could they say any more nonsense to you? The clerk in the medicine store only took a quick look and knew which kinds of medicine Chen Zhe took out. After all, he was doing this, and he was familiar with the varieties and grades of medicines. "Senior, these kinds of medicines are essential for cultivation, don't you need them yourself?" Chen Zhe shook his head and smiled and said, I can't use them for the time being, and I've been out for a long time, and I've almost used up the spirit stones on me. I still need some spirit stones when I go out. I understand. The clerk expressed his understanding. I'll calculate the price for you right away. Shenzei gave the medicine to the clerk, who was very quick and opened each bottle to check and confirm that there was no problem with the medicine. 10 Juki pills, 10 Huanshan pills, 10 Xiaowan pills, 10 Tianyuan pills, 10 Xiling pills, a total of 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. Do you think it's okay? The clerk knew the prices of these pills and quickly gave a price. Shenzei calculated in his mind, this price is 10% higher than the price of Wanwu store, which is reasonable. Okay, let's go with this price. Okay, wait a moment, I'll go to the shopkeeper to get the spirit stones. The clerk was happy, he could earn at least 20 lower-grade spirit stones from this order. After a while, the clerk led an old man from the back hall. This person should be the shopkeeper, who has the cultivation level of Qi refining level 7. When the shopkeeper came, his face was still a little unhappy. He thought to himself, who would sell so many pills at once, thinking that the clerk was cheated. Until he saw Shenzei, his face changed immediately. He could still see that Shenzei had the cultivation level of Qi refining level 9. The shopkeeper knew that this was a big business, and immediately greeted him with a smile. Dao Yu, hello. Shenzei still noticed the shopkeeper's change of expression. Well, this guy has already calculated the price of the pills. Do you need to confirm it again? Hearing Shenzei's unfriendly tone, the shopkeeper knew that he had just neglected it, and hurriedly said, No, I'll pay you right away. Okay. Seeing the shopkeeper take out the spirit stones, the clerk knew that the order was successful, and he had already started thinking about how to spend the commissioned spirit stones. Should I buy some pills in the store, or go and choose a spell? Forget it, I still have to buy pills in the store. The same pills are much cheaper at the stalls outside, so I can buy a few more. At this time, the owner of the medicine shop had taken out 1,000 low-grade spirit stones from the storage bag and placed them on the counter. Shenzei did not need to count them. With a wave of his hand, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones were directly put into the storage bag. Thank you. Shenzei said and prepared to leave. He felt that the owner of the medicine shop was a bit snobbish, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. It was more comfortable to communicate with the clerk. At this time, Shenzei seemed to remember something and turned back to the shopkeeper and said, Don't forget to give this clerk a commission. He did a good job. The shopkeeper was a little surprised. I didn't say not to give the clerk a commission. When the clerk heard what Shenzei said, he seemed to understand something. When he wanted to thank Shenzei again, Shenzei's figure had disappeared. Mink Sinsai, this is it. Shenzei followed the clerk of the medicine shop and came to Mink Sinsai in a short while. Standing outside the shop of Mink Sinsai, Shenzei had already seen that it was full of books. Shenzei walked in quickly. There was no waiter in Mink Sinsai to greet him. There was only a middle-aged man who was a little older sitting behind the counter, reading a book in his hand. There were no other customers in the store. Shenzei saw the cultivation level of the middle-aged man at a glance. He is actually in the Foundation Establishment realm, and the 6th level of the Foundation Establishment realm, which is really rare. Although he saw the cultivation level of this man, Shenzei did not care too much. Hello, I want to buy a few books. Read it yourself, take it, and pay for it. The man said indifferently, without even raising his head. Although the man did not raise his head, Shenzei knew that after entering this shop, his every move was within the coverage of this man's spiritual awareness. Even his move to detect the other party's cultivation just now, the other party knew it completely, but the other party did not say anything. Of course, the middle-aged man knew that Shenzei had just peeped, but he did not care about the peeping of a Qi refining realm, and he was confident that others could not see anything. Although he didn't care about Shenzei's behavior, he still felt that Shenzei was a bit impolite, so his expression didn't look very good. Shenzei didn't care much about the attitude of this foundation building master in Mink Sinsai. Shenzei could understand that a foundation building master who chose to live in seclusion here had some strange behavior. Since others told him to choose by himself, he stopped talking nonsense and started to choose the books he needed. The books in Mink Sinsai were indeed dazzling, with all kinds of books. From cultivation methods, spells, auxiliary skills to local county chronicles, common sense, and immortal cultivation talks, they were all included. This place was like a natural treasure house for Shenzei now. What Shenzei lacked most now was the understanding of this immortal cultivation world. He didn't care about these things before, thinking that there was a store of all things, and everything could be bought at any time. Now it's different. It turns out that there are things that can't be bought in the store of all things. The foundation building master who was watching the store was a little confused now. He felt that Chen Zhe seemed a little strange. Although he was holding a book in his hand and seemed to be reading it, in fact, his spiritual consciousness had already spread out and covered the entire store. Chen Zhe's every move was under his surveillance. He noticed that Chen Zhe would pick up a book from time to time and simply flip through a few pages. Then he seemed to be satisfied and took the book in his hand, as if he had already chosen the book. In this way, he watched Chen Zhe repeat the action until Chen Zhe had a pile of more than 10 books in his hands. What made him feel strange was that the books Chen Zhe chose were all common sense books. Chen Zhe had no idea about choosing these books. After all, he was selling these books. He should be happy if someone bought them. But every time Chen Zhe chose a book, he showed an expression as if he had found a treasure, which made him feel really strange. Isn't this man at the 9th level of Qi refining? What's the point of reading these books? Moreover, these books can be found everywhere. You can copy as many as you want. They are not rare objects. Even if you find a few high-level exercises in my store, it is reasonable to make such a happy expression. Strange. The storekeeper couldn't help but complain in his heart. The more Chen Zhe did this, the more he attracted the storekeeper's attention. He simply put down the book in his hand and stopped using his spiritual sense to monitor him. Instead, he just stared at Chen Zhe. After a while, Chen Zhe couldn't hold any more books in his hands, so he came to the counter with the books he had chosen. He put the books he had chosen on the counter, and Chen Zhe realized that Juji, who had been reading books before, was no longer reading books and was just staring at him. Chen Zhe didn't think much about it. He just came to buy books, so he didn't care what others thought. Sorry, I have chosen too many. I'll put them down first and settle them together later. After Chen Zhe finished speaking, he turned around and went to choose books again without paying attention to Juji's eyes. Juji, who was watching the store, just watched Chen Zhe run back and forth 2 or 3 times. He also flipped through the books Chen Zhe brought over. They were indeed some ordinary books, without any books on cultivation methods or spells. Juji, who was watching the store, looked at the dozens of books on the counter and felt overwhelmed. Even if they looked at a lot of them, they couldn't sell for many spiritual stones. He bought these ordinary books just to fill the shelves so that they would not look empty. After a long time, Chen Zhe finally selected the last book. Doubt you, count how many spiritual stones are these books worth? The shopkeeper Juji looked at the pile of ordinary books on the counter. Is this guy here to make trouble? How many spiritual stones can he sell for this pile? However, seeing Chen Zhe's sincere face, he didn't seem to be here to make trouble. The shopkeeper Juji then read through the books one by one. He said he was reading, but he was just counting how many books there were. They were all ordinary books, and the prices were the same here, and each book was the same price. He had checked these books and there were no hidden books in them. A total of 105 books. After counting the number of books, the shopkeeper Juji calculated how many spiritual stones he should collect. 10 books for 1 low-grade spirit stone? Isn't that a bit expensive? They are all worthless. After hesitating for a while, the shopkeeper said, 10 low-grade spirit stones in total. Okay. Chen Zhe took out 10 low-grade spirit stones and handed them to the shopkeeper. After receiving the 10 low-grade spirit stones from Chen Zhe, the shopkeeper felt a little unreal. It's so easy to earn 10 spirit stones? These books were bought back for a few taels of silver each, and some were even bought for 2 or 3 books for 1 silver. This pile of books together didn't cost a single spirit stone. He didn't expect Chen Zhe to pay so readily, which made him feel a little embarrassed. Before the shopkeeper spoke, all the books on the counter were put into the storage bag by Chen Zhe with a wave of his hand. Thank you for your trouble, fellow Daoist. Chen Zhe bowed and turned to leave. Chen Zhe had bought all the books he wanted to buy, so there was no point in staying here. Okay, welcome next time. The shopkeeper Juji seemed a little slow to speak. He didn't know what to say, just watched Chen Zhe walk out of Ming Sinsai. Others said he was weird, but he didn't expect to see someone even weirder today. After Chen Zhe left for a while, the shopkeeper Juji focused his attention on the shop. Looking up, the whole shop seemed empty. The upper and lower layers of the bookshelves seemed to have been hollowed out, with no books left. Only the middle-level skills and spells were left on the bookshelf, and they were neatly placed there. It seemed that the entire Ming Sinsai seemed to have no books to sell, and it was a little depressed. Could it be that my skills and spells are not in his eyes? He has never even looked at those books. The shopkeeper Juji was deeply puzzled. There were several advanced books among those skills and spells. It seems that I have to collect some ordinary books to fill them up, otherwise it will look like my shop is about to close. Forget it, there are so many immortal cultivators, it's normal to encounter a few strange ones. The shopkeeper Zhuji shook his head and smiled, no longer thinking about Chunzei buying books, and sat down to continue to look down at his own books. Ha! Where was I just looking at? After Chunzei bought the books he needed, he stopped staying outside and quickly returned to his mansion. So many books are enough for him to look at for a while, and he now needs these books to supplement his lack of knowledge of this world. At the same time, he also took the time to calm down and understand the entire system of cultivating immortals. After walking for a while, Chunzei suddenly remembered something. With a thought, his consciousness left Shinwan-san's body. Let Shinwan-san return to the mansion by himself, so that he can get familiar with Wannan City along the way. Chunzei's consciousness suddenly left, leaving Shinwan-san standing there in a daze. In Chunzei's mansion. Chunzei, who had been lying down, suddenly opened his eyes, stood up and stretched his muscles. Zhao Linger saw Chunzei coming back and immediately trotted over. "Master, you are back, are you done?" "Yeah." Chunzei simply agreed and stretched his waist. "Master, the food is ready, do you want to eat now?" "If you don't say it, I don't think I'm a little hungry." "What delicious food have you prepared today?" "Master, go and see for yourself, they are all your favorite dishes." Linger is still the most sensible. Zhao Linger has already pulled Chunzei to the dining table. "Linger, today's meals are really good." "Hee, just like the owner." Calculating time, Shinwanqiang should be back soon. Chunzei, who had just eaten, took a homemade toothpick and touched his teeth. For a while, Chunzei's heart came in his heart. Shinwanan came back, waiting for Chunzei to open the door outside the mansion. "Linger, Shinwan-san is back, let him come in, let him brush the bowl by the way." "Yes, master." Zhao Linger agreed to open the door to Shinwanqiang. Chunzei walked back to his own lounge chair. After sitting down, he had an extra book in his hand. Dan Yao Bao Lu, this is one of the piles of books selected by Chunzei in Ming Sinsai. This book records the elixir used by the entire Xiantian continent from the gas refined situation, and the elixir from Yuanying realm is basically available. And the effect of each kind of elixir is introduced in this book. After looking at a few pages, Chunzei finally knew how ignorant he had been called for Dan drug grade before. On the Xiantian continent, the elixir was originally divided into 9 grades. Each grade level elixir was divided into 4 quality. Although the effectiveness of the 4 quality of elixir is the same, the more high the quality of the elixir, the lower the impurities and toxicity contained in the elixir itself, and the better the effect. For example, the Qi Dan of a lower product and the Gong Dan of the Shangpin can provide the aura of cultivation between them. The Qi Dan of the product can be worthy of the 4 or 5 lower grades. The impurities and toxicity contained in the best Juki Dan have been reduced to minimum, and they can even be ignored. It is just that the best elixir is extremely difficult to refine. It is impossible for Epine alchemists to refine the best elixir. If you want to refine a best elixir, you need to continue to accumulate experience, constantly refining, and continuous trial and error on the alchemy. Even so, it is not necessary to refine the best elixir, which depends on the personal alchemy talent. In addition, there is such a faint hope. On this elixir, it also records how to distinguish the quality of elixir. The quality of the lower medicine is an ordinary elixir, without any special marks. The quality of Chinese medicine has a lap of pale gold wire on the elixir. The quality of the medicine has 2 laps of pale gold wire on the elixir. However, the best elixir is different. Not only has 3 laps of 3 pale golden wires, but even on the surface of the elixir, there is a layer of light. From this point of view, the quality of the elixir exchanged in all things is random. However, the lowest medicine with the lowest quality of quality seems to be the quality of Chinese quality. The red medicine of Shapin seems to have not seen it in allopators. I bought it in the loose stalls outside or the shops, all of which are the lower medicine elixir. In this way, the elixir exchanged in all the shops was only charged the price of the penapathic elixir. The system really didn't bully me, and gave me such a big benefit, but I never found it. From this point of view, the prices of elixir that were previously set up needed to be rechanged. Sure enough, knowledge is power. If I saw this book today, I would sell the pills of Shangpin as the lower medicine elixir, and it would really become a biggest one. While watching the book, Chunzei completely forgot his time while thinking. The whole person was immersed in the ocean of knowledge, and even Zhao Linger came to give him a lantern, he didn't realize it. It wasn't until this time that Chunzei found that the sky was already dark. Zhao Linger and Xinhuan Shun stood aside to read him at night for him. I read the rise for a while, I have forgotten the time, I have worked hard. Master, we are okay, just keep looking at it. This is what we should do. Zhao Linger said quietly. Don't watch it, the sky is already dark, and the eyes are a bit lacking after watching it for so long. It's time to rest. You go down and rest. Chen Zhe went to Dan Yaobao and got up and stretched. Yes, master. Xinhuanan will be given to you for the opening of all the groceries of all things tomorrow. You collected this bag of items. When there are other needs in the store, I will redeem it at any time. Chen Zhe said that it was handed to Xinhuan in a storage bag, and there were some torrential products in the storage bag. Although there are not many items in the storage bag, and the types are not complete, it is still possible to add to the shelves in the grocery stores of all things. Yes, the master. Xinhuan Shun respectfully picked up the storage bag sent by Chen Zhe. Another point you have to remember, what we have to do in all the groceries of our things is that as long as there are customers entering the door, we will definitely buy the items he needs. And to ensure that the price of things that are saved on the outside are also cheaper, and to be a customer who enters the door, it will be a return customer in the future. After all, Xinhuan-san is an avatar that has just been created. Some things, Chen Zhe still has to give him a more detailed. Yes, the master is assured, I must do it well. As for the price of these items, I will list you a list tomorrow. You go to those stalls and shops to turn around to understand the prices of all items. Both Xinhuan Shun and Zhao Linger felt Chen Zhe's attention to this grocery store. Since Chen Zhe attaches great importance to this grocery store, Xinhuan Qiang naturally wants to do his best. Master, don't worry. Chen Zhe thought about whether he had missed anything. Well, let's talk about this first. If there is any situation tomorrow, we will adjust it at any time. You go to rest and prepare for the opening tomorrow. Yes. Chen Zhe didn't say more. He had explained everything he should explain. He believed that Xinhuan-san could do it well. Moreover, he could also pay attention to Xinhuan-san at any time. If he found that Xinhuan-san did not do something well, he could also come in time to help Xinhuan-san deal with it. Although this clone was named Xinhuan-san, he was not the real Xinhuan-san after all. When it comes to doing business, the clone is still a novice and can't be so familiar. Master, are you a little too concerned about this grocery store? Zhao Linger still asked the doubts in her heart. Chen Zhe smiled lightly. After all, this is my first time to open a shop and do business, so it's inevitable to be a little nervous. Besides, don't underestimate the profits that this grocery store can bring in the future. Chen Zhe remembered that in his last life, he wanted to open a shop and do business by himself, but unfortunately the reality did not allow him to do so, so the idea of opening a shop and becoming a boss has been shelved. In this life, since he has this opportunity, he must seize it well. With the space of all things, he doesn't have to worry about the source of goods or the price. As long as the things are sold, it is definitely a sure win. Where can you find such a sure win? Now that there is one, he naturally wants to do it well. Besides, he believes that the ability of the grocery store to earn spirit stones is definitely not small. It's just that it's just the beginning now, so it can't be seen. Linger understands. Zhao Linger said thoughtfully after listening to what Chen Zhe said. Well, Linger, you should go to rest too. Chen Zhe has returned to his room, and Zhao Linger has also returned to his room silently. Although Zhao Linger didn't need to rest and only needed to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Chen Zhe still arranged a room for her. After a night of rest, Chen Zhe now felt very full of energy and got up early. After all, today is the day when all the grocery stores are opened. Although others cannot be present, he still wants to see the opening of all the grocery stores. Moreover, the current supply of all things is not enough. He also needs to redeem some points first to prepare from time to time. After leaving the room door, I saw Zhao Linger preparing for breakfast. Master, you get up, breakfast is ready. Well, is Xinhuan going out? Chen Zhe sat at the table. Well, Tianliang Xinhuan-san went out. He said to go to the street first, and learn how others do business by the way. Then he has gone too early. It is estimated that at this time, most shops have not opened the door, and those who set up stalls are estimated to go out. Chen Zhe smiled. Although Xinhuan Qiang was a little too anxious, he still praised Xinhuan's dedication. Okay, let him go. Also, forgot to say yesterday. When you go to tell Xinhuan, you don't need to return here again. There are also several restrooms in the backyard of all things, so that he can live there, and he can still stay at night. It's troublesome to come back often. You still have to prevent Yi Jiashuan Vine and find here. Chen Zhe said breakfast and said. Good owner, I will remind Shinwanan. Well, go. Zhao Linger entered the space of all things to give Shinwanan a message. Chen Zai continued to eat breakfast. Soon, Chen Zai finished breakfast and Zhao Linger returned. Master, it has been explained to Shinwanan. Chen Zai nodded slightly. Subsequently, the heart of mind was moved, and the summon number 30 avatar appeared. Oh nar. Go to brush the bowl. Yes. All the avatars are accustomed to doing this, without hesitation. Later, Chen Zai came to the lounge chair and sat down again. Linger, I go to the space of all things, you sort out all these books. After Chen Zai said, he appeared 105 books he bought in front of him. Yes, master. Zhao Linger nodded well. Chen Zai thought about it, and consciously entered the space of all things. In the space of all things, a pile of piles of hill-like black iron mines were piled up. It seems that the 150,000 kilograms of Xian iron mine for the Yi family should be cleared, otherwise it looks too crowded here. Chen Zai didn't look at it too much, and went directly to all the shops. The green-robed woman still stands behind the counter. I want to recover all the mysterious iron ore. Chen Zai said without nonsense. Recycling 164,000 kilograms of Xian iron mine, a total of 32,800 points, whether to confirm the recovery. Chen Zai hesitated and didn't reply immediately, he seemed to think of something. Uncertain. Chen Zai cancelled the exchange, and he had a new plan in his heart. Chen Zigang said it was not confirmed, and then said, I want to recover 14,000 kilograms of mysterious iron ore. Recycling 14,000 kilograms of black iron ore, a total of 2,800 points, whether to confirm. Confirm. Seeing that the woman had no response, it was still prompted to recycle confirmation, and Chen Zai was happy. He is the vulnerability of the green-robed woman as a counter, which is completely in the drilling system. This saves a lot of time, and the avatars do not need to take a lot of time, and you can continue to mine. After Chen Zai said confirmation, the points arrived immediately, and the points now had a total of 3,100 points. Thank you. Chen Zicheng thanked him, and the woman of the green robe really helped him. Chen Zai withdrew from all the shops and watched the mysterious iron mine in the space of all things. This is 150,000 kilograms of Xian iron mine. It was given the Yi family, it is still a pity, a total of 30,000 points, oh. Looking at Xian iron mine, Chen Zai sighed, but he didn't have too much tangles. These mysterious iron mines are only temporarily put in Yi's family. Chen Zai thought about it, and his consciousness exited all the space. Consciously returned to the body, Chen Zai looked at it. The 30th avatar has been brushed after the bowl and left, and continued to minify. Zhao Linger is still sorting out those books. Linger, stop first. Ha? What happened to the owner? Zhao Linger stopped the job in his hand in doubt. You get these 3 storage rings, in the space of all things, collect all the 150,000 kilograms of Xian iron mine, and then give it to the 3 bases of the Yi family. Master, you just counted the Xian iron mine of 150,000 kilograms so soon? Chen Zhang could clear the 150,000 kilograms of Xian iron mine so quickly, and Zhao Linger felt a little strange. How long has this passed? Is it a bit too fast? Chen Zai said in a good place, I used a little means, okay, don't say, let's go and put away the mysterious iron ore. Otherwise, the avatars will have a new mysterious iron ore in the space of all things, and then recount them again. Yes, I'm going. Zhao Linger also understood the importance of Chen Zai. He immediately put down his work and took over the 3 storage rings from Chen Zai to enter the space of all things. The 3 storage rings Chen Zai's storage ring to Zhao Linger were the 3 Yejia built-in storage rings in the Xian iron mine. These 3 storage rings were originally used to store black iron ore. When the Yi family sent people to collect the black iron ore, they took the 3 storage rings away directly. Then they left 3 empty storage rings and waited to be taken next month. No matter how good the storage rings were, they were of no use to Chen Zai. At most, they could be recycled to the store of all things to exchange for some points. Chen Zai did not feel sorry for returning the 3 storage rings to the Yi family. Can this storage ring be as useful as the space of all things? At this moment, Chen Zai suddenly felt a shock of spiritual energy in his dantian, and his whole body's momentum gradually rose, with a sense of natural success. Well, my cultivation has broken through again. Calculating the time, it seems to be about the same. Chen Zai's mind moved, and he checked the attribute panel. Sure enough, my cultivation has reached the 7th level of foundation building. Turn off the attribute panel. Ha, it won't take long to break through to the golden elixir realm. In addition to being happy, Chunzhe looked at the books sorted by Zhao Linger, and the classification was very good. Narratives were put together, miscellaneous talks were put together, and those related to cultivation were also put separately. In this pile of books related to cultivation, there were classifications of exercises, elixirs, formations, and monsters. In summary, they were divided very meticulously. Chunzhe picked up the elixir treasure record that he had not finished reading yesterday with relief. It's still early now. It will take some time for Shenhuanshan's store to open. Now you can continue reading books. Chunzhe told Shenhuanshan to open the store around noon, when there were the most people on the street. Chunzhe had just read a book for a while when Zhao Linger came back. Master, the 150,000 kilograms of black iron ore have been collected and handed over to the 3 Yi family foundation building clones. Everything has been explained to them. When the Yi family comes to collect the ore, they will directly hand over the storage ring to them. Also, you have given instructions for the arrangements. Okay, then wait for the Yi family to take the bait. Linger, you have organized these books well. Thank you for the compliment, Master. Zhao Linger smiled and continued to organize the remaining books. Seeing Zhao Linger so capable, Chunzhe felt relieved. It's great to have Zhao Linger here. Not only can she cook well, sing songs well, organize things, and arrange things well, she is simply a capable assistant. Where can you find such a capable assistant? Only the system can create such a loyal clone, and there are people like Zhao Linger. Chunzhe thought for a long time, shook his head and smiled, thanking himself for being lucky. It was still early, so Chunzhe continued to read the Book of Pills. He quickly flipped through the Book of Pills, and there was a very important pill he had to find first. That was the Shenyang Qingling pill, a pill that could help him improve his spiritual root grade. Chunzhe began to roughly search through the pages, but after flipping through the entire book, he still couldn't find the introduction of the Shenyang Qingling pill. This Shenyang Qingling pill should be a 4th grade pill, how could it be missing? Is it that there is no record in this book of pills? Or is this Shenyang Qingling pill a 5th grade pill? But when it is recycled in the space of all things, the price of the recycling is the price of a 4th grade pill. Why is this? Chunzhe had a deep question in his mind at this time, and the more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Chunzhe put down the Book of Pills, and he searched through the pile of books about pills sorted by Zhao Linger. It seems that he will not give up until he finds it. Zhao Linger saw Chunzhe like this and asked with concern, Master, what are you looking for? Linger can help you find it. Chunzhe did not even raise his head. Linger, do you still remember Shenyang Qingling pill? I have been looking for it for a long time but can't find any records about it. Come on, help me find it too. Okay, Master. Seeing Chunzhe's anxious look, Zhao Linger quickly agreed. Unfortunately, after looking through all the books related to pills, he still couldn't find the introduction of Shenyang Qingling pill. Chunzhe sat back on the recliner disappointedly. Strange, why is there no record of Shenyang Qingling pill? Master, could it be that this pill is of a higher level? I just looked it up. The highest level of pills recorded in these pill books is only a 4th grade pill. Maybe, but the store of all things should not be wrong. Zhao Linger thought for a while and said, Master, could it be that this Shenyang Qingling pill is indeed a 4th grade pill, but this Shenyang Qingling pill was just developed not long ago and has not been circulated in the world, so these books have not had time to include it? When Zhao Linger said this, Chunzhe's heart was shocked. Yes, why didn't I think of it? This is indeed possible. This also explains why the leader of Qingyun sect gave the pill to Qin Fan casually. Perhaps there was also the intention of letting Qin Fan try the medicine. The picture is inside. The leader of Qingyun sect did not hesitate to exchange a 4th grade elixir for a 100-year-old spiritual medicine. Maybe this leader of Qingyun sect is also an alchemy master and is obsessed with alchemy. This Shenyang Qingling pill may be an elixir created by him. If so, the alchemy attainments of this leader of Qingyun sect must be not low, and he can even create the elixir formula by himself. Sure enough, the strength of the big brother in the nascent soul realm is completely immeasurable. Yes, after all, he is a great cultivator who has lived for hundreds of years, and he is the kind of person who can really call the wind and rain in the world of immortal cultivation. His talent must be first class, and it is not surprising that he can refine this kind of elixir that can change fate. With this kind of elixir in hand, the overall strength of Qingyun sect must be raised to a higher level. Zhao Linger's words made Chunzhe's thoughts suddenly clear, and all the things that he couldn't figure out before were connected together. Chunzhe said a lot, and Zhao Linger didn't get annoyed, but listened very seriously. Master, you don't need to rush to find this kind of elixir now. Now, the income from black iron ore is very high and stable. It won't take long to earn 100,000 points. When the master upgrades the space of all things to level 4, the introduction of this Shenyang Qingling pill will be available. It won't be too late for the master to take a closer look then. Ha, Linger, you are right, I am too anxious. As long as the space of all things is upgraded, everything will be clear. And now after taking this Shenyang Qingling pill, only the spiritual roots have changed, and it is a change for the better. There is no bad situation now, so I really don't need to rush. Chen Zhe was eager to find the introduction of Shenyang Qingling pill because this pill was too amazing. It can raise the grade of a person's spiritual roots, and this effect itself is abnormal. He thought it was a common elixir in the world of immortal cultivation before, but he just hadn't seen it. But the more he couldn't find it in the books, the more panicked he felt. I am worried that this is a kind of elixir that stimulates potential, and there will be some bad side effects. Now that cultivation and development are going in the best direction, Chen Zhe does not want any accidents to happen along the way and end this journey. So it is normal to worry. What he wants now is to live steadily. As long as he survives, with the system, he will eventually be invincible in the world. After thinking everything through, Chen Zhe's heart calmed down. Continue to read the location that he saw in the elixir treasure record yesterday. Waiting for the opening time of the Wanwu grocery store. In Wannan City. The clone Xin Wansan went out early in the morning, and he was not idle either. First, he came to the Wanwu grocery store early and arranged the items for sale that Chen Zhe gave him one by one. After that, he went to find a gong and drum team to create some atmosphere and attract some people when opening. Wannan City is a city where immortals and mortals live together. Whether it is mortals or immortals, there will be weddings and funerals. Everyone likes a lively atmosphere, so naturally, there are mortals who want to do some work. These are all things that Chen Zhe has arranged in advance. After all, the location of the Wanwu grocery store is too remote, and there are not many people passing by. The gong and drum team is here to create momentum and attract people. Moreover, this is just the first step of the opening arranged by Chen Zhe. The gong and drum team was found, the time was arranged, and the price was negotiated. At this time, the street gradually became more crowded. Xin Wansan began to wander around the street, basically visiting every stall and every store. Now Xin Wansan has an understanding of the business model of all stores, and knows the prices of all items. As long as the Wanwu grocery store starts business, he can make money and sell items at a lower price than all other places outside. There is still 1 hour before the opening of the Wanwu grocery store. Xin Wansan has returned to the Wanwu grocery store and removed all the red cloth covering the Wanwu grocery store signboard. Because Chen Zhe said that the opening ceremony of the red cloth and the ribbon cutting ceremony are too silly and not suitable for them. Just cancel all the ceremonies. To open a store and do business, you just need to focus on the business. Anyway, they don't have anyone to curry favor with, and those formal things are meaningless. Now we just wait for the gong and drum team to arrive, and then the Wanwu grocery store will open on time. In Chen Zhe's mansion. Chen Zhe, who was reading a book seriously just now, suddenly closed the book. Calculate the time, Xin Wansan should start soon, right? Yes, master, the time is almost up. Well, then you stay at home and I'll go over to take a look. Chen Zhe looked expectant. Yes, master. Chen Zhe's mind moved, and his consciousness entered the Wanwu store, exchanging some of the items that needed to be sold for the opening of the grocery store today. Then, his consciousness began to pay attention to Xin Wansan. He did not choose to control Xin Wansan's body, but chose to watch quietly as if he had opened a god's perspective. Chen Zhe's idea was very simple. The clone Xin Wansan was destined to be independent, so there was no need for him to interfere too much. He only needed to help Xin Wansan replenish the goods in time when Xin Wansan's supply was insufficient. If he really encountered a problem that Xin Wansan could not solve, it would not be too late for him to take action. At this time, the gong and drum team had arrived at the door of the Wanwu grocery store. Xin Wansan was communicating with the person in charge of the gong and drum team. The general content of the communication was that the gong and drum team must be lively, no matter how lively it was. Then arrange where the gong and drum team would stand when it opened. Seeing what Xin Wansan did, Chen Zhe was very satisfied. Xin Wansan's arrangement was well organized, clear, and his execution was impeccable. Soon, Xin Wansan arranged all the matters needed to be prepared for the opening of the grocery store, and it could start business at any time. At this time, Xin Wansan heard a voice in his heart. The goods are ready. Hearing this voice, Xin Wansan knew that Chen Zhe had come and was looking at him. Shinwan-san immediately replied respectfully, silently saying yes, master. Shinwan-san knew that Chen Zai came to see him to see if he had the ability to manage a store, and he suddenly felt a little nervous. Relax, don't care about me, just treat me as if I don't exist, and do everything according to your own ideas. Yes, master. After Chen Zai finished speaking, Shinwan-san never heard Chen Zai's voice again. Shinwan-san shook his head and focused on the Wanwu grocery store again. The auspicious time has arrived, and the opening is auspicious. A burst of shouting came from the gong and drum team, followed by a loud beating of gongs and drums that resounded throughout the street. Everyone was attracted by the noisy sound, thinking that it was a young lady from a certain family getting married. They all looked in the direction of the gongs and drums, wanting to see if the bride was beautiful. But after watching for a long time, only the sound of gongs and drums was heard, but the sedan chair was not seen. Curious people began to walk in the direction of the gongs and drums, wanting to find out what was going on. It was not until the first person walked to the door of Wanwu grocery store that he realized. There was no bride getting married, but it turned out that there was just a store opening. It's really disappointing. I thought I could get some good luck, but it turned out to be just a gimmick to attract people when a store opened. It was the first time in Wannan City that gongs and drums were played for the opening of a new store. In the past, when new stores in Wannan City opened, various family forces were invited to come and support them. Ordinary people could not get close and could only watch from a distance. Even if there was no sound of gongs and drums, the scene was still very lively. It's really disappointing. I thought I could get some good luck. The man glanced at the sign of Wanwu grocery store and turned to leave. If he didn't leave, what was the point of staying? He couldn't afford the things sold in these stores, and a casual cultivator like him would have to go to the street stalls to buy things. The items sold on the street stalls are at least 20% to 30% cheaper than those sold in the shops. And the quality of the items is the same, so the street stalls are the most suitable place for casual cultivators to buy cultivation resources. The shops on the streets are for rich people to buy, and they can't afford it. However, at this moment, a loud voice made the casual cultivators who wanted to leave stop unconsciously and look back at the newly opened shops. The Wanwu grocery store is having a big opening sale, all goods are half price. Wanwu grocery store, you can choose from all kinds of goods, and you can recycle all things. This loud voice was shouted by Shinwan-san, because he saw that some people had gathered, but they just took a look and turned to leave. Seeing this, Shinwan-san immediately stopped the gong and drum team, and then shouted. The last sentence was still the words on the couplet of Wanwu store, and this sentence will also be the slogan of Wanwu grocery store in the future. Shinwan-san saw that after he shouted, some people were attracted and looked at him, so he immediately increased his strength and continued to shout, the Wanwu grocery store has all the cultivation resources you need, and all the goods on sale today are half price. Don't miss it if you pass by. If you miss this village, you will miss this store. As soon as Shinwan-san said this, someone immediately walked back. Seeing this, Shinwan-san waved his hand, indicating that the gong and drum team could temporarily make way and go to the next step. The gong and drum team members began to line up, one after another, standing in a row. Then, the gong and drum team began to move forward. The walking speed was not fast, and the gongs and drums continued to beat. The gongs and drums were no longer noisy, but rhythmic. Every time the gong was struck, all the gong and drum team members shouted in unison. Wanwu grocery store is opening for a big sale, all items are half price. Wanwu grocery store, you can choose from all kinds of goods, and you can recycle all things. This gong and drum team did this for the first time, but no one felt ashamed. Because if they did this, they could get several times more money than they had gotten from each job before, just by going around Wannan City. Money makes the world go round, and who would want to go against money? Everyone beat the gongs vigorously and shouted hard. Gradually, pedestrians on the street and those casual cultivators who set up stalls were attracted by the parade of gong and drum teams. Even people in the shops would come out to watch and find out what was going on. Shinwan-san stood at the door of the Wanwu grocery store, smiling, waiting to be greeted. Take the first customer. Finding the gong and drum team was Chen Zai's idea, and Shinwan-san was just following orders. Gradually, more and more people were attracted to the door of Wanwu grocery store by the gong and drum team. But no one walked into Wanwu grocery store for a long time, and they were still a little confused. Are all items really half price? This is the first time they have heard of this Wanwu grocery store, and it is opened in such a remote corner. No one dared to believe it at once, and no one wanted to be the first to try it. And there was no one from any family here. The reputation of Wanwu grocery store was still not recognized by them. Shin Wansen stood at the door of Wanwu grocery store and saw that no one came in. Everyone was just watching. Shin Wansen stood out and shouted loudly, "Wanwu grocery store is open today. All goods are half price. No deception. As long as it is the goods you need, we have them here, and the half price is only for today." Shin Wansen's voice was once again heard by everyone gathered at the door of Wanwu grocery store. At this time, someone asked tentatively, "Shopkeeper, are all goods really half price?" "Yes." Shin Wansen said affirmatively. "How many spirit stones are there for a chi gathering pill?" Shin Wansen didn't even think about it and answered directly, 3 low-grade spirit stones for 1. As soon as Shin Wansen's voice fell, the crowd immediately exploded. Really only 3 low-grade spirit stones? How many goods are there? Most people asked these 2 questions. Gathering chi pills cost 3 low-grade spirit stones each. There are only 1,000 gathering chi pills today. Other products are also limited to 1,000. First come, first served. Shin Wansen's voice once again exploded in the crowd like a heavy bomb. "Shopkeeper, give me 10 gathering chi pills. Shopkeeper, I want 20. I want 100. The shouts came one after another. Shin Wansen listened to these voices and felt helpless. They are planning to come to him to buy goods. At the same time, some people had already run to the door of the Wanwu grocery store, and there was even a little crowd. Shin Wansen saw everyone like this, shook his head and smiled. He had been mentally prepared. The current situation was completely within Chen Zhe's expectations. The half-price would naturally attract a rush. In an instant, Shin Wansen's whole body burst out with momentum, and his whole body was full of spiritual power. All those who were crowding to the door of the Wanwu grocery store were suppressed by this momentum. Foundation building realm? Some people in the crowd have already seen Shin Wansen's cultivation. Originally, Shin Wansen wanted to show his cultivation of the 9th level of chi refining, but after discussing with Chen Zhe, he finally changed it to the foundation building realm. What he was afraid of was the current situation. If everyone rushed into the store at once, the store would be destroyed. Shin Wansen showed his cultivation of the foundation building realm to deter everyone. Let those who have small thoughts dispel those thoughts that they should not have as soon as possible. Queue up, enter one by one. Today's goods are limited. In order for everyone to buy the goods they need, each person is limited to 10 of each item. Shin Wansen's shout was mixed with the spiritual power of the foundation building realm. Those who were about to rush into the grocery store just now were silent. But if they want to buy cheap things, they can only start to queue up obediently. These people are not stupid. The owner of this shop is a foundation establishment realm cultivator, and they are all chi refining realm cultivators. How dare they act rashly in front of others? Although private fights are prohibited in Wannan City, those regulations can only restrain those chi refining realm cultivators. Whether the city lord's mansion will intervene if the foundation establishment realm cultivators want to kill them is another matter. Even if they find them, they have to weigh it carefully. Is it worth it to offend a foundation establishment realm cultivator for their own troubles? No one at the scene dared to offend Shin Wansen now. No one wanted to make a foundation establishment realm cultivator unhappy. Anyway, the owner of the Wanwu grocery store has already said that all products are limited. As long as they line up, they can still buy the half-price products. Even if they can't buy the 1,000 chi gathering pills at half price, they can still buy other products. Anyway, they are all half price, so they make money anyway. The casual cultivators who were just crowded together now began to line up in an orderly manner, waiting to buy the half-price goods. Shin Wansen stood at the door of the Wanwu grocery store and nodded with satisfaction. The owner's arrangement was indeed correct. The people who lined up were about to continue to move forward and walk into the Wanwu grocery store. At this time, Shin Wansen suddenly spoke again. "Please wait a moment, I have something to remind you." All eyes looked at Shin Wansen, and the whole place became unusually quiet in an instant. Today, the goods sold in the Wanwu grocery store are limited to the resources needed by the chi refining realm cultivators. No one present raised any opinions, as they were all in the chi refining realm. If you don't buy the resources of the chi refining realm, what else can you buy? However, Shin Wansen's next sentence shocked everyone again. Tomorrow, all goods in the Wanwu grocery store will return to normal prices. At the same time, our store will also sell foundation establishment pills in limited quantities. Shin Wansen's words "foundation establishment pill" exploded in the crowd again like a bomb. All the cultivators present had longing looks on their faces. What is the concept of foundation establishment pill? Every cultivator present knew it very well. That is a pill that can increase the chance of breaking through the foundation establishment stage, and it has never been sold in Wannan City. With this kind of pill, everyone would hold it tightly, for fear of being coveted by others. Now someone actually took it out to sell, they dared not even think about it. Moreover, foundation establishment pill has always been in a state of being in a market but not in price. They wanted to ask more clearly and wanted to know the price of foundation establishment pill. Shopkeeper, how many spirit stones does this foundation establishment pill sell for? Finally, someone asked, but this person was at the back of the line and his voice was not loud. The scene was unusually quiet now, and even though that person's voice was not loud, everyone could still hear it clearly. Shinwan-san naturally heard it too. Everyone listened attentively, waiting for Shinwan-san to give an answer. Shinwan-san smiled slightly. The price of the foundation building pill will be discussed tomorrow. I released this news in advance to remind those Taoist friends who need the foundation building pill. Don't spend all your spirit stones on buying resources for the chi refining realm today, there will be better ones waiting for you tomorrow. I said this just to allow more Taoist friends in the chi refining realm who need cultivation resources to buy the goods they need. The shopkeeper is righteous. The shopkeeper is a good person. Many cultivators have made up their minds. Even if they don't buy anything tomorrow, they will come to see what the foundation building pill looks like. The ideas of the casual cultivators are understandable. After all, the most in-demand thing in Wannan City is the cultivation resources needed by the chi refining realm. The cultivation resources needed for the foundation building stage are extremely rare. As long as they appear, they will definitely attract a large number of immortal cultivators. Even if you can't buy them, it's good to see them. The news that the Wanwu grocery store will sell foundation building pills tomorrow will soon be scattered in every corner of Wannan City like snowflakes. Shinwan-san smiled knowingly, and the current scene was exactly the same as Chun-Zhe expected. At this time, Chen-Zhe, who had been paying attention to Shinwan-san, also smiled, as if everything was under his control. Okay, now the Wanwu grocery store is officially open for business. Everyone can think about the goods they need to buy in advance and enter in order. After Shinwan-san finished speaking, he no longer stood at the door of the Wanwu grocery store. Instead, he turned and walked into the Wanwu grocery store, came to the counter, and waited for the first customer to enter. After Shinwan-xiang returned to the counter, a xiao came in soon. Shinwan-san looked at him with a smile. Hello, what do you need to buy? The first pros of the first place in the grocery store of all things is still a bit embarrassing. He can't believe that all the grocery stores of all things will really have half-price goods for sale. The reason why he can line up to the team is also because he started to make fun in order to come together. It wasn't until he heard that he had to line up to go to the store to buy things. He was so inexplicable that he was squeezed into the first customer of all the grocery stores. He hasn't figured out what he wants to buy. And he was just a gas-refined situation, and he never thought that a monk Suki was so polite to him. For a while, the refining of gas was forgotten the purpose of coming here, and it was a bit overwhelmed. Shinwan-xiang didn't mind, just looked at the xiao with a smile, waiting for San Xiao to say the product he needed to buy. I want to buy a bottle of gathered gas. The scattered repairs of the refined state hesitated. He first estimated the number of spirit stones in his pocket, and expected how much items could be purchased by the spirit stone he was carrying. Okay, a bottle is 10 jugong dan, collecting you 30 pieces of flames. Shinwan-xiao's face changed without any changes, and he still smiled. After speaking, he took out a bottle of gongqi dan and put it on the counter. The gas-refined situation was scattered and looked at the bottle of jugong on the counter. I really only need 30 pieces of lingshir to buy a bottle of gongqi dan? How do you feel like you are dreaming? The gas-refined situation hesitated and reached out to pick up the jade bottle to verify it. He hesitated and looked up at Shinwanan. Shinwan-san smiled and signaled that he could rest assured to check the goods. When the hands of gas refined reignification, when they touched the jade bottle containing the gas, they still felt that it was not so real. It wasn't until the Qi realm Sanshio held the jade bottle in his hand that he really felt that the jade bottle was real, and he was not dreaming. The gas-refined repair slowly opened the bottle of the jade bottle, and the scent of the medicine of an elixir came from, and the strong aura was filled with it. Refining Qi Dan Shou poured Julie Dan in the jade bottle and looked at it. It was really no doubt. Ha! The Qi Jingxiu was suspicious, and then carefully looked at the Ji Qidan in his hand again. He doubted whether he was wrong. Because there is a faint golden silk thread on Juki Dan, this is the sign of the quality of Chinese quality of the quality of Chinese. In the face of a monk in Jiji, at this time, he couldn't think that Shinwanan took the wrong elixir and made himself cheap. He did not dare to take the elixir and left. After all, the shopkeeper standing in front of him was a foundation, which was the existence he couldn't afford. The weakness of gas refining looked up at Shinwan-san weakly, and even immediately packed Jugongdan back to the jade bottle and put it back on the counter. The shopkeeper, the elixir was taken wrong. This is the quality of the quality of the quality of Chinese products. The gas refined realm has never bought the quality of Chinese grades. In the past, it was used to use the quality of the Chi Dan. The quality of this Chinese product is twice as effective as the following product, that is, the price is twice as expensive. He couldn't afford it. When he was scattered, it was not easy to use the quality of the upper and lower grades. Today, if it wasn't for half-price sales of all the groceries of all things, he may buy 1 or 2 Jugongdan in a year. Where can I buy 10 more like they are now, and just 30 pieces of spiritual stone? He also had so much for a long time. At this time, Shinwanan said indifferently, "The elixir is not wrong. Our grocery is sold in the grocery of Chinese goods. The original price is one of the 6 lower part of the spirit stone, and now it is sold in half price. Naturally, there is one of the 3 bottoms of the elixir, yes." After Shinwanan said, he pushed gently with his palm, and pushed the jade bottle that he had returned to the back of Qi Realm to him slightly. Ah! Qi Realm Sanshio really doubted that he had heard wrong. What is the concept of 6 Shapin elixir, a Chinese quality gas dan? Does the shopkeeper in front of you really earn back the cost? In fact, Chen Zhe knew that these people who bought elixir would have such questions. It's just that the quality of the original price, he can also make a piece of spiritual stone, and the main thing is a small profit making sales. Exchange elixir in all object stores, but does not pay attention to the quality of elixir. The price of elixir exchanged for all things in the store only depends on the cost of the elixir itself. Because Chen Zhe didn't understand, he never paid attention to the quality of Dan medicine. It wasn't until he understood the quality of the elixir, and he knew that the quality of the elixir exchanged in all the stores was random. But even so, the elixir exchanged in all quality shops has never appeared in the quality of the quality. Because the cost price of Juki-dan is 5 pieces of elixir, Chen Zhe's original price sells only 1/6 pieces of spiritual stone. Although it is said that a pool dan only earns a piece of spiritual stone, it is only because of the elixir like Jugongdan, just a pill, but also a relatively common elixir. Essence therefore, Chen Zhe's pricing is not very high, and the profit is relatively small. But if it is some other elixir, the price sold in the outside market is much higher. The main reason is that the premium of the elixir is high, but the cost itself is the same. Even if Chen Zhe sells it at the market price, he can still make a lot of money even if he sells the elixir of medium quality. This is why Chen Zhe must open a grocery store. The difference in profit is too big. Now we only see the elixir, and the other immortal cultivation resources are the same, with ridiculously high premiums. Seeing that the Qi refining casual cultivator was still hesitating, Shinwan-san couldn't help but say, 10 Qi gathering pills, 30 low-grade spirit stones, thank you. After hearing Shinwan-san's words, the Qi refining realm casual cultivator took out 30 low-grade spirit stones and put them on the counter, and then took the jade bottle containing 10 medium-grade Qi gathering pills in his hand. At this moment, the Qi refining realm casual cultivator seemed to see unprecedented hope, which was his hope to take this immortal cultivation path. In the past, he thought that as a casual cultivator, he could only sink in the Qi refining realm for the rest of his life and waste his life. Now the Wanwu grocery store allows him to spend 30 low-grade spirit stones to buy 10 medium-quality Qi gathering pills. As long as he continues to work hard to earn spirit stones, he can come to the Wanwu grocery store to buy pills in the future, and he will have hope of reaching the foundation establishment realm. Even if the Wanwu grocery store returns to its original price in the future, he can still afford the medium-quality Qi gathering pill at only 6 low-grade spirit stones. After all, the effect of the medium-quality Qi gathering pill is 1 or 2 times higher than that of the low-grade Qi gathering pill at 5 spirit stones. It will definitely not be a problem for him to buy a Qi gathering pill a month in the future. At this moment, the Qi refining realm cultivator seemed to have tears in his eyes, and just stood in front of the counter. Shinwan-san smiled and said, "Excuse me, do you need to buy other products?" No, thank you." The Qi refining realm cultivator was so excited that he was incoherent. Finally, he bowed to Shinwan-san and turned to leave the Wanwu grocery store. He seemed to see a road to immortality in front of him, waiting for him to step on it. Shinwan-san smiled slightly, and moved his body slightly to let go of the gift from the Qi refining realm cultivator. He also had some understanding of the thoughts of the chi refining realm cultivator. He was very clear about his position. He was just a businessman. He was doing a business to make money. You buy and I sell, and neither of us owes anything. Chen Zhe had already told him that as long as he didn't make money against his conscience, he should not care too much about the thoughts of those buyers, and he should not have too in-depth exchanges with customers. Although Shen Wansan didn't want to accept the gratitude of the Qi refining realm cultivator, the Qi refining realm cultivator remembered this kindness in his heart. The Qi refining realm cultivator put away the Qi gathering pill and quietly left the Wanwu grocery store. He was the first person to come out of the Wanwu grocery store. At this time, the other people queuing outside looked at him. They all wanted to see if the Wanwu grocery store was really as Shen Wansan said. All the goods were sold at half price today, and as long as there was a demand for goods, they could be bought here. After the Qi refining realm cultivator came out of the Wanwu grocery store, he also felt everyone's gaze on him. The Qi refining realm cultivator took out a bottle of Qi gathering pill he had just bought from the Wanwu grocery store from his arms. I bought it, it's true, it's really half price. The Qi refining realm cultivator shouted excitedly while holding the jade bottle. The Qi refining realm cultivator continued to shout excitedly, not only is it half price, but this bottle of Qi gathering pill is all of medium quality, and the price is only 30 low-grade spirit stones, which is cheaper than low-grade pills. This wave of advertising by the Qi refining realm cultivator was very accurate. After the Qi refining realm cultivator finished speaking, all the people queuing at the door of the Wanwu grocery store became agitated and talked about it. Everyone expressed disbelief that a Qi gathering pill that can be bought for 3 low-grade spirit stones is actually of medium quality. No one would believe such words. But now the facts are in front of them, and they have no choice but to believe it. Even if they still didn't believe it, as long as they entered the Wanwu grocery store to shop once, they would know everything. At this time, everyone looked at the next casual cultivator who was queuing to enter the Wanwu grocery store, and urged him to go in quickly with their eyes. The Qi refining realm casual cultivator saw that what he said had already taken effect, so he quietly put away the jade bottle of elixir, and took advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him, and he quietly disappeared on the street. He understood the principle of not showing off wealth, and he did so to thank the Wanwu grocery store for selling him such cheap elixirs, which gave him hope for cultivation. Although Shen Wansan might not know that he did this, he still chose to do it. Not long after, the second casual cultivator in line came out of the Wanwu grocery store. He also had an excited expression on his face, but he did not choose to do the same thing as the first casual cultivator, but the many casual cultivators in line saw his expression and knew that he had acquiesced. The Wanwu grocery store really sold mid-grade elixirs. This casual cultivator also bought 10 mid-grade Qi gathering pills at the price of 30 low-grade spirit stones. He was satisfied with this. Even if he wanted to buy other goods, he had only so many spirit stones and couldn't buy anything. This casual cultivator also left quietly with the elixir in his arms, and he left very quickly. He had made up his mind. He would go to find those casual cultivators he was familiar with. Although he had no spirit stones now, he could still borrow them. Who knew when the goods in the Wanwu grocery store would be sold out, and today was still a limited purchase. If you come late, you won't be able to buy anything. And now, casual cultivators are coming in and out of the Wanwu grocery store. But the number of casual cultivators queuing at the door of the Wanwu grocery store has not decreased at all, but more and more people are queuing. Some of these casual cultivators who joined the queue later were casual cultivators who bought half-price goods at the Wanwu grocery store at the beginning and came back to queue again. After they went back, they took all the materials they could sell and the spirit stones they had hidden, waiting to enter the Wanwu grocery store again. It would be a waste if they didn't take advantage of such a bargain. There were also some people who had bought things at the Wanwu grocery store. After they went back, they told the news to the casual cultivators they knew. The casual cultivators who heard that they could buy goods at half price all rushed to the Wanwu grocery store. They all knew that today's half-price sale was limited, but they heard that even if the original price was restored tomorrow, it would still be cheaper than the street stalls, not to mention other shops. But today is half price. If not now, when will they come again? The most important thing is that if they can't buy Qi condensation pills, they can still buy other pills, and they also want to see what the first shop selling foundation establishment pills looks like. There are also some new people who joined the queue. They all disdained to join in the fun at the beginning, thinking that they had a higher cultivation level and should be calm when doing things. But when they heard that the Wanwu grocery store not only sold goods at half price, but also that the store was opened by a master of the foundation establishment realm, they began to lose their composure. Until they heard that there would be foundation establishment pills for sale tomorrow, they even started to go crazy. Their cultivation is indeed higher, but they have not yet reached the foundation building stage. They are still at the late stage of chi refining. The late stage of chi refining is a general term for the realm after the 7th level of chi refining. The 10th level of chi refining is called the great perfection of chi refining. These people are the casual cultivators who really have spirit stones in their pockets. Half a day had passed, and the number of people queuing at the entrance of the Wanwu grocery store had not decreased. Shinwan-san did not feel tired, but kept smiling and stood behind the counter, receiving every customer who entered the Wanwu grocery store and meeting their shopping needs. Shenzei did not pay attention to this place all the time. After preparing some common elixirs for Shinwan-san, he stopped looking at this place. At present, everything is developing in the direction he expected, and he does not need to worry about so much for the time being. Now it depends on when those families who run shops in Wannan City will react, and that is when Shenzei will be needed. However, when that time comes, perhaps Shenzei will not need to do anything, and someone will stand up to help him solve it. After no longer paying attention to Shinwan-san, Shenzei's consciousness returned to his body. After Shenzei's consciousness returned to his body, he immediately shared with Zhao Linger the grand opening of the Wanwu grocery store today. I didn't expect it to be so tiring to open a store and do business. I don't know what I thought before. I wanted to open a store and be the boss. Master, is the business of the store not good? Zhao Linger couldn't help but ask in confusion after hearing Shenzei's sigh after returning. Shenzei chuckled and said calmly, "How is it possible? Don't you see who your master is? Doing business is a piece of cake for me. I tell you, you haven't seen the hot scene. I guess there has never been a store in Wannan City that has such a long queue in front of the store as the one in front of the Wanwu grocery store today." Really? Master, what you said makes me want to go and see it. It's a pity that I can't go out now and can't see such a wonderful scene. Zhao Linger was happy at first, but suddenly became a little depressed. Shenzei comforted him, it's okay. In a few days, you can go out openly. Whenever someone from the Yi family dares to jump out, you will kill one if he jumps out. If two jump out, you will kill two. No one else can help. Yeah. Zhao Linger nodded seriously. Linger, sing a little song for me. Okay, master. When Zhao Linger heard Shenzei ask her to sing a song, she immediately returned to her usual demeanor and began to perform for Shenzei. Shenzei, on the other hand, turned a deaf ear to the outside world and enjoyed himself comfortably. Now, in the Wanwu grocery store, although all items are sold at half the market price, the chi-gathering pills are still losing money. But other items are different. Even if they are half the price, they can still make money. At the beginning, it was stipulated that only 1,000 of each item were sold, and now the chi-gathering pills have been sold out. These 1,000 chi-gathering pills did not make any spiritual stones, and lost 2,000 spiritual stones. But the other items sold quickly made up for the 2,000 spiritual stones lost. For a whole day, people came to the Wanwu grocery store to shop without stopping. It's just that more and more items are sold at limited quantities, and the immortal cultivators who come to shop have fewer and fewer items to choose from. Most of the immortal cultivators in Wannan City are in the chi refining realm, and the cultivation resources they need are limited to first-grade pills, first-grade talismans, and yellow-level weapons. In addition to these products, even if they buy other things, they will not be of much use for a while. They only have so many spirit stones, and their strength is not enough. There are very few ways to earn spirit stones. They can only earn some spirit stones by selling some talismans they refine, elixirs they collect, materials from hunted monsters, and some unused magic tools. Although they can no longer buy the items they need in the Wanwu grocery store. However, they have not queued in vain after queuing for so long. If they can't buy things, they can still sell things. Wanwu grocery store also buys all kinds of items. As long as you take out the items, Shinwan-sen will give you a reasonable price. This price is the same as the recycling price of Wanwu store. As for whether they accept it or not, it is their business. Although some cultivators feel that the price given by Shinwan-sen is too low, generally speaking, most cultivators still agree with the price given by Shinwan-sen. Although the price offered by Shinwan-sen is not high, at least it will not make them lose money. Moreover, many of their things are usually sold at stalls, and many things are often unsold. But now the Wanwu grocery store accepts everything, so after considering it, they decided to sell it to the Wanwu grocery store. This way, they will have enough spirit stones tomorrow to buy the cultivation resources they need. Although the Wanwu grocery store will resume selling at the original price tomorrow, the items sold will no longer be limited. They have all made up their minds to buy even at the original price, and they will use as many spirit stones as they have, without leaving a single one. Time passed quickly, and the sky gradually darkened. After serving the last customer of the day, Shinwan-san walked out from behind the counter. At the same time, he stopped the next customer who wanted to enter the store. "Sorry, we are closed today, please come early tomorrow." "Ah?" The cultivator who just came in looked frustrated. "I finally got a queue, why is it closed?" "Shopkeeper, please serve me for the last person, I will sell some things, and I will come to queue up early tomorrow." Seeing that the other party wanted to pester him, Shinwan-san's momentum of the foundation building realm burst out instantly, and he stared at the other party with displeasure. Chenzei told him that kind people are often bullied and kind horses are often ridden. He was just a businessman and could not show so much mercy. Rules were rules. The cultivator realized at this moment that he seemed to have forgotten that the person he was talking to was a big man in the foundation building realm, an existence he could not afford to offend. He was courting death by doing this. The cultivator quickly apologized and left the grocery store. Shinwan-san also walked to the door of the store and saw that there were still so many people queuing. They should have known that the items they needed had been sold out. It seemed that these people had the same plan as the man just now, wanting to sell things today and come back to buy tomorrow. After thinking it over, Shinwan-san shouted with a smile, "Everyone, the Wanwu grocery store is closed today. Please come early tomorrow. At the same time, please rest assured that there will be no limit on the quantity of Wanwu grocery store from tomorrow onwards. You can buy as much as you want. You don't have to rush to sell the things in your hands. You can sell things first tomorrow and then buy things. It's the same. Don't worry about it now. Okay, everyone, it's late today. Please come early tomorrow." Shinwan-san said, took a step back, and then started to close the door directly. Those cultivators who were still queuing outside were a little regretful that they didn't buy half-price goods today, but they didn't have too much pretentiousness. They had already known that they couldn't buy anything today. Who made them come late today? There was nothing they could do about it. Many people sighed and left silently, thinking that they must come early tomorrow. Here, Shinwan-san closed the door of the Wanwu grocery store, then came to the counter, took the account book, and disappeared from the spot in a flash. Shinwan-san entered the all things space. He wanted to count all the gains today and then report to Chenzei. When Shinwan-san entered the all things space, he saw a man and a woman already in the all things space. These two people were Zhao Linger and Chen Fan, who came back to pass on the news. Zhao Linger and Chen Fan also noticed Shinwan-san, and the three of them nodded to each other. "Linger, I'm going back. Remember to convey the message to the master." Chen Fan didn't care at all that Chenzei didn't communicate with him directly because he was too troublesome, but asked Zhao Linger to convey it on his behalf. "Okay, don't worry." Chen Fan nodded, then looked at Shinwan-san and said politely, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Fan. I help the master in Qingyun sect. Let's take care of each other in the future." Shinwan-san knew that Chen Fan was also a clone, and he also said politely, "My name is Shinwan-san. The master asked me to manage the Wannan city's Wanwu grocery store." After the two introduced each other in a friendly manner, there was no more talk. They were all clones created by Chenzei and were loyal to Chenzei. They didn't need to communicate too much with each other. They just needed to complete the tasks assigned by Chenzei. Now introducing each other like this is also to avoid trouble when they meet in the future. "Okay, you guys are busy, I'll leave first." After Chen Fan finished speaking, he bowed and left the Wanwu space. After Chen Fan left, Zhao Linger asked softly, "Is the grocery store closed?" "Yes, I'll go count today's revenue first, and I'll trouble you to convey it to the master later." "Okay, then you count first, I'll go back to report to the master." "I'll come back after you finish counting." Shinwan-san nodded, and then began to count the revenue of the Wanwu grocery store today. Zhao Linger exited the Wanwu space and reported to Chenzei. In Chenzei's mansion. "Master, Chen Fan brought back new news." After Zhao Linger came out, she came to Chenzei and said. Although it was dark, it was not time for Chenzei to rest yet. He had just finished the meal made by Zhao Linger and was now lying on a recliner to digest the food. When Chenzei heard what Zhao Linger said, he said with an interested expression, "Tell me what news Chen Fan brought back. He hasn't eaten Zhou Quan's melon yet." "Master," Chen Fan said that Zhou Quan and Mo Yao were childhood sweethearts. "Oh? There really is a story. Come on, tell me in detail." "Okay, master." Zhao Linger agreed, and then, like telling a story, she told Chenzei the news that Chen Fan brought back. After listening to Zhao Linger's story, Chen Zhe immediately understood the whole story. It turned out that Zhou Quan and Mo Yao were childhood sweethearts. The two families were both large and small families in their cities, and there was a lot of cooperation between the two families. Both families were very satisfied with their union and had arranged a marriage for them early. But things did not go as planned. When the wedding date was approaching, some unexpected changes suddenly occurred. The thing was that Mo Yao was discovered by a passing elder of the Qingyun sect that she had the qualifications to cultivate immortals, and Mo Yao was also a top-grade spiritual root. The elder of the Qingyun sect was going to take Mo Yao back to the Qingyun sect to cultivate immortals, and also told Mo Yao's parents the news. After knowing that their daughter had the qualifications to cultivate immortals and could go to the Qingyun sect to cultivate, Mo Yao's parents strongly agreed. As long as Mo Yao goes to Qingyun sect, she will be an inner disciple in the future, and her future is limitless. And their family will be related to Qingyun sect in the future. The strength of the entire family will rise in their city. But his engagement with the Zhou family is a bit difficult. The two children have been friends since childhood. If the two families marry, both families will get great benefits. But now the Mo family has a better choice, so they naturally have to choose the best one and give up the Zhou family. Their daughter Mo Yao is destined to be successful in cultivating immortals in the future, and she and Zhou Quan will no longer be people from the same world, so it is reasonable to give up Zhou Quan. What happened afterwards was relatively simple. The Mo family broke off the engagement and the Zhou family was humiliated. Zhou Quan was disheartened and looked at Mo Yao with disappointment as she left. I will not repeat the story later. Anyway, the entire Zhou family became the laughingstock of the whole city, and their strength was getting worse day by day. The strength of the Mo family was directly improved by several levels, and there were many people who flattered the Mo family. Later, after a few years, Zhou Quan accidentally found out his spiritual roots. But it was only a middle-grade spiritual root, and there was still a big gap between him and Mo Yao. But Zhou Quan did not give up, and continued to practice with his own efforts. Zhou Quan himself did not know whether he still loved or hated Mo Yao, but he still wanted to ask for an answer. He finally came to Qingyun sect, but he was just an outer disciple and could not see Mo Yao at all. After so many years, perhaps Mo Yao had forgotten Zhou Quan, or it was possible that Mo Yao had changed her mind a long time ago. In Qingyun sect, the two met by chance, and Zhou Quan met Mo Yao, but even though Mo Yao knew that Zhou Quan could practice and also join Qingyun sect, she did not pay attention to him. What happened afterwards, Chen Fan had already told him when he came back last time. Zhou Quan was ridiculed and bullied by those disciples who admired Mo Yao until he met Chen Fan. After listening to the whole story, Chen Zhe couldn't help but sigh. I seem to have heard this story somewhere, it feels so familiar. Master, isn't Zhou Quan a little too pitiful? Yes, he is a little pitiful, it's a joke God played on him. Master, won't you help Zhou Quan? Chen Zhe pondered for a moment. I must help, after all, Zhou Quan is one of the good people I have met. But, how to help? You still have to think carefully. Master is right, helping him is only temporary, and he still has to rely on himself in the end. Yeah, I don't know what Zhou Quan thinks in his heart. Is he going to take revenge, or reconcile with Mo Yao? Linger, what do you think Zhou Quan will choose? After Chen Zhe asked this, Zhao Linger thought about it carefully. Master, I feel that this Mo Yao is not a good woman. She was too ruthless to Zhou Quan. If I were Zhou Quan, I would work hard to cultivate to a higher level than Mo Yao, so that Mo Yao would be far behind me in the future. As Zhao Linger spoke, she seemed to put herself into the story and felt a little angry. Ha, Linger, what you said is indeed the most relieving way. In my words, if you ignore me today, I will make you unable to reach me tomorrow. But have you ever thought that maybe Mo Yao also had her own difficulties? Maybe she couldn't stop the family's decision at that time, and she might have been forced? Hearing another possibility mentioned by Chen Zhe, Zhao Linger fell into deep thought again. Chen Zhe couldn't help but feel funny when he saw Zhao Linger like this. At first, he wanted to eat melons himself, but now Zhao Linger unconsciously joined the team of eating melons. As expected, women all love gossip. Chen Zhe didn't expect that Zhao Linger, who was usually fairy-like and sometimes a little weak, would have such a side. After a while, Zhao Linger asked again, but, Master, I feel that even if Mo Yao had no choice, she made that choice. But now, Zhou Quan has also joined Qingyun sect and can also practice. It is not without the hope of building a foundation in the future, and it is also possible to become an inner disciple. But now Mo Yao is completely ignoring Zhou Quan. I feel that it is Mo Yao who did something wrong, and Zhou Quan is still pitiful. Chen Zhe laughed. I didn't say that Mo Yao was not wrong, I just made a guess. You see how excited you are. Zhou Quan must still have to help, just how to help depends on himself. The last choice, you can only see weak Quan. What I can do is to provide him with more cultivation resources, and I can't do anything else now. Master, I don't mean that, but after listening to Chen Fan's return, I feel that Mo Yao is not a good woman. Chen Zhe nodded, well, I believe your intuition, women's intuition is the most accurate. Then you will talk to Chen Fan, let him help Zhou Quan, so that Zhou Quan can improve his strength as soon as possible. What cultivation resources are needed to help him solve it directly? Okay, Master. Zhao Linger agreed happily, and then said, Master, the grocery store has been closed. Shen Wanqiang should have already counted the benefits. Phew. Well, then I go. Chen Zhe said, and seemed to think of something, and said, yes, how is Zhao Yun recently? Is there any news that the news came back? Master, Zhao Yun has never passed the news since traveling. I will ask then. Okay, Zhao Yun should have no big deal. If he encounters something that can't be solved, he will definitely contact me directly. Chen Zhe had previously explained with Zhao Yun, and there was something that could not be solved, so he called him directly. If Zhao Yun estimates that Chen Zhe can't solve, he can choose to die. If Zhao Yun died, Chen Zhe would feel the first time. Chen Zhe estimated that Zhao Yun would not have any major problems now, so he put this aside for the time being and stopped thinking about it. Then, his mind moved, and his consciousness entered the space of all things. At this time, Shen Wansen was still in the space of all things and had not left. He had recorded all the transactions of the Wanwu grocery store today in the account book, so it was not very complicated to count them now. He had already counted all the profits of the Wanwu grocery store on the first day of opening, and did not leave immediately. He was also waiting for Chen Zhe to come. When he saw Chen Zhe suddenly appear, Shen Wansen immediately came over to salute Chen Zhe. Master, today's business income has been counted. This is the account book. Please take a look. Chen Zhe smiled and nodded, and took the account book. Although Chen Zhe did not keep an eye on Shen Wansan's work today, he only watched for a while when he just opened the business, but he was still very satisfied with Shen Wansan's performance today. Chen Zhe did not look at the account book carefully, and directly turned to the end of the account book, just looking at the final income of today's business. After reading the account book, Chen Zhe nodded, well, not bad, with the special offer, you can still earn 10,000 spiritual stones. You've worked hard. All the goods in the Wanwu grocery store are sold at half price today, but they still earn 10,000 low-grade spiritual stones in one day. It is conceivable how high the premium of cultivation resources in the entire Wannan city is. It is no wonder that those who have low-grade spiritual roots can cultivate immortals, but they are not valued. Why can't low-grade spiritual roots be cultivated? It's not that they can be cultivated in the same way, but the starting point of each immortal cultivator is different. This is mainly because of the problem of cultivation resources. Immortal cultivators with high talent are valued, and they naturally get more cultivation resources and faster cultivation progress. The more resources they have, the higher their cultivation level will be, and it will be easier to get spiritual stones. With spiritual stones, they can buy cultivation resources again. Over time, it becomes more and more difficult for immortal cultivators with poor talent. It was difficult for them to practice, and there were few ways to obtain spirit stones, and they would get even fewer resources for practice. Coupled with the premium of practice resources, their practice speed would only get slower and slower until they were completely abandoned. I'm not tired, it's all arranged by the master, I just did what I should do. Shen Wansan was right, the idea of beating gongs and drums and the idea of selling at half price were all proposed by Chen Zhe, and he was just executing according to Chen Zhe's arrangement. It's okay, you don't have to be overly modest, you've done a good job, go back and rest, tomorrow is the highlight. Presumably, those family forces will be there tomorrow, and then it depends on whether you can calm the scene. After I collect these, the materials that need to be sold tomorrow will also be prepared for you. Chen Zhe finished speaking and returned the account book to Shen Wansan. Yes, master, you've worked hard. Chen Zhe nodded, you go. Yes, master. Shen Wansan finished speaking and exited the space of all things. Chen Zhe came to the spiritual field to check it out. The 30-year-old spiritual medicine is still a little short of maturity, but it will be soon. At the spiritual field, Chen Zhe did not stay too long. Now his biggest profit is in the black iron ore. Although the profit from the spiritual field is not as much as the black iron ore, it cannot be given up casually. The black iron ore will eventually be mined out, and then we still have to rely on these seemingly insignificant but sustainable profits. Chen Zhe did not even look at the black iron ore piled up in the space of all things. Anyway, he could not count them, so it would be more convenient to hand them over to the green-robed woman. With a thought, Chen Zai had entered the store of all things. The green-robed woman was still standing behind the counter, as if she had not left for 10,000 years. Chen Zai did not think much and said directly, "I want to recycle all the black iron or in the space of all things, as well as those materials." The green-robed woman was silent for a while, as if she was counting the number, but she did not let Chen Zai wait for long. After just a few tens of seconds, the green-robed woman spoke. 164,000 kilograms of black iron ore were recovered, which was exchanged for a total of 32,800 points. Various materials were recovered, which was exchanged for a total of 6,000 points. "Do you confirm the recovery?" "Confirm," Chen Zai said lightly. This number was similar to his estimate in his mind, and the income from black iron ore could be calculated. The income of the Wanwu grocery store was also recorded in detail in Shun Wansan's account book. The items purchased by the Wanwu grocery store were exchanged for 6,000 points after recovery, plus the 4,000 low-grade spirit stones net profit from today's business, which was exactly 10,000. At this time, the number on the points recording interface had become 41,800 points. Chen Zai glanced at the points number, without too much thought. How to use these points, he had already planned in his mind. Chen Zai directly said to the woman in green robe, "Exchange for 5 clones and 5 Tianling pickaxes." Exchange for 5 clones and 5 Tianling pickaxes, a total of 22,000 points are consumed. "Do you want to confirm the exchange?" Chen Zai said without hesitation, "Confirm." The points number became 19,800. Exchange for 5 clones consumed half of today's income. After Chen Zai confirmed, the phantoms of the 5 clones and the 5 Tianling pickaxes appeared at the same time. Chen Zai didn't think much and casually portrayed the images of the 5 clones. Then he waited for the 5 clones to solidify their bodies and regain consciousness. During the waiting time, Chen Zai was not idle, and continued to exchange items with the green-robed woman. He had to prepare all the materials that needed to be sold in the Wanwu grocery store tomorrow, and the most important thing was to exchange some foundation building pills. "I want to exchange 50 foundation building pills." To exchange 50 foundation building pills, a total of 15,000 points will be consumed. "Do you confirm the exchange?" "Confirm." The number of points became 4,800. Chen Zai already knew the price of exchanging foundation building pills in the Wanwu store, 300 points per pill. This also shows that the cost price of foundation building pills is 300 low-grade spirit stones. If you tell others that a foundation building pill only costs 300 low-grade spirit stones, I'm afraid no one will believe it. This price has never appeared in Wannan City, and I'm afraid it has never appeared in the entire Xiantian continent. Moreover, whenever a foundation building pill appears, it is collected by various family forces. This is a very important cultivation resource. Chen Zai accepted all 50 jade bottles containing foundation building pills that appeared in front of him and thought about it. There are still 4,800 points left, plus more than 4,000 spirit stones, which should be enough for Shen Wansen to sell tomorrow. If it's not enough, we'll talk about it later. Anyway, I'll have spirit stones after selling the things. If not, I'll have to make another trip. Chen Zai didn't think about it anymore and bought the items according to the predetermined quantity. Chen Zai told the green-robed woman the names and quantities of a bunch of items. The green-robed woman exchanged them all without missing a single one. Now Chen Zai only has 300 points left, and only 400 spirit stones. This can't be used up, and it has to be reserved for the automatic training room. At this time, a pile of bottles and jars appeared in front of Chen Zai. The most sold item in the Wanwu grocery store today is elixir, and Chen Zai's stocking direction for the grocery store tomorrow is also mainly elixir. Chen Zai waved his hand, and all the items in front of him disappeared. In the space of all things, Chen Zai divided a place for himself, which was specially used to store supplies. Now, these supplies also went to where they should go with Chen Zai's wave of his hand. Chen Zai's eyes instantly became much clearer, and the bodies of the 5 clones had solidified, waiting for consciousness to recover. Chen Zai continued to wait, thinking in his heart, the foundation building pill exchanged in the store of all things is 300 points per pill. What price should I sell it at tomorrow? It's a pity that I have never seen anyone sell it, and I don't know how many spirit stones these families are willing to pay for one. How about holding a live auction tomorrow? Test the confidence of these families? It's still not good, that will probably cause trouble to other casual cultivators who are practicing hard. Holding an auction temporarily will not be good for the reputation of the grocery store, lest people say that it is raising the price. It's better to set it at the original price. If the price is too high and no one buys, just adjust it. Besides, we can't sell all 50 pills at once tomorrow. Sell 20 pills first to test the water. The first buyers must be those families, and they must have a lot of spirit stones. There is no need to show any favor to those families to earn their spirit stones. And there is no psychological burden. They have already earned enough, so it's reasonable to bleed a little. Chen Zhe was thinking about the pricing of the foundation building pill, and suddenly heard a voice calling the master. Chen Zhe came back to his senses, and the consciousness of the 5 clones in front of him had recovered. Chen Zhe just nodded slightly. Take the heavenly spirit pickaxe in front of you, and someone will arrange the rest for you. Yes, master. The 5 clones responded in unison. Chen Zhe's mind moved, and he communicated with the clone Yi Jingping in the Black Iron Mine, asking him to take the 5 clones away. A moment later, the 5 clones took the heavenly spirit pickaxe and disappeared in the everything store. They were all summoned by the clone Yi Jingping in the Black Iron Mine to go mining. The entire everything store was empty, leaving only the green-robed woman and Chen Zhe. Chen Zhe habitually said, "Thank you." The figure of Chen Zhe's consciousness disappeared and exited the everything space. After Chen Zhe's consciousness returned to the main body, he greeted Zhao Linger and went back to his room to rest. At this time, in Wannan City, all the families and all the immortal cultivators who had reached the perfect stage of qi refining knew that the everything grocery store that suddenly appeared in Wannan City would sell the foundation establishment pill tomorrow. They were all making plans and preparing spirit stones. Whether it was true or not, they would go and see it tomorrow. If there was really a foundation building pill, they would take it anyway. If they got a foundation building pill, the family would have one more foundation building person, and the family's strength would be improved accordingly. At this time, the head of the Yi family, the largest family in Wannan City, Yi Zhentian, also received news that the Wanwu grocery store would sell foundation building pills tomorrow. At this time, Yi Zhentian was discussing the Wanwu grocery store that suddenly appeared with all the family heads. What do the elders think of this Wanwu grocery store? Yi Zhentian said in a dignified manner. He felt that there were a lot of abnormal things in Wannan City recently, and something unexpected would happen from time to time. The Wanwu grocery store, the name is quite loud, but I don't know how strong it is? An elder of the Yi family said indignantly. As soon as the elder of the Yi family finished speaking, another elder came out to take over his words. Didn't you hear about it today? This grocery store sells everything and buys everything. Now everyone in Wannan City knows that the pills sold in this grocery store are all medium quality, and the price is not much more expensive than the low-quality pills. Another elder of the Yi family came out to add, yes, this store that suddenly appeared actually said that it would sell foundation building pills tomorrow. This kind of pill, even our Yi family has to go to the big immortal cultivation city outside to buy it. Is this store so powerful? Why haven't I heard any news about it? The elder who spoke first asked in confusion. An elder who didn't get along with him sneered, then who knows what you did today? How can you talk like that? What good can I do? I've been working for the family all the time. How can I be as idle as you? I know everything about the outside world clearly. Seeing that the 2 elders who didn't get along with him were about to quarrel, Yi Zhentian slammed the table and looked at them fiercely. What is this place? Did I ask you to come here to quarrel? Yi Zhentian spoke, and the 2 elders who were as hostile as fire and water immediately stopped fighting and kept silent. Everyone was used to the tit-for-tat between the two, and didn't care too much. Now that everyone knows about the grocery store, do you have anything else to say? After Yi Zhentian finished speaking, no one said anything, so he could only express his own thoughts. No matter what the origin of this grocery store is, we still have to find out their details first. The prices of their products have a great impact on our own shops. If we can't find the source of their goods, our shops in Wannan City will probably have to close down. In addition, according to what this grocery store said, they will sell foundation building pills tomorrow, and I will go there in person to find out. Foundation establishment pill is also a very important resource for my Yi family. Let's see what price they sell it for tomorrow. I can't believe that if they really take out the foundation establishment pill tomorrow, all the families in Wannan City will come out to grab it. Even if we want to buy it, it probably won't be that easy. Master, this grocery store has taken away the business of all the shops in Wannan City. Isn't he afraid of being targeted? Yi Zhentian chuckled, afraid of being targeted? Haven't you seen them selling foundation establishment pills? Do you think any store in Wanancheng sells foundation establishment pills? It's not that they don't have it, but they can't bear it. Each family doesn't have much foundation building pills, so they keep them for themselves. By selling the foundation establishment pill, they are showing their strength to everyone, and no one with a discerning eye will act rashly. But, are we just going to let them run wild in Wannan City? After the elder said this, everyone in the audience fell silent. Even Yizhentian didn't know what to say for a moment. He lost his previous courage. After a moment of silence, Yizhentian stood up and said, I heard that the shopkeeper of the Wanwu grocery store is also a foundation establishment realm. I will tell you after I go to find out the truth tomorrow. Yizhentian has really been feeling a little exhausted recently. Something happened to his son Yibai, but there is no news about the woman at all. It was also because after something happened to his son Yibai, Yibai wanted to build a foundation. He had no choice. His father had agreed, so he could only try his best to help Yibai improve his cultivation. However, there was one more thing that made Yizhentian feel comfortable. That was the Xiantai mine that was developed together with shopkeeper Tong. Now that shopkeeper Tong is gone, the entire profit from the Xiantai mine belongs to the Yi family. Xiantai mine is a huge amount of income, and it is a cost-free business that does not require any investment. And for such a long time, no bad news came back from Xiantai mine, which made him very relieved. In addition, the due date for the Xiantai mine is coming soon, and the people who have arranged to collect the Xiantai mine are already on their way. Moreover, the buyers for this batch of black iron ore have been found, and they are just waiting to pay and deliver the goods. At the same time, Wannan City, City Lord's mansion. The City Lord also received news that a wealthy grocery store appeared in Wannan City. All goods were half price on the first day of opening. Most importantly, they would sell foundation building pills tomorrow. This series of news shocked him, who came from a big immortal cultivation city. Are all the news sent back true? The City Lord asked the adjutant who brought back the news in confusion. This was the first time he heard of such a thing. Sir, the news is true, and I have verified it. From those casual cultivators who have bought goods in this grocery store, I learned that this grocery store claims, as long as there is a demand for cultivation resources, they will sell them, and they will also buy all items. The most bizarre thing is that this grocery store only sells medium quality pills. Sir, do you think the foundation building pills they will sell tomorrow will also be medium quality? They claim that they only sell medium quality pills. If they can't produce medium quality foundation building pills tomorrow, they probably won't be able to do business in Wannan City in the future. Those stores whose business has been robbed will definitely suppress them to death. The City Lord snorted, haha, a medium-grade foundation building pill? Do you know what this means? Among all the pills, the realm-breaking pill is the most difficult to refine. It is already difficult for a second-grade alchemist to refine a low-grade foundation building pill, let alone a higher-grade one. Although pills are divided into 4 grades, do you know how many times more difficult it is to improve the grade of the pill by 1 level? Many alchemists can only refine a few medium-grade pills in their lifetime, and this is still a matter of luck, and it is estimated that it will be difficult to refine pills above the top grade in a lifetime. After all, the City Lord is a cultivator from a large city of immortality, and his knowledge is indeed much higher than that of ordinary people. The adjutant nodded repeatedly after listening, and he also began to doubt the grocery store. Sir, so, the grocery store said that it only sells medium-grade pills, is it a lie? But all the people who bought pills today said that the pills they bought were indeed medium-grade. The City Lord was also embarrassed and speechless for a while, and at this time he also had doubts in his heart. Could it be that he had been away from the big city for too long, and the outside world was changing too fast, and he hadn't felt it yet? Moreover, he had never heard of this Wanwu grocery store, and he was very confused about what kind of power it was. The adjutant saw that the City Lord didn't know how to start, and immediately realized that he seemed to have said something wrong, and immediately found a new topic. Sir, we haven't found any information about the origin of this Wanwu grocery store. We only know that this store was bought by an outsider a few days ago, and it has only been a few days, and he suddenly opened it without any signs. Sir, according to the current development of this grocery store, what attitude should our City Lord's mansion maintain towards this grocery store in the future? The City Lord thought for a while. Are you sure that this store was bought by them? Yes, we have checked the records at the house sales office, and it was indeed sold. The adjutant said affirmatively. Have you paid the management fee for this shop? It shouldn't be. The shop has just opened and the patrol team hasn't had time to go yet. The City Lord pondered for a moment. I will go on patrol with you tomorrow. Ah, Your Excellency, this is not good. It's a loss of status. What status is there? I am just a foundation establishment realm. I was sent to Wannan City and was forced to do something. Besides, others in the Foundation establishment realm can open a shop and be the shopkeeper, so why can't I go on patrol? After the city lord finished speaking, he saw that the adjutant wanted to say something, and said, "Okay, I have decided, you go and do your thing." The attitude towards this grocery store remains unchanged. Don't treat it differently. Just do your job well. Yes. The adjutant could only bow helplessly and retreat. After the adjutant left, the city lord thought for a while, this Wanwu grocery store is quite interesting. Does it sell everything? I don't know if it sells what I need. When can I break through to the Jindan realm? If I have a Jindan breakthrough pill, it would be great. I really want to leave this poor city as soon as possible. At this time, the same thing happened in various families in Wannan City. Some quarreled, some cursed, but in the end they all ended up in the same way. Everything will be discussed after I really buy the Foundation establishment pill at the Wanwu grocery store tomorrow. This night passed peacefully. But tomorrow, the whole Wannan City is destined to be restless. The rising sun, the first ray of sunlight in the morning, shines on the earth, and at the same time illuminates the entire Wannan City. The breeze blows through the streets of Wannan City, blowing past those hurried travelers. Everyone on the road is in a hurry, running hard, for fear of falling behind others. Some immortal cultivators have even used their body skills to be one step faster than others. These people are all immortal cultivators who line up before the store opens. Some of them regretted not lining up earlier because they didn't buy the limited half-price products yesterday. They will definitely line up in front today. There are also some immortal cultivators in the late stage of chi refining realm. They also want to prepare a foundation building pill for their future foundation building. They knew that if they didn't line up to buy the foundation building pill first, they would definitely not be able to compete with those family forces. This was their only hope, and they had no choice but to do everything they could to line up at the entrance of the Wanwu grocery store. However, before these people arrived at the entrance of the Wanwu grocery store, they were completely dumbfounded. Why is there such a long line? Did I not come early enough? It was not that they did not come early enough, but that these people who had already lined up came to line up last night. In the middle of the night, so many immortal cultivators were outside and did not go home, which naturally alarmed the patrol team of the city lord's mansion. The patrol team could not even take care of the patrol task, and quickly arranged more people to come to maintain order. With so many immortal cultivators gathered together, they were also afraid of accidents. The city lord's mansion had not issued a ban on standing on the street at night. The patrol team could only stay and watch these immortal cultivators who came to line up in advance. With the patrol team guarding, there was indeed no queue jumping in the immortal cultivators who came out to line up so early, and there was not even a little quarrel or friction. The patrol team's action of staying here has invisibly improved the quality of all the immortal cultivators in Wannan City. There is no queue jumping, no quarrels, and no fights. Those who come first line up first, and those who come later can only sigh and make a mistake, and then go to the end of the line to line up obediently. Every immortal cultivator in the queue deliberately keeps a little distance from the immortal cultivators standing in front and behind. There is no other reason for doing this, just because each of them now carries all their belongings. In fact, they all know that the Wanwu grocery store cannot be open for only one day, but they still want to spend all their spiritual stones today, and never wait until tomorrow. The sooner you buy cultivation resources, the sooner you can improve your strength. The road of immortal cultivation is to chase each other, go upstream, and constantly fight for crossing. One step slower, every step slower. They really understand these principles too well. They are all casual cultivators, and their talents and qualifications are so high. If they want to cultivate higher, they can only rely on their own efforts. More and more people are queuing at the entrance of the Wanwu grocery store, almost from the end of the street to the main street. Even so, there are still many cultivators who arrive in an endless stream. The people in the queue have been standing for a long time, but the Wanwu grocery store has no intention of opening the door. At this time, Shinwan-san in the Wanwu grocery store has long known that people have started to queue at the door. But he still did not open the store for business, but took care of the items on the shelves in the store. It's not that he doesn't want to open the store, but Shenzei told him that there is no need to open the store so early, the protagonists haven't arrived yet, and there is no rush. Outside the Wanwu grocery store, the few people standing in the front of the queue suddenly felt that they were pushed away. The few people who were pushed away just wanted to curse, who was so uncivilized. But when they turned around and saw the person who pushed them, they swallowed the words they were about to curse back. A dozen people who looked like thugs were looking at them viciously. What are you going to do? The people who were pushed away were still unwilling, but they knew what was going on, and their voices sounded a little timid. They didn't sleep last night, and they had already lined up here early. Now someone wanted to take their place, so they were naturally angry. Looking behind them, those who were not affected, no one stood up for them, as if it had nothing to do with them, and they didn't want to get involved at all. The people who were pushed away knew that they were going to take their place in the queue, so they had to go to the back and line up again. What are you looking at? Didn't you see our patriarch coming? You don't know how to make way. After this person said this, a middle-aged fat man in his 50s, dressed in gorgeous clothes, walked out from behind a dozen thugs. This person was the patriarch of the Wang family, Wang Xingde. The people who were pushed away in the queue looked uncertain when they saw Wang Xingde stand up. Wang Xingde himself is a master in the middle stage of the foundation building realm, and the Wang family is also a big family in Wannan City. They immediately understood in their hearts that they could never win against the Wang family, and now they could only silently suffer this loss. Several people who were pushed away were about to leave dejectedly and line up at the end of the team. The people who had just lined up behind them would naturally not give up their positions. At this moment, the patrol team of the city lord's mansion suddenly arrived. What are you doing here? Wang Xingde glanced at the captain of the patrol team and said disdainfully, Nothing, we are just queuing here. The patrol captain saw Wang Xingde like this, and then looked at the few cultivators who were about to leave dejectedly. How could he not understand what happened? The patrol captain was speechless for a while. Without him, the strength was there. He was just a patrol captain in the qi refining realm, and he could do nothing about the power of the Wang family. Moreover, there was no fight now, so it was not easy for him to intervene. The immortal cultivators who were queuing saw that even the patrol team from the city lord's mansion treated Wang Xingde in the same way. Many people began to feel a little indignant, and the queue gradually became noisy. Because they were worried that only the Wang family came, and the people in the front queue were driven away. If all the other big families in Wannan City came, wouldn't those who were queuing in front be driven away? Then what was the point of queuing so hard? The patrol captain also felt helpless. Just queue up properly, why are you arguing? After saying that, he secretly signaled his men to go back and report. If the city lord was here, Wang Xingde would naturally not dare to be so arrogant. Moreover, the situation on the scene seemed a little out of control, so he had to report to the city lord anyway. At this moment, Shenwan-san, who was managing the store, suddenly heard a noisy sound coming from outside. Shenwan-san was confused and opened the door to see what was happening outside. He had known that there were many people queuing outside the Wanwu grocery store, but this was the first time such a noisy sound had appeared. Shenwan-san opened the door of the shop and looked around. Although he had been prepared in his heart, he still felt a little confused. Why are there so many people queuing outside so early? And didn't many cultivators come to buy yesterday? Do they still have spiritual stones to spend? Although Shenwan-san was puzzled that the number of people queuing exceeded his expectations, at this time, there were dozens of pairs of eyes staring at him at the door of the shop. Shenwan-san knew that this was not the time to think about it, so he immediately returned to normal and looked back at the group of people gathered at the door and the patrol team standing next to them. Shenwan-san couldn't help but frowned. What are you doing? At this time, a middle-aged man came over with a smile and said, Hello, shopkeeper, this is our Wang family's patriarch, who came here specially to show his support for the shopkeeper. After the middle-aged man finished speaking, he respectfully introduced their patriarch. Shenwan-san looked at the head of the Wang family introduced by the middle-aged man, and saw a middle-aged fat man in his 50s wearing gorgeous clothes and with a dignified face. Shenwan-san also looked at his realm. The fourth level of the foundation building realm was not too high, nor too low. Shenwan-san thought in his heart, could this be the protagonists that the master said he was waiting for? But Shenwan-san ignored these Wang family members and turned to look at the patrol team. Ladies and gentlemen, what are you doing? The patrol team leader said helplessly, there are too many people queuing in front of your store. The city lord is worried that it will cause riots, so he arranged us to maintain order here. When Shenwan-san heard the patrol team leader say this, a smile immediately appeared on his face. I'm really sorry, I didn't expect that there would be so many people queuing, and it even alarmed the city lord's mansion. Please say hello to the city lord on my behalf. Thank you. After Shenwan-san finished speaking, he also bowed to the patrol team leader. The patrol team leader was a little flattered to see Shenwan-san like this. Although he was working in the city lord's mansion, the other party was a cultivator in the foundation building stage, and he was only in the chi refining stage. He never thought that the other party would be so polite to him, which had never happened before. The patrol captain immediately returned the greeting with a bow. "Boss, you don't have to be so polite. This is within our duties. I will report your kindness to the city lord." "Okay, thank you very much." Shin Wansan kept smiling, very sincere, not polite at all. All that Shin Wansan did now was seen by Wang Xingde, the head of the Wang family. What does this mean? He doesn't take the Wang family seriously at all? Wang Xingde felt very unhappy now, but he knew the purpose of his visit this time, and this was not the time to get angry. At this time, Shin Wansan suddenly shouted, "Hey, you guys, you lined up well, why are you all gone?" The few people who were in the front of the team at the beginning and were driven away by Wang Xingde were a little discouraged after seeing the attitude of the patrol team towards Wang Xingde. The patrol team of the city lord's mansion can't do anything to these families, so who can protect them and make decisions for them? They were all ready to line up at the end of the line, trying to get in and buy the cultivation resources they needed before the store closed. But at this moment, the shopkeeper of the store suddenly called them. They all looked back indifferently, wondering if Shin Wansan was calling them. "Yes, it's you guys. You've been queuing since last night, why are you suddenly not queuing now?" Shin Wansan asked in confusion. The few people who were driven away now confirmed that Shin Wansan was calling them. They looked at Wang Xingde, who had taken their place. Wang Xingde had a gloomy expression on his face, and he felt like he was about to have an attack. They didn't know how to reply to Shin Wansan at this moment, and they hesitated for a long time without being able to say a word. At this moment, Shin Wansan turned his head and looked at Wang Xingde, and said lightly, "You are here to buy things too, right? Please go to the back to line up." Shin Wansan's words made everyone present feel like their minds were exploding. Is the shopkeeper of the store crazy? The patrol captain looked at Shin Wansan with surprise. He also couldn't understand what Shin Wansan was doing. He didn't take the Wanancheng family seriously at all. Wang Xingde's eyes were gloomy at this time, and he didn't speak. The middle-aged man who seemed to be the manager of the Wang family stood up and said, "Boss, we are here to support you." "Oh. Thank you very much." Shin Wansan looked indifferent, and then said, "In that case, please give way and don't disturb my customers queuing." Wang Xingde was so angry at this time. No one in the whole Wanancheng had ever given him face like this. Shin Wansan ignored Wang Xingde's thoughts at this time and looked at the people who were driven away. "Come on, come here, I'm about to open the door for business, so don't run around anymore." The people who were driven away looked at each other and saw Wang Xingde's gloomy eyes that couldn't be hidden. They all sighed in their hearts and prepared to turn around and leave. That's it. Things can be bought at any time, but if they stand back now, they will definitely offend Wang Xingde. After thinking about it, they decided to forget it. Just as they were about to turn around and leave, they suddenly heard Shin Wansan's voice again. "Captain, look at these people standing at the door of my shop, disturbing my business. Shouldn't you take care of it?" Hearing Shin Wansan say this, the patrol captain looked at him blankly, his heart was speechless. Is this something he can control? Wang Xingde couldn't help it at this time. "What do you mean?" At the same time, Wang Xingde's fourth-level cultivation momentum burst out instantly, and the spiritual power pressure pressed towards Shin Wansan. Seeing this, Shin Wansan snorted coldly, and the seventh-level cultivation of the foundation building realm was revealed without reservation. Directly pushed back all the pressure released by Wang Xingde. Late stage of the foundation building realm? Wang Xingde was amazed in his heart and staggered back 2 steps. "Get out of the way, don't disturb me doing business," Shin Wansan said without mercy. Wang Xingde was now only surprised. He wanted to use his power to suppress others, but now that he knew Shin Wansan's true realm, he began to feel a little weak. Shin Wansan had held back just now, otherwise he would not have simply stepped back 2 steps. "Boss, I just want to buy a few foundation building pills, and I hope you can give me some face." Wang Xingde knew that he had lost face, but he still knew to endure it at this time. "If you want to buy something, go to the back to line up." Shin Wansan's face was cold, and he didn't give Wang Xingde any face at all. Wang Xingde was a little embarrassed at this time, but he didn't dare to get angry again. Just looking at Shin Wansan's cultivation level was higher than his, and now no one knew Shin Wansan's background, he didn't dare to act rashly. And he also wanted to buy foundation building pills, and this was definitely not the time to have a conflict with Shin Wansan. Wang Xingde snorted coldly and turned away directly. Standing here would only make him lose face. The people who came with Wang Xingde were all stunned. Is the head of the family scared? What? Your master has left, why don't you hurry up and follow him? Shen Wansan said jokingly. Wang Xingda's men came to their senses and immediately ran in the direction where Wang Xingda left. This is a great cultivator in the late stage of the foundation building realm. They dare not stay here alone. After Wang Xingda left, Shen Wansan waved to the people who were driven away. Come and line up quickly. It's time to open business now. You are the first batch of customers of Wanwu grocery store today. After Shen Wansan finished speaking, he walked into the store and prepared to open business. Shen Wansan's operation simply stunned everyone present. Is the owner of this Wanwu grocery store crazy? He actually blatantly confronted the family power of Wannan City like this. Even if he is powerful, local snakes like the Wang family are not so easy to mess with. Discussions arose everywhere. However, soon, they figured it out again. Shen Wansan must have the strength to do this. Who said that only the story of a strong dragon cannot defeat a local snake? The story of a fierce dragon crossing the river is not uncommon. And the few people who had just been driven away saw that Wang Xingda had left, and then they hesitated to walk to the front of the team again. From the beginning, their queue position has been empty, as if waiting for them to arrive. The people in the queue behind saw that the front position was empty, and they did not say to move forward a few steps to occupy their position. It is obvious that Shen Wansan's operation just now was to make everyone understand the order and rules. And the strength that Shen Wansan just showed also made them unable to have the slightest intention of crossing the line. The few people who had just been driven away have now returned to their original queue position, but they are still a little uneasy. Everyone looked at the patrol team still standing at the door of the Wanwu grocery store, as if they wanted to get an answer from the patrol team. After witnessing Shen Wansan's unreasonable behavior, the patrol captain had a different opinion of Shen Wansan. When the patrol captain saw the casual cultivators looking at him inquiringly, he nodded slightly, telling the casual cultivators in line to rest assured. The first person in line walked into Wanwan grocery store under the expectant gaze of everyone. The patrol also stepped aside at this time. Captain, is the shopkeeper of Wanwu grocery store so tough? He actually toughened up the head of the Wang family. Ha, in the face of strong strength, everything is nothing. After the patrol leader finished speaking, his eyes unconsciously looked into the Wanwu grocery store, with a kind of yearning in his eyes. The news that Wang Xingda failed at Wanwan grocery store quickly spread to all the families in Wannan City. The reactions of various families ranged from saying that Shen Wansan was ungrateful, to others watching the show with indifference. Although these families knew that Shen Wansan said that he would sell the foundation establishment pills today, they would not act rashly until they saw the foundation establishment pills being bought with their own eyes. Let others do this kind of thing. They all continued to maintain a wait-and-see attitude. At this time, in the Wanwu grocery store, the young immortal cultivator at the front of the queue walked in and saw Shen Wansan looking at him with a smile on his face. The young immortal cultivator bowed his hands and said, "Thank you, shopkeeper." "Well, tell me, what do you want to buy?" Shen Wansan said calmly. "I'll just buy some chi-gathering pills." "Okay, 1 chi-gathering pill and 6 low-grade spiritual stones. How many do you want to buy?" "I just want to buy 10. These are 10 chi-gathering pills. Take a look, there are 60 low-grade spiritual stones in total." Shen Wansan said and put a jade bottle on the counter. The young repair of the immortal picked up the jade bottle. When he knew that the 3 pieces of the grocery stores of all things were sold to a Chinese product, he took all his home to rush over. Unfortunately, at that time, the Jugong Dan of all the grocery stores had been sold, and he didn't buy half-price goods. He felt a bit regretful. After he returned home, he thought about it in his heart. The 6 bottoms of the Lingshire bought a Chinese Gongqi Dan, which was also a lot of money. He got up from the bed with a brain, and immediately ran to the door of the grocery shop of all things from his home. Just to wait for the second day of the grocery store to open, you can first go in to buy Yugen Dan. Now he is holding his heart in his hand. Sure enough, the grocery stores of all things did not lie to him, it was really the quality of Chinese quality. He immediately packed all Yugen back into the jade bottle, and then put it on the counter. He said, "The shopkeeper, the spiritual stone I brought may not be enough. I have some other things here. You have something else here. See you to collect it here, take it out and see." "Okay." The young man's face was happy, and he immediately took out everything. Shen Wanqiang has seen the same way, all of which are some monsters, and then reported a price, 20 pieces of bottom products. For a happy young practitioner, he immediately took out the 40 lower-grade spirit stones that had already been prepared. After he put Lingshire on the counter, he thanked Shinwansho again, with Jungpin Junkie Dan, and was happy to leave all the grocery stores. After the grocery of all things opened the door, the cultivator who walked into the grocery stores of all things has passed for 2 hours until now. In the past 2 hours, the cultivators who have entered all things to buy goods have not stopped. However, there are fewer and fewer fabrics who lined up outside the grocery stores of all things. They are no longer like the beginning to the streets, as they are at the beginning. After all, the cultivators in Wannan City are mainly scattered. There are so many spiritual stones on them, and their purchasing power is limited to them once shopping once. What makes Shinwanshu feel a little strange is that in these 2 hours, no one came in and said to buy kitten. Although Shinwanshan's heart was puzzled, he did not delay. He continued to entertain new customers. Everything is selling the goods in an orderly manner here, nor did it say that someone came to make trouble. What to let Shinwanshu know is that even if someone thinks that all the groceries are spreading, it is not now at this time. Because not long after the door of all things opened, the owner of Wannan City came to the grocery store of all things. After the city owner came out of the city's house, he walked leisurely on the street with a team. Just as if they patrolled with this team, they went from the street to the end of the street and greeted people from time to time. The city owner couldn't help feeling in his heart when he saw the people lined up on the street. When is Wannan City so lively? I have never seen so many people. In order to go to a shop to buy things, such a long team is lined up. Those people lined up on the street were also confused when they saw the city owner take a team on the street. The city owner who has always lived deeply, why did he suddenly come out, still with a team? And looking at the direction of the city owner, it seems to be going to all the groceries. They were guessing that the city owner went to all the groceries of the city. The city owner walked out of the grocery store, and did not choose to go in directly, but stood at the door of the grocery shop of all things. Adult, why don't you go in? The deputy who came with the city owner asked out. The city owner smiled indifferently. Didn't you see these people lined up? I just went in as the city owner, wouldn't it be lost? Wang Xingde here, from the arrogance of the beginning to eating behind closed doors, people from the patrol team passed the news to him. When he heard the news, he clapped his hands. He also felt that Shinwanan did right. These family forces in Wannan City were indeed a bit too arrogant. He wanted to rectify it for a long time, but unfortunately he didn't have that strength. And now Shinwanqiang has settled this line of line, and he is naturally not good to do bad rules. Adult, aren't we here to receive management fees? Even if you go in, there should be no one who says. When the city owner heard the deputy, he glanced at him, and said angrily, which city owner did you have seen the management fee in person? But, adults, we can't just stand outside like this, right? After finishing speaking, the deputy also looked at those who lined up. The city owner also noticed that those who lined up were now looking at them with doubtful eyes, and he felt a little embarrassed. I can't stand like this. We go in? The city owner shook his head, still coming in accordance with their rules? The deputy doubts. Didn't you see everyone lined up? Adults, but do you also go in line? Are you too lost? The owner of the city is not good, then you are still standing stupidly here. Go queue up. The adjutant looked at the city lord in disbelief, but got a positive look from the city lord. The adjutant was still hesitating, but the city lord looked at him with a bad expression. The adjutant knew that if he didn't go to the queue, he would probably be punished by the city lord, so he immediately walked to the end of the line silently. Until the adjutant walked to the end of the line and stood silently behind the last person. The last person looked at the adjutant of the city lord standing behind him with a puzzled expression, and his heart kept beating. Finally, he turned back weakly and said, Adjutant Wu, are you here to queue too? Adjutant Wu was feeling uncomfortable now, and nodded impatiently, not wanting to pay attention to the person in front of him. Why don't you stand in front of me? The person at the end of the line felt a little uncomfortable. The people from the city lord's mansion had been standing behind him. He always felt as if he had done something wrong and was being stared at. When Adjutant Wu heard the words of the person in front of him, he said unhappily, no need. After that, the adjutant just stood there silently, not wanting to pay attention to anyone. After the adjutant went to the back of the team to line up, the city lord also felt a little uncomfortable standing at the door. The city lord looked around and saw a simple tea shed built not far from the opposite side of the grocery store. At first glance, this tea shed was just built not long ago. The owner of this tea shed is quite smart and knows how to do business. The city lord muttered to himself, ignoring the looks of those people, and then led the rest of the patrol team to the tea shed. When the owner of the tea shed saw that the team of the city's government came over, he thought he had made any mistakes and quickly ran out to meet. Master City, are you here? Well, it's okay, it's a bit thirsty, come over to drink a cup of tea. After the city owner finished speaking, he found a position and sat down directly. The owner of the tea shed did not know if the city owner really came to drink tea, but when he saw that the city owner had sat down, he could only go to take a pot of tea silently. After the city owner poured himself a cup of tea, he looked at the patrol team standing next to him. Do you sit down and drink? The patrols were panicked in their hearts, and they shook their heads and said no. Then don't stand here, go patrol. The patrol captain knew that the city owner did not plan to leave for a while, and it was a bit obscured. After the patrol captain retreated to the city, he took the patrol to other places. After all the patrol players finished, the city owner took the teacup in his hand and tasted a sip of tea. I frowned slightly, looked at the tea in the teacup again, shook her head and smiled, put the teacup back to the table, looked at the grocery stores of all things, and thought about it carefully. After seeing that the patrol team was gone, the owner of the tea shed left the city owner there, and suddenly relaxed a lot. It seems that I have not made any mistakes. However, the patrol players left. Only the city owner sat there, but no one dared to come in. Now everyone who wants to go to all the grocery stores to buy things, knows that the owner of the city is staying outside the grocery store of all things, and also sent his own deputy to the behind the team to line up. Those who want to cut in, and now no one dares to have a small movement. Even those who are waiting to go to all the grocery stores to buy kitten, they know the matter of Wangxingda, and the city owner is waiting in line outside the grocery store of all things. The idea they wanted to cut into the line was all eliminated, and they sent people to the behind the team to queue up obediently. The owner of Wannan City was guarding outside the grocery shop. Shen Wanshan didn't know, and Chen Zhe didn't expect. According to Chen Zhe's expectations, there must be more than one family who came out. As long as these families dare to come, he will face one by one, and he has a lot of prepared cards. Unfortunately, the owner of Wannan City is sitting outside the grocery store of all things, as if it is helping Chen Zhejian. However, the effect of this town is indeed very good, allowing Chen Zhe's plan to fall out. In the mansion of Chen Zhe, who had just completed the 2-hour plan every day, was resting on the chair and was still doubting. It's almost the morning in the morning. When you say that when a family forces come to find things, Shenwanan directly contacted me to watch the show. Why is there no news at all? Are those family forces abandoning evil? It becomes so adopt the rules. Or does Jaden can't attract these families at all? It shouldn't be. It seems that I still have to contact Shenwan-san. Chen Zhe thought about it and used the function of communicating the avatar for a long time. Shenwanan, how about your situation? Master, everything is normal here, but those family forces have not yet come? Only when I first opened, a person named Wang Xingde came to try to cut in line, but after I showed Xiao, he left directly, and there was no family forces in the back. Did Torin Kitten sell it? Not yet. Okay, then you continue, contact me at any time. Yes, Master. Chen Zhe interrupted the connection with Shenwan-san. This is a bit strange, what are those families? Chen Zhe's heart was doubting. At this time, Zhao Linger also saw Chen Zhe's wrong. Master, what's wrong? Chen Zhe sighed and said, it is too strange that the families who are expected to come to make trouble have not come. Master, don't those families come, isn't this a good thing? You don't know this. If those families really don't come, it means that Tsukin Kitten is not very attractive to them. But what's wrong with this? Those families do not need to build kitten, but those who are in the later period of gas refining, they need it. Tanji Dan must sell it. What you said is right. Tsukin Dan must be sold, but I don't know what kind of price this kitten will sell in the end. Zhao Linger smiled suddenly, I know that the owner will definitely not lose anyway. Haha, too. Everything grocery store. After Chen Zhe asked Shenwan-san also felt a little strange. Today, it is really different from expected. Originally expected that there would be a scene of buying kitten, but it did not appear. But it is also good. Today, I just sell a pill, and those purchased items have earned more than earning more stones than yesterday. A Sanshio just took the items he purchased and walked out of the grocery store, and a Sanshio came in. When the Sanshio came in, Shinwanshu couldn't help but look at him more. Xiuwei turned out to be 10 layers of gas. Those who waited a whole morning finally appeared. Shinwan-san looked at the middle-aged casual cultivator who came in and asked with a smile, excuse me, what do you want to buy? In front of a foundation establishment realm cultivator, even if one has reached the great perfection of the chi refining realm, there is not much to be proud of. The middle-aged casual cultivator said respectfully, I want to buy a foundation establishment pill. Shinwan-san was delighted, and he finally waited for it. But Shinwan-san hesitated for a moment and didn't know what price to quote. At the beginning, it was agreed with Chunzei that those families would bleed first and then lower the price. The middle-aged casual cultivator saw Shinwan-san's embarrassed expression. Boss, are the foundation establishment pills sold out? He knew it was a bit late to enter the Wanwu grocery store at this time. The Wanwu grocery store had been open for a whole morning. Even if the foundation establishment pills were sold out, it was reasonable. The middle-aged casual cultivator was feeling regretful, and suddenly heard a piece of news that made him very happy. It's not sold out. You are the first person who wants to buy the foundation establishment pill today. Really? The middle-aged casual cultivator said in surprise. Really? What did you just say, shopkeeper? Are you kidding me? The middle-aged casual cultivator didn't say the last half of the sentence, and he only dared to say it in his heart. It's okay, I was a little distracted just now. Shinwan-san made up a lie and continued, one foundation building pill costs 2,000 low-grade spirit stones. Shinwan-san finally decided to quote the price that he and Chunzei had discussed long ago. Upon hearing this offer, the middle-aged casual cultivator couldn't help but exclaimed, is it a middle-grade foundation building pill? Hearing the middle-aged casual cultivator's exclamation, Shinwan-san thought the price he quoted was too high and scared him. But he still nodded, and then placed the jade bottle containing the foundation establishment pill on the counter. Looking at the jade bottle placed on the counter, the middle-aged casual cultivator picked up the jade bottle with trembling hands. He opened the lid of the jade bottle, poured out the foundation establishment pill inside, and took a look. Sure enough, there was a circle of light golden silk thread-like lines. The middle-aged casual cultivator immediately put the foundation building pill into the jade bottle again. He was about to take out the spirit stones to pay the bill when he suddenly said, shopkeeper, here are 20 chi gathering pills, 10 small returning pills, 10 tianyuan pills, 10 purple spirit pills, and 10 god returning pills. The middle-aged casual cultivator talked about a bunch of first-grade elixirs one after another. There is no way, who told him to prepare a lot of spiritual stones in the storage bag. I just happened to buy this batch of elixirs to be fully prepared for the sprint to the foundation building realm. This time it was Shinwan-san's turn to hesitate. It seems that the foundation establishment pill is still cheap. However, Shinwan-san did not say that he would change the price temporarily. 2,000 pieces of low-grade spirit stones and a foundation building pill were already the highest price Chunzei had set after careful consideration. He was originally planning to sell them to those families at this price. A foundation building pill worth 300 points can be sold for 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones, which is already many times the profit. 20 chi gathering pills cost 120 low-grade spiritual stones, 10 small returning pills cost 150 low-grade spiritual stones, 10 tianyuan pills cost 200 low-grade spiritual stones, 10 purple spirit pills cost 250 low-grade spiritual stones, and 10 divine returning pills cost 500 a low-grade spiritual stone. There are a total of 1,220 low-grade spiritual stones, plus the 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones from the foundation establishment pill, for a total of 3,220 low-grade spiritual stones. Hearing this price, the middle-aged casual cultivator said in his heart that it was a bargain. His face was filled with joy, and the corners of his mouth were unconsciously raised. These are middle-grade elixirs. However, Shinwan-san noticed the expression of the middle-aged casual cultivator. This expression was the same as that of every casual cultivator who entered Wanwu grocery store. Seeing Shinwan-san put all the elixirs he asked for on the counter, the middle-aged casual cultivator checked them one by one and confirmed that they were all good. They were all middle-grade elixirs. He has been practicing for so many years and has traveled to so many cities. This is the first time he has encountered such a conscientious shop. The middle-aged casual cultivator took out the spiritual stones he had accumulated for many years from his storage bag without hesitation, and placed a total of 3,220 low-grade spiritual stones on the counter. Satisfied, he put all the jade bottles into the storage bag. In fact, he still has hundreds of low-grade spiritual stones in his storage bag. There is just no need to buy other elixirs for the time being, these elixirs are enough. After he builds the foundation, he can just use these spiritual stones to buy second-grade elixirs. After the middle-aged casual cultivator collected the elixirs, he bowed slightly to Shinwan-san and said, "Thank you." As usual, Shinwan-san turned slightly sideways to let go of the gift. "Welcome next time." "Definitely. the middle-aged casual cultivator said happily. Then the middle-aged casual cultivator happily left the Wanwu grocery store. Just now, he had made the most important decision in his life. That is, he will settle in Wannan City from now on and never live that wandering life again. The middle-aged casual cultivator left the Wu grocery store. He wanted to go to the house sales office in Wannan City now. He wanted to buy a residence in Wannan City. He will live in Wannan City from now on, wandering outside for so many years. Isn't it just to cultivate higher and find a stable place? Now this Wannan City is the most suitable place. Things are cheap, and the highest level of immortal cultivators are those in the foundation establishment realm. There are basically no life-threatening factors. Maybe, you can go to Qingyun sect in the future and become an inner disciple. Nian Shou casual cultivator thought of this and suddenly shook his head. Why go to Qingyun sect? Qingyun sect has such cheap training resources? If you go there, you still have to risk your life to obtain cultivation resources, so it is better here. The middle-aged casual cultivator was thinking as he walked, and he had unconsciously arrived at the house sales office. Hello, how may I serve you? I want to buy a property. Okay, may I ask if you have any area of interest? The closer we can be to the all things grocery store, the better. Everything grocery store? Yes, it's the all things grocery store. The houses in that area are occupied by ordinary mortals. I'm afraid they are not suitable for your status. It's okay, just in that area, the closer the better. Okay, then take a look at this sand table. The houses that are still for sale in that area are all marked. Well, let's do this. This house is priced at 50 yuan of low-grade spiritual stones. Okay, here it is. The middle-aged casual cultivator never thought about whether the price was too expensive. Then I'll take you over to see the house. No, just go through the formalities directly with me. What? Can't do it? No, I'll handle it for you. Okay, here are 50 pieces of low-grade spiritual stones, hurry up and get it done. In Chen Zai's mansion. Linger, do you think the price of our foundation establishment pill is still too low? Is 2,000 low-grade spiritual stones still low? Just now Shen Wanshan told me that he has sold the first foundation building pill, and it was bought by a casual cultivator. He said that after the other party bought it, he said it was too cheap. Really? Master. But the cost price of the foundation building pill is only 300 points. Selling it for 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, we will make a net profit of 1,700 low-grade spirit stones. This is more than the profit of a clone digging in the black iron mine for a day. Right, from this point of view, the pills sold by the shops outside will only make more money. Those profiteers are too black-hearted. Look how kind we are. Whatever the master says is what it is. Since there are casual cultivators willing to buy 2,000 low-grade spirit stones, even if it is more expensive, those families will not hesitate. Earning spirit stones from these families is really no psychological burden. Inside the Wanwu grocery store. Shen Wansan still warmly welcomes every customer, ensuring that every customer is satisfied and returns with a full load. At this time, a general in armor and a middle-aged man in fancy clothes walked into the Wanwu grocery store. It was the first time that two people walked into the Wanwu grocery store at the same time. Shen Wansan looked at the two people in confusion. Who are you? The general in armor said loudly, we are from the city lord's mansion, and this is our city lord. City lord's mansion? City lord? Shen Wansan was puzzled. It seemed that he had to report this situation to Chen Zai. Shen Wansan said, hello, Lord City Lord, may I ask what you are doing? His mind contacted Chen Zai directly, Master, the City Lord is here. City Lord? Chen Zai, who was resting, heard the news from Shen Wansan, and immediately his mind moved, and his consciousness descended on Shen Wansan. This was the first time Chen Zai had contact with the City Lord, so he naturally came to see him. Chen Zai's consciousness had just descended on Shen Wansan, and he happened to hear the general and the City Lord explaining their purpose. Your rules here are not good. You have to queue up to come in. It's really not easy to enter your store. You have to queue up for such a long time to come in once. The general who complained was none other than Wu Adjutant Wu Tong of the City Lord's mansion. He was arranged by the City Lord to queue up. He didn't expect to wait in line for such a long time, and now he was full of complaints. Naturally, he did not dare to say that the City Lord was wrong in arranging him to queue up, so he could only complain to Shen Wansan. The City Lord did not stop Wu Tong from complaining. He had already been sitting impatiently in the tea shed outside. Chen Zai controlled Shen Wansan's body and smiled lightly, sorry to keep you waiting for so long. It's just that you have also seen that there are so many people outside, my store is only so big, and I am the only one serving. Without this rule of queuing to enter, my grocery store has probably been overturned a long time ago, do you too think so? But don't worry, you too, this is just the opening. As time goes by, there will be fewer and fewer people queuing up. The city lord looked at the shopkeeper in front of him who spoke neither humble nor arrogantly, and his favorable impression of Shenwan-san increased a bit. When Shenzai said this, Wutong was speechless and didn't know what to say. What others said was so flawless that he had no room for refutation. But, after hesitating for a long time, Wutong didn't say anything. At this time, seeing his adjutant like this, the city lord felt upset. Why did he find this person to be his adjutant? He had to rely on himself for everything. But the city lord still stood up and said, "Hello, fellow Taoist, I am the city lord of Wannan City, Lu Tai. Hello City Master Lu, I'm Sinking Wansan. My adjutant doesn't speak much, and the queue just took a long time." He was probably a little agitated, and what he just said had no other meaning, so he asked fellow Taoist friends to forgive me. "City Master Lu, please don't say that. Those were just trivial matters. I still don't know what the purpose of your visit is, City Master." When others speak politely to him, Shenzai naturally treats others politely. Also, just when Lu Tai called him Taoist friend, Shenzai felt that this city lord did not put on airs in front of him, so he was considered a decent person. At this time, Wutong stood up and said, "The city lord's mansion will charge management fees for all shops in Wannan City. You should know this. Our management fee is not collected arbitrarily. It is mainly to ensure that all Wannan City stores can operate with confidence. Everything you have will be under the protection of the city lord's mansion." When Wutong said this, he even forgot that the person in front of him was a master of the foundation establishment realm. However, this was a task that Lu Tai had already arranged for him, asking him to collect the management fee. Shenzai smiled softly, "I understand, I'll get it for you right now." When Shenzai bought this shop, he knew that the patrol team would come to collect management fees. But he didn't expect that it was the city lord and his adjutant who came. At that moment, Shenzai roughly understood that collecting management fees was just an excuse. The key was that Lu Tai, the city lord, must have other purposes. Shenzai took out 200 low-grade spiritual stones and placed them on the counter. "Adjutant, please click on them." Wutong didn't even look at it and put the 200 spiritual stones into the storage bag. "This is proof that you pay the management fee." "Okay, thanks." "Need not." Shenzai and Wutong happily ended their friendly dialogue. "Adjutant, if you are not here to buy anything next time, there is no need to queue up. You can just come in directly next time." Shenzai reminded him kindly. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" Wutong actually wanted to say something more, but he seemed to have noticed the unkind look in the eyes of the city lord Lu Tai, so if he wanted to say anything more, he immediately stopped. "After the matter is done, you can go out first," City Lord Lu Tai said. "Ah? Well." City Lord Lu Tai gave the adjutant a look. Wutong knew that he was an eyesore, and he knew at a glance that Lu Tai had other things to talk to Shenwan-san about, and he should avoid it. Wutong replied, "Yes." He immediately walked out of the Wanwu grocery store and stood guard outside the station door. The next casual cultivator who was waiting in line to enter was also stopped by him. Shenzai had roughly guessed the reason why Lu Tai was left alone. He smiled softly and said, "City Master Lu, you queued up specially before, so you must have something you want to buy." "Ha, shopkeeper Shin is nice to talk to, so it saves me the chance to say a few words." Lu Tai did not expect Shenzai to be so direct. He specifically asked Wutong to queue up precisely because he saw that Shenwan-san was not the kind of person to flatter. Moreover, after knowing that Shenwan-san's cultivation level was also at the late stage of foundation establishment realm, there was only a small gap between him and his cultivation level. Lu Tai was already guessing who this Shenwan-san was. This Wansan grocery store must not be supported by Shenwan-san alone. There must be other forces behind him, otherwise it would be impossible to have so many cultivation resources for sale, and the selling prices are far lower than the market price. This can only show that the force behind Shenwan-san definitely has high-quality alchemists, otherwise it would be impossible to buy and sell items at will. However, Lu Tai is still very self-aware. Although he is the lord of a city, he is also a monk at the foundation level. There is no need to inquire about the power behind Shenwan-san. He only needs to buy what he needs. "Then City Lord Lu, what do you want to buy this time?" Lu Tai hesitated for a moment, then said, "I want to buy a realm-breaking elixir of the golden elixir realm." Hearing that Lu Tai wanted the realm-breaking pill, Chunzhe looked at Lu Tai meaningfully. He did not expect that Lu Tai would break through the Jindan realm. Lu Tai was the mayor of Wannan City, so Chunzhe could not rashly investigate the other party's cultivation. Even if he had roughly guessed Lu Tai's realm, Chunzhe could not verify it on the spot. Although he still had the skill of Sky Eye, he could investigate Lu Tai's cultivation realm without Lu Tai knowing anything. But it seemed that there was no need for that now, and Lu Tai was not his enemy. Moreover, based on what he had encountered today, Chunzhe felt that Lu Tai was quite particular and could get in touch with him more. Chunzhe did not waste words. There are realm-breaking pills for the Jindan realm, but you need to wait a few days. When Chunzhe said this, Lu Tai immediately showed his joy. He originally just wanted to try his luck, and the realm-breaking pill was not so easy to get. Whenever the realm-breaking pill appeared, it was a situation where there was no market for it. Now that he had come across it, he was naturally surprised, and he had already made up his mind that he must get the realm-breaking pill. He was not sure about his breakthrough, so he wanted a realm-breaking pill to increase the success rate of the breakthrough. At the same time, he also felt that all his guesses were correct. Shinwan-san said that there was a realm-breaking pill, but it would take a few days, and it was obvious that it would be sent from other places. This made him more certain of his guess in his heart that there must be a powerful force behind the Wanwu grocery store. How long will it take? Lu Tai asked excitedly. About 3 days. Chunzhe replied calmly. So fast? Lu Tai was speechless. Please rest assured, City Lord Lu, we can deliver the goods as promised in our Wanwu grocery store. Okay, I want one. Lu Tai didn't think much about it. He had already made up his mind. Okay, but you know how precious this realm-breaking pill is. Lu Tai nodded, slightly puzzled, wondering if there were any other changes. And our Wanwu grocery store only sells middle-quality pills. Now we have to specially transfer them from other places, so the price may be a little more expensive. This is reasonable. Lu Tai also understood what Chunzhe said, and he didn't care if it was a little more expensive. After being the city lord for so many years, he still had a little spirit stone. As long as he could buy the realm-breaking pill, everything else was not a problem. When Chunzhe said these words, he was always observing Lu Tai's expression. The Jindan realm breakthrough pill is only a third-grade pill, which can be exchanged at any time in the Wanwu store. But he doesn't know what a reasonable price should be for a third-grade breakthrough pill. It takes 600 points to exchange a commodity breakthrough pill in the Wanwu store. But Chunzhe still hasn't made up his mind about what price he should sell it at. If it is sold too high, Lu Tai may not be able to afford it. If it is sold too low, Lu Tai will definitely be suspicious. Moreover, he has been creating an illusion for Lu Tai that there is a powerful force behind him. All of this is done now to prevent Lu Tai from being suspicious. If Lu Tai becomes suspicious because of the price of the pill, then everything he has done before will be more than worth the loss. This character setting must be established. If City Lord Lu is sure that he needs a third-grade realm-breaking pill, then City Lord Lu needs to pay half of the deposit in advance. Lu Tai didn't even think about it and said directly, okay, shopkeeper Shin, you name a price, and I can give you the spirit stones now. Chunzhe didn't expect Lu Tai to be so straightforward. He hesitated for a moment, thinking about what kind of price to say. Seeing that Chunzhe didn't give a price immediately, Lu Tai was a little anxious and said with a smile, shopkeeper Shin, I have only accumulated so many spirit stones in all these years, don't ask for too much. Hearing Lu Tai say this, Chunzhe couldn't help but complain in his heart, you are a city lord and you say that you don't have spirit stones. Look, do you think anyone will believe you when you say this? Although Chunzhe was complaining in his heart, Lu Tai's words had already come to this point, so he still smiled and said, then, City Lord Lu, you name a price, as long as it is reasonable, I will sell it to you, and it will be considered as making friends with you, City Lord Lu. Really? Lu Tai wondered if he had heard it wrong. Really, it's an honor for our Wanwu grocery store to have a friend like City Lord Lu. You can name your price. This is the effect Chunzhe wanted. Let Lu Tai name his own price, which would definitely not be lower than the price he quoted. Even if the price Lu Tai quoted was lower, Chunzhe would still make a profit. At the same time, Chunzhe could also see whether Lu Tai was a good person or not. Lu Tai hesitated, it's not good. Let shopkeeper Shin make the price. I can't let you make a loss. Chunzhe smiled calmly, I believe the price given by City Lord Lu is definitely fair and will not make our Wanwu grocery store lose money. This really embarrassed Lu Tai. It was just a casual joke just now. He didn't expect Shinwan-san on the opposite side to agree so readily. And, looking at the current situation, it seems that he can't do it without saying the price. He has never seen a third-grade realm-breaking pill. He just heard what price it was sold for, and that price was from the auction house. It's okay, City Lord Lu, just name your price. Wanwu grocery store promises to keep its word. Chen Zhe looked at Lu Tai with a smile. Chen Zhe thought to himself, this is not enough to control you. The current situation froze Lu Tai. Lu Tai slowly stretched out 2 fingers and made a 2. Then, he tentatively said, 20,000? Deal. Ah. Chen Zhe was already overjoyed when he saw Lu Tai stretch out 2 fingers. Of course, he would not regard these 2 fingers as 2,000 spiritual stones. If so, he would not have to do business with Lu Tai. As soon as Lu Tai said the number of 20,000, Chen Zhe immediately gave him an answer. Sure enough, letting others bid is the best choice for negotiation. This is 20,000 low-grade spiritual stones. It is more than 30 times higher than the exchange price in Wanwu store, which is a huge profit. When Lu Tai said the price of 20,000 low-grade spiritual stones, he did not expect Chen Zhe to agree to this price so readily. The price he mentioned was not low, but it was certainly not much higher. He knew that the third-grade realm-breaking pill had been sold at the auction house for 50,000 low-grade spirit stones before. Now he only offered a price of 20,000 low-grade spirit stones, which can only be said to be the same as the market price. But the third-grade realm-breaking pill is in short supply, so he is taking advantage of it anyway. Seeing Chen Zhe agree so readily, he felt a little embarrassed. How about adding a little more? No need, just follow the price you said, City Lord Lu. You pay a deposit of 10,000 low-grade spirit stones first, and you can pick up the goods in 3 days. Although Chen Zhe was very happy in his heart, there was no trace on his face, as if he was willing to pay this price just to make friends with Lu Tai. Lu Tai also saw Chen Zhe's thoughts and took out a storage bag. Okay, Manager Shen, I will make friends with you. Lu Tai was also a wise man, otherwise he would not have been able to become the city lord. He estimated that Chen Zhe did this because he wanted to keep the Wanwu grocery store in Wannan City in the future, hoping to have his protection. He knew that he bought this realm-breaking pill. If other family forces in Wannan City wanted to attack the Wanwu grocery store in the future, he would be on Chen Zhe's side. However, if you think about it carefully, it doesn't matter. After you have this realm-breaking pill, it is only a matter of time for you to break through to the Golden Core realm. He had long been dissatisfied with the family forces in Wannan City, but he could only choose to stay at home because of his insufficient cultivation. But things will be different in the future. After all, Wannan City is a territory of the Dagon dynasty, and those family forces should be properly rectified. Chen Zhe took the storage bag handed over by Lu Tai, and explored it with his spiritual sense. There were exactly 10,000 low-grade spirit stones in the storage bag. Chen Zhe directly accepted the storage bag and did not intend to return it to Lu Tai. I hope City Lord Lu will take care of me in the future. Okay. There is one more thing, I hope City Lord Lu can help me. Hearing Chen Zhe say this, Lu Tai was confused and even a little unhappy. You want to help so soon? But there is no way now. The deposit has been paid, and he has not received the realm-breaking pill yet. The shopkeeper, please say. This breakdown Dan also asked Lu Cheng to keep secret for the time being. After all, I was just a foundation for building a foundation. By that time, Breakdan arrived. Moreover, I have not planned to start selling Sanpin's elixir for the time being. This is also based on the face of Lu Chengzhu, and then I transferred the goods from other places. That's it? Lu Ting wondered, and he thought it was a big deal. Yes, please ask Lu Cheng to keep secret for the time being. The shopkeeper, don't have to be so polite, even if you don't say it, I will be confidential, after all, I am just a foundation for building a foundation. Ha, Lord Lu Chang is reasonable. Chen Zhe was in a good mood, and it was comfortable to understand people. From this point of view, Lu Tai has always been afraid of some people. By the way, Lord Lu Chang, we also have the mysterious instrument for sale here. If you need it, you can also buy it together this time. At that time, you will be delivered with Breakdan. Chen Zhe thinks that Lu Tai can pay, and now there are some intersections, then you may wish to make this intersection deeper. Make Lu Tai's strength stronger, then this Wannan City will be more stable in the future, and he can continue to stay here. Xuanjia's magic weapon? What quality? Hearing the Xuanjia method, Lu Tai is still interested, and he is just using the magic weapon of Xuanjia. It can make his strength stronger. He is naturally willing, and even if he bought Breakdan, there are still some spiritual stones on him. Shapin, Zhongpin, Shengpin, all have it depends on what you need. Shenzai knew that Lu Ting was hooking, and he could make another stones on Lu Tai. Are you all? What price is the top? Lu Tai has now been completely impressed by the grocery shops of all things, and the heritage of all the groceries of all things is too deep. Still the same, Lord Lu Chang, you open the price, I will never say the same. This, Lu Tai couldn't believe it, wasn't this grocery store a bit too rich? Shenzai didn't speak, just looked at Lu Tai with a smile, waiting for him to quote. 20,000? Make a deal. Regarding this price, Shenzai did not hesitate to hesitate. A magical weapon in the Xuanjie store in all things was 2,000 points. Although the price of 20,000 yuan in Lingshi is not as good as breaking Dan Dan, this price has also turned 10 times. Is it a deal again? Lu Ting's heart is puzzled, is it easy to buy these things? Isn't this boy who is lying on my spirit, right? But it doesn't look like it. Still the same, Lord Lu Chang, you pay 10,000 yuan in the deposit of the Lingshi stone. 3 days later, the magic weapon of breaking Jingdan and Xuanjie pin made it to your hand together. After Shenzai said, Lu Ting unconsciously took out another storage bag. Although he was a little puzzled, his subconsciousness still chose to believe Shenzai. Shenzai looked at the storage bag again. It was just not many, and it was 10,000 yuan. By the way, what type of magic instrument you usually use, I will make you the same as you can, so that you can use it. The big knife is enough. Lu Tai was already shocked by Shenzai. I couldn't think of what type of magic weapon I wanted. This is Xuanjie. How many monks dream of instruments? He is now completely convinced by all the groceries. Shenzai said, what is? Ha, the big knife is in line with your temperament. He. Lu Ting smiled awkwardly. You come again in 3 days? Okay, don't bother you to continue doing business. Lu Tai was ready to leave, and suddenly seemed to think of something. He lowered his voice again and said, be careful of the Yi family. Yi family? Lu Tai left to Shenzai, the expression you know. Xinhuan-san, you continue, I'm back. Yes, master. The transaction with Lu Tai was completed, and Shenzai had no need to stay. He moved his mind and returned to the body of the mansion in the mansion. The Yi family is not just a Jingdan, it will be a matter sooner or later. When he found that Shenzai was back, Zhao Linger immediately ran over and said, Master, how is it? Ha, make a lot of money, and it is true that business is the fastest way to come. The master is still wise, it was Linger before. After Shenzai came back, he told Zhao Linger again, and he went out for a while to earn how many spiritual stones he earned. Moreover, a city owner who was about to be Jingdan will be paved for the grocery of all things. Ha, you don't have to be arrogant. Thanks to your usual concerns, do these things, I can think more, otherwise, it must not be as good as the current plan. After making so many spiritual stones at once, Shenzai's mood was very good. Linger, go to prepare some meals, and celebrate a good meal today. Yes, master. Zhao Linger was happy to cook. It seems that there are still rich people in Wannan City. I want to mention it with Xinhuanan and receive these family forces. Thinking in my heart, Shenzai's face showed a unique expression of traitors. It didn't take long after Lu Tai left, Xinhuanxiang received several scattered repair, all came to buy some pills. Other magic weapons, runes, and exercises, but few people ask. Xinhuansan also knew that after these casual cultivators had spirit stones, the first thing they had to do was to improve their own cultivation. All his other things could be put aside for the time being. At this time, an acquaintance walked into the Wanwu grocery store. To be honest, Xinhuansan was not very familiar with him, as he had only met him before. The person who walked into the Wanwu grocery store was Wang Xingde from the Wang family, who had wanted to grab a seat before. Even with the previous episode, Xinhuansan did not treat Wang Xingde specially. He still kept the smile he had when he received every customer, as they were all big customers. Wang Xingde was also a little embarrassed when he walked in at this time. However, he now had some needs for the Wanwu grocery store, so he could only bite the bullet and come in. What do you need to buy? Xinhuansan said politely. Do you still have the foundation building pill? Seeing Xinhuansan like this, Wang Xingde did not waste words. Although he was still a little unhappy about the previous things, as a family head, he still had this pattern, and everything was for the family. Yes. Xinhuansan replied calmly. Wang Xingde was delighted. He had thought that the number of foundation building pills was limited, but he didn't expect that he would have a chance to buy one. How many spirit stones for one? 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Xinhuansan said directly. This price was more than double the price of the first foundation building pill. However, this was the latest price set by Chenze for him, and he was just executing it. He believed in Chenze. So expensive? Wang Xingde felt a little painful when he heard the price. After hearing the offer of Shenwanan, Wang Xingde thought about it. He used to seek Tankan in a large city outside. Although it is difficult to buy, the price is still a bit cheaper. The price of a kitten is about 4,000 yuan. Wang Xingde looked at Shen Wanqiang. He suspected that Shenwanan was intentional, and he even had a little regretful behavior. But a built-in kitten represents a foundation. Besides, 5,000 yuan of Lingshir Tsukandan, the Wang family still affords. If you don't buy it now, you have been bought by other families. Their strength of their Wang family will only wait for other families to surpass. As soon as Wang Xingde gritted his teeth, 5,000 was 5,000, I buy 5. Okay, 5,000 littering stones in Tsukan Kitadan. This is a elixir. You are optimistic. The 5 bottles of Jaden's jade bottle were placed on the counter by Shenwanan. Shenwanan looked at Wang Xingde deeply. The owner said that there was nothing wrong. Even if this price, these families would buy their noses and buy them willingly. Wang Xingde carefully picked up 5 jade bottles and checked them carefully. He had a little contradiction with Shenwanan, and the 5,001 building Jaden was not cheap. Naturally, he had to check each elixir clearly. Wang Xingde also took Tsukani. When Tsukhanen took it in his hand, he had confirmed that there was no problem with the elixir. But what surprised him was that there was a circle of gold wire on Suki Dan. Wang Xingde secretly shouted, 5,000 yuan, but not losing money. 5,000 yuan Lingshir, a Chinese-made Jaiden, is not a loss. The price is too worth. Nanhinzen Kitten is several times more than Bilden, and the chances of successful foundation are basically 80%. Wang Xingde couldn't help but look at Shen Wanqiao. It turned out that he had always been narrow, and thought he was targeting himself that he was so expensive. It turned out that he blamed him wrongly. This is 25,000 yuan, thank you. Shen Wanshan looked at Wang Xingde's storage bag on the counter, and looked up at Wang Xingde. This person is afraid of a bit of trouble, and he has to say so many spiritual stones, he wants to say thank you. Shen Wanqiang opened the storage bag and checked it, just 25,000 pieces of spirit stone. As soon as he thought, Shen Wansan's storage ring fluctuated. The stones in the storage bag given by Wang Xingde all turned to the storage ring that Chen Zhe gave him. Give your storage bag. Shen Wanqiang said he would return Wang Xingde's storage bag to him. No need. Wang Xingde was happy, and he felt that he had made a lot of cheap, and a storage bag was only a few spiritual stones. Shen Wanshan shook his head with a smile, and did not go to the storage bag on the counter. Sorry. Wang Xingde put away the storage bag slightly a little embarrassingly. He thought too much. Welcome to come next time. Shen Wanshan said without changing. Wang Xingde was a gift, thank you. Shen Wansan kept a smile on his face, and said in his heart, it's not necessary. For people like Wang Xingde, Shen Wanan still disdains more contact, and can earn his spiritual stone. Wang Xingde knew herself, and it was not interesting to stay again. After thanking, he silently withdrew from the grocery store. After Wang Xingde left, Shen Wanqiang contacted Chen Zhe. Master, the 5 built-in kitten who bought the Wang Xingde just now, he said that the price of 5,000 pieces of spiritual stone, he also readily accepted it, and did not object. That being the case, then sell it at this price in the future. Yes, master. Shen Wansan just finished with Chen Zelian, and another person walked into the grocery store. Shen Wanqiang just looked at this person simply, and knew that this person was definitely not easy. If you don't have to do whatever, this person should also be a family forces in Wannan City. Hello, what do you need to buy? The other party did not answer, but asked, you are the shopkeeper of this grocery store? Shen Wanan looked at him inexplicably and nodded. Isn't this obvious? In the entire grocery store of all things, the third person cannot be found. Can you be the master of this shop? This man seemed to see that Shen Wanan was not the real master of all grocery stores. Shen Wanan's heart was puzzled, did he guess what? However, Shen Wanshan still did not change his face, calmly said, oh, I don't know elsewhere, but now there's all kinds of grocery stores, everything is done by me. That's good, in this case, all the buildings you sold, all of which I want. Shen Wanan's heart probably guess who the people are, and those who can speak such a word in Wannan City, who else can Yi family be except the Yi family? The other party could say these words, Shen Wanshan's heart already knew that most of the people came by Yi family. It's just that he is not familiar with the Yi family, and he doesn't know which one is the Yi family. But Shen Wansan didn't panic at all, isn't it just a Yi family? already waiting for them for a long time. Oh, then I guess you are afraid that you can't eat it. Shinwanan said disdainful, and his mind was contacted again. Master, Yi family is here. Okay, I'm here. Suddenly, Chenzei's consciousness had come to Shinwanan's body. At this time, Shinwansan had changed into a different person, but the Yi family could not see any clues. Then, Chenzei looked at the Yi family member in front of him. Judging from the appearance of the Yi family member in front of him, he was about 40 years old. Chenzei did not choose to rashly explore the other party's cultivation level to avoid the main body's detection, but this person gave him a sense of awe without anger. Chenzei silently said in his heart, Heavenly Eye. It was the first time for him to use the skill of Heavenly Eye to explore other people's cultivation. When Chenzei used Heavenly Eye, the system did not show any prompts. But Chenzei still carefully discovered that 100 points were deducted. This consumption was acceptable to Chenzei, and it was not too exaggerated. After using Heavenly Eye, it took Chenzei a moment to know the other party's cultivation level. The 9th level of the foundation building realm, the realm of the great perfection of the foundation building realm. Just by looking at the other party's cultivation, Chenzei already knew in his heart that if nothing unexpected happened, the person in front of him should be the head of the Yi family, Yi Zhentian. Fortunately, it was not the Yi family's golden elixir that arrived, and Yi Zhentian could still be easily controlled. Yi Zhentian was a little surprised after hearing what Shinwansan said. Did the shopkeeper of this Wanwu grocery store dare to say such a thing because he didn't know who he was? Or did the other party really have more foundation building pills than he could eat? Yi Zhentian thought about it in his heart, and still said, I forgot to introduce myself, my name is Yi Zhentian. I've heard of the name of the head of the Yi family for a long time. However, even the Yi family can't take the amount of foundation building pills I have. Chenzei was neither humble nor arrogant, so what if it was Yi Zhentian? With the All Things store, his foundation building pills were unlimited and no one could eat them. Hearing what Chenzei said, Yi Zhentian was speechless for a while. There was never anything in Wannan City that the Yi family couldn't get. Yi Zhentian snorted coldly, I'm afraid the shopkeeper is new to Wannan City and doesn't know much about many things. Wanancheng is a remote and small place. It doesn't matter if you don't understand it. Chenzei said disdainfully. Chenzei now wants to build the image of Wanwu grocery store into a force that ordinary people can't imagine. Now that he is exaggerating, others are even more afraid of Wanwu grocery store. Just as Chenzei thought, Yi Zhentian did have doubts in his heart. In Yi Zhentian's heart, it was impossible for Shinwansan to say such words out of thin air. The other party's reliance might really be beyond his reach. Regardless of whether Chenzei's words were true or not, from the very beginning when Wanwu grocery store said it would sell foundation establishment pills, he had never underestimated this grocery store. Yi Zhentian had actually been testing, but the results he got were not too unexpected. Now Yi Zhentian is no longer the arrogant person he was at the beginning, his expression has changed. Shop manager Shin, what I just said is very offending. I am sincerely here to buy the foundation establishment pill. I know that even if you have countless foundation establishment pills, you probably won't bring too much when you come to a small city like Wannan City. Our Yi family wants to make a long-term deal with you. As long as your shop sells foundation establishment pills, our Yi family is willing to buy them all. Moreover, we can still discuss the price. When Yi Zhentian came in, he already knew the price of buying the foundation establishment pill from Wang Xingda. Originally, after Wang Xingda left Wanwu grocery store, he was not the next person in line. However, with the ability of the Yi family in Wannan City, there is really no need to queue up to enter the Wanwan grocery store. The Yi family naturally has the means of the Yi family. Oh? Is the Yi family so powerful? Chenzei said calmly, not being swayed by Yi Zhentian's words. My Yi family still has this kind of confidence. Yi Zhentian said confidently. Okay, in that case, I don't have many foundation establishment pills in my hand, just 50 foundation establishment pills. Master Yi, please pay the bill. I won't negotiate the price with Master Yi. The total is 250,000 low-grade spiritual stones. Thank you. After Chenzei finished speaking lightly, he waited to see Yi Zhentian's shocked expression. What? Yi Zhentian was really shocked. What is the concept of 250,000 low-grade spiritual stones? I am afraid that no one in the entire Wannan City can produce so many spiritual stones. If the Yi family hadn't done many shady businesses over the years, Yi Zhentian would have been scared away when he heard this number. If you want to buy these foundation building pills, you may have to take out all the spiritual stones that the Yi family has accumulated over the years. Even if the Yi family wants to come up with 250,000 low-grade spiritual stones, it will still break their muscles and bones. What's wrong? Master Yi. Chenzei looked at Yi Jintian jokingly. Do you really have 50 foundation building pills? Yi Jintian still couldn't believe it. Ah, that's right. It's empty talk. Even if I say it, Master Yi won't believe it. After saying that, Chenzei waved his hand, and a total of 50 jade bottles were neatly placed on the counter. Having sold 6 foundation establishment pills before, Chenzei wanted to make up for this amount, but it was just a matter of a thought. Even if he wanted more, it would be a matter of the blink of an eye. But there was no need. Chenzei knew in his heart that Yi Jintian might not be able to get these 50 foundation establishment pills. He did this just to shock Yi Jintian, so that Yi Jintian could clearly see his strength, and it was best to restrain some of his thoughts. Yi Jintian looked at the 50 jade bottles on the counter and was shocked. The other party really has this strength. If you say 50 pills, it's 50 pills, even one pill is a lot. With 50 foundation establishment pills right in front of him, Yi Jintian was really held back, his face full of embarrassment. He really couldn't eat so many foundation building pills in one go. Moreover, even if so many foundation building pills are bought back, it can indeed greatly improve the overall strength of the Yi family. However, the Yi family does not have so many qi refining realms auction, and they cannot use so many at the same time. If you buy it back, you can only save it and wait until someone in the tribe needs it before taking it out. But if he does this and spends 250,000 low-grade spiritual stones to buy the foundation establishment pill, then the Yi family will definitely be stretched thin if they want to buy other cultivation resources. The final consequence of this would be that the Yi family would be greatly damaged, and the gain would outweigh the loss. Yi Jintian is thinking about what to do now, but the words have already been said for this reason. It is neither right for him to buy it now nor not to buy it. Yi Jintian's mind was racing, trying to find the best way to deal with it. Suddenly, Yi Jintian seemed to have thought of something, and the thoughts in his mind suddenly became clear. Wanwu grocery store can be so generous in taking out so many foundation establishing pills. This does not exactly mean that pills like foundation establishment pills are not rare for Wanwu grocery store. Even if he doesn't buy it now, when he wants to buy the foundation establishment pill in the future, he can definitely buy it at any time. But if he does this, he and even the Yi family will lose some face. Yi Jintian is starting to feel a little regretful now. He shouldn't have said so confidently at the beginning. But now he can only do this. It's better to lose face than to let the Yi family suffer a great loss. At this time, Yi Jintian no longer had the confident expression he had at the beginning. He said with some embarrassment, "Shopkeeper Shin, I apologize for my ignorance just now. I was rude. The Yi family really can't eat these 50 foundation building pills." After Yi Jintian said this, his face was full of an expression as if he had eaten a dead fly. Chenzei's face was full of impatience. "I can't buy so much, so what are you talking about? It's a waste of time." After Chenzei finished speaking, he waved his hand and collected all the 50 jade bottles on the counter. Chenzei was very happy at this time. It is estimated that there are no 2 people in Wannan City who can make Yi Jintian so embarrassed. At the same time, a seed was planted in Yi Jintian's heart. Seeing Chenzei put away all the foundation building pills, Yi Jintian became anxious. He quickly said, "Shopkeeper Shin, don't be anxious. I can't buy so many. I didn't say I wouldn't buy them. Sorry, the foundation building pills are now sold in 50 pills. What?" Hearing Chenzei's words, Yi Jintian's expression was uncertain, and a wave of hatred rose in his heart. No one has ever dared to play with him like this. But now is not the time to attack. He knows that the power of the Wanwu grocery store is not just what he sees in front of him. There must be a force behind the Wanwu grocery store that he can't imagine. Everything that the Wanwu grocery store is doing now has long surpassed his cognition. He is afraid of the consequences that will be faced if he offends the Wanwu grocery store, and whether the Yi family can bear it. "Shopkeeper Shin, I really can't buy so many of these 50 foundation building pills. Can you please negotiate and sell me only 10? Under the current situation, Yi Jintian could only hold back and not speak in a tough tone. Chenzei said with a serious face, "No, at least 30 pills are sold. If the head of the Yi family can't buy so many, please go back and don't disturb me doing business." Chenzei also knew that it was impossible for Yi Jintian to buy 50 foundation building pills at once, and 250,000 low-grade spirit stones were not a small amount for the Yi family. But now he could cheat the Yi family as much as he could, and he believed that Yi Jintian would not refuse the foundation building pills. 30? Can it be less? I only want 20. 30 foundation building pills would also require 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. Yi Zhentian could afford 150,000 low-grade spirit stones, but now that there was a better solution, Yi Zhentian didn't want to spend so many spirit stones at once. Anyway, the foundation building pills will definitely not be out of stock at the grocery store, so why should he put all his eggs in one basket? Isn't it better to keep the spirit stones on yourself and use them whenever you need them? Master Yi, do you think you are buying vegetables in the market? Bargaining is not generous at all. Chen Zhe has seen through Yi Zhentian's thoughts. Isn't it that he is reluctant to spend so many spirit stones at once? Chen Zhe just doesn't want Yi Zhentian to get his wish now, just to disgust Yi Zhentian. When Yi Zhentian heard Chen Zhe compare him to a woman buying vegetables on the street, he was furious and was about to leave. However, Yi Zhentian thought so in his heart, but he didn't do it. He had already seen that if he didn't buy these 30 foundation building pills today, he would never buy foundation building pills again in the future. Yi Zhentian looked at Chen Zhe's smug smile, waited again and finally could only grit his teeth and said, "Okay, 30 is 30. Okay, Master Yi is generous." Chen Zhe said cheerfully. Then Chen Zhe waved his hand, and 30 jade bottles filled with foundation building pills were neatly placed on the counter. "Master Yi, please click. There are a total of 30 foundation building pills here. I will charge you 150,000 low-grade spirit stones." Chen Zhe smiled. Chen Zhe couldn't be unhappy. With this move, he made a net profit of 140,000 low-grade spirit stones from Yi Zhentian. The Yi family is still arrogant. Yi Zhentian listened to what Chen Zhe said, and his heart was no longer moved. His mentality was completely calm. However, he still picked up the jade bottles and checked them one by one. At least he had to check whether the pills in the jade bottles were foundation building pills. He spent 150,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy this. He had never spent so many spirit stones at one time. Even if he was rich, he would not feel at ease if he didn't check it. After checking one by one, Yi Zhentian confirmed that the pills inside were the same as the foundation building pills bought by Wang Xingde, both of which were medium-grade foundation building pills. Yi Zhentian still took out 2 storage bags reluctantly and put them on the counter with some hesitation. Chen Zhe looked at the 2 storage bags, his eyes were shining. "This is 150,000 low-grade spirit stones, the space of all things can be upgraded again, and more clones can be bought." There were no restrictions on the 2 storage bags. Chen Zhe directly used his spiritual sense to check them one by one, just 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. "Thank you, Master Yi, 150,000 low-grade spirit stones." He. Yi Zhentian laughed dryly and put away the 30 jade bottles on the counter. Yi Zhentian didn't want to stay here anymore, and turned around and wanted to leave directly. At this time, Chen Zhe called Yi Zhentian. "Master Yi, don't leave in a hurry." "Ha?" Yi Zhentian turned around in confusion, not understanding what Chen Zhe meant. "Master Yi, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Chen Zhe pretended to be mysterious. "I've already bought the foundation building pills. If I don't leave, what are you doing here?" Yi Zhentian was already a little impatient. This place was simply a place to spend money. He didn't want to stay any longer. "Master Yi, our store doesn't just sell foundation building pills. If that were the case, then our store's name would be in vain." "What do you mean?" Yi Zhentian was a little puzzled. "It means that as long as you want it, we have it here." "Everything?" Yi Zhentian was surprised. "Yes, everything. Pills are just one of the items we sell. We can satisfy you with magic tools, skills, spells, etc. as long as you have a need." Chen Zhe said lightly. "What grade do you have?" Yi Zhentian really needed these, but he didn't like the ones with too low a grade, and he couldn't buy the ones with high grades. "Yes, we have all the magic tools, spells, and skills of the Xian level. It depends on what grade you want." Chen Zhe attracted Yi Zhentian step by step. He was ready to pull all the wool off a sheep. "Do you have a Xian level upper grade magic weapon?" Yi Zhentian asked in disbelief. "Yes, let alone Xian level upper grade, even if you want Xian level top grade or earth level, we have it, but I'm afraid that Master Yi can't afford it." What Chen Zhe said was absolutely correct. The highest level of magic weapon in the Wanwu store is now earth level upper grade. What's more, he now has 150,000 lower grade spirit stones. Oh, no, he now estimates that he has 200,000 lower grade spirit stones. Add to that the deposit of 20,000 lower grade spirit stones paid by Lu Tai and the 25,000 lower grade spirit stones contributed by Wang Xingde. 200,000 lower grade spirit stones are definitely there. As long as the space of all things is upgraded, there will be heaven-level magic tools, skills, and spells, as well as 4th grade, nascent soul-level elixirs. All this is thanks to Yi Zhentian's generosity, which allowed Chen Zhe to upgrade the space of all things in advance. Yi Zhentian was not angry after being teased by Chen Zhe. His mind was now all on the top-grade Xian level. How many spirit stones does a top-grade Xian level magic tool cost? Yi Zhentian asked hesitantly. It's not expensive. A top-grade Xian level magic tool only costs 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. I believe that the head of the Yi family should have some understanding of the price of top-grade Xian level magic tools. This price is already quite reasonable. The grocery store of all things has always been fair in doing business. Regarding the price, please rest assured, head of the Yi family, it is definitely the most favorable. After doing business with Lu Tai, Chen Zhe has a new understanding of the price of Xian level items. The price of 30,000 low-grade spirit stones can be said to be really conscientious. But it only earned Yi Zhentian 10,000 more spirit stones. Hearing the price of 30,000 low-grade spirit stones, Yi Zhentian really felt that it was not expensive. In other places, even if he took out 30,000 spirit stones, others might not sell him a Xian grade upper grade magic weapon. Moreover, if he bought a Xian grade upper grade magic weapon and took it back for his father to use, his father's strength would definitely be greatly improved. Okay, I want a Xian grade upper grade magic weapon. This time Yi Zhentian did not hesitate at all, and was very straightforward. The head of the Yi family is really generous, but I don't have this Xian grade upper grade magic weapon for the time being. Shop manager Shin, what do you mean? If you say yes, it's you. If you say no, it's you too. You really don't think Yi Zhentian, can let you play with me at will? Yi Zhentian was really a little angry. It was really the first time for him to be manipulated by Chen Zhe like this. Chen Zhe was also the first person to treat him like this. Seeing that Yi Zhentian was a little uneasy, Chen Zhe smiled softly. Master Yi, why are you so anxious? You are a bit impetuous, which is not conducive to cultivation. I just said that I don't have it here, and I didn't say that our Wanwu grocery store doesn't have it. Then what do you mean? Yi Zhentian was really anxious. The temptation of a high-grade Xian-level magic weapon was even greater than that of the Foundation Establishment pill. He really wanted to buy a high-grade Xian-level magic weapon. Moreover, since the last time he met someone with a high-grade Xian-level magic weapon in Wannan City, he felt even more urgent about the high-grade Xian-level magic weapon. Literally, I am just a person who was sent to Wannan City to open the market. Naturally, it is impossible to carry a high-level magic weapon like a high-grade Xian-level magic weapon with me. But if you need it, I can transfer the goods at any time, and the time is also very fast. It can be delivered to Wannan City in no more than 5 days. Earning the Yi family's spiritual stones is the next best thing. Chen Zhe wants to make the Yi family feel afraid, and make the Yi family understand that he is not alone. Behind him is an entire Wanwan grocery store. If they want to touch Wannan City's Wanwan grocery store, the Yi family still has to think carefully. Chen Zhe did this for no other reason than to temporarily confuse the Yi family's golden elixir. When he breaks through the golden elixir himself, it won't matter whether the lie is true or not. Can it be delivered to Wannan City in 5 days? Yi Zhentian mentally evaluated where he could reach Wannan City in 5 days' journey. However, in 5 days, there were so many possible places that Yi Zhentian couldn't confirm them at once. Yes, it only takes 5 days. Chen Zhe said calmly. Okay, then I'll buy one and you can arrange the delivery. Yi Zhentian was very decisive this time. Okay, delivery can be arranged at any time. However, you also know how precious the high-grade magical artifacts of Xuanjie are. The rule of our Wanwu grocery store is that half of the deposit must be paid in advance. Yi Zhentian hesitated for a moment, feeling a little undecided. He hadn't seen anything yet, so he had to spend 15,000 spiritual stones first. What if Chen Zhe took the spiritual stones and ran away? After a while, Yi Zhentian seemed to have figured it out. With the current specifications of Wanwan grocery store, he seemed to be a little worried. These 15,000 spiritual stones are not as much as earning the spiritual stones of everyone in Wannan City. Okay, I have reserved a high-grade Xian-level magical weapon. This is the deposit. Yi Zhentian took out another storage bag. When he took out this storage bag, he seemed to have thought of something. Did Chen Zhe still have 2 storage bags that he hadn't returned to him? He had already spent so many spiritual stones today, and he couldn't help but think about it. Moreover, he bought those 2 storage bags with spirit stones. Now he wants to break a piece of spirit stone into 2 halves. But in the end he didn't speak, and he was too embarrassed to go directly to Chenzei to ask for the 2 storage bags. Chenzei accepted the storage bag handed over by Yi Zhentian, which contained 15,000 low-grade spiritual stones. That was correct. He directly accepted the storage bag without any intention of returning it to Yi Zhentian. Seeing Chenzei's actions, Yi Zhentian's eyelids jumped. He felt that Chenzei did it on purpose. He wouldn't have felt this way before, but now that he was short of spiritual stones, he suspected that Chenzei did it on purpose. Okay, 5 days later, when you come back, Master Yi, you will be presented with a high-grade Xin-level magic weapon with both hands. By the way, let me ask again, Master Yi, what kind of magic weapon do you need, so I can ask in advance if there is one there? Long knife. Yi Zhentian no longer wants to talk nonsense with Chenzei. He feels as if today is full of traps, just waiting for him to jump. Okay, I will definitely meet your requirements. Welcome to visit next time. Walk slowly and don't give me away. Yi Zhentian took away 30 foundation building pills and ordered a high-grade Xian-level magic weapon, but spent 180,000 low-grade spiritual stones. He doesn't know whether he should be happy now or what. Anyway, he is very melancholy now. Yi Zhentian left, and Chenzei returned Shenwansan's body to him. Chenzei went back comfortably with the spirit stone. Ah, spiritual stones are so profitable. As soon as Chenzei returned to his body, he jumped up from the recliner and cheered. The cheering action made Zhao Linger giggle. Linger, guess how many spiritual stones I earned from the Yi family? Looking at the master like this, the Yi family must have incurred a lot of blood. Ha, I made a total of 180,000 spiritual stones from the Yi family. The Yi family is still a big business. We, a small family, can't compare with it. Hee hee, congratulations, master. Ha, Chinhao, no matter how much spiritual stones the Yi family earns, they are still working for me. Chenzei was completely immersed in the joy of earning spiritual stones, but he did not forget the important thing: upgrade the space of all things now. With this idea in his mind, the attribute interface appeared in front of Chenzei. Name, Chenzei Cultivation Level, 7th floor of Foundation Building 125/200 Talent, Middle Grade Earth Element Spiritual Root Kung Fu, Zuentialu, Deshang, 547/800 Spells, Pierce the Heart, Mastery, 1/200 Soul Searching, Mastery, 2/200 Flying Swallow Step, Grandmaster, 3435/5013 Swords of Starshift, Legend, 9 Heavens Dragon Chant Spear, Legend, Ignition Technique, Legend, Breath Containment Technique, Legend, Earth Shield Technique, Legend, Sword Control Technique, Legend, Space of All Things, Level 3. Chenzei glanced at the attribute interface and thought, I want to upgrade the space of all things. To upgrade the space of all things, 100,000 points or spirit stones are required. Do you confirm? Chenzei glanced at the system prompt and directly chose to confirm. The space of all things is upgrading. Please wait. The space of all things is upgrading very quickly. After a while, the system prompt appeared. Congratulations, the space of all things has been successfully upgraded. Tip, the next space of all things upgrade will require 1 million points or spirit stones. Ha, the 4th level space of all things. However, I don't know when the next upgrade will be. I hope to meet more big families like the Yi family. Chenzei can't wait to go in and see the changes after the space of all things is upgraded. Linger, you stay at home, I'll be back soon. Okay, master. Without much hesitation, Chenzei's consciousness has entered the space of all things. After entering the space of all things, the first thing Chenzei saw was that the area of the space of all things had expanded again. The place behind the fog that he couldn't see before was now clearly visible. Chenzei's consciousness floated in the space of all things, drifting towards the edge of the space of all things. The area of 4,000 square meters is not big, nor is it small, but he still spent some time to observe it carefully. After the fog in the space of all things receded, the source of the river that he had seen before also appeared. At the end of the fog, a group of mountains stood tall. On the highest peaks, waterfalls fell down, constantly washing the cliffs, and finally poured into the deep pool of the cliff. Chenzei's consciousness flew to the same level as the highest peak, but his vision was still blocked by a fog, and the scenery behind the peak was still unclear. In the direction of the other side, the flowers, plants and trees that had been seen before had become one with the newly appeared forest. The forest was unusually quiet, with no birds or beasts, but the trees in the forest were growing very well. After a round of inspection, Chenzei returned to the location of the spiritual field. The number of spiritual fields has increased from 40 to 80. The spiritual medicine planted on the 40 spiritual fields will soon mature. It is obvious that the time of the spiritual fields has doubled again. Shenzai estimated that after the upgrade of the space of all things, the time of the spiritual fields should be accelerated by about 4,000 times. So, 1 day of spiritual medicine planting is equivalent to 4,000 days of planting. 1 day of spiritual medicine planting is equivalent to nearly 11 years of planting. 10 days is 100-year spiritual medicine. There are 80 spiritual fields here, which means 80 100-year spiritual medicines. If it is based on the recycling price of the store of all things, 100-year spiritual medicine is at least 1,000 points, and 80 plants are 80,000 points. It is true that the more you upgrade, the faster you make money in points. Shenzai estimated the current income of the 80 spiritual fields in his mind, but he did not plant the newly added 40 spiritual fields directly. He no longer cares about the income of 30-year spiritual medicines. If he wants to plant, he must plant the best. He decided to buy a batch of the most valuable spiritual medicines in the store of all things later. After looking at the spiritual fields, Shenzai prepared to enter the store of all things. The upgraded store has 4 great elixirs that he has never touched before, as well as heaven-level skills, spells, magic tools, etc. These are all items that only the big guys at the nascent soul realm have the opportunity to touch. He is a small foundation building realm, and he didn't expect to see these things that only the big guys are equipped to use in advance. He thinks he is lucky. Let me open my eyes. With a loud laugh, Shenzai's consciousness has entered the store of all things. The green-robed woman, whose expression has never changed, is still standing behind the counter. Shenzai is in a good mood and greets the green-robed woman with a smile, although the green-robed woman will not respond to him. Shenzai has opened the shopping interface and first quickly browses through the categories of elixirs, skills, spells, and magic tools. Sure enough, there are already 4 great elixirs, but there are no heaven-grade magic tools, spells, and skills. The highest is actually the best earth grade. No wonder these things only reached the highest earth grade after the space of all things was upgraded to level 3. At that time, I thought that the earth grade level was too high and the best was the limit. It seems that I was wrong. However, there are too many things, and I can't finish reading them at once. I'd better save them for later when I have time to read the introductions one by one. Now let's go and see what the skills and function areas have after the space of all things is upgraded this time. There are a lot of updated items after the system upgrade this time, and Shenzai is not in a hurry to find Xinyang Qingling pills, which would be a waste of time. He wants to go directly to the green-robed woman after he has seen the updated items in the skill area and functional skills, which is more convenient. The shopping interface has already displayed the skill category, and in the skill area, this time it is also a picture style. The picture shows a shadow of a phantom, as if it is moving quickly. Shenzai looked at the introduction of this new skill and exclaimed that it was amazing. Instant teleportation, priced at 3,000 points, ignores the distance, and instantly reaches any location in the user's mind. Each time it is used, 100 points are consumed for every 100 kilometers. The purchase price is not expensive, but the Xiantian continent is too big. The distance from one city to another is at least several thousand kilometers. Using instant teleportation to reach another city at any time will consume at least several thousand points. However, this is a good skill for escaping and saving lives, and it will not be a loss to buy it. The price of 3,000 points is indeed not expensive for Shenzai at all. After upgrading the space of all things, he still has 100,000 low-grade spirit stones in his hand. Shenzai chose to buy it without hesitation. After the instant teleportation skill was purchased, this skill was like engraved in Shenzai's mind. Whenever he wants to use it, he can use it as he did when he used the clairvoyance before. Shenzai already understood how to use the instant teleportation skill, and then opened the shopping interface of the function area. There is also a picture on the shopping interface of the function area. Just like before, this picture also shows an ancient building. Shenzai's consciousness stayed on the picture of this building, and the introduction of the new function area building appeared immediately. The automatic alchemy room is sold for 5,000 points. As long as there are spiritual medicines and pill recipes, pills can be automatically refined. Automatic alchemy room, this is a good function. As long as there is a pill formula, you can automatically refine pills. It's a pity that there are no pill formulas for sale in the store of all things. It seems that I have to collect some pill formulas in the future. If I create a pill formula myself, can it also refine pills? Shenzai was not worried about the spiritual medicine needed for the automatic alchemy room. Whatever spiritual medicine he needed could be purchased directly in the store of all things. It was just the pill formula that made Chenzai embarrassed. There were only finished pills in the Universal Store, but no pill formula. The store of all things once again made Chenzai realize that it was not truly omnipotent. But Chenzai did not think too much. Although there was no pill formula process, there was a direct result of pills, which could not be said that the store of all things was not omnipotent. After all, the pill formula was born for pills. If the pill could not be refined, the pill formula was useless. For this function, Chenzai did not hesitate and chose to buy it directly. After Chenzai spent 5,000 low-grade spirit stones to purchase the automatic alchemy room, the picture of the automatic alchemy room on the function area disappeared. And next to the formation study room and the space of all things, a building has appeared out of thin air. This building is the automatic alchemy room. After Chenzai bought the teleportation and automatic alchemy room, he didn't need the other products in the store for the time being, so he didn't look at them too much. Instead, he closed the shopping interface and said directly to the green-robed woman, "I want to buy a Xianyang Qingling pill. To exchange a Xianyang Qingling pill, it costs 5,000 points. Do you want to confirm the exchange?" Chenzai thought about it and said, "Confirm." The reason why Chenzai hesitated was that he suddenly found out that he had been wrong before. They thought that if they bought a Xianyang Qingling pill from the green-robed woman, they would know the effect of the Xianyang Qingling pill. After Chenzai said confirmation, a pill that was exactly the same as the Xianyang Qingling pill he had taken appeared in front of him. It's just that this pill is slightly different from the one he took at the beginning. There is a circle of light golden lines on this pill. The one he took at the beginning was just a low-grade pill, but the one he bought from the green-robed woman was a medium-grade Xianyang Qingling pill. As soon as Chenzai stretched out his hand, the Xianyang Qingling pill automatically flew into his hand. It seems that I still have to look for it in the pill shopping interface. Although Chenzai was holding a mid-grade Xianyang Qingling pill in his hand, the effect was definitely better than the previous one, but he did not choose to swallow it rashly. He was not sure whether this pill had any side effects. Moreover, according to Chenzai's thoughts, this pill should be created by the leader of Qingyun sect himself. Even if he took another pill, he could not guarantee that his spiritual roots could be improved again. If that were the case, the effect of this Xianyang Qingling pill would be too amazing. Chenzai's mind moved, and he opened the pill shopping interface again, carefully searching for Xianyang Qingling pill in the 4th grade pill area. There were too many pills in the pill shopping interface, and Chenzai could only look at them one by one. This search process could not be completed in a short while. At this time, in the Wanwu grocery store, Shinwansan was still continuing to receive every customer who entered the Wanwu grocery store. After Yizhantian left, various families in Wannan City came to buy foundation building pills one after another. The remaining 20 foundation building pills were quickly sold out. Shinwansen told those who wanted to buy foundation building pills to come back tomorrow. At the same time, after Yizhantian bought 30 foundation building pills and returned to the Yi family, he immediately summoned all the elders of the family to the meeting hall to discuss. After Yizhantian told all the elders that he spent 150,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy 30 foundation building pills, there was an uproar among the elders in the meeting hall. They didn't expect Yizhantian to be so generous. Similarly, they didn't expect that the Wanwu grocery store actually had such a background. The elders of the Yi family started to discuss. Some elders said whether it was worth spending 150,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy foundation building pills. Some elders were already discussing which clan members these 30 foundation building pills should be distributed to. Some elders were still speculating on what kind of power the All Things grocery store was. There were many different opinions and arguments in the entire meeting hall. The main reason was that the 150,000 low-grade spirit stones were really a bit too much. The family spent 150,000 low-grade spirit stones, so the family's resource allocation in the future would definitely be reduced. Yizhantian looked at the noisy scene below. He was already very melancholy in his heart, and now he was even more depressed, and his words were not so tough anymore. Elders, the distribution of these 30 foundation building pills will be discussed later. Whether it is worth spending 150,000 low-grade spirit stones is a question that needs no further discussion. With 30 foundation building pills, our Yi family will have 30 new foundation building realms. This deal will not be a loss no matter how you calculate it. However, the family will face a shortage of cultivation resources at present. I hope that the elders will explain it clearly to their children after returning. However, the shortage of cultivation resources will not be very serious. It will not take long for this situation to ease. Similarly, when you go back, Tell your children that these 30 foundation building pills will be distributed first to the clan members who are working hard and are about to reach the great perfection of the chi refining realm. The family will absolutely treat everyone equally. I hope that the elders will comfort their children after returning. Anyone who does anything that harms the interests of the family during this special period will be dealt with seriously. After Yi Zhentian finished speaking, the elders in the meeting hall had their own thoughts in their hearts. Yi Zhentian looked at the elders, and he roughly understood what the elders were thinking about. They were just thinking about how many foundation building pills their disciples could get. Yi Zhentian sneered in his heart. He didn't care about these things. Anyway, as long as they didn't betray the Yi family, it didn't matter who they were given. There is one more thing I need to tell you, the elders. After buying 30 foundation building pills at the Wanwu grocery store, I also bought a Xian-level top-grade magic weapon. Is there really a Xian-level top-grade magic weapon? Before Yi Zhentian finished speaking, an elder had already interrupted excitedly. The elders looked at Yi Zhentian expectantly, waiting for his confirmation. Yi Zhentian smiled softly. I don't know if it's true yet, but I've already paid half of the deposit, and I'll go to Wanwan grocery store to pick up the goods in 5 days. After Yi Zhentian finished speaking, all the elders looked at him in confusion. They were all thinking in their hearts, when did Yi Zhentian trust Wanwu grocery store so much? An elder hesitated and asked, Master, how many spiritual stones are needed for this high-grade Xian-level magic weapon? 30,000. Yi Zhentian said calmly. When Yi Zhentian said the price, many elders couldn't help but click their tongues. Another 30,000 was spent. Don't worry too much. I spent 30,000 spiritual stones to buy a high-grade Xian-level magic weapon, not just to sell it. It is also to verify whether Wanwu grocery store has such strength. If Wanwu grocery store has such strength, then what our Yi family has to do in the future is to make good friends with Wanwu grocery store. You can buy all the cultivation resources our family needs at the Wanwu grocery store, which will be an opportunity to quickly improve the strength of our Yi family. I believe that all the elders can understand the stakes here, so I won't say more about the rest. After Yi Zhentian finished speaking, all the elders still looked at him, as if Yi Zhentian still had something to explain. Yi Zhentian also understood what they were thinking. I will discuss this matter with the ancestor later, and this high-grade Xian-level magic weapon was also purchased for the ancestor. Yi Zhentian has even moved the Jindan patriarch out, but these elders dare not say anything. They all talk about Yi Zhentian's wisdom. The meeting of the Yi family ended hastily, and Yi Zhentian still needed to report to the Jindan father about the matter of the Wanwu grocery store. The other elders were already impatient to go back and talk to their own potential clansmen about the matter of the foundation building pill. The more foundation building realms a family has in the future, the more weight their words will carry in this meeting hall. After the meeting was over, Yi Zhentian came to Yi Kai's retreat residence alone. At this time, in Yi Kai's room, Yi Zhentian just told Yi Kai everything he had experienced in the Wanwu grocery store today. Even though Yi Kai was a Jindan realm with rich experience, he was also surprised after listening to Yi Zhentian's story. He had never encountered such a store, where everything was sold, and the quality was not low, and the price was cheap. Yi Kai was wondering in his heart, did I retreat for too long, and the outside world has undergone earth-shaking changes, and I didn't know it? However, he just thought about this idea in his heart. Shantian continent is so big that when he first entered the Golden Core realm and traveled outside, he knew that this world of cultivation was not as simple as he saw. He was just a drop in the ocean in this Shantian continent. No matter where he was thrown, he would not make any waves. Father, what do you think of this Wanwu grocery store? Yi Kai thought for a moment, is the Wanwu grocery store sure that someone will send a Shan-level top-grade magic weapon to Wannan City in 5 days? Yes, that shopkeeper Shan said so. Okay, I know about this matter. You have done a good job. Continue to befriend Wanwu grocery store. You don't have to worry about other things. Yes. After Yi Zhentian agreed, he was about to leave. Yi Kai seemed to have thought of something and suddenly stopped him again. The foundation building pills you bought at Wanwu grocery store are all medium grade, right? Yi Zhentian looked at Yi Kai in confusion. Didn't he say this? Although Yi Zhentian was confused in his heart, he still nodded. How is Bai Yi's cultivation going recently? When Yi Kai said this, Yi Zhentian instantly understood what he meant. Bai Yi has been practicing very hard recently, but Yi Zhentian paused for a moment and did not continue. Yi Kai understood what Yi Zhentian wanted to say. It's okay to take more pills. I will help Bai Yi get rid of the side effects of those pills when the time comes. But, father, will your practice be affected by doing this? It's okay, this little problem won't affect me, at most I will just be in seclusion for a while. Seeing that Yi Kai had already said this, Yi Zhentian couldn't say anything else. Yi Kai is now the strongest fighting force of the Yi family and the pillar of the Yi family. Yi Zhentian certainly doesn't want him to make any mistakes. Yi Zhentian wanted to say something else, but Yi Kai asked him to leave. Yi Zhentian could only leave and then turned around to leave. Before leaving, Yi Kai still reminded him softly, "Don't forget the middle grade foundation building pill, leave one for Bai." When Yi Zhentian heard this, he couldn't help but complain in his heart, who is the biological son? It turns out that the old saying is right, the older generation is closer. In Yi Zhentian's impression, Yi Kai seemed to have never cared about his son so much. So when he was outside, Yi Zhentian always called his father ancestor. "Yes, father." After Yi Zhentian replied, he left Yi Kai's room. Yi Kai seemed to be unaware of Yi Zhentian's emotions. He was thinking about the matter of the Wanwu grocery store in his heart. It seems that I need to go there in person. But it's still early now, and there are still 5 days. Yi Kai has made plans. When the Wanwu grocery store delivers goods to Wannan City, he will go to see how strong the deliveryman is. Although Yi Kai is also wondering about the background of the Wanwu grocery store, the many cultivation resources of the Wanwu grocery store still make him a little tempted. However, he would only be tempted if he was sure that he had the strength. If the Wanwu grocery store really had the strength, he might be able to make some deals directly with the forces behind the Wanwu grocery store. After practicing to this level, he had a very clear understanding of the survival principles of this world of immortal cultivation, which was just the law of the jungle. In the Wanwu space, Shenzai spent more than 2 hours and finally found the Xianyang Qingling pill. "Finally I found you. It was really not easy to find you." When Shenzai was checking the pills in the pill shopping interface, he found that there were more 4th grade pills than 3rd grade, 2nd grade, and 1st grade pills combined. Among so many 4th grade pills, it is conceivable how difficult it is to find a single pill. It was also thanks to Shenzai's perseverance that he had the mind and time to do it. Shenzai began to check the introduction of the Xianyang Qingling pill. Xianyang Qingling pill, a 4th grade pill, can cleanse the marrow and meridians, and is more effective for people with poorer spiritual roots. This pill can only work once, and it will not work if taken again. After reading the introduction, Shenzai felt relieved. That's right, how can such a heaven-defying pill be taken without restrictions? However, the person who created this pill is also very powerful. It is only a 4th grade pill, but it can have the effect of cleansing the marrow and removing the meridians. I am afraid that there is no second pill with this effect among the 4th grade pills. Shenzai did not care about the limitation that this pill can only be taken once. What he cares about is that as long as this pill has no negative effects, it doesn't matter to him what level the spiritual root is. I guess the person who created this pill has never refined a medium-grade Xianyang Qingling pill. This medium-grade Xianyang Qingling pill in my hand may be unique. I ate a low-grade Xianyang Qingling pill myself, and my spiritual root transformed into a medium-grade spiritual root. If I eat this medium-grade Xianyang Qingling pill, wouldn't it be possible to directly change the low grade to the high grade, and the high grade may become the best? Why do I feel like I'm a bit at a disadvantage? When Shenzai thought of this, he seemed to think of something else and said in surprise, "Huh? The 4th grade elixir has the effect of cleansing the marrow and meridians, and transforming one's body and bones. If there are elixirs of the 5th and 6th grades, will there be elixirs with such effects? There is no reason why someone can create a 4th grade elixir, but no one can create a higher grade elixir. Aren't all elixirs created by cultivators? Maybe this 4th grade Xianyang Qingling pill was made by learning from a higher grade elixir." Shenzai suddenly had the idea of improving the grade of his spiritual roots. Although he said he didn't care, when the Xianyang Qingling pill appeared, he didn't hesitate too much. Now, after some speculation in his mind, he felt as if he saw the hope of improving his spiritual roots again. Sure enough, people are never satisfied. Human desires are like mountains, one mountain is higher than another, and there will never be an end.